You killing them. I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy.
Man, it forget to be aborigine. 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 Man, it forget to be aborigine.
Actions ain't the same no more. Don't give a fuck about they name no more.
Man, it forget to be aborigine. 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 I'm from the hood. I'm still waking up my people.
That's right.
When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us.
How you gonna refute that? How?
Man, it forget to be aborigine. 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 When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us.
Selector, let's run it back. Let's go.
It's the go. You killing them. I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy.
Man, it forget to be aborigine. 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 Man, it forget to be aborigine.
Actions ain't the same no more. Don't give a fuck about they name no more.
Man, it forget to be aborigine. 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 I'm from the hood. I'm still waking up my people.
That's right.
When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us.
How you gonna refute that? How?
Man, it forget to be aborigine. 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 When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us.
Peace and paradise to all the American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holiday is tapped in. Hope y'all tapped in, man. It's the GOAT. Big cut gonna be sliding in a minute, y'all. Want to thank you guys in advance. Liking, sharing, supporting the platform, supporting myself, supporting Cut, supporting just the community in general, man. We definitely appreciate you guys, man. Real talk. Got Dre Cobb's music, first Aboriginal tapped in. Shy Apples, Sister Betty, Lisa Enos, Autonomous Goddess, Yanita Ya, Amama Magazine, Big Chief FU2, R.L. Smith, Aaliyah, R. Muhammad. I want to say peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in, man. Do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe. Share us on all your social media platforms, man. Tell a friend, tell another friend that you tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's the GOAT. Just want y'all to know that, man. Hey, man, we're going to break this down, man. Just look, go to log real fast. Get up in here, man. We'll have a little mix or something for y'all. It's just really interesting to me for people that say they woke, right? And I thought the first thing was that we the original man and woman of this planet. You know what I mean? I just think it's really interesting how people forget that, like, America's not a part of the planet. You know what I mean? And shout out to Bro Sanchez, you know, for even being crazy enough to take that debate, you know what I'm saying, with all the evidence, you know, but for me to be able to present it, you know what I'm saying, to a diverse crowd, people that, you know, a lot of us have seen that, you know, have seen some variations of these things because you guys are tapped in, you know what I mean? If you missed that, you know, we're going to be doing a breakdown of that sometime. I don't know if y'all called Sister Betty last night. We did a breakdown of the debate from my perspective, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, I have a little bit more stuff to say, so we're going to get into that maybe. I just want to keep it pushing, you guys, and keep building. You guys, you already know this Friday, Conscience One, no, not a coincidence, going to be, I don't even know, once again, that conversation about. Shout out to Big Chief, fuck you crackers, man. Appreciate the support, man. Shout out to everybody that support the Only Builders, man. Real talk. Yeah, just going back to just like I said, being able to show those 7 archaeological sites here in North America, in the upper 48 where we live, you know what I'm saying, not Mexico. You know, that's North America. A lot of people still have that imaginary line drawn in their heads, and then when we show pyramids and things in Mexico, they say, oh yeah, that's America, but it's Mexico. Oh yeah, that's Costa Rica, or that's Peru, or that's Brazil. You know, you guys show us Luzia, you guys show us Naya. You know what I'm saying? We showed you the Anzac boy. You know what I'm talking about? Showed you the Windsor bog peat bodies. You know what I mean? Like, we got to talk about it, man. Like, what's the significance in these archaeological finds? You know what I'm saying? And just, if people don't believe in their science or whatever, then that means either you just have to believe in somebody that's researching the researchers, or you just have to be in denial. And that's not good enough for this. Like I said, I feel like people who say that science is, you know, for them is being lazy, you know what I'm saying, or just don't want to, you know, be responsible, held accountable for doing something about it. You know what I mean? And that's just it, as far as I'm concerned. So what these people do is go out of their way to try to disprove things, you know. And that's what they do, you know what I'm saying? They say, you know, if you say, hey, man, this is that and the third, they'll go out of their way to try to disprove you. You know what I'm saying? I think we should be just as curious. When you hear something that you don't agree with, you should say, you know what, Chief, that sounds crazy as hell. I'm going to go do my due diligence, you know what I'm saying, to research that. But yes, first of all, we show the evidence of it. You know, we get to it. A lot of it's just about your logic or your interpretation of the data or the information. Like I said, if you don't know etymology, understand the concept behind that, then you when you're hearing something, you know, especially if they're writing about, say, the 1600s, 1700s, and they're talking about Native and African Americans, you know what I'm saying, or the 1500s, and they're talking about Spain is invading America or colonizing America in 1526. Well, they're going to have to create Spain, you know what I'm saying, before they can do that. You see what I'm saying? So just all these conversations have to be examined from a new lens, you guys. Research, relook. We got to relook at this thing a different, you know what I'm saying, and come back with a different lens, man. So that's what we do. We're gonna relook at this thing, guys. DJ ZP tapped in. Rain Alexander, Ogun Squad is tapped in. What we got in here? Truth over everything. Empress Freedom Feather. Appreciate you guys tapping in, man. Real talk. Press go if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, and put a number 1 beside it, because you're definitely number 1. And like I said, we've been sold a bill of goods. It's just not gonna fly anymore. So it's truth over everything, you guys. That's what it's really is. That's what it's really about, man, is presenting the evidence. And so we could dispute the evidence later, but you can't just say, oh, no, I don't believe in that, without coming with some type of evidence. Now, what you guys are going to see in the next couple of days, you're going to see people actually debunking information that's given to them. And you got to tell them, like, you know, of course, if our grandparents didn't tell us this, and their grandparents didn't tell them this, then it had to come from an educational system. And then it's just going to be a massacre, you guys. So Friday's going to be crazy. Looking forward to that debate Friday, as well as Saturday with Rob Bourne and Big Aboriginal Power, man. So it's gonna be interesting, you guys. Like I said, we got a lot more stuff coming, man. It's the GOAT, Jose Dorado Martinez tapped in. Appreciate you guys, man. Real talk. like I say, man, you know, when we're breaking this stuff down, man, like, you know, we're talking about 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 year old archaeological, you know, digs here in America. And people say, well, we don't believe that those bones can last, right? But you also don't know any science or anything that to refute it, to say, oh no, that's not true. We don't believe in their carbon dating or whatever. But once again, like I was saying before, they cross-reference the dating not just with radiocarbon dating or radioscopic analyzations, you know what I'm saying? Radiometrics, you know, that's measuring these things is the same thing as anyway, like I said, this young man was in over his head, and that's when a student is debating the teacher goes wrong. You know what I'm talking about? So I just want to let you know that. Yeah, man. So tonight, like I said, we're gonna get into I was checking out Dr. RandyShort and Dr. ClydeWinters. They were over on the Reverend Philippe Matthews, Shock Matthews show, right? Shout out to him, shout out to them. So we're gonna be pulling that up a little later, you guys. They had an interesting conversation. They were talking about the American Maroon. Dr. Short as well as Dr. ClydeWinters were both in the American Maroons video. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed, and we're talking about the American Maroon video. We're going to be talking about that in the near future. We're going to be definitely getting together and putting together a screening of that, you guys, a private screening of that. So y'all be on the lookout for that. So then we can come back and have a critical analysis, or you know, or be able to rave, you know, about the movie. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's interesting to hear their perspective from, you know, these two doctors, and, you know, in some circles, legends and icons. You know what I mean? So it's just gonna be interesting to hear from them, man. And Dr. RandyShort, he's funny. So I do think A1, I don't know if A1 got that on his channel, but I thought he interviewed Dr. RandyShort before. So salute to the guys, man, you know, all the work that's been done, you know, saying to change the paradigm, man. And also I heard that from this interview that Dr. David Imhotep book is out. Came out in 2021, so we're going to definitely get a copy of that. So they talk about that briefly as well in this. So we're going to talk about a lot of these things that they were talking about. It's a lot of great talking points as it pertains to the American Maroons, but a lot of information that Dr. Short as well as Dr. Winters dropped in this interview, man. So shout out to Philippe Shock Matthews, Reverend Philippe, Dr. Shock Matthews, man, as well. He's a doctor as well. So yeah, man. So we're gonna get into that tonight, man. And so I got a retreat, man, for y'all. Let me put the link in the chat room. I need some other people to share the screen. Everybody on vacation right now, y'all. Get together. Links in the chat room, man. Come up and share the screen, man. I appreciate you. Got a little video, man, I want you guys to see before we get into this video with Dr. RandyShort and Dr. ClydeWinters discussing their role, as well as you know, just discussing Tariq Nasheed. I'm on the Philippe Shock Matthews show. Someone say peace to everybody, man. Tap in. A.V. tapped in, man. Jaguar Cloud. Appreciate y'all, man. Real talk. Guess I think it's gonna be an interesting show tonight, man. Greedy Vegans tapped in. Coppertone FOH Apparel, established in 2016, is tapped in, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Real talk. Really appreciate everybody, man. Appreciate everybody that share the links and things as well, man. You know, really appreciate that. That's why you have the wrenches for, you know what I'm saying? Share some of the links and stuff. You know what I mean? So I give you guys an example. Like I said, I'm watching BAP show, right? And he's talking to a mestizo. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I would actually put it in the chat room. You know what I'm saying? Or just things that will support that. And some people who might be interested will click on, and some people that, you know, that might not be interested in, you know, they just want to hear the dialogue, which goes back to these debates. I feel like, you know, just format them the right way or whatever, where people get everything they want. They'll be able to get the information, but they also be able to get the banter and the back and forth. I think, you know, that's all a part of it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think the format was right, you know, for debate with Bro Sanchez. He tapped out early. He didn't want to have any banter. He just wanted to be able to sit in his echo chamber and talk to himself, laugh at his corny ass jokes. I just want to make that be clear, you guys. So, you know, you guys see it for yourself. So don't be fanboys and fangirls. Let's get to it. If you learned something, if you knew all 7 of those, you know, cool. But if you knew the perspective that I was coming with and I brought to it or whatever, that's cool too. Oh, that's dope. Salute to you. But if you learned something, then, you know, that's what it's about. So it was never debunked, as well as the brother never dropped any information. That's Sister Betty. Sister Betty, peace. I want to say shout out to Lisa Enos. Appreciate the Only Builders, sis.
Hey, T, got feedback coming from your
Hold on, let me change my mic.
Peace, family.
Peace.
Much love to the panel. Much love to the chat. And this would be brief, though, to be honest with you.
It's all good. How you doing, brother?
Yes, sir. How you doing? Thanks for having me up. And I don't want to take all your time up. Like I said, this would be brief. We know that we are Aboriginal Americans. We know that we are indigenous to the United States. My question is, what tactics are we implementing to reclaim our ancestral lands? Because we are being flooded with illegal aliens, and many members of our community literally refuse to report them to ICE, even though we cannot go to their countries illegally. So if you have any suggestions, I would, you know, really like to hear what are the ways that we are going to reclaim our Aboriginal American ancestral lands.
I think these two things are kind of being conflated together as far as reclaiming land that has been stolen. A lot of that is happening. People were going through records, you know, and things of that nature, bro. So that's the first thing. And then some people just saying taking their hard-earned money, fiat currency, or, you know, even credit, and purchasing land, brother. You know what I mean? So that's the first thing. Now, as it pertains to, and then also there's, not saying there's lobbying going, there's lawsuits going, there's a lot of things coming this year that, as far as pertaining to restitution, as far as pertaining to, hey, get your hands out of our pockets, you know what I'm saying, as far as taxes. So, you know, we can have those conversations. But this is about the so-called Black Americans are the first Americans. You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree with that. But if we don't have our land,
tonight.
If we don't have our land, then it don't matter if we was here first, really.
But first off, if you believe you from Zimbabwe, then you're not gonna fight for your land.
I never said the word Zimbabwe in my life. Let's stay focused on the U.S. It don't matter if we was here first if we don't have our land.
Hold on, I got you. Brother, do you own any land here in North America?
Definitely, brother.
Okay, so This is what we're talking about. And I don't know if you own land in Africa, but you'll be able to pass that land down and pass that land down. That's what we're talking about. So I don't
Brother, are you
know
missing the
why.
part that it's not just about me owning land? There are literally millions of foreigners, Caucasians, Latinos, and Asians that also own land in the U.S.
But that still don't stop none of us from owning land, though. Am I
Actually, it
correct?
does. If they own a lot, that means you cannot own it.
If they own a lot, then that means we cannot own. Okay,
If you cannot own, that's my point. If they own that particular piece of real estate, that means we cannot own it. What part are you missing?
So what are you asking me specifically? What can
Yes.
I do, or what does community do, or what can we do as a people? What are you asking specifically?
Well,
what should we do?
I already gave the suggestion, and you all rejected. Not all of you, but a number of you rejected it when I suggested that we begin reporting illegal aliens to ICE. Really, but it was rejected. So my question is, what tactics do you suggest that we implement to end the encroachment on our Aboriginal American lands by illegal aliens and other immigrants?
I'm saying that we honor and we respect the immigration laws and deport everybody that don't need to be here, and fix the problem why people have to leave their countries to come to America. You understand what I'm saying? There's a systemic problem why this is happening, but the Democrats, for instance, are creating a system to bring these people here. And they've been fooling us the whole time, when it's the whole time it's been them, trying to get these people here to replace us. This is all about chess moves, right? They said we'll get these people in here or whatever to replace these niggas. And they said to replace, have a workforce, correct? They're openly telling Negroes, niggas, what the hell they doing, and when niggas don't want to pay attention, and we still keep supporting the same debauchery over and over and over again. So the first thing we got to do something different. That's what I say, far as when it comes to legislation, when it comes to voting, when it comes to spending our money. And of course, also, how do we use our labor force, our capital, which our capital is our people. Fuck some money, fuck all that, our talents, our people, our content, everything that we use. Like we so scared to get off of their titty that, you know what I'm saying? You feel me? That's just the problem. So that I hope they fire all you niggas. You know what I'm saying?
I don't disagree with what you're saying, but my question is,
real talk.
How will we ensure that the illegal aliens get deported when we have members of our own community?
Hey, but I think we got other things
ICE?
to handle. I think we have other things that's way more pressing than that, though, bro. I think
what's
that's
more
the
pressing
thing.
than protecting
Your
our
mind,
territory?
freeing your mind, brother. Open up your mind.
We can free our mind and still have no land.
No. You missing the point. We can have all this land with no resources to do anything on it because we're stuck in this system. There's a lot of people with a bunch of land and can't do nothing with it. Huh?
That means so it's not one or the other. So I'm asking, what tactics are we implementing to address and end the illegal immigration on our lands as Aboriginal Americans?
May I take that, Chief?
You got it, brother.
Greetings and of course positive vibes and to everyone on the panel. Chief Morning Thunder, and to you, son. What's your name? I didn't catch your name.
Yes, sir. I'm Afro Diaspora News, if you're referring to me.
Okay. Yeah, well, you're the one asking the question, so I would like to engage you if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. I'm listening.
All right. Now, and I certainly hope you do, because I've heard you interrupt other people. So if you kind of listen actually first and then respond. Okay. Now, you seem to have something, I don't know whether it's a contention or a chip on your shoulder, only you can answer that. But I'm going to try to address what you're actually asking. As he attempted to explain to you, the Democrat Party are pulling a shell game on us, as we are 95%, somewhere in that vicinity, those who are registered to vote. Typically 90 to 95% are within that one column, and they know that. Now, you have to seriously sit down and discuss how we're being manipulated and being displaced as a workforce. I would argue in the same fashion that Chief has. We need to deal with that, not with them. Secondly, as far as the Republicans are concerned, the business owners are hiring these people against the law. knowing that is illegal, causing an underground economy, primarily cash transactions, and are encouraging. Are you familiar with what is called remittance? You familiar with that, African diaspora?
Yes, brother. We know the
Since
problems.
you
I'm
have
asking,
diaspora
what is
in
the
your
solution?
name, it's just a simple yes or no. So you are familiar with remittance. So
Yes,
that you
brother. Please answer
understand
the question.
that money is being I only needed a quick yes answer, and then I will explain to you why it's a detriment as a policy to our community. They are extracting money out of our communities with business transactions that we are supporting because of the ignorance of our politicians or their complicity, and the average person not understanding the real power they have in purchasing and not purchasing with certain people. This remittance issue, which, by the way, if you didn't know this, Chief, there was a recent panel discussion that Elon Musk sat on, and I found it intriguing listening to this particular white woman say that it's over $700 billion as a remittance industry. And she talked long and in depth about how it should be encouraged, supported, and protected with crypto. That's another discussion we'll have in another time. Specific to this particular issue, being a snitch is not a solution nor a policy. That's a personal choice that you make as an individual. But as a community, it doesn't behoove us to engage the same system incarcerating us with mass incarceration because we got to prove something to get other people locked up. Now, if that's what motivates you, that's a personal choice. But as a community, it is defeatist for us to participate in any such behavior. Ultimately, we only have two choices. We can continue to vote, which I suggest not in ignorance, or we can stop and disengage with the system. That does not mean just not voting. It meaning being informed, being strategic, and start turning our money away from other people and direct it better and more organized inward. And I'll land my plane on that.
Yes, and please let me respond. You see how long you spoke? You were very long-winded. You did not even address the issue. My question is, how will we remove the illegal aliens and other immigrants from our ancestral lands? That's the question, brother.
Now, may I respond?
Wait. Are you talking about the pale skinned immigrants that came through Ellis Island, brother?
Literally, I was referring to.
Are you only specifically talking about people of color?
I'm trying to respond to you, brother. Can I respond to you, brother, without being cut off?
You got it.
All right. When you look at the Mexican border today, there are Caucasian illegal aliens, African illegal aliens, Asian illegal aliens, etc. I said nothing about race. So back to the focal point. What tactics do you all suggest we implement to remove the illegal aliens that are encroaching? All right, we'll repeat it, please.
I already said it. What, you want to put more money into ICE? But the brother said that being a snitch. Bro,
exactly. You rejected it, so I'm asking, what is your suggestion?
I didn't reject nothing. I just told you I agree with the elder. Being a snitch is not a solution.
So I'm asking, what is your suggestion? So what's the suggestion?
I've already gave you a suggestion.
Oh my God. Dude, go and get on Trump's campaign.
Mind if I
get on Donald Trump's
Hold on, so what's the answer? Really, what's the answer?
Go get on Donald Trump's campaign.
Now, before you respond, Smoke, since he directed his ire.
Yeah, please, first, somebody answer the question.
Well, if you would actually listen, as I asked you earlier. Number one, if you are not going to actually incarcerate, prosecute the employers who are breaking the law by hiring these people and giving them motivation, that's one thing. Removing them is not the issue. If you
so you're not going to remove them. So you're going to leave the faucet on.
So here you go again. So you don't know how to sit on your
brother.
tongue.
You just said it.
That's part of your
brother. You're long-winded.
Excuse me.
You're long-winded, brother.
I respond now. You're about to get yourself removed from this community.
Let me have this contention, bro.
Well, listen.
Why
aren't you removing the illegal aliens from your community?
Before you continue to interrupt. Again,
why aren't you removing the illegal aliens from your community?
Let me address the contention.
Checkmate. That's checkmate right there. You checkmated yourself.
This
you talking about removing me? Why you not removing the illegal aliens?
Hey, bro. Hey, African diaspora. I got a suggestion that'll help remove the immigrants.
I'm listening, please, brother.
How about you, African diaspora, and me, smoke signal, right? Just kill them. How about that?
All right, brother. That's your prerogative. Back to the focal point.
Wait a minute. Hold on, bro. I thought you was interested in removing the immigrants, bro.
If that's a tactic you want to use, that's your prerogative.
Didn't you want to answer to your damn question?
Well, I removed over 42 illegal aliens, and I ain't killed none of them. So why are you bringing up violence?
What assurances do you have that they won't return?
That's a great point. That's why we gotta keep calling ICE.
No. How about we just kill them, bro? How about that?
But that's your choice, bro.
I'm saying, do you really want them gone?
So, Afro diaspora. So, listen, brother. We don't condone dishonorable behavior, brother.
It's dishonorable to allow your land to be invaded again.
No, hold on, brother.
Your land is being recolonized.
Oh,
that's dishonorable.
Listen, I don't think that there should be borders.
But you cannot go to their country illegally.
No, well, we supposed to protect our land in a different way, sir. We're supposed to protect our community in a different way. We don't supposed to be stepping stools and doormats for everybody to wipe their feet on us, bro.
But can you go to their country illegally?
Hold on. I said the solution was to change mindsets.
But I'm asking, can you go to their country illegally?
Nah, they're running from their country. Why we want to go to it?
But I'm asking, you said no borders. I'm asking, if you go to their border illegally, will they lock your goddamn ass up and deport you? Yeah. So I'm asking.
Okay, we saying the same thing. We never said that. So there's citizens out there like you that'll tell. So
why do you allow them to come to your country?
Why you need us to help you, sir?
Why do you allow them to come to your country?
You should start a vigilante group, little ices.
Yeah, you're running from the question. You're running from the question. Why do you allow them to come to your country illegally?
But listen.
Hold on, you're crying about colonization,
sir,
and you allow yourself to be colonized again.
Listen,
your kids going to speak Spanish.
To me, that's not even on the
your
top
kids
10
of Spanish.
Sir. That's not even on the top 10 of our.
Wow. So you're going to act like you don't see the new colonists.
No, that's not the thing. That's not the thing.
You got the Pocahontas syndrome.
Listen, sir.
What's different between you and Pocahontas?
Let me explain something to you.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I concede everything that you're saying.
I know you do. Wait.
And then we have a brother on the panel that took it to extreme. You didn't want the extreme. So if it's not the fucking
you can just
extreme,
take the phone up and call
nigga, it's just snitching then. Just get your good ass snitching.
Hold on.
That's all you
that's
snitch.
you then.
That's all you gotta do, bro.
Hey, bro,
we don't do that though. We'll go handle it. We'll remove them from the community then.
I'm asking, what's more honorable? Picking up the phone,
bro, that's not honorable, bro. It's nothing that you're saying to me right now.
You're bending over. You're bending over.
You bent over when you dialed 911, Icy.
You're allowing yourself to get penetrated.
Bro.
You're allowing yourself to get penetrated again.
Little Icy.
You got penetrated by Caucasians. Now you're penetrated by Latinos.
Little Icy.
You're not doing nothing about it.
You're saying is to become Little Icy Jr.
And listen, let me tell you, I don't even
Here's Little Icy right here, bro. You got a new name. Little Icy.
Y'all can't hurt me.
Oh my
God. Your kids gonna speak Spanish because they're dumb.
What's your badge number, sir?
Your kids gonna speak Spanish because they're coon.
Hey, you lucky.
I need
to beat up on you right now. I'll bounce your ass up out of here. Little Icy.
Your kids gonna speak Spanish because you're a coon. Your kids gonna speak Spanish because you're a coon.
As he tried to.
Your kids probably gonna speak Chinese.
Wait. Hold on.
Your kids gonna speak Spanish better than any Aboriginal American.
Let's get this straight.
Your kids gonna speak Spanish better than any Aboriginal American.
I'm a coon.
Yes.
But you're snitching.
You're allowing your land to get invaded.
Sir,
you're allowing your land to get invaded.
Sir.
Yes, you're a coon.
You're
allowing your land to get invaded.
How many you said you got locked up or sent away?
No, I got them deported. Are you not listening? I got over 42. Let me tell you, brother. I got over 42 illegal aliens.
Just like a good Sambo with Simon Legree.
You a bigger coon. You let them take your land over.
You a bigger coon. You like the Liberia or something, sir. You suck.
Hold on. Let's have a dialogue. Hold on. Your mind to make this let them take your land over?
Them niggas. Sir, can I help
so to you it makes sense? Let's have a dialogue.
Let's have a dialogue. Trees them coons for you.
Yeah, I know you want to deflect. Let's have a dialogue.
No, it's not.
So you think it's smarter to let the community over?
Hold on, Sister Betty, I got the video in the
back. The same
Joker.
as Steven in Django. You showing the contemporary version.
So I'm asking, you think it's better to let them take the community over?
Stevie,
You
aka
think
Lil
black
Icy
people take
Jr.
their
Shut your ass up, bro. I'm never respecting nothing that you say from this point on.
So, I mean,
bro.
you'll let him. You'll
I
let
need
him
you to
take
know
over your
that.
community now.
I'm never respecting
I'm
nothing
asking.
from you, sir.
You let him take
Ever
over your
again.
community now.
Just stop
I don't
snitching,
respect
bro.
nothing you
That's
saying.
all I can say. The
You
only thing
claim
you
you're
can do
American
good now is
Aboriginal.
stop.
You let
Nigga,
yourself get
fuck out of here.
colonized today.
Bro, I'm never listening to you,
You
fam.
letting
Nothing that
yourself
you
get
can say, bro.
colonized today.
It's nothing. You
You're
at
letting
least come
yourself
on,
get
bro. We
colonized
don't honor
today.
that. Hey, fam, I promise you,
You're
every time I
letting
see you
yourself
anywhere
get
in these
colonized
YouTube
today.
streets, I'm gonna dog walk you. So I'm just letting you know. Every time I
You
see you,
never dog walk me. Why you not
I'm gonna
dog walking the
disrespect you.
Latino
So it don't even
colonists
matter,
and
fam. You
gentrifiers?
should have kept your snitching
Why you
ass somewhere
not?
else,
Why
man.
you
I
not
don't give a
dog
fuck what
walking
you talking
the
about, bro.
gentrifiers?
Hey, essays. We're gonna
Why you
we'll
not
roll
dog
like
walking
this.
the gentrifiers though? Why you not dog
No
walking the
like yours.
gentrifiers? Why you
Zab,
not
don't
dog
come in and
walking the
talk about you as
gentrifiers?
condone some snitching too, bro.
I'm asking, why you not dog
Bro,
walking
I
the gentrifiers?
don't
even talk to you, bro. I
I'm
don't
just
even talk to
asking
your
a simple
kind.
question.
So,
Y'all let
fam, I'm
yourselves get
scared right now.
recolonized.
Yo,
Are you
this
proud of
nigga,
it?
this nigga, yo,
Y'all letting yourselves get
up here really
you might
recolonized.
take something I say as
Yo,
a
he
threat,
really
man.
up here trying to take on shit.
You might be
You
scared, bro.
ratty
I'm scared of
piece
you,
of
bro,
shit,
right now. Sir,
bastard,
You can't
42
threaten me.
victims.
piece of
You
shit,
can't
In
threaten me.
ass
You can't threaten me.
motherfucking
I bet
But
none of them was.
loaded
let's have a
Oh, man,
dialogue
stop,
though.
bro.
I'm
African
asking,
fucking
why are you
loaded.
letting your community get took over
Oh,
the
my
data?
God.
Yo, hold on.
Hold on.
Why you letting
We
your
got
community get
Zab
took
in
over the
here.
data?
I'm about to
Hold
roast
on.
this nigga, this
Africa?
master spinner,
Little Africa?
ice calling rodent.
Yeah, let's have a dialogue. Why y'all letting yourselves get colonized today though?
Why you snitched 42 times?
That's not snitching. Really? How is it snitching? How is it snitching? Really? How is it snitching?
Hey, wait.
Well, how
If
is
you
it
think that's a solution,
Why you let
then
42 illegal aliens take over
form
your
a group of you
Why you
guys.
letting illegal
Lil
aliens take over
Icy.
your
Bro,
community?
I gave you
That's
a
the part I'm
solution, bro.
confused about.
Hey, man, we'll even
That's
make
the
your
part I'm
logo.
confused
Lil
about.
Icy.
You're
It'll be all
outnumbered
iced
by
out.
immigrants in your own country.
Yeah.
You're outnumbered by immigrants in your own country.
Oh, my
You're
God.
outnumbered by immigrants in your own
window
country.
blind. Blind, looking at Mexicans.
Wait.
You're outnumbered by immigrants in your own
Wait.
country.
By his window blind.
You're outnumbered by
on.
immigrants in your own
Looking out
country.
for Mexicans.
Hold on.
You're outnumbered by immigrants
Hey,
in your own
if you
country.
walked
He be
here,
out there
man.
with a
You're
binocular.
outnumbered by immigrants in your own country.
He be out there with the
Checkmate.
rednecks, running around on horses.
Checkmate.
robbing them Mexicans.
I'm asking, why y'all proud to be outnumbered by immigrants in your own country?
Hold on, sir.
My nigga, you really be out there riding a horse with some rednecks, rounding them Mexicans.
Yeah, but back to the focal
Bro,
point.
hey, are you from America?
Why are you all proud to be outnumbered by immigrants in your
Yeah,
own
hey,
country?
where you from? Where you from? Where were you
I'm from
born?
the. Well, let me respond. I'm from the States. Yes, I live in Latin America now.
You was born in America though?
Yes, man.
Your grandparents is from the South?
I'm a descendant of United States slaves.
Okay,
Damn.
so you from the South.
Love being slaves.
Yeah, bro.
Y'all know how to cook fried chicken and all that shit, right? Fried chicken.
Let me just ask you this. What are y'all doing to protect your communities from being colonized today?
Bro, how you live in Latin America and you get niggas deported out of America, bro? Hold on.
Yeah, let me respond to that.
Time out. Time out. Go ahead, brother. Respond to that, brother. Yes. That makes sense.
Let me just say this. I just permanently, I'm trying to respond, brother. I just permanently moved down here a year ago, but I got real estate in Puerto Rico, which is a part of the U.S. I'm still a federal taxpayer in the U.S.
I don't believe shit you say, bro. I think you're making up everything. But I do believe you're a rat, though.
All right.
I do believe you.
But let me ask you this.
Are you American? You American?
Let me ask y'all a question. What are we doing to protect the U.S. from being colonized today?
There is no we with a turncoat backstab.
See, look at this dumb nigga. All right, take me out of it. I don't even live up there. I don't even live up there. What are y'all doing?
Take your diaspora African ass.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What are y'all doing?
You displaced yourself, and Chief, you know.
Are you right? So what are y'all doing?
Since you have displaced yourself and you are more concerned with African issues, take your ass over there and keep them from coming.
All right.
Here.
So what are y'all doing to protect?
How about that?
What are y'all doing? Let me ask you. What are y'all doing
that?
to protect your land from being colonized today? I'm asking.
That is not something to answer to you. You are not here.
All right.
You
so
are
he
not
don't have
from
to
here.
answer. Does anybody else have to answer?
Africa?
Does anybody else have to answer?
Why Africans are being shipped over here? Why don't you work on that?
I'm asking.
Is your grandparents buried here in this land?
Does anybody else have the answer?
Is your grandparents buried here?
Let the sister speak.
I have a quick question for
okay.
you, right? You keep
Yes.
saying you deported 42 people. There are billions of people in America. So do you think
No,
that
it's
deporting
millions. It's
42 hold on. Do you think that deporting 42 people actually did anything to help us?
That's why I'm calling asking y'all for help. If y'all would have called, we would have got millions deported. But y'all won't call.
Bro,
Y'all
we
play.
not joining the little ices,
So y'all
man.
rather them just take your community
We're
over,
not
huh?
joining the little ices,
So y'all
man.
rather them just take your community over, huh?
Sir,
Hey,
So you
we're not
rather them
joining
just
that.
take your community over, huh?
Are you
So you rather
deporting
them
the
just take your
people that
community
are
over, huh?
actually
The
making
Africans has been coming
the
over.
So you
problems
rather
here
them
in
just take over
America?
your community?
You got the
Are
red,
you
black, and
deporting
green
the
like
So
you
I'm
in
asking,
people
you
Africa.
rather
that
them
are
just take
in
over your
charge
community?
of the corporation? Are you deporting the people
Miss, I'm
that affect
asking,
us?
miss.
Are you deporting those
Oh
people? Are
my
you
God.
deporting the other poor slaves that don't mean or do anything here in America? Who
You
are you
can't go to that
deporting?
country illegally, miss. Why you got a heart for them?
I can go to any country I choose to. What are you
Not
talking about?
illegally.
That's fact.
Not illegally.
I can go
All
anywhere. It
right.
don't matter. I can
All
go
right.
wherever I
Anybody
Hey,
else
want
got
to.
any questions?
The
bro,
point
you
is,
asked for you asked.
though. The point
Listen,
is,
Y'all not
if
making
you're
sense.
saying,
hold on, but bro, you gotta
that,
listen though, bro. You ain't listening because you
All
got
right,
your point
listen.
across, right? So you trying to get an answer. Just listen
All right,
then.
what's the
Because
answer?
anything that you're saying is only saying, hey, ha. Well, yeah, bro, you're not coming up with no solution yourself. Add to
Literally, the
the
solution
bill.
is to
Add to the
call
bill.
ICE. Are you not listening?
Nah, okay. Well, we reject that.
Okay, so I'm asking, what's your suggestion?
Okay, we said go recruit some more snitches with yourself
So
and go do
y'all
what
gonna
you
let
do.
the
That was
community
literally
get took
the
over?
solution, bro.
So
That
you
was
gonna let
literally
the
the
community get
solution,
took
man.
over?
Bro,
So
you
you
can
gonna
have
let
an
the community get
international
recolonized?
Interpol little
So
ICEs,
you
bro.
gonna let
Y'all
the
could be doing
community get
everything.
retook over? So
Fam,
you gonna
that's
let the
just like
community
going
get
to the
recolonized?
police
honorable. Hey,
department and
bro,
complaining about
So
who
y'all
police
just gonna
raised
let the
you?
community
brutality.
get recolonized?
Sir,
Who raised
that's
you,
just
bro?
like
So I'm
going
asking, y'all
to
just
the
gonna keep,
police
y'all just gonna let the
department and
community get
complaining about
recolonized?
Who
police
raised you?
brutality.
Who raised
That is
you? You're
just
Right.
not
the
even standing up. You're
same
not protecting
thing.
your land. Who raised you? You're not a
Wait.
man.
So somebody
You're not
taught you to do
protecting your
that?
land. You're not a man.
Wait.
You're not protecting your land. Who raised
That's
you? You're
protecting the
not a man.
land by looking out the
You're
blinds
not
and saying,
protecting your land. You're allowing it to get flooded by illegal aliens. You're not a man. Checkmate.
okay, I would
What are
respect
you
you enough
doing?
if
You
you
talking about
said
you
that you was
American
on the
Aboriginal?
border, that you
You
lived
said you
on the
American
border.
Aboriginal.
I
What are
got
you doing
you.
to protect
Hey,
your
bro,
land?
I
What
respect
are
you
you
more if
doing?
you said that you was here doing
I'm
something.
asking, what are you doing to protect your land? You
You're
said you're
not
American
here.
Aboriginal.
You're not here.
I'm in the U.S. I'm in Puerto Rico. Is your brain not working?
Bro, you got to get on a plane or a
Checkmate.
boat to come back to America.
Checkmate. I'm asking, what are you doing to protect your land from illegal
Hey,
immigration?
so yeah. Hey, so
I'm
yeah,
asking, what are you doing to
I'm
stop your
glad
hey,
land
you
from being
bro,
so
colonized
we
from
got
entertained.
other
You
people on the
so
panel. We got
entertained
other
by
people
What
on the
are you
panel. I
doing
spreading
to
already gave
stop your
rumors.
you,
land from
I
being
already gave you the
colonized from
You're
day?
solution, little icy.
entertained. You're
So y'all
entertained by
niggas, so you're not gonna do
spreading your
nothing. You're gonna be a
ignorance.
Little
coon your whole life and
icy.
get
You're
penetrated.
We already
You gonna
entertained.
get
gave you the
penetrated your whole life.
solution,
You gonna keep getting penetrated. You're a coon.
bro.
Hey, does the
So
You
ignorant.
there we
snitching
go. Yeah,
to
that's
the
what I was
authorities.
talking about.
What
Hey,
is that?
I was just gonna ask, can we have this nigga removed? Like, god damn, he annoying as hell.
I mean, he just don't
Yeah.
want to let nobody talk or nothing. But we're gonna get it going. He done left
Yeah,
on his
because
own or didn't
first
run.
and foremost, the conversation was
I ain't kick him
circular,
off now.
irrelevant, and not just going nowhere. But a person who seems to be African need to address African motherfucking immigration, for one. And two, being a snitch, it sounds like some Nigerian shit that he has pretty well down pat. Now, for you Boricuans, I guess y'all need to find out where he located, so y'all know who to go get. Now, that doesn't sound like I should be putting a veiled threat out, right? I mean, again, what the fuck does that have to do with us or this community? And as
He
far
doesn't.
as getting the government in check, you know that takes, as you said, Chief, and I hope I explained it, though he thinks I'm long-winded. There is things that you can't answer with a little pithy slogan like, suck my dick, kiss my ass. You know, that type of shit. That doesn't solve anything. When you actually are working to solve something, you are either working with the system or dismantling it to replace it with a system that works in your behalf. Now, since he's not intelligent enough to have that kind of conversation, this kind of shit's got to be squashed. I mean, that's just my opinion, but I'm just saying, if we're supposedly trying to progress and move forward with a clear understanding for this community that is in woeful condition, I don't think we can really tolerate this type of shit going on uncontested any longer. That's just my opinion. I'll yield on that.
That nigga be watching Fox News all night. Judge, what's that bitch name? Judge De Niro and Judge, what's that dude from Arizona that sheriff dude that used to lock the Mexicans up. He be watching them white boys.
Arpaio?
Yeah, Arpaio. That's
Who
put
put snitches and bitches in pink booties and shit to try to dehumanize their manhood, put them on fucking tents out in the desert. You know, maybe he'd like to go and spend some time there.
Yeah, that's his boy. What's his name? Judge Arpaio?
Arpaio, who was a convicted felon. And Perino, who was a drunk.
Ended up
but I
knocking
mean,
his
you know,
ass up, didn't he? For violating motherfuckers' rights?
Yeah, he's a convicted criminal. And Perino is a lush and was put off the bench. But I mean, these are upstanding people, right? These are moral fiber character beings. You know, can we get to discussing what might be some, insightful thing for the people? I don't know what the discussion was, but knuckleheads like that are only concerned about immigration, which is barely a portion of what the problem our community faces. We could address immigration by addressing where we're going to do about our money, how we're not going to be taxed to be upholding any of these governmental policies, how we're going to either stop voting in mass or voting in a targeted strategic fashion. You feel what I'm saying, Zab? I mean, those are things that I think we could seriously, intelligently discuss without having to go through whatever the fuck that was. I have no idea what the hell that was. I got your moment and all this sort of type of bullshit.
To be honest, bro, if one of you niggas ain't running for no office, I ain't voting.
Cool.
I got you, Smoke. Now you dropped this bomb on the conversation, I guess, but I'm sorry. It's your panel, your show. Greatest of all time.
No. We talking about. We got the video in the back. Hold on, we about to share this, you guys. We'll come back on the other side of this video. We might even stop it if you guys need to during the video. And
remember, I don't know of any abos who like to go to Sonetta or any of these other pan-boo-boos and disrupt them for what? Because I guess really they don't have much of nothing, do they?
I mean, ultimately they try to gatekeep the information. They don't want people to give the information or even to show the information. Have y'all ever noticed that hasn't happened in these years?
Yeah, they never
think about it. There's no presentation from no Aborigines over there, really. And the one that did just got porn bombed, really. Think about that, John. Really,
never talk about Abo.
That's interesting.
They only associate the Indians with the northern, I guess the Iroquois, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But they never associate that with the dark-skinned indigenous people in America.
Wait a minute,
bro. I'm gonna tell y'all who is the most pseudo.
Wait a minute, hold on. Who was that brother that made that statement about they never associated with dark-skinned people? Is that a psychological analysis you just made, young brother? Who's that said that?
I said that. Strong Tree. I'm 30. I'm 31 years old. I'm not that young, so I'm 31. So
that sounds like a very interesting psychological analysis. Could you repeat that, please, for the audience or the
man?
I'm in the back of the bus.
I'm a diligent student on these YouTube scholarships out here.
Let's get it.
Just to protect the minds of the youth, because we all guides in our worlds. You know what I mean? So
hey bro. Hey, who is you, bro? I don't know you.
Okay, my name is Strong Tree.
Strong Tree. Yeah, I seen you in the chat.
What's up? Yeah. I've been on a lot of channels. I'll be on like Garfield. I'll be on BCU. I'll be on Sonetta. You know what I mean? And I'll be on AP channel. You know what I'm saying? And all I can say is something that they.
Damn, where did the nigga go? Mike check?
Yeah, he was being insightful, man, and they pulled him. They did the Apollo hook on him.
Damn, Strong Tree got a rooty quick in the motherfucker. I guess he'll be back.
Hey, we got to get this right here, man. Let's get this video.
Go on with the video, bro. This one of these 2-hour ass video, Chicos. You'll put a nigga to sleep with some of your videos.
Nah, this one's 11 minutes.
Let's
For the
roll.
past century, so-called black people have been one of the many terms used to describe melanated beings in the United States. Many of these terms have not only been used to establish Eurocentric pigmentocracy, but also collectively such terms have been historically used to undermine the rich history of bloodlines originating in North and South America. Much of what is taught about these melanated beings is that all of their history starts in slavery and persists in the European models of capitalism. Inaccurate storytelling, oftentimes told by the foreigners with incentives to do such, have not its origins in actuality, but rather in white supremacy and whatever is most beneficial for the foreign cooperation we know today as the United States. God bless America. Unfortunately, for many, weaponized history lessons seem more like a conspiracy rather than a modality of legislation. And with European colonization having a track record of whitening out history, a process known as blanqueamiento in aristocracy, one can safely conclude why such obfuscation takes place. The term African American has been weaponized through popular usage in order to perpetuate confusion, specifically in relation to one's ancestral origin. Aboriginal tribes such as the Yamasee, Choctaw, Yuchi, Blackfoot, Shawnee, Iroquois, Creek, and many more have been intentionally mislabeled as African, despite having absolutely no affiliation with the continent. Not only is this mislabeling incongruent with the truth, it is extremely inappropriate and disrespectful. Many believe that melanated Indians are a byproduct of European colonization, and this could not be further from the truth. Diversity in skin tone, phenotype, and hair texture is as abundant in North and South America as all other flora and fauna, expressing subtle differences in both continents. Upon contemplation of this term, African American, one has to unbiasedly ask why such a term exists in the first place. The American Colonization Society, ACS, initially the Society for the Colonization of Free People of Color, was an American organization founded in 1816 by Robert Finley, former president of the University of Georgia. In Volume 9 of the African Repository and Colonial Journal, published by the ACS in 1884, they expressed thoughts on why all free colors should be relocated to Liberia. Is it a practicable thing to form a colony of free blacks in our own wild lands or on the coast of Africa? Is it probable that the establishment would be productive of general happiness? What is the most desirable situation for such a settlement? In what manner and by whom might such a colony be planted with great hope of success? Much wisdom would no doubt be required in arranging a plan of so much magnitude and some perseverance in executing it and carrying it to perfection. But it cannot be supposed to be among the things which are impracticable. To plant a colony either of blacks or whites, either in Africa or in some remote district of our own country. Most nations have had their colonies. Greece and Rome planted many which grew and flourished, and which, as they grew, added strength and luster to the mother country. At the present time, there are few nations who have not their foreign settlements, and some of them from year to year are increasing the numbers of their colonies. With which ease is Great Britain transplanting a part of her population in the remote regions of the earth, and people New Holland, a land destined like our own to extend the empire of liberty and Christian blessings to surrounding nations. It does not appear that it would require much greater skill or labor to form a separate establishment for free blacks in our own distant territories, that is, to form a new state. An easy answer seems to be, let no time be lost. Let a colony or colonies be formed on the coast of Africa, and let laws be passed permitting the emancipation of slaves on the condition that they shall be colonized. By this means, the evil of slavery will be diminished, and in a way so gradual as to prepare the whites for the happy and progressive change. They will be kept down on the one side by prejudice too deep rooted to be eradicated, on the other by the recollection of the former inferiority and despair of ever assuming an equal standing in society. Remove them, place them by themselves in some climate, congeal with their color and constitutions, and in some fruitful soil their contracted minds will then expand and their nature rise. The hope of place and power will soon create the feeling that they are men. Give them the hope of becoming possessed of power and influence, and the pleasure of their invigorating minds will be soon to ours. In like circumstances, they have few incentives to industry and virtue compared with those which they would feel in a land where they could call their own. The free blacks must be instructed that it would be to their interest to remove to the land which gave them origin. We have wisdom in our councils and energy in our government. In such an undertaking, we should have reason and the God of eternal justice on our side.
American colonization societies centered their views on idealistic utopianism, crafting the narrative of colored people's interests. However, in actuality, the group ceded the idea to marginalize all colored beings, keeping in mind that the term colored that was so frequently used to describe these free individuals also referred to Indians and Chinese, as well as swarthy Europeans. The free coloreds that they wanted to move to Africa were hostile and resistant to Eurocentric mirroring. Therefore, their very existence on their native land was deemed problematic. Federally recognized tribes, however, posed as far less of a threat to the Union due to these nations being run by federally appointed chiefs and mulattoes.
Melanated Indians are often misidentified due to objectification. Colonialism often implies cultural irrelevance and magnifies differences like skin tone for the means of adjudicating biological superiority.
Deep down in my heart, I'm ethnocentric, which means I think my race is the superior one.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Wait, no, let me finish.
Hey, look. So, white is better than all.
No, let me finish.
Go ahead.
I think everybody thinks that. They're just not honest with that.
Hey, I'm not racist, though. I like all types of colors.
Did I say I don't like people?
People only think that.
Wait, so you said you are what? You are racist?
You're saying you're like...
I think everybody's a racist at that level.
No, you said you are racist.
I did. Yeah.
We got Finding Florida, The True History of the Sunshine State by T.D. Allman. The American at Negro Fort chapter, page 7. The Negro Fort Massacre involved a throughout-going failure of U.S. intelligence. The Americans' own account make it clear they had no idea who they were killing. According to the Commodore Patterson, Prospect Bluff was controlled by the growing force of the Negroes. Jackson himself had little doubt of the fact that the people there were stolen Negroes, but when Clinch examined the bodies of the killed, he found most of them were
Hey, yo, not a coincidence. Get your ass up here, bro.
Surprise in store. Such blacks as he did find at Negro Fort were almost entirely Spanish-speaking Negroes from Pensacola. Having found no stolen slaves at Prospect Bluff, U.S. forces went on a kidnapping spree along the Apalachicola. The only evidence that any of the people they seized actually were slaves, let alone stolen ones, came from the fact that they looked Negro. The captives were marched at gunpoint out of Florida to a confinement camp of U.S. territory. There they were turned over to such friends and associated of their captors who wanted fresh slave labor free of cost.
Nevertheless, there were many individuals who wholeheartedly disagreed with the proposed racial immigration. A well-known opponent of the fraudulent Back to Africa movement was the American abolitionist and journalist William Lloyd Garrison. Such of his critiques and several other senators and government officials are published in his book, Thoughts on African Colonization.
Long live prejudice against freeborn Americans of sable hue, who but they are continually crying, the free blacks are dangerous, the free blacks are dangerous, away with them to Africa, who but they are the apologists for murder, theft, and all the horrid concomitants of slavery, who but they have defied our temples of worship dedicated to God for his service, making merchandise of the souls of men by transferring them over to the keeping of prejudice.
Away then with such false sympathies and friendships. They are as foreign to us as the coast of Africa. African colonization is a scheme of Southern policy, a wicked device of slaveholders who are desirous of riveting more firmly and perpetuating more certainty that fetters of slavery, who are only anxious to rid themselves of a population whose presence, influence, and examples have a tendency, as they suppose, to produce discount among the slaves and to furnish them with and sentiments to rebellion. Africa is neither our nation nor home. To say that Africa is our native country is untrue. Here we are born, and here we are meant to die, for all men are born free. What a revelation, what a confession is here. The free blacks taken from their beds and severely flagellated to make them willing to immigrate.
Lloyd recognized that the entire movement was insincere and would only benefit Europeans. The melanated indigenous would have nothing to look forward to but sickness and infertile soil. Yet the movement was presented as a form of empowerment.
So now that we know all about melanated Indians, what about the Africans who were brought to North and South America? Without getting into too much detail, in actuality, the amount of black people with African blood in the Americas is very little. Majority of people who come from whom some may consider as slaves were melanated Indians. Very little is spoken about the domestic Indian slave trade because of the Back to Africa movement and the establishment of the popular usage of inaccurate terms like African American. If one examines unbiased sources on the African slave trade, one may see that the numbers were largely exaggerated to misrepresent indigenous populations. Furthermore, the Africanization of indigenous populations come from a fallacious worldview that disregards biodiversity in favor of the outdated out of Africa theory. And though a popularly held worldview, the theory holds absolutely no validity. Now, there is much to be said about this point, and if you want to learn more about this, I highly recommend watching Kudimeru Ahua's channel. He is a seasoned independent researcher who has videos on all of this. And if you want a more metaphysical explanation upon the matter, feel free to watch my video on this as well. So in conclusion, I submit to you that, conscious of it or not, a vast majority of melanated beings residing in the Western Hemisphere indeed have Aboriginal ancestry there. This is popularly hidden due to incentives in doing such. I will leave you with this poem. The motherland is not afar, an unreachable distance. Home is not a continental boundary. Vitality animates your breath wherever sunshine and water may be. Thus, as a flame ignites anywhere with its given conditions, melanin will too follow the laws of nature. Thank you guys for watching. This has been Evergreen88. Make sure y'all like, subscribe. I'm out. Focus on ways that I feel. Can't find it up in the book. Can't tell me what's in my face. Having to take deeper looks. Life is literally play. Everything really the same. Everyone really the same.
Interesting video, Chief. Mic check. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Is that the old nigga?
Yeah, let me crawl up.
Somebody block him?
Let me crawl up on my cane here and see, looking out over the prairies. There's a whole lot of tumbleweeds going up there. You know what? This is an interesting thing that presented by that young person's frame of reference. What is always disingenuous to me is these people pitching this out of African philosophical theory. Stress the word theory, where they try to depopulate peoples from their own land. Because think about this for a second, just like the simple number that he used, and I know everyone on this panel knows that slavevoyages.org has constantly adjusted the number downward. And Henry Louis Skippy Gates, their main advocate who created this propaganda, is saying less than 100,000 got to the mainland. Out of, let's just say, 500,000. I think he put a number of 688,000, but close to 90% of those went to Brazil alone, not the entire South American continent. So what are these people attempting to do, trying to say they got super nigger blood to wipe out all the ethnic Aboriginal melanated people on the planet? What say you on the panel? How do y'all take that spin of propaganda?
There's some that believe in esoteric circles that the only time that exists is the now. So we create the past and we create the future. So if you hold to that belief, then ain't shit that happened in the past. Really, it all depends on your mindset, how you want to go about it. You could actually change the past. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Europeans have been doing. They've been changing the past for centuries now to their liking. So why can't we change the past to our liking?
I agree with that perspective, Zab, but what my question is asking is this. Do you agree or do you not? Such an agenda, whether it's coming from people who happen to look like us on some occasion or are melanated people, trying to put us in a displaced situation by claiming an ancestry that is fallible at best. And even if it was true,
that's what I'm saying. They rewrite in the past with that, and they want you got to buy into it for it to work.
Okay,
so I'm saying that we shouldn't buy into it.
I got you. We're on the same page on that philosophically. So here's my point about engaging people to clean their mindset, to think in a different fashion. Not how I need you to think. How about we get them to think more accurately? You feel me? And what does that do in and of itself? It starts empowering people to be counted and numbered as they are. Should we need to bring up UNDRIP, ADRIP? What does that declaration mean to indigenous people when we're giving or led to believe those indigenous people have been exterminated? You feel me? That's part of that fucking narrative bullshit too, by the way.
Yeah.
And so if the American Indian has been exterminated, do you know that we should be now putting all the elected officials in all levels of government? We'll just start with the House and the Senate. They should be on charge for genocide today.
I think we should also destroy all Pan-Africans. That's the black ones and the white ones, because they all have the same mindset. The Pan-Africanism, that shit gotta go, and that's why I like what y'all over
But
here
follow me
doing.
just for a second.
I think it should be all of
Yeah,
that should be in the
hold on,
form
brother.
of.
Hold on. Just
Okay.
follow me on this point. Y'all can bounce it around as you choose. I'm not saying I agree or not. Just stay with me on the notion. The first premise is the American Indian has been exterminated, which is a false premise. So let's say if it's true, then some charges need to be filed for this federal government for the entire year that they've exterminated. If they were successful in exterminating the Aboriginal population of this land. If they are not, which we are arguing they are not, because we are the descendants that have been misled and misclassified, then there is still another charge of the attempts of genocide. You brothers y'all understand what I'm proposing here?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, I'm not a brother, but I definitely understand what you're stating. Which is correct. Good days, great days ahead. High vibrations.
Smoke my spliff. I'll be back, man, because I don't got time for this.
However, I definitely understand what you're saying, Alabama. I get the premise that what the tale that they wanted to tell is that they took us all out, but we're still here.
Strong tree. Anybody else? Grateful.
Yes.
Smoke. How you guys feel about that video?
The video was true telling, which is something we've been repetitive, and we're replaying.
But
See,
Chief,
people.
Maybe you didn't hear what I proposed, Chief, and that's part of the reason why I made the statement. Part of the agenda and the propaganda of the United States government, we can go and quarrel about the individual 50 states or not. The part of the propaganda that is in the system of compulsory education is the American Indian was exterminated to some degree. Now, I believe Empress brought a document, you've seen it, right, on the Chinese government's website, where their propaganda spin on it is the population was reduced to 1.3%. And of course, they're now projecting it on the know-nothing Native Americans. Now, I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm saying let's just think logically for a moment here. If that was true, the charge of genocide should be at the international level, the World Court, the Hague, whatever, filed immediately. And I'm not talking about in behalf of these Native American frauds or imposters. That's a separate thing entirely. If that is not true, which that would have to be the defense brought up by the federal government, that they didn't accomplish what the history has shown they attempted to do, then we're talking about a total separate set of charges. That's what I was proposing for the panel to contemplate, and I yield.
What, everybody got to do? What I'm saying, everybody got to do that?
I just don't think that this war is going to be won in the courtroom. I think if you want to win over hearts and minds, you got to first attack the media by putting out your own media. You got to get to the people that way. If you want to go in other realms and do other things, get real physical, you can go about it that way as well. You're probably not going to win. You know what I mean? These people are masters at that art form. So I think what everybody can do, get in the media and attack the media, because the tiny hat people, they got a stronghold on the mainstream media. We all know that. But right now the internet is blowing that whole system up, because anybody could get on here and put out the information. I've learned so much from this space in a little shorter time. I can imagine if this information gets out to a wider audience, how that would affect people. And we know that this information would never be put out in the mainstream line. But like I said, we live in an era where we now have access to the media. So I think we all got to play our part and, putting information out there. This is an information warfare. It's asymmetrical information warfare.
Hold up, bro. Hold on. Are you suggesting that media influence is it supersedes the law procedures and all that nonsense?
Yes, 1000%. Yes.
Hold on. Let's see if we can quantify this now, bro. So, in other words, instead of by that, right? Are you suggesting that instead of approaching the courts, we wage a media campaign?
Yes.
Anybody else agree
going,
with that?
But I think you also know it's both.
And I debate,
it's
if
really
anybody
not an
disagrees,
either
I
or.
debate them on that.
Well, but even filing the lawsuit would need public understanding and awareness, and that becomes a media campaign in of itself, Zab. But go ahead, Smoke.
No, I'm just y'all. No, y'all gotta chew on this jawbone. I ain't with that law shit. I ain't with the media either.
Why?
Hey, bro.
Hold on.
I'm suggesting niggas swing. I'm suggesting niggas swing them swords. Well, you know what I'm saying. I think redemption only comes in blood.
Let me ask you a question, Smoke.
What's the question?
How did you come across this information that in this community?
Oh shit! After they put that neon dude, Nick, I started looking for other. I started looking for other forms of. I started looking for other forms of information, bro.
So, what the media did to you? Do you believe that, although that is anecdotal, you could expand that out to the broader public? The same way it was able to sway you, do you think that it could also sway others?
Hold on, somebody calling me, man. Just hold that thought.
But Zab, I get where you're going to take it to the next level. Now, even that one example, you do know that by law that is a snuff film, right? And you do understand the significance of a snuff film, and that it was broadcast worldwide. And by the way, it's still being broadcast today. And any money that has been made off of that is blood libel, and that family should be collecting and extracting right now as we speak. But I know, Trump is probably already on their doorstep and has sat on that. You feel me? That doesn't mean that we can't enlighten or empower a new Johnny Cochran, if you will. Now, to me personally, I'm a both and. I'm not an either or. I'm not stuck in a false dichotomy of you choosing one thing or another. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But to take what you were asking, Smoke, go forward with how you suggest that should progress and expand.
Like y'all say, bro, each one teach one. I say each one chop a head off.
Here's something to think about, Smoke. We all know.
Think about what? I've been doing a lot of thinking, bro. Yeah,
I'm gonna give you something else to think about. We all know that 95% of the media is controlled by a certain motherfuckers. 95%, right?
They actually call them the Big Six, Zap. We could identify them eventually, but not necessarily.
Yeah. I like to put names, but they don't like when I name them on YouTube because I tried it on my channel.
They cut up there. What you got going on, Cut?
Peace, everybody. Go ahead, continue, please.
No, what I was gonna say is we all know that they control the media, and by that control, they are able to pretty much control everything else. You know what I'm saying? They got people tricked, they got people confused, they get the agendas across. It's marketing, it's a little bit manipulation, it's mind control, all types of shit, man. They channel, and this is what I'm saying. We watch things on channels, and they give us TV programs.
But you do understand. But you do understand the media is scripted, right?
Exactly. They script it according to their propaganda. And the only way to really go at it is to combat it. In China, they don't got open media. That's why the people over there is like pretty much robots. In America, we still got a semblance of an independent media, and we really gotta, you know what I'm saying? We really gotta take advantage of it. In a lot of oppressive societies, the first thing they always go for is the media. They kill journalists, I'm saying? They get rid of them. They control what they put out there. But we all have the opportunity, to put out the information, even though we're being censored on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? But we smart. We know how to talk in codes. We know how to
Hold on, bro. I got to see now. We got to address this. You say they kill journalists?
Yeah, in almost every other society.
Hold on, bro. Calm down. We gonna get there. What type of evidence is being substantiated to support their claim, bro?
You want me to show you images of dead journalists? Because I could do it. You know what I mean?
But we can see that's being done. But what does that actually mean that journalists are being killed? The government is part of the killing of them.
The point I'm making is, in other societies, the way that they maintain their power is they kill journalists, like places like Iraq,
as a
Iran,
government policy,
China.
though, as a government policy. So what are you getting at as far as journalists being killed?
I was just trying to make a broader point that we have the ability to create our own media.
I mean,
I was going to ask. Hold on, Smoke. I was going to ask him this video that Chief just shared. How do you think it should be distributed amongst a younger population, and how received do you think it would be?
Did he run?
No, I think he's trying to share a screen.
Oh no, I'm still here.
Chief Morning Thunder, did you have a chance to speak on this video in this content? Because that's where I was going to go next and asking that same question.
What was the question?
Should this be distributed to younger people? How do you think it would be received by a younger population that's already mentally conditioned and don't know that they're the Aboriginal?
I think they feel honored, and I think it would really make them understand that they're definitely not Africans. And I thought it was really a great video. I do, especially for those youth in our community that are between the ages of 10 and 16. So I think that would be a really great high school video for them. So I like it. I give thumbs up. But I'm just here subbing until Chief's team get back.
Oh, Queen Mother, I wasn't putting you on the spot. I was just trying to get, again, my point is the information is not getting out, as Zab was pointing out in the way he was approaching and discussing. I thought I'd ask you, not just as the first teacher, because all women are, how would you suggest it be distributed to be more effective to the population that needs to be moved in a new direction?
Man, it's only two things moving in the United States, bro. There's money flow and blood flow. You got to decide which options is best for you. Everything else is really rhetoric. If you ain't gonna get your money up, or you ain't gonna get your strength up, the rest is just rhetoric, bro. What you niggas want to do?
I'm not gonna be here for too much longer because this is hurting my ears for real. I simply came up here because I was in agreement with Alabama. I'm kind of in agreement with Zab as well, and the aspect of the mentality is the main focus. What they focus on psychology, right? They focus on psychiatry.
I thought it was a dope video too. Man. Shout out to Evergreen 88. Once again, though, we're talking about terminologies. I don't know if you guys called Sister Betty's earlier. She went in. Sister Betty, you're gonna have to drop a little of that over here tonight because that was crazy. But when we talk about just common sense, people don't use common sense. Because if we have, if you have the 3/5 compromise, for instance, and they're saying that because you have the numbers, right, it means we have the numbers. And then even if you go into some of the older censuses, and it'll show you up until a certain point, even with their documentation, we had the numbers that they had to have a 3/5 compromise. not that you was 3/5 of a human, that you had out of 5 of the votes, and a lot of us had, say, 15 people in our family, but then 3 out of the 5 votes didn't count. But they taxed the whole 15, or they taxed the whole 10, or they taxed the whole 5, and only took 3 of the votes. You understand what I'm saying? And so this is what we're dealing with. And that was the issue. So just using common sense, you know, these people hadn't got off Ellis Island yet, got off the boats at Ellis Island yet. So that's why
They
you
had
see
built up their
reconstruction.
numbers to
There you
offset.
go.
So you just talked about simple math, Chief.
Simple
Wasn't
math,
about
simple
psychology,
logic.
wasn't about racism, wasn't about white versus black. It was about you count or you don't.
It's immigration going wrong. Now the brother said, what are we going to do about immigration? Well, we got to go back and start when it started. We can't just start at the tail end of it, worried about trying to put up some walls and all that. Nah. We already have an immigration issue that's been wrong, been illegal, been.
And may I suggest that the definition of legal or illegal will start with the Naturalization Act of 1790? And I still am waiting to find where those common law courts are, where the application was made to prove that you're not an alien enemy. And God, I would argue they all are.
Yeah, I think so too. I think a lot of the things that it's all smoke and mirrors. It's all innuendos. It's all like we acquiesce to certain things that is not true. You know what I mean? And because everybody's doing it, like, well, it's what you have to do, then everybody, you know, capitulate to it. And that's just like, once again, hey, well, once we point out we're not the slaves, they say, but we're enslaved, as it's the same thing. No, it's not. It's not. It's not the same thing at all. Being in the family, being married to somebody, doing, you know, being employed, being in prison, you know what I'm saying? It's not the same thing. And you can even argue even paying taxes is serfdom, right? That's a form of servitude, slavery. It's the same thing. But if somebody was your karate teacher, he's your master, right? You know what I mean? It's not slavery. Somebody's your teacher, like math teacher, it's your master. It's not. You see what I'm saying? It's not the same thing. And so what they have done is they've made us the bottom, and that's a problem. It's all psychological. So what we could do is change our mindsets and start building. Nobody wouldn't want to come to our communities and take from us if there's nothing to take, if we're not giving it. It's as simple as that.
It's simple as that. I'm about to almost
I'm sorry,
pardon
Greg,
self.
go ahead. I don't want to step on your wisdom. Go ahead.
No, pardon self, because I'm really trying to leave this room. But at the same time I'm trying to leave this room, I'm not. Because I would never be removed from any room from whomever's, however. I'm simply would like to convey. I'm only here to convey, not to have anyone.
I'm sorry, she's talking.
Speak or in my language or my way for self. Are you able to hear me?
Mic check.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear.
I hear
I
you.
can hear you. I can hear you, Greg.
I can hear you.
Okay, so
come back in there.
I'm not here to put myself onto nothing or no one's. Like I've always stated from day one that I have ever spoken any words to anybody. You, as an aspect of egoist with yourself, have to place yourself into any plane that is proper for you. So therefore, it would take you then on a quest to then question yourself of anything, of all things that you have ever came or encountered. Right? Because constantly you see if you're paying attention to any of these panels, any of these people that's going back and forth, they're constantly in a combative state. But whom are you ultimately combative towards? It is you within yourself and your family that you're combating, because that's the closest to you, right? So you have to get into that conquest. That's your quest. What is it for you that sits for you? I don't have to never come back over here ever again. I don't have a problem with it. I don't give a fuck if y'all don't like me or not. I'm gonna keep it real. I don't have y'all. I'm not in y'all fight for me to be here with you all. I'm simply here simply because I thought I felt y'all in the same way I felt myself. But since you people don't see it in the way I see it, I don't have to. I'll bow the fuck down. I will bow down. I will go the fuck away. Y'all can have it however you want to. And I'm just simply here to tell you, look to yourself. Because if you can't see you can't see this experience that you're going through. Whether you're African, wherever you want to place yourself. But if you're combating something that you ain't confident in, why are you fighting something that you're simply in? How come you're trying to tell somebody you're something else? How come you're over there like this? Simply sit in your shit. If that's your shit, then sit in your shit.
How are you, Grateful? Can I get a word in with you?
I'm amazing. Great days are always ahead. I sit in them.
I just want to come in and say peace to everybody on the panels. Peace to the empresses and the chiefs on here, the ladies up in here. I appreciate y'all being on the panel and stuff and helping out when y'all can. Peace to the chat. Oh, I see Bobby Knight. What up, Bob Knight? I see my guy. Hey, but Grateful, you are more than welcome here. Everybody, you know what I'm saying, within the chat or, you know, even within the panel. And I'm more or less talking to myself, you know what I'm saying, as well. You know what I'm saying? We just need to take a little bit of time and patience with a little bit of everybody else, you know what I'm saying? Try to protect everybody from ourselves. So with that being said, Grateful, you don't have to go anywhere, and we love you. Thank you.
No, it's all appreciative, but sometimes we also have to take a back seat, right? Because I've never came here to like put my mindset onto anyone, and I never came here either to have someone understand the way that I think at all. I simply came here to be an additive. I only came here to be an additive to where you all was already sitting within yourselves, and if you was able to add with how I spoke, then you was able to add it. That's all that's it. That's it. You either take it or you don't. I'm not bothered either way.
Okay, maybe I'm
you're great. You're great.
I apologize.
How you doing, Alabama? Go ahead, OG.
Hey, because I saw you and him. You
walking
and Cuddy
in the rain.
Okay, now I don't know if I'm confused. So Grateful. What I was hoping to get a response was what Chief asked about the video. Did you see it, or you, Cuddy?
I came in on the tail end of it. I was just wrapping up some other work I had to do, and I'm sorry though.
Yeah,
no,
so
I saw the confusion.
Well, the conversation I was proposing, and it was responding to Zab, I guess he's gone, and to Chief Morning Thunder, was it something that should be distributed to, and she suggested 10 to 16, but I'm just saying to a younger population, and dispersed and distributed frequently. The problem is this distraction of TikTok shit, YouTube shorts, Snapchat, you know? We got to understand it's a competitive realm, and since you're here now, Cuddy, I think you would understand it a little more insightfully is what I'm proposing. The content of the video, I think, was because it was only 11 minutes, but unfortunately, maybe you're going to still have to chop it up into 30 seconds of 1 minute bites and shit and strategically use it in some way. You feel me? That's where I was headed with what I was asking. Since you didn't see the entire video, I would hope that you do get a chance to look at it. And the way that it was packaged more in a young frame of reference, if you will.
Right.
Speaking clearly on that you are the Aborigine, you're not of African descent. You may need to talk to great grandma or great grandparents before they kick off, and maybe listen to them a little more when they say, "I have some Indian in me" or something to that effect. But I'll land my plane on that. Y'all contemplate with it.
Hey, so Alabama, so what you're saying is the way the information was presented in it within a short and things like that, it made it palatable to the younger generation and getting that message across. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the video itself was 11 minutes, but I think it's still going to need to be packaged in the kind of YouTube,
short. Oh, okay. So
TikTok, and then tag the video with the link or something like that. I mean, I'm just spouting off the top of my head.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
So the point is, how does the messaging get to the generation that needs to have their mindset altered? Because right now they're distracted. Smoke's response is always, is it about money or about chopping heads? I don't think it's an extreme choice of one end or the other. I'm saying no matter what we're discussing, we're overlooking a younger generation that's misguided without some input from their elder generation. You feel what I'm saying now?
I agree. And I also see what you're saying, that we should chop those messages up and place them on TikTok. Maybe make it fun for them. You know what I mean? Get the message out. Because we have young folks here also that are able to do that. That do listen, that are not necessarily in, that wave of things. But definitely, I saw it. Like, yes. And I too have come across.
Are you back, Zab? I mean,
I'm already doing that.
Get his response.
Oh yeah, you jumping right in the middle of the conversation. I thought you was talking to somebody in your background.
Oh no, because like she was so long-winded. You gotta get in when you can get in, man.
Yeah, I know, I know. Hey man, but check this out, Zab, if you don't mind, man. You know what I'm saying? If you don't mind, you know what I'm saying? Grateful is a regular over here. We love her a lot, man. If you don't mind, you know what I'm saying? It tamed the rudeness towards the ladies, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it ain't just you, man. I had to check myself too. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate it. But hey, go ahead. You got the floor, though, Zab. Go ahead and take what you got to say. Say what you got. You got it.
Yeah, you dropped off when you were sharing your screen. What happened with what you were sharing? Because we were talking about killing journalists. Well, we were talking about killing. It was going in a lot of different directions, Cuddy, when you got it. So, Zab, I don't know if you remember where we were in the flow of the conversation. You were at some point arguing about the killing of journalists and where was it going as far as a media campaign. I tried to reinitialize that on the video discussion and where to send the messaging, and I yield.
I'm dropping out. I would like to say high vibrations to you, all of you all. I'm about to go, Zab, so you can have the floor, baby, since I'm long-winded. Anyway, high vibrations to all. Great days always ahead. And listen, I stay great. I stay in the high vibrations of my fucking ancestors in the cosmic galactic family. And I'm out.
That's right.
Shout out to Grateful, man. Shout out to Grateful, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I'm saying? Grateful be wanting to speak her speech, man. You know what I'm saying? We gotta let her speak her speech, man. Shout out to Grateful. We love you, girl. We don't want to be ostracizing you. I know I'm guilty of that at one point or another too. I will lose my head and feel bad about that. And to all of which I've done that too. I am very, very apologetic.
I was saying I'm already like chopping some shit up. One of the videos I did was A1 when he was like getting that not a coincidence. Like he's dropped some jewels on it. Let me show you. This right here. I uploaded this yesterday. Let me try to.
For our use.
You don't need no use. You ain't gonna be able to hear it though, because I only can share screen.
I don't. Wait. No, as that applies.
Nah, because A1 was talking about the fossils, and he was getting that not a coincidence. So I just like pretty much edited it together, threw it up there.
So if we can't
Yeah.
hear what you're saying, Zab, what's the messaging you're trying to get across? Then?
Oh,
Okay, just take a break. You might just
see how StreamYard spank him because he trying to put some knowledge out there.
No, he over there trying to present shit over there, exceeding bandwidth.
No, it's not even that. No, all day. No, because it's all day. My internet been messing up because I'm in New York and it's like raining out here. So I don't know if that got something to do with it, but my internet been fucking up all day. And this shit right here, 100 views on, and I put it on TikTok too. All right, I'm gonna.
Hey, Zab, why are you playing anything that we can't even hear, man? We over here trying to hear some stuff too. Now I done let somebody in here. Oh no, that's the goat. He'll come in when he wants to. Who is this? Hey, Shy
Nah, I'm gonna
Apples,
share
what
it.
up?
If I share it in StreamYard,
Shy Apples is in the building. Alabama
I gotta
is in
share
the
it in
building. Smoke
StreamYard.
Signal. Chief Sister
No, I
Becky,
got you,
aka
Zab. But if we
Wendy.
can't hear it, what's the messaging you're trying to get across? If you want to chop that up, that's what I was
Share it
asking you.
in StreamYard, you'll be able to hear it.
Go ahead and just give us the
I was even
gist
thinking
of it.
some shit you said. You be dropping some big job.
Oh, okay, yeah. New York City is doing him
All right, here
dirty.
we go.
on the
So I shared the
bandwidth.
screen. So tell them to.
New York is doing him dirty.
There you go. You gotta drop that right there.
I ain't dropping nothing. I ain't dropping nothing.
Damn, the Big Apple taking a bite out of your ass, Zab.
Oh, look, she put something else back up. Push plays out. Okay, we're not gonna deal
Let me
with
rewind
this.
it.
Okay, I
My
almost
internet
lost
been
patience
messing up
with you.
all
I'm sorry,
day.
I almost lost patience.
It's coming right now. It's coming.
Hold on. Okay, yeah, take the banner down. My bad. I didn't know what I was doing.
Nah, yeah, we was
Y'all can
trying
see
to.
it?
Yeah, we can see everything you're doing, man. This is sounding great. Is this your music we listening to? Is this your music? It's a jam. We jam, and that's hot.
I
don't hear
I'm
shit.
fucking with Zab Smoke. That's all.
Terrible.
I'm an idiot.
Hey man, y'all gonna have to leave Grateful alone too. Shout out to my sister Grateful.
Hey man, I eased all the way back. No doubt about it, man. I'm trying to
Y'all
make
gonna
sure.
fuck around. It's gonna be the Grateful show over here. Y'all gonna be mad.
Hey man, hey, she need that. She really need that though. I mean, at least an avenue. I mean, well, I wouldn't want to say that she needs anything because I wouldn't want to be like I'm prescribing something. But I would think that she would enjoy something like that.
I'm hosting the women's show tomorrow, you guys. So Women's Wednesday hosted by the GOAT.
Here go another one too that he did.
We're gonna talk Aboriginal women in history. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be dope, y'all.
Chief, I hope
I just came up with it right now in my head right now. I got somebody I think dope. It's gonna be dope
Don't lie.
to interview.
Don't lie, Chief. Don't lie.
Roxanne Hamilton,
I did call you
It
on
just came
the
up in my
panel,
head right now.
but what I am going to say, would you look up Biddy Mason? BIDDYMASON.
Hey, look that up. Hey, look that up real quick, Zab. Diddy Mason, while you got the screen up.
We know who
Hey,
Diddy Mason is.
Hey, shout out Mind Your Business. Shout out Mind Your
BIDDY.
BIDDY. Look that up for us, Zab.
Take that.
MASON.
Shout out Miss Grateful. Shout out Yaya's kids. Shout out Nanya. You know what I'm saying? All you ladies, Roxanne Hamilton. You know what I'm saying? Miss Belinda. You guys come
Sir,
make sure y'all
are you getting to the damn
make sure.
video?
Hey man, hold on, man. Hey, make sure
I'm
y'all
talking
come.
about this guy right here. He's sharing. What he's sharing? Beavis and Buddy.
Man,
What he
I
got
don't
going on?
know what he's doing, man. He's got bandwidth problems. Look, make sure y'all come to Women's Night. You know what I'm saying? Hosted by Chief Holidays. Estrogen, 10% estrogen side of his chemical makeup. Nah, fuck with you. Nah, man. I'm gonna stop through too, man. Give some positive reinforcement. You know what I'm talking about? Something slim. Yeah, no, I'm fucking. No, man. I don't got no affirmation. Anyway, hey, Zab.
It's gonna be called
Hold up.
The Diaries of the Foot Rubbers.
Hold up. We about to. Zab.
I'm just kidding.
Zab.
Yo.
You didn't pull up Biddy Mason. You didn't pull up no sound. You ain't did nothing, but you occupying about 85% real estate on the screen. Hey, this is out of control.
Oh God. Hey man. That's wild. Hey, no, but we got shot apples in here, man.
Somebody keep asking, did the Big Apple bite your ass back, Zab? God damn.
Hey man, Light Man was just we got Light Man over here. Shot apples. Light Man, what up?
Hey, man, shout out to the gentleman.
Fuck, yo. Shit. Fuck us up, man. God damn. Hey yo, what the fuck? Hey yo, listen, man. I'm tired of this shit that's going on, yo. We got bodies lined up right now. Right? Brother Sanchez lost, nigga. Next person that's gonna lose is not a coincidence. Fucking lost. Motherfucking Rob Bourne, you gonna lose too, bitch. All you niggas is gonna fucking lose. Y'all think y'all got a chance standing up against us niggas? Y'all niggas got another fucking thing coming. We're gonna blow all you niggas the fuck away. Lightning and G. I'm tired of shit. You niggas bitch. Hey, yo, Sister Betty, what's up? Sister Betty.
Hey man. This is wild.
Nah, hold on, Chief. Hold on, Chief. Sister Betty, what's up?
Wild Indians in the house. Get them, Light Man. Keep them running.
Oh, shit. See, man. Here we go. Hey, yo, Sister Betty, if you're not there, then just say you're not there. I ain't trying to hear nothing.
She might have
I ain't trying to hear nothing.
stepped away.
Well, you know what? Well, then, damn.
Shout out to Sister Betty, man. Hey, man, shout out to you, Light Man. How you been, brother?
I've been alright, dog. You know.
I see.
Niggas,
I see you chat room gooning.
Oh yeah, you know it ain't about really nothing, man. I still got to do my build on Chief channel. Way long overdue. It's too many niggas out here that don't know me as Light Man, as teacher, or the information share. They know me as Hood Nigga Doom, the crazy funny nigga that curse niggas out. That shit gotta change. Like, I'm not that motherfucker. That video Chief just showed today. We been doing that shit. That nigga gathered up a lot of the shit that we taught already, and then did his version of the shit. We all did our dissertation of the motherfucker.
Well, Light Man, just drop a few jewels on the people, man, about the subject tonight. That is the so-called Black Americans are the first Americans. That's the subject matter. Let me ask you a question, right? Do you think that people that push just one thing, right? And I'm not gonna pick on anybody, whatever you pick, whether it's grandma or genealogy or bones, you know what I mean? Whatever lane that you choose to study, right? In this curriculum, right? Of ancient American history, right? But do you think that just by saying that oral tradition is enough when a lot of people that are going against us have the same oral tradition, brother?
Right. They ask you what tribe you is. They don't know what tribe they are. They ask you speak your native tongue or language. They speak the same damn shit you speak. All the shit that they ask you could be turned against you, right? Now, we know that our claim is that we from America. And since we from America, we know that Latin, French, what other language? German. A lot of these shits originate over here. a part of cultures and practices of life. These motherfuckers, they don't respect when you say shit like that. So then you go and show them where Latin come from, where French come from, where German come from, where all these shit span from, how Nuado and how Algonquin influences all languages, right? So then you look at the nigga from the hood, the girl from the hood, and you see how they always coming up with some new slang, some new twist. They always shortening up a long ass fucking word. You know what I'm talking about? See, instead of know what I'm talking about, they say, you know what I'm talking about, right? They say some shit like, instead of saying, you know what I mean, they say, nah, I mean, right? This is not just regular, schmegula, lazy ass English that you hear. This is us literally putting a twist on some shit that was originally ours in the first place. But since we the innovators, since we the creators of a lot of this motherfucking shit, when we put a twist on it, it trends around the whole fucking world. Same thing with that language that we call Spanish today, right? That shit come from Latin, which come from here. We put a twist on that shit and it trended. As far as us being the first, Carlos Cueva Marquez, look that nigga up. He said America is a Negro continent. He said it's likely that we repeat, America was a Negro continent. Oh, you got my shit up already. Yeah, go to that. Go ahead.
Wasn't he called the father of anthropology?
I believe he was an ethnologist and a botanist too. Let me see. Nah, he wasn't called the father of what you just said, I believe.
You sure about that? Who? Because I do know that, like, a lot of times people try to conflate racism and science together. You know what I'm saying? And that's cool because we know that people use that. But
Chief, don't act like they still don't use it, bro.
No, they do. But once again, though, what I'm saying is we're not going to allow somebody else to use science to their, for their purposes, and then we say, oh, we're not going to use science. We're not going to invent anything. We're just going to keep letting these people invent shit and do. Bro, that's what they want us to do, fam. And we letting everybody else, third world people that didn't invent the shit, we invented it. We're still leading scientists in just about every field there is.
But Chief,
still inventing shit, still innovating.
There's no legitimate concession when you've not initiated. You feel me? See, this false premise bullshit is we have yet to declare what we always have been because we've been deceived.
Right.
Not just the public school system. Remember, that's only 1915 and this criminal motherfucker Woodrow Wilson. The compulsory education system is only 100 years. The damn burning down of our communities, the Black Wall Street, the Red Summer of 1919, that's only 100 years. Now imagine they criminalized us, literally, with fucking mass incarceration and the 3 strikes rule. That's the 1990s. We've then put up a pocket nigga, an actual African American. Do you remember Richard Pryor's joke about being the first nigga president? Yeah, now I know I'm dating myself because I'm the old nigga on this panel. But he was saying that, and 40 years later, we got Barack Hussein Obama. How did that happen? By our being deceived, correct?
Facts.
And then this nigga got in office. Do you know he has literally removed Negro from the government? And I yield.
Hey. Right. Go ahead, Chief. You want to say something real quick before I go into my show?
No, you got it.
Yeah, so I mean, who is that Cut doing that shit? God damn, bro. Cut. You going so fast, you just threw my whole thought process off by changing that picture of Carlos Cuevas Marquez. Anyway, man. Listen, we know all of these teachers slipped up at one point and said that we was here before anybody. Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine, Khalid Muhammad. We know that John Henrik Clark is Chickasaw, right? Sonetta fucked around and joked around a little bit at one point and said we was from here. James, what's the nigga name? James, what's the nigga name, Chief? Oh boy, he was like
James Small. James
James,
Small, bro.
James Small. He fucked up and said it. Oh boy, a light skinned nigga that we interviewed said it. What's the old light skinned nigga that we interviewed, Chief, on your channel back in the day? That was on House of Consciousness.
Imhotep.
You
Yeah,
talking
Imhotep.
about?
Yeah, Dr. David Imhotep.
Yeah, you talking about Dr. David Imhotep. We interviewed him twice, by the way, you guys.
Yeah.
Quote: Africa is motherland, but America is grandma.
Right, and look, the word Haiti, the so-called natives
Dr.
call it.
David Imhotep.
Watch this. The word Haiti comes from the natives calling it Quetzalcoatl, right? Now we know it probably wasn't called no damn Quetzalcoatl because that sounds like some Spanish, some Latin, some Siberian, Mexican, Chinese mestizo shit. But in their word, Quetzalcoatl, it means mother of all lands. Now, why would they name that little ass shit that Crystal Cologne, which people debate if he existed or not, why would they name that spot, which I'm talking about Haiti, why would they name that spot mother of all lands, right? Why? Is it because the oldest mammals, trees, mountains, water deposit, the oldest resources, the oldest shit is found here? So hold on, if all the oldest shit is found here, why isn't it that we can say that the oldest Negroes, the oldest motherfuckers that had our quote unquote phenotype is found here too? Why do niggas fight this shit so fucking much? The senator slipped up and called niggas Aborigines, right? Niggas keep slipping up and saying that we always been here. They always finding something, either it's bones, a dish.
Hold on,
Go ahead.
Like, man, real quick. We're in the title of American. Like, why do we need to go any further than that? The Aborigines are the copper-colored races of people that they found when they came here, which is cross-referenced with this right here. You want to break this down though for the people right here, man, that don't know who this guy is and what he said right here, brother.
I mean, it say clear as day right there. It give you the timestamp and everything. Right? On the bottom, it gives you the book it comes from, gives you the page, and it clearly says it right there in front of you. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. I'm over here looking.
But even with people seeing that in their face, Light Man Z, what can you tell me is the mental condition of Pamboo-Boos that are disconnected and cognitive dissonance?
Their programming is tied to a whole bunch of trauma, right? It's built on slavery, it's built on racism, it's built on a lot of shit that fucks with them. So it's like trauma bonding, you feel me? It's something that it gives them a reason to be treated like shit. So they want you to feel like you treated by shit, but a way out. And your way out is to connect to a land that's not yours. So they want you to connect to some shit mentally that you're not even from, that you don't come from, that you don't rock with. The same place that they want you to connect with, they get their food dishes and shit from here. Right?
And let's not forget to get that public aid too. You know, Nigeria is what, 3rd or 4th behind Egypt and Israel? But go ahead. I'm sorry, brother, for cutting your wisdom. Go ahead.
Nah, you good. You know, Biden sent them niggas millions of dollars. The fuck? Right? But see, this is the thing though. Let me just read this shit real quick. It says the Negro type is seen in the most ancient Mexican sculpture. The Negroes figure frequently in the most remote traditions of some American pueblos. Right? Pueblos, I believe there's some old apartments. Because I know apartments originate here. It is, to this race doubtly belongs to the most ancient skeletons distinct from the red American race. Now, when they say red, we know what they talk about Indian red, which is basically brown, right? All these rappers, they got songs about Indians and shit. One little Indian sitting in a tree. They talking about a red nigga. Red, what's the comedian name? Red Fox or some shit? Then you got the rapper Red Man. Then you got another rapper with a word in it. Anyhow, it says the red American race, which has been found in various places from Bolivia to Mexico. It is likely that we repeat, America was a Negro continent, right? it still is a Negro fucking continent, nigga. Right? We know the biggest population of niggas is found in Brazil, but they never really tell you how much of us really is here. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Y'all know I'm allegedly driving right now, right? That's why it took me so long to read that shit. Look, man, the gig is up. I probably have to leave it on right there, dog. If you want to go through my shit, cut, right? I think at the very last pictures, I got the tribes that left Africa. I mean, they migrated from Asia to Africa. And it's the tribes from Zimbabwe, and it's another tribe. You have to go to the very last photo. You heard? Cut, the very last one.
I'm on it now.
All right. And niggas seen this before. A lot of this shit is regurgitation. Go ahead, Josh.
No, but bro, what you don't understand is a lot of new people listening too that's gonna get this and hear this. So just don't ever think, we've heard it before. You know what I mean? Because it might have been something somebody missed too. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, don't ever think like that. Tonight we also talking about whitewashing. Yeah, I just been something coming to me, guys. But we're gonna talk about whitewashing. I do got this video I want to show with Dr. RandyShort and Philippe Matthews and Dr. ClydeWinters. Because once again, these men are respected on by a lot of different people on different levels, but also even Marquez still had a eugenic or even a theory of evolution concept. Because what I'm saying, we start talking about red and black and said the black races or the red races. Okay, well, right now we understand that that's a social construct. So shout out to Lightman for pulling that up and pointing that out as well. But I also want to pull up maroon, the etymology of the word maroon, you guys, because before we get into that video, or if you guys want to discuss anything you guys just seen or whatever, but I want to, we could talk over this video, we could talk with them in the video, reverse it. But yeah, the etymology online, if you don't mind, cut. And
yeah, we can do that. Hell yeah.
I want to, because a lot of times people don't understand what the word maroon means, and they only take it from a new Johnny come lately definition as opposed to where it actually came from, and how the word Seminole is derivative of the word maroon, still descriptive term of dark people. Okay. So it has nothing to do with running away, hiding in no heels, none of that shit. That's just they love to play word spells and mix new words and new adjectives with old people and writing it back in time. Do you understand that? So you're not gonna get what's the boy Christopher Columbus handwritten journals in English or Spanish and stuff like that or whatever, because it just didn't exist. Spain didn't exist in 1492. See what I'm saying? Or 1526. So when we're hearing a narrative, whoever it's come from, who gave you that narrative? Somebody created a narrative of conquest, of colonization. It didn't happen.
All
Christopher Columbus never existed, yeah.
Here we go. The etymology of maroon, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, maroon.
Hey, enlarge that, bro. There you go.
Hey, man, you talk too slow to not have no patience.
Go ahead,
sorry, kid.
Wow.
Let's go, Chief, because I want to get back to my thing. I'm going to show one thing out of there, and then we're going to reschedule me to show all that shit up in there one day. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to put too much out there.
Hey, Doom, just get with me, man, so we can get all your shit organized so it'll be right there as you speak and you are, you know what I'm saying? We'll get it all lined up for you, brother.
Yeah, it's already organized, but Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah,
Do
no
your
doubt.
thing real quick. I want you to go back to my thing real quick. I'm just gonna show one thing and that's it, and I'm done. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Chief. The GOAT. Damn, man, Chief.
Maroney. Maroon.
I'll read it.
Go ahead.
I'll
Go
read
ahead.
it,
Go ahead, Smoke.
Maroon, noun, very dark red or crimson color. 1791. Maroon, from French couleur, marron, the color of a murrin, chestnut, the large sweet chestnut of southern Europe. Maroon in the sense was used in English from 1590s, from the dialect of lions, ultimately from a word in a pre-Roman language, perhaps, and I can't pronounce that one, or from Greek maroon, sweet chestnut. Maroon, verb, put ashore on a desolate island or coast by way of punishment. Yeah, I heard of that one too. 17.
Right, hold on. When we're talking about people, you know what I'm saying? It's a noun. You see what I'm saying? So when they were talking about the Maroons, American Maroons, we're talking about you can use maroon interchangeable with Indian, Negroes, because we're describing brown people. So even when we talk about the Cleveland Browns, like, well, what are y'all talking about? Cleveland Browns, or is it just a derivative of Maroons? It's brown. You ever heard of the Indian red crayon?
Yep.
So then even when we talk about the word red, red is a derivative of brown. Red is a German word from rut, ruddy, rud, brown. So red is still a derivative of brown. So when they're talking about the red man, they're not talking of the same way when they're not talking black man and stuff like this. It's all interchangeable. So that they can interchange Indian and Negro are interchangeable. Shout out to Sister Betty earlier showing that on the channel, how they could absolutely mix Indian and Negro. And like I'm saying, maroon, these are all interchangeable, talking about the same people. If we're talking about the Maroons of Florida, Maroons of Ohio, Maroons of Canada, you understand what I'm saying? We're talking about a descriptive term of dark people. Now, when we talk about the word Cimarron, is a derivative of maroon. I don't know if it's going to go down to that. You should go down to Cimarron. No, it was on the same page. You just had to scroll down. Okay. But Seminole is a derivative of Cimarron. Cimarron is a derivative of maroon. But as you get to Seminole, once again, it's still a descriptive term. Nobody was like, this is the Seminole tribe until they created the Seminole tribe. Y'all understand what I'm saying? In the late 1800s going into the 1900s. This is how they're usurping power. Let's go down to Seminole.
Oh, wow. I see what you're saying there. Where you need me to go now?
We're at Cimarron right there. Let me go back up a little bit, bro.
All right. Cimarron.
Cimarron. See maroon right there?
Oh, yeah, it's like a loop.
It stays a loop, and it's gonna keep us looping as we go down. I mean, I'm just saying, y'all. But what's interesting how it just keeps going down in the loop, right? So Cimarron, right? Keep going down to Seminole, right?
All right. Here we go. Seminole.
Says,
Red.
A member. Now they can talk about.
Let me go back. Okay, here we go.
Okay, member of a native people, right? Now, okay, we understand that that's new, right? Formerly of Florida, allied with the Creeks, 1763, right? Seminoles, plural, 1774. Seminole from Creek, Muskogee.
Creek Muskogee. Okay, so
Keep
they
that in
say
your
that they
mind.
mix. But
I
watch
mean,
this,
it
though.
ain't
Watch-
mixed. We just talk about it's all the same people, bro. Like,
I understand. Watch this. Watch this. Listen to this, though. What's their
yeah.
mother tribe? Ain't it Yamasee? Ain't the Yamasees are said to be
I mean, but
derived
Yamasee only means
purely?
gentle people. It's just another descriptive term, bro. Yamasee, Creek, Choctaw, Cherokee, Algonquin. Like, okay, you guys have heard of him. Washita is Washita. Washita is a Choctaw word. Like, I mean, it's all connected, y'all. Choctaw, Algonquin, Mohawk, Oneida. It's all connected. These people are the ones who.
Do you call them different from being in the same continent?
Say that again. Different from being in the same continent.
Yeah. Do you call them a different?
I say we're different from being in the same, being in different regions. That's what makes us different. Like, we're different here right now in the United States, speaking the same language. East Coast, West Coast, down south, Midwest. Niggas is different, bro. Different cultures, different slangs, and just we'll identify each other. Be like, yo, where you from? Be like, we ain't gonna say America. Like, we all know we from America, so we're gonna say geographical location. It's the same situation, bro. You say you're what's the point? That's you're Chapatula. You know what I'm saying? I know you're not from Florida. You see what I'm saying? I know where you from. Tallahassee. I know where you from. You understand what I'm saying? So that's the same thing. That don't mean that we're different people. And even that we couldn't even speak to each other, whatever, be able to trade with each other, because all these things were happening. These people took over our trade routes and everything else. So,
I'm so sorry,
again,
but I missed half of the stuff you said because my phone went. Bro, I'm in New York, so my phone went down a little bit. So I apologize. I missed what you said.
All right, so are you following us on Maroon to Cimarron to now we're on Seminole? How these are all the same words, same people, same thing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got you.
Okay, you following us on that, right? So over you guys got that, and if somebody can put the link of you guys got the online, you know what I'm saying, the etymology, but then it goes to red. Red is a derivative of Rudy, brown. So all the same thing. So, yeah, you just have to do a little bit more research on that. So yeah, I guess we're gonna pull up Light Man stuff. Light Man's gone.
Okay, can I ask a question while you're doing that?
Light Man
Is that okay?
touch the gravel.
You got it, brother.
Who is that? General Excavator?
General Executor.
My bad about that.
It's okay,
I
brother.
caught you.
Thank you.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you for letting me on. I appreciate you guys. No disrespect to anybody. Thank you just for letting me on, let me speak. I just wanted to ask a question. If all of our body come from nature, and every element that's in nature is in us, how could you say we're from one place?
We sprung from the soil, sir.
Correct. Does the soil have every part in it? Is there a different part of soil that's different somewhere else?
Exactly.
Is there a different element in some soil?
Exactly. Different.
You got the red clay in Georgia. You got the red clay in Georgia. You got the red clay in Georgia. It ain't red clay everywhere. You got black soil in certain places.
Red clay in Oklahoma.
Oh, you guys are 100% correct. 100%. So if clay, so watch this.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Yes, sir. I apologize. Yes,
that
sir.
was me. Go ahead.
You guys are definitely. No, it's okay. You guys are definitely correct. But what I'm saying is, if all of our elements that we're getting from is nature, why are we calling ourselves the continent and not nature?
The continent.
All right, so hold on. I got it, y'all. I got it. Okay, go ahead. You got it.
The continent is nature. The continent is nature, bro.
That didn't answer my question. I'm sorry, sir.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. You said if we got all the elements, why we just calling ourselves the continent? Why we not calling ourselves nature, bro?
Yes.
The continent is nature.
Is that your culture or is that your nature?
Wait a minute. Let's not get confused here.
Word out right now.
We gotta stay. We gotta stay
Because we're
focused.
talking about ancestors, we're talking about elements, and we're talking about where we came from. So if we came from elements, real quick, brother, if our bodies came from elements, and if you believe in God, I'm not trying to subject anybody to anything else, but if you believe in God and the spirit, you know your spirit can only come from one place, which is the Most High. So for us having ancestors, the only ancestors we can have will be elements, because that's where our body comes from. Is that correct or no?
See, you talk. Wait a minute. Hold on. When you talking about the Most High and all that, bro, I can't totally agree with you on that because that goes into the realm of religion, right?
I say Most High because we don't know the energy where we all come from. We don't know anything, so we just call it that.
Shout out to Big Chief. Fuck you, crackers, man. I appreciate you, my brother.
That's why I want to stick to the things that we can certainly quantify, right? By utilizing our common sense. Let's just stick to the things we can do utilizing our common sense, bro, right? So
yes, sir.
Stay practical, right? We know that there are several different continents, right?
Yes, sir.
We know that there's several different geographical locations, right?
Yes, sir.
So we look. So certainly we can't say that we're from every place, bro. We can't say we're from every place. We can't say we're from. Right, we can't.
I apologize.
Right, I'm just saying we're gonna keep it practical, bro. We gonna see what we're doing currently is we working with the ground that's under our feet, and we're trying to determine whether or not it can be utilized. And I'm certainly of the opinion that it can. Go ahead, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that, and I respect everything you said. And what you said comes from a correct correlation of what we've been taught and not necessarily what we understand. So for a basis of if our body comes from every element, regardless of where we're from, we're still congruent with each other to be able to produce. So your culture, my culture, it may be different, but we're still able to come together and have a child. My thing is, regardless of where you're from, regardless of whoever started what and did whatever they did, everything was passed down and given. It wasn't stolen. It was passed down because nature cannot be stolen. It can only be observed and quantified.
Okay,
shout out to Ab Reacts.
What you just said, bro, that won't get an objection, right? That was kind of vague, but yet it made a little sense. So yeah, I won't argue with you on that point. Carry on.
If it made a little sense, I wasn't trying to like say like a big point, but it just, I'm going like how you said, go with what makes sense. I'm going with what's simple. My body has every element in it. So how can I say if I'm from the dirt and dirt is everywhere that I'm not from everywhere?
Well, hold on. Wait a minute. Right. Hold on. I get you. You see, the only way you can say you from everywhere, bro.
Hold on one second.
Man.
Aaliyah M, you might need to leave and come right back in. Leave and come right back in, and your device will connect. Go ahead, brother. Oh, I got her. There she go.
I'm not trying to get you guys anything. I'm just talking. I'm a young guy, and I'm just asking questions. That's all I'm doing.
Oh yeah, but let's see if we can make sense out of being from everywhere, right? Because we know nature. We know nature. We know nature, right? It expands. It expands to more than
like,
just.
Man, be looking at the screen. I'm gonna scroll through your stuff, man. You let me know when to stop.
Well, you can go to Balboa shit, or you can go to the pennies and the different colors or whatever, the Indian red.
No, you just tell me when to stop, and I'll stop, and you'll see in the little small stuff. Smoke, you and X, go ahead and keep on speaking.
Yeah, I just want to see if he want to quantify this everywhere thing, because we know nature very expensive. So we get to talking about all the elements. There is no place, right, in existence that the elements are not present, right? When you get to saying everywhere, man, you got to include Venus, Mars, the sun, Jupiter, the ocean, the volcanoes. Like, come on, bro. Like, we can't really be that vague, bro. When we get to talking about everywhere, I understand niggas like to get in their spiritual bag, in a spiritual bag, right? but we just look, man. We just trying to stay practical, bro. You either hold on. You either from here, or you're from there, bro. It's no everywhere.
Okay, no problem. May I say something? Yes, sir. May I say something? I just want to say, when you brought up Venus, or forgive me, I don't know what particular planet you said, but when you brought up that planet, are you mean to tell me that those elements in that planet is not in you?
What I'm saying is, although some of those elements that compose that, I say luminary. I don't believe in planets, right? Those elements that luminary is composed of, I might share those elements, but not.
Well, brother, I'm sorry.
You gotta let me get it out, right now.
I apologize. I'm so sorry. I'm outside of New York. My phone is messed up.
Hold on, bro. Look, bro. We Chief just opened the stream. We're gonna be here for a while. Just calm down. Bear with me, bro. Look,
I'm sorry, sir. My phone is messed up. My phone is messed up. I'm sorry.
Follow me. But you better not slip. Look, bro. Look,
yes,
I understand. I understand that the components that those luminaries are composed of, that those very same elements exist with us all, right? But we have function and we have what we call structure, right? We have those same components, but we're not structured the same. This is where we got to start learning how to make distinctions, bro. But by way of senses, we're able to utilize those and come to definitive conclusions. So I think with that ability, we can remain practical, bro. Let's just remain practical. Go ahead, the floor yours.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much, brother. I don't need to defer anything. I'm just here asking questions and to try to understand. I'm a student always, so I really don't come from a place of knowing. I just try to ask questions to understand. And I apologize if I interrupted at anything. It's just my service is bad over here in New York. I don't know why. So okay, no problem. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, yo, stick around, man. You ain't gotta go nowhere. Shout out to General Executive. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta go nowhere, man. Like your energy, we appreciate you, brother.
Love y'all channel.
Who is that talking over the Cuddy?
I apologize. That was me, sir. I said I love y'all channel and thank you for giving me the shout out. I really appreciate it.
You all good, man. You ain't gotta go nowhere, man. And you welcome anytime, man. No doubt about it. Like, man, am I in the general location of your 100,000 pictures?
All right. So before we get to that, let me just say something to what he's saying. The reason why we like to highlight, people being from here is because we know that has not been taught in schools. We know that we heard it from our families, we found in our genealogical records, and we found a whole shit ton of research saying otherwise, and it would seem like people don't want nobody to know this information. So this is why we bring this shit out. One of the reasons, if that, right? So we got to bring out this truth because it seemed like the government, who else, they don't want to do that, especially these African scholars. And it matters because we have land attached to this type of, this identity. A lot of things attached to the identity. And other people is taking our land because they're forcing a different identity on us. And I'm about to now, right? So this we're going to do. Go to where it says, not going to show the Jesuit letters, y'all. Relax. We're going to show something else. Go to where it say the Jesuit letters. Let's see. You heard me cut? Scroll down to the. This is why I need to do zoom, so I can control this shit. You got me cut? God damn. See? Well, I guess that's it, man. I don't know what else to say or do. Cut, are you there? Cut, DJ Cut, are you there? Cut, you there? You back?
I'm back now, man. I had to let my nephew out. Where we going with it, brother?
All right, so we're going to go down to the Jesuit letters.
The Jesuit letters.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm over here saying the Jesuit letters like I know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. So it's gonna be past all the maps, right? Past all that other
Yep.
shit,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
gonna be it's gonna be highlighted in yellow. It's gonna be some papers highlighted in yellow. You probably went past it. You see?
I see this right here where it start at the top says India.
No. That's definitely
Okay, no
definitely
doubt,
not
no
it.
doubt, no doubt. We keep going, man. We got plenty of time. Shout out to Light, man, for providing this information for us, man. Yeah. Okay. Here's another one.
Barely
Yellow
see.
information.
That's not okay. It's on a white
It's on a
background
white
paper.
background. Got you. I'm gonna go on the scroll
Yeah, I
through
got
here real quick. Yeah. If I can get this to go. There it is. Damn, this will not go. My mouse is tripping.
All right. So I think you've been okay. You've been past. You got to go up. Okay. Okay, it should be right around. And short to go. Yeah, go down. Going super fast.
I'm looking too, so.
Yeah, you're going super duper fast for me. You got to go up. It's up some more. I know where you at.
Okay, keep going up. All right. I'm making sure there ain't no lag.
That shit don't even like it's. Yeah, that shit, Donnie, it's not in the same order as my folder. That's
No,
what it
it's
is.
not. Remember, I downloaded this the first day. You didn't get to. I didn't go back when you categorized. So, what is this here? This ain't.
You know what? Hey, you know what? I don't think you're gonna be able to really find it like that. Shit, I'm gonna just say fuck it, dog, because it's like, if I don't know the order,
Yeah,
then I can't direct.
we'll get it all together, man. We just have to get it together, man. You know what I'm saying? So where we on the right page. But you know what? I just seen what is it at right here? Is that it right there? What is this? This is Dark Races of Men, 1794. No.
See, just fuck it, man, because I ain't even. That's not.
This shit is all in
this ain't-
jumbled up order, like, this is Macintosh type of some shit, it ain't even trying to give me no love.
That's because you had downloaded. But you know what, y'all? It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. One day I probably just have to buy me a computer and be able to stream share after I do these long ass drives, because I'm not the one to be on some disorganized.
Allegedly.
You feel me? Allegedly I'm driving. But my shit, I like my shit to be, a certain type of way. I'm not even gonna fuck up the show right now. You know what I'm saying? My bad.
You ain't fucking it up. You ain't fucking it up because there's plenty of stuff to see while we skimming through. So you ain't messing nothing up. Shout out to Light, man.
Hey, little nigga, if your shit be fucking up, just shoot from the hip, little nigga. Go ahead.
Yeah. Fuck it. So look, we gonna go to the Palpable Bull. It's a primary resource. It's hard to fucking do this shit while I'm allegedly doing what I'm doing. But it says European invaders knew that there were blacks settled and living in the Americas, built cultures and civilizations in the area, and had trade, cultural relations with the African continent, right? Now, it says they kept, what the fuck does that say? They kept these facts were hidden. It says it was much easier and more deceptive to claim that all blacks in the Americas came to the region after slavery. By doing so, they could easily claim the lands of the blacks as well as Indians without the worry. God damn, you know what? This is way too fucking hard while I'm driving, yo. Worry of having it retaken or contested in court by the descendants of those blacks. who still exist today, and are in fact a large proportion of the 300 million blacks in all the Americas today. Basically, the shit I just read says that it was profitable for them to say that we were Africa in order for them to take our land. Okay? Like, that's the shit I wanted to motherfucking show. But, you know, and niggas always ask me to show some shit. Shit always fucking up. When I get a computer, I could do this shit, man. Besides that, then I gotta relinquish the fucking mic. I guess the so-called ancestors don't want me to deliver this shit at the end of the day.
But
this the question I have. You read it, so appreciate you reading it.
I have for that, though.
Yeah. Say what?
This the question that I have for that, though, right?
Go ahead.
The question I have for that is, if it was so-called blacks that was in a conspiracy to take the land from the Indians,
that's not what it said.
What it said? What I mean, I thought it just said the blacks and the Indians, right?
It said the blacks. See, man, it's hard for me to even read this while I'm driving. Go ahead, bro. It didn't say that.
Yeah, it said black and Indians. But once again, though, just somebody even calling it blacks is a social construct.
No, hold on. Let's not do semantics right now. But it actually said black. It actually said blacks and Indians, making a distinction between two demographics, bro. So who are they referring to as the blacks in this article?
They know they're referring to the motherfucking original people to this land that set up the cultures and civilizations. That's
Wait a minute,
hold
on. Wait a minute. So the blacks are referring to the original people. Who is the Indians being referred to?
Native American Siberian niggas.
So here's my thing. I would like to know, we only see it, but where's the original? Because you said this is a Jesuit letter?
No, this is not the Jesuit letter.
What was this you reading?
See, I'm gonna just have to send this shit to you, dog.
Yeah, send it to me real fast. So yeah, don't do all that. A pullover something, dog. You ain't gotta do all that. But like, what's the source of this letter if it was written in 2022? You dig what I'm saying? Like, come on, y'all.
Oh shit. Boom. All right, there you go.
All right.
I sent it to your shit.
To what?
So I sent it to Chief Phone.
Text it.
Yeah, I done brought this to a lot of so-called teachers and scholars or whatever, and they all chopped it the fuck up. But it is saying that we was millions strong and we set up civilizations and cultures here. Period. So to me, I could fuck with it. I could fuck with it. Because nowhere do you see this shit. Nowhere you don't find this shit like this. What?
Hey, Lightman on it, man. Shout out to Lightman.
Yo, man, let me tell you something, yo. I apologize to the chat and everybody, yo, for fucking up this long, honestly, because they still never see my shit on AP channel, App TV channel, Chief channel, Sister Betty channel. Like, you really got to go through the crates and find some deleted ass video to find my shit. Literally, you literally do. Besides that, you get fucked up ass shit like what you just seen, and instead of the shit. That's why, I gotta hurry put some shit together. I just been working so fucking hard. I've been going very hard, but it's all good. We're gonna get it together, man. Fuck it.
Hey, Truth got one of your bills on his channel. It ain't get old though.
Yeah, that's true. Truth. I did one on Truth.
You can go right and find that junk.
Yeah, that's true. About 5-6 months old. Yeah, that's about it, man. Hey, man. You got these debates coming up, dog. I don't know how y'all feel, but the way I'm taking it as, if one of these niggas lose or win, that's a lose or win for every fucking body, including the agents like Phoenix Moon. And, I know niggas don't fuck with Top Cats or whatever, but when we go to debate,
Nigga, we fuck with Top Cat.
Oh, man, you funny as hell. But
nigga, I fuck with Talkcat. That nigga ain't did shit to me, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that nigga, man. And I like how he tried to get everybody to come together, man. That was a big on his part. So shout out to Talkcat. For real.
Hey, I ain't got no problems with nobody in the community at all either. But all I'm saying is that when these niggas go to debate, motherfuckers, and y'all may not agree on every single point they make, right? And y'all definitely may not agree when these niggas be like, oh, so why you Native American? Why you Native American? And they don't defend, they don't ever clear it up like, yo, I'm not Native American, my nigga. I'm American Indian, or I'm an American Aboriginal, or, you know, they don't ever really clean
Hey,
it up.
Chief,
But
if you send me something, put it in my send it on the email or put it in the private chat, brother.
But like, man,
yes, sir.
okay, Tariq is doing some real
Yeah, I sent you an email.
Is it disingenuous for him to slip back and forth and calling black aboriginals? Have you heard
Alabama,
that?
your device is not connecting.
Yes, it's
Hey,
very
there you go.
disingenuous.
Well, here's the thing, though, like, man, when you read articles like that, not to say it's not bad, it has good information in there.
That comes from
but,
a book. That comes from a book. That's not an article.
Okay, well, whatever the book is, though, what book did it come from, though? First off,
It's telling you right in there. But if you want to chop my shit up, we could do this.
no,
Like I
bro,
said,
it's not. You didn't write the book, bro.
I know I did, but we not by. I already done. I told you, I done brought this shit to a lot of motherfuckers already. They done chopped it the fuck up. I even chopped it the fuck up. But to me, it's basically
personal.
To me, it's basically saying that they reclassified niggas so they can take their motherfucking land. And to me, that's all I need, right there. That's all you need, right there.
Okay, but see, like, man, and that's a given. You're correct. That should be a simple. That's like the sun is in the sky and the moon also, but they in the sky, right? You can't tell me the shit is under the sea, right? So what's this cognitive disconnect shit that's going down? Now this Negro is dropping American Maroon. That's his movie, right? Making paper off of it. Have you seen how he did the backhanded reference, Chief, by talking about black aboriginals? And then, of course, he's going to keep pushing his marketing, calling foundational black American, which is calling us out of our name.
I'm waiting on it, brother. I'm sorry, Elder.
Yeah, I know you're talking to
What say you, light man? Is that true or not?
Yeah, it's bullshit because Tariq Nasheed believes we still from Africa at the end of the day. So you want to push all this African? Goddamn. Go ahead.
No. You got the floor, but I'm just saying I haven't seen the movie yet. But he does say that the 1526 Spain coming here, St. Augustine. That's his talking. That's his start point. Now we're talking about how is he using maroon in this context, and also the so-called Black Americans or maroons. It's all interchangeable. Are the first
Cimarron, Seminole, etc., etc.
Absolutely. We went through that through the etymology, how these words are connected and they all circle. It's like a circle that they keep circling back around to. But when they changed the definition and changed the words to Seminole, now this is a runaway slave. Now, what's interesting about this runaway slave, right? Think about it. They'll tell you, well, you had black Seminoles. So now the black Seminoles were a different type of runaway slave. See what I'm saying? And so they're using these terms to justify that Native Americans own Negroes. So that right there tells you to justify this slave concept, right? But once again, they're not telling you about family, the house of servants. They abolished our family businesses, our family dynasties. Okay, and this is what we're dealing with. We're just dealing with a book of spells of people who have been casting spells on us to continue to put themselves into power. It's all mental, which turns into physical. It turns into a minority of people who can oppress a majority of people mentally. Like, you know what I mean? To where they even disfranchise themselves. And we talked about that earlier, how we are always disfranchising ourselves. Nobody else has to do it. We're on automatic pilot. We got to talk about it. We can say whatever. We can show all these truths because we tell the truths of a lot of things and show the evidence, but people won't do nothing about it because it's too heavy. Matter of fact, they even turn out to be like, well, they're mad at you for exposing them to the truth. See what I'm saying? And so people sit back and want you to do it. And I think that they're rooting for you to fail as opposed to winning. Just think about it. That's just my observation of our condition, mental condition.
I get a little throw when I hear it's all mental, because I can't imagine in my mental capacity, right? I can't imagine in my mental capacity how to visualize blood mentally, right? When I see a nigga strung up in a tree, it'd be more than mental to me, bro. So I can't agree with it all being mental.
See, here's my thing. I give it a sports analogy, right? A lot of, let's just say, for instance, you got to prepare, right? So you got people who don't want to go to practice, don't want to lift weights, don't want to study, right? So they're not going to be prepared when it comes time. They might have the talents, but they don't have the preparation when it comes time to play a game with somebody who has just as much or more talent than you, who's prepared.
But Chief, now you're talking about work ethic.
I'm just talking about integrity and accountability across the board. Like, you know what I mean? Like, work is hard. Like, you know what I'm saying? Building is not easy.
No one said it's going to be easy.
Fight is not easy. But before you can go fight, you still have to have mental preparation, correct? Smoke?
No, all you gotta do is push me. I ain't gotta be prepared mentally at all.
But we don't need you on kamikaze runs, bro. It's about tactics. About tactics.
I'm just saying, bro. Hold on. I slap you in the face, you ain't gonna strategize shit. The strategy. Hold on. Strategy goes out the window once that lick been passed, bro. It's easy.
Well, the lick been passed. And I'm with you. I already told you. Order number one is ass whooping.
That's why I don't understand what niggas is still talking about.
Smoke. We was hanging them too.
Hey, Smoke. That's the special sauce.
We was hanging them too.
Don't need to be talked about on the internet.
We was at war. When we said who we was to the land, they hung us. And then when we found them, we hung them too. We was at war. Here you go. Still at war.
What do you, bingo?
Who we at war with though? See, I think that's the thing. Because a lot of y'all could just walk out your house and like, hi Sally, hi Billy on the other side. You know what I mean? Like, and there's no
silent weapons for quiet wars. Instead of using bombs and guns on your ass, they using other shit. Go ahead.
The war has to start within your brain, within our heads, like our verbiage. You can't go to sleep thinking like a slave, speaking like a slave. You're not going to go to sleep and think of power. You're not going to go to sleep and come up with any solutions that's going to be able to manifest themselves in you know what I mean, in reality. It's like we're not going to turn around and cry. Hey, your thing's on here right now. We got to figure out where this has come from first. What is this book?
Okay, it says the book right along the edge of it. It says books, Google books about, and then it says the Black American, and it cuts off. But then it says the palpable primary resource.
All right,
digging on it, dog.
All right, so just for the record, this is not palpables.
No, that can't.
I mean, I'm just saying we got to know what this book is, though, bro. What's the source of this book that you're presenting right now? That's all we're saying, man. So we can just be fair. We don't want to present something.
I ain't presenting. Oh, you put up on the. It's on the screen. Oh
Yeah,
shit.
it's right there. Like, man.
I ain't even see it on the screen. God
Oh,
damn.
matter of fact, you don't even got to read it because if you're driving, it's little.
No,
Me, I
I'm
can't see it.
not gonna read it. I'm not gonna read it. I'm not gonna read it. But yeah, it cuts off. It definitely cuts off. I'm digging on
Allegedly.
it, dog. Well, yeah, allegedly I'm driving, but it does cut off.
All right, so got you. Don't worry about it. No big deal. So hold on, you guys. Yeah.
Shout out to Aaliyah. I see she made it in. Shout out, sis.
But I wanted to comment on what's his name? Ali Bamboo said. He said, "Is it disingenuous what Tariq Nasheed doing?" Tariq Nasheed is an African scholar. Tariq Nasheed is a hard hitter for these niggas right here. If we go to debate these niggas, Tariq Nasheed is gonna be on their side. Just know that. He ain't gonna be on ours. Remember,
On whose side?
He gonna be on the African scholar side, because he's an African scholar. He always take it back to Africa. Always. And I know Chief not cool with Dane, but Dane would be so-called on our side when it comes to teaching.
That's right.
And
You right
then
about that.
Yeah, so I mean, you got to take what you could when it comes to Tariq Nasheed. You can't really fuck with his shit 100% because he go to Africa with it, and his niggas do too. All his followers do. So you could take what you could with it, but just know that motherfucker is not on your team at all.
And don't carry your ass to that museum neither unannounced. Shout out to Miss Aaliyah. Shout out to you, sis. You got the word, sis.
Peace. How y'all doing?
We're doing great. We're doing great, sis.
Yeah, I really just going along with some of the information the young man was trying to show. Look,
I wasn't showing that, sis. But keep going. I wasn't showing that. This wasn't no prepared thing. This wasn't none of that type deal. My shit is organized. My shit is very good. It's a good delivery. Everything's fluid. But tonight, it wasn't no prepared night at all. Like, it didn't. Go ahead, sis.
Hey, dude, does anybody get the feeling that we're all just kind of chilling and this nigga is ducking bullets? No, fuck up. Go ahead, sis.
But anyway, I sent you something, but again, it kind of gets discouraging at points, because sometimes I look at a lot of this and say, why are we still trying to create the wheel when it's already been created? All we got to do is get it pushing and rolling. I mean, so what I'm saying is, like you were talking about the conferences. Somebody was talking about having a press conference. And that could be a tool. However, I agree. Why do we have to go to their station and expect them to announce something that we already know? And if you don't know, understand that us coming back into the understanding of who we are, and when we get to that point where we have a real good nucleus of people, that we can rebuild this cell, and this cell can become a bigger community of cells, that's a threat to them. I mean, I don't know what we're not understanding. We are a threat to these Europeans that came over here. Even to this day, they were afraid of us. I'm gonna bring up I hate to say Malcolm X, because he wasn't that when he left us, but Malcolm X said, we did not land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us, right? That's saying something. That's saying something. Listen to the words. We did not land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us.
That's
Without
right.
saying a word, if you understand the history, then you understand what he was saying. We could not, and I'm not gonna say wait. I'm gonna say that they could not come right out and claim our true heritage. Because in the 30s, 40s, 50s, they would have been hung, prisoned, or beat so bad they probably would have wished they were dead. And that's a fact. You have to do the research, read the papers and stuff of these different cities and states, and read the newspapers, and you'll get a lot of knowledge. But I have something I want to read. Dane
Take your
Calloway.
time. Go ahead, sis.
Well, thank you. Dane Calloway is he's a genius in his own right, I think. However,
That's right.
I just don't think it's always wise to put down all other leaders. You know what I'm saying? And elders. I just don't. So, but when I was listening,
let's rewind. I'm the Cuddy. I will rewind these turntables real quick. I'm playing with you. Hey, I'm just playing with you. When you say down all of the elders, please elaborate. Like who like what are you talking about? Because I'm not knowing what you lost me. Go ahead, sis.
Right. Well, I'm just referring to how he will, candidly say that he don't think that the scholarship of like people like Ben Sturtevant and Wilson and all of them are relevant. You know what I'm saying?
Got you. I understand. Got you.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. You have to have respect to the elders regardless. That's what I'm saying. Because that's how we learn and how we learn principles and stability. So then I had something I wanted to read because while I was dealing with him, I wanted to share some things with him, and I was with his Patreon for a minute, but I didn't find a door to really go in there and feel comfortable to share anything. So, but what I wanted to ask was, let's think about the time.
I'm glad that you feel comfortable. I'm glad that we're glad that you feel comfortable to share here, and you're more than welcome. Go ahead, sis.
Thank you. I really do. So we need to think about the timeline we're dealing with. See, if we could put these timelines together, then we will understand the parallel and how they have come in with their propaganda and tried to divide what they want to call the Indians from the Negroes, right? And so let's think, in the 1800s, it was not enough of them to have been able to fight two wars. One, to try to keep the so-called slaves, as they call them, contained, basically over on the East Coast and down in Georgia, Alabama, and it might have went as far as Mississippi and New Orleans, okay? But then now at the same time, like let's just take for a time 1832. At the same time, they were fighting the so-called, what they call native, right? How is that possible if it wasn't nothing but 500,000 of them in the early part of 1800s? How did they have enough manpower to fight the so-called Indians that they had not contained and still fight and try to war with the ones that were contained? It's crazy. So you have to, like, I have an article I want to read. I want to read it if you don't mind. It's about one of the generals, the majors, that had something that was involved with the cavalry, and where he went and he was fighting out west, still trying to contain our people that were out west still. And he was honored for the Indian Wars, they said, where he was honored for his actions in the War of the Natchez. Now who was living in Natchez Valley in that time? But our people. Who's still living down there? But our people. They use words like Chief always said. It's like they have a spellbound with all these words that they make up to give them meanings to identify us or to subjugate us or to oppress us to try to keep us constantly contained. So this general, this is his name. Let me read it. This is a real person. And I think if you really want to know a lot about what they did to us, you have to deal with the Civil War era, and before that, like to the earlier 1800s. Because you're right, it wasn't like we came over here, no chains and all that kind of mess. They used their government that they was trying to develop and still trying to develop in the early 1800s to write us out of history. They have rules and regulations and principles and codes in the Constitution. It's in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, where, their rules were like, if one of them kill us, then they will judge that person. Okay. Even if we catch the killer, we have to bring them to them for them to judge their white Caucasian counterpart for killing one of our people. Now listen to this. Where's the fairness? But if we kill one of them, they also take hold to our person. Not let us judge them. They still have the right to take that person and judge. So see, we were never wrote in these constitutions or Bill of Rights or any of these laws fairly. Even if they wrote us in there, it was not for fairness. It was still to contain us. So this man's name is, let me put my glasses on. I just want y'all you can look him up yourself. This is where we're found. Because you have to understand, during Lincoln's reign, the reason why we had a Civil War is because President Lincoln wanted to become the president of the whole United States of America. At the time, 1958, 59, 60, 61, when he was in office running, whatever he was doing, this so-called America that came and dropped on top of us on our land was divided. Lincoln was only president of the northern so-called states. He wanted to be the president over all the states. And that's why we went to war. It wasn't because he wanted to free the slaves. He demanded that the slaves fight in that war, because without them, they wouldn't have been able to beat the South. I don't know why people are not reading this history, because even though it's not our history, it's theirs, but we're all up in it. All up in it, how they oppressed us, depressed us.
My sister.
So this is what I want to read. This white man's name his name is George William Byrd, B-A-I-R-D. He was a major out of Connecticut. They said he was in the 32nd United States Colored Infantry. Okay?
Was he colored, or would they be considered him a white man?
You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at this picture. I sent it to the chief, and he can look it over and probably share it with you guys. He looked like a Caucasian to me. But look, when they came over here, we know they were murky looking. They weren't really what you would call white.
Right.
Right?
But go ahead, sister. You want to read that, because I wanted to chop it up with you, if you don't mind. This is a black and white,
right? Sir?
I said I want you to go ahead and read with you, but I wanted to chop it up with you, if you don't mind. Go ahead and read what you're going to read.
Sir. No, I don't have the problem. Yeah, let me finish reading. So I just wanted to read this part where it said he was honored, and he was honored for his fight down in the Mississippi Valley. The Natchez Valley, right, in Mississippi, for helping to contain, kill, and then I guess, march our people to a reservation. Now, I called, and this is what I did. I called the Bureau of Indian Affairs back in, I think it was like 1983, because I was on the phone, and I'm gonna be quick. I was on the phone with my uncle, and we are Turners. You know, I come from the Smith, Butler, Turner, Robinson clan, and you know, I was upset because something had just made me feel away. Like, what did y'all do? How did y'all sit around and let this happen? So I called my uncle, and I'm like, Uncle Bobby, how did y'all do this? How y'all let them take our land from us? Why didn't y'all fight? And my uncle told me these words. They used to call me baby sister when I was little. He said, baby sister. He said, calm down. It's going to be all right. He said, we underestimated them when they came over here. We underestimated them on everything that they told us. But it's going to be all right, baby sister. He said, look, just stay close with your family. Stay tight. Work together. And soon it's going to be all right. We going to get it back. And of course, I mean, that's my uncle, my great uncle. I listened to him and I kind of calmed down. But, you know, then I said, but y'all didn't try to fight. He said, baby, we fought all the time, still fighting. He said, but what could we do when they had a Gatling gun? He said, what could we do? They had cannons, baby. He said, we wasn't walking around with weapons trying to fight people and kill people. And so I keep that with me. I asked my grandmothers, and I've told Chief this, why are we not using our native tongue and our words that we use and the names that we call ourselves? And this was back in the 50s 60s when I asked my grandmother. And she told me, she said, this is my mother's mother. She said, baby, they beat our names out of us. They beat our culture out of us. Because if we tried to stand up for ourselves, they would kill us, beat us, or put us in jail.
Well, that's why I said to you yesterday, that's terrorism. But I'm sorry, I didn't want to step on your wisdom. I wasn't sure if there was a pause there. But could we go Could we go a little bit back and forth? I wanted to chop it because you said a lot of things. I wanted to hit some points, though, some bullet points. Let me circle back to the elders. Now, I agree with you 100%. Just as you said, the quote that you shared from your own great uncle, that's sort of a response to smoke signal. That's a little inside joke. We'll talk about it later. The other thing is people like Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, Sheikh Anta Diop, John Henry Clark, and there's a reason I'm naming the specific ones, Yosef Ben Yakina. Would you say that they were misguided or that they intentionally mistaught, reported, and tried to convince a people of being out of Africa?
They were misguided.
Or was they misguided?
They were misguided. And purposely,
okay, let's be
I
fair.
believe.
I'm going to say, just for the discussion, let's be fair and say they were misguided. Some would argue differently, but I'm just going to say for our conversation, let's say they were. How would you then respect them? And I'm not saying disrespect them as men or their manhood. How could you respect something that is deceiving the people? Now, I'm not saying I direct this at you personally, Aaliyah. I'm saying in general. That can't be tolerated.
I appreciate that because I only said that for other people. You understand? Trying to make a point. Because who I really wanted to say.
But I'm saying, what I'm asking you in this part of the conversation, I'm saying, can that be tolerated no matter what the intentions were?
No, it should not be tolerated. But I'm just going by what I have learned. That, I woke up one day, came back on YouTube, and our people, that's all they were talking about. I'm like, what has happened? Like, what happened to our scholars? And this is the point. I hear what y'all saying. We need documents. We can find them. And I know where you can find some as well. However, why can't we trust in what our forefathers and mothers told us? Why are we thinking that our grandmothers and great-grandmothers and fathers would just lie to us?
Okay, now, Aaliyah, I know you're saying it somewhat as a rhetorical question, but let me take the baton here. and suggest to you why it's dangerous for these persons who are Pan-Africanists, who are indignant and come to our community. We don't go over there. They come over here, keeping this propaganda going. You understand what I'm saying? And it cannot be tolerated. You follow me?
Well, do you not think?
I'll grant the hold on a second. I'll grant that possibly that generation of people, and I'm talking Garvey on down to W.B. Du Bois, on down to the HBCUs, Booker T. Washington, and how some of these boule-minded people, fraternities and sororities, may be misguided. I think we have a book. It's called The Miseducation of the Negro, right? There is a book that describes how a Negro, is purposely miseducated. Now, if we have that book, and that's an interesting thing to me, by the way, because you're speaking to a school teacher's son, so I take this stuff very seriously. How is it that you could continue to miseducate people and not think you should be challenged in what you are doing?
I think they all should have been challenged. Again,
okay, so
again,
now,
for the
but
sake
now,
of
hold on, sister. Now we're in 2023. Now, do you see what the predicament is for a generation who's been duped? Actually, we're kind of like 2, if not 3 generations in integration. I'm just going to say, for the sake of our discussion, at least 60 years since the 1960s, right?
Exactly.
So you put integration on top of the narrative, 1976, Roots and Kunta Kinte and Alex Haley, and a known plagiarist and propagandist. And now what do we have with 2 or 3 generations of people who have been misled and are
Yes,
confused?
I understand that. And you know what? I fought their parents more than anything because I taught my
But
children.
they're also misled and confused by
No,
the
no,
same
sir.
quote
No,
unquote
no.
scholarship. Hold
Not
on.
everybody.
Let me bring it to focus this way, because I'm going to circle back to you saying what you said, and you are correct. Those parents should have at least been told or heard Nana, Grandpa, Pawpaw, or their grandparents and great-grandparents. At that time, in the 60s through the 70s, they were still being told. Do you remember that scene in Brewster's Place with Cicely Tyson and Robin Givens?
What
You saw
about
that
it?
in the movie, right? You remember
Yeah, I
that
remember
scene,
the
right?
movie, but what happened? What did you talk about?
That scene of Cicely Tyson chastising her for running and creating an African name, a consciousness, etc., for herself when she was named after her Iroquois full-blood grandmother who kept white men from lynching her sons. But that narrative does not, but do you follow my point that I'm saying, Aaliyah? That narrative within each of our families, separately and collectively, has not taken hold. Why? Because we're being bombarded with the narrative of out of Africa. Do you see what I'm saying?
Maybe, but see, I hear some people talk about the haplogroup and the double helix,
That's
helix
part
and
of the
all that,
eugenics.
and the
That's
blood.
part of the
May I
eugenics to
finish?
so-called
Okay.
prove that we
I
have
agree.
African ancestry by spitting in a tube when there is no proof of such. So again, that only reinforces another example of what I'm pointing out, Aaliyah, that there is a purposeful agenda to keep us duped, deluded, asleep, and refuse to acknowledge what we should know by now. That is a true statement of fact, that we are the descendants of the Aboriginals of North America.
Absolutely.
And as we are bringing that to the forefront, these saboteurs, agent provocateurs, co-collaborators, snitch bitches, punk ass Negroes, whatever you want to call them, have to be checked at the door so my children and grandchildren are not infected with this toxic shit. Now, that's just my opinion, Aaliyah.
Chief. That's not the chief, is it?
No, this is
Who is that
Alabama.
speaking? Oh, how you doing, brother? Okay, brother. Now, I was not rebutting you. I agree with everything you're saying. I'm just mature enough that I've been hearing this for so long that now it's like, what are we going to do? Because if you think we're going to be able to convince all of our people here the truth, then you're going to be wasting a lot of
Well,
energy.
you
'Cause it's
you
not gonna
already
happen.
know that's not going to come without White Zaddy saying something in regards to it. You feel? Because most of us are still with Jesus.
Yeah, well,
Now,
they're never
the
going to
last
say
thing I
that.
was going to ask you. Well, the last thing I was going to ask you is that both the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and
Oh,
the
Lord.
noble prophet Drew Ali
Mhm.
both knew personally their American Indian grandparents. And
Right.
you said something very interesting yesterday about the messenger. Could you repeat that on why you said he wouldn't say that when that
I
is an
said
actual fact?
I said he was a Creek Indian from Georgia.
And it's still not being said by Louis Farrakhan today.
Well, me and Chief, I was trying to talk to Chief about that, that why would he? He's a West Indian and he's a European birth. That's his, lineage, a European Jew, and his mother was a woman from the West Indian island. So so that's what I'm gonna say, and then I'm gonna let it go because nobody's gonna like what I'm getting ready to say, and that's this.
Well, some could say that about Marcus Mosiah Garvey as well.
Well,
But
all of
that's
them people.
that's not the point that I'm making. The point, I hope you do understand. The point that I'm making is the narrative is toxic and been unchallenged for too long.
What
It is
narrative?
being challenged out of
What narrative?
Africa, and use the word theory, because it's very important that we don't seem to stress that enough. None of these people will ever overcome that one word. It is a theory.
And so
What
why
we are talking about is a
but why
fact.
keep worrying about those people? That's what
I'm
I'm
not
saying.
worried.
Because
No, my sister.
listen. I believe, like that sister was saying, what's her name? Rachel. And she was getting into the spiritual and all that about our, how we have to carry ourselves, that type of protection. I go farther than that. Some of these people that are opposing this truth, then I scratch my head and think, are they really 100% from the bloodlines of the ex so-called enslaved people that was here? I have to question that. So, you talking about Mr. Muhammad, and y'all might not like this, but Mr. Muhammad was exclusive. He said this is about us here in America. He said the Afrikaners and the islanders are our people. They skin folk, and they do come from, the originals, but they're not like us. And this night right here, what we're going through here, is just for us, and everything that will come down the tube in reward, in progress, in prosperity, in our future is going to be just for us, the bloodline that came through the enslavement. Now you have to understand that in the 1800s, when they started that AT transatlantic slave thing, that's what brought all the West Africans over.
Excuse me, we
You're
wasn't
gonna
slaves.
have quite a bit of pushback over here, sister, about
We wasn't
enslavement
slaves. I'm
or
sorry.
slavery. Yeah, well, hold on, brother. Let me land my plane on this.
Who is that? Who is that?
She's in the moment. She's in the moment. But hold on, brother. Let me just
I don't understand that.
let me land my. Hold on.
I'm not changing my
Let me land my plane with this
y'all
question.
can say what y'all want to say. But let me finish. Let me finish. Because y'all getting all upset about some people that came over here from Africa when I'm getting ready to kill that noise. I don't see why y'all get so upset about the people they brought from the West African, because they are not the original Africans that ever came over here. The first Africans that came over here came from East Africa, not West Africa. So them West Africans are really not direct kin blood to us. So when they brought them over here, would y'all let me finish? I can go because everybody else.
Let her roll.
Because I listen to everybody twice. And this is what I'm not mad. I'm just saying I ain't gonna waste my time there, because the precious jewels and gems we got from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, are too good for me to have to argue with people about it. You listen. If you doubt, then go do your research. But don't
I feel
argue
I'm
with
gonna
me about what I've been knowing for over 60 years. We wasn't dumb in the Nation of Islam. Islam wasn't about no religion where you come sing some songs to God and listen to a preacher and get home. We were learning. We were learning math and science and engineering, mathematics. We were learning the history of this white man over here in America, how he got here and what his purpose was for coming here. America ain't never been no. America is a name of a corporation, a place where you could come and do your thing, get rich, your land of milk and honey. They ain't never looked at this like a nation. This was a place to come and get it, come and get rich, come and get wealthy.
Slow down, sis. How are you feeling good? Are you all right? I'm sorry everybody was cutting you off. I was trying to get everybody to give you space.
Yes, sir.
But
I appreciate it. Well, I want to talk. I want to talk very gentle to y'all, my brothers.
No doubt, no doubt. Hey, but sometimes we need that too. So we appreciate that as well. But sis, I'm gonna let Alabama dialogue with you real quick, because one point though, I mean, you know what I'm saying, where we differ, and it's respectful, you know what I'm saying, is none of us come from Africa or have any lineage or connection towards Africa. Alabama, my elder. I'll let you go and dialogue with the Queen Elder. Hey, respectfully, sis, I sure do appreciate you. Thank you very much for being here.
And
I don't believe. Look, I don't believe that either. I don't believe it. It's not what I believe. It's not what I believe. It's what they have tried to share. That's the story they fed our people, and it wasn't way back then. It was back in the 60s and 70s.
Okay, yeah, Smoke. Let her get it. Let her get that out real quick, and the Alabama get on up in there real quick. Go ahead.
Y'all getting stuck on the. Y'all being stuck on that transatlantic slave trade, and they knew it was going to happen, and that's why they did it.
Hold on, Miss Leo. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I want to ask Cut something. Hey, Cut.
Yeah, I'm right here, brother.
Hey, drop the link when I come back, man. I'm finna go scoop Unc up from the plantation.
Hey, man, shout out to Unc, man. Shout out to Unc. Go ahead, Alabama. You can dialogue with the Queen Elder.
So my sister, I was not challenging you or contesting you. I just was trying to bring some points up first so that we can discuss what is the dilemma for our children, our grandchildren's sake. That's the only thing that drives me personally. Okay. So I could care less about whoever these elders or these people who have passed on, because they're dead. They can't defend themselves. When I asked you originally, I said, regardless of whether their intentions were malicious or misguided, the end result is we've been lied to. Now we shouldn't have. This is not even something that should be an argument. Hold on, sister. Hold on. So that you understand what I'm saying. That's first. Secondly, people who keep pushing a Pan-Africanist agenda is continuing a lie and a propaganda that shall not, again, this is my personal opinion. I've shared this with the panel repeatedly, and I will continue to say this as an elder, that cannot go uncontested any further. That is allowing the problem that has already been created to fester. Do you understand what I'm saying, Aaliyah?
You see them pictures? Yeah. Yes, sir, I do. And like I said, though, I've been dealing with this so long. It's been got, beyond me. I'm so thankful to know that those of us who know are going to be all right. I just know this. And it's a lot of things I could say, but like I said to the go, I don't think a lot of y'all really ready for it, because I could see how y'all fighting about these West Africans that came over here. However they got here, whether it was slavery.
Hold on, sister. We are not fighting about them. They're coming amongst us to do ill. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. And secondly, I was going to circle back to your statement from your elder, who was absolutely correct. The reason why everything is going to be all right, because the truth is us. The truth is on our side. The people who are not are the problem. Do you understand what I'm saying, Aaliyah?
Aaliyah, yes, I do. But I don't know why you feel like you have to teach me this. I came up here to join to share some more knowledge, not to be taught, because I know what you know. Truly, I do. And I feel the same way. But I sit back and watch I ain't talking about you personally, but I say you, I'm talking to the general public. I have sit back over the last 45 years and watched our people allow themselves to be led by foreigners, be told by foreigners that they are not the original people, that they came from them, whether they came from the islands or whether they came from the continent. They have sit around and allowed it. Then they put that stuff in the schools, that African studies stuff, and then you couldn't tell none of our people anything. They start labeling us, we fought for the word Black because we didn't want to be called Afro-Americans, not African, Afro. They were calling us Afro-American in the 60s because of the way we were wearing our hair. Then it went from Afro-American, and then we demanded to be called Black because of why? Mr. James Brown, our brother from Georgia. Even though Messenger Muhammad had been writing it in the papers, had been speaking on it in his speeches, when James Brown came to Chicago and then he wrote that song and went on tour and did that song helped implement us saying we are Black and we are proud, no matter what. Then it went from that, and then in the last, I would say 20, 25 years, they've been pushing this African American stuff on us. Now me, first of all, I'm not taking no sense. But when I go and fill out an application anywhere, I cross out African American, circle Black, and then I go down and circle Native American in. Now, sometimes I don't because they don't have that on there. I'll write it in. Black American in. So see, it's things we can do collectively that without asking them for permission. I'm not asking the white man for nothing. I'm not going to ask him to tell me it's okay to say I am who I am and that I come from the tribes I come from that my great-grandmother and fathers told me about, and my grandmothers reciprocated and continually taught me, and my mom and dad. And then it was all in the nation, but it was a course of study that if you came in the nation, you knew about. If you wasn't in the nation, because of how they had just almost tried to destroy us, the ones who went along with the okie doke and whatever they called us, whenever it was, Negro, colored, Black, whatever, then, if they come in the nation, they found out some things and they were able to get some peace of mind. But the ones on the outside, believe it or not, a lot of brothers and sisters in the 60s still knew who they were. You didn't have a problem with them saying, my grandmother is the Indian, my grandfather is the Indian. They just wrote us out of history. They kind of like beat that out of us too, because they put Negroes in front of us to challenge us, like that light-skinned nigga. What's his name? Dixon. What's his name? What, y'all know who I'm talking about? What's his name? Dixon?
You said Dixon? Are you talking about E.D. Nixon? Or
I'm talking about that one, the light skin one that was I always had him on the news talking for us.
Oh, you talking about Al Sharpton?
No, Michael Eric Dyson. I mean, you were talking about
Dyson. Yeah. That's who I'm talking about. Dyson. Okay. Dyson. People like him. And then they let that other fool that wears hair all messed up all the time. What's his name? I don't pay no attention to these people. You know who I'm talking about, that other Cornwell. Cornell.
Oh, Cornell West.
Yeah, him. You understand what I'm saying? They let these people come before us with that Black study stuff and talking about Africa and Africana and stuff. And especially our so-called greater minds, like our college students, the ones that start going to school in the late 70s and 80s and 90s. And they indoctrinated them against that. They indoctrinated them against who they were. And I know it happened because I was 14. I came home from school one day talking about, Ungawa, black people got the power. We from Africa. My mother looked at me. She said, girl, what I done told you about that? We ain't no darn Africans. You better stop saying that. And it shook me back into reality. It shook me back into reality. Because it didn't even have started then, but it was very subtle. Then they let Kwame Ture come along. See, y'all don't remember these people. Kwame Ture, who was who? Stokely Carmichael. Stokely Carmichael. He married that singer, went to African, came back, and then he was Kwame Ture, and he went around teaching all that Pan-Africanism.
Hey, my elder Miss Aaliyah.
Yes.
Tell me something. I'd seen something in the chat a little bit ago, and it said that you hadn't got a chance to read what you was reading. Make sure you keep on building stuff, but I'm interested in, the people are interested in what you was going to read if you hadn't already read it already as well.
Yes, no, I didn't finish it. I just kind of went through it because I don't want to take up a lot of your
Hey, go
time.
ahead and keep building, because you over here, you kicking that fire. We want you to kick it like Bruce Lee flicks.
I just want y'all to know that the world, like I'm gonna say it again. If you were born just before or after 1975, you missed it. Because we had a beautiful citadel all over this country that came out of the brothers and sisters in the Nation of Islam doing it for us all. Messenger Muhammad told the brothers they had one order from Elijah, and that was to respect and protect the black woman. And it didn't matter if she was in the temple like me and my mom and them, or if they was out on the streets. Treat them with respect. That's what he told y'all. He said, respect and protect the black woman. And that's exactly what was going on. It was a wonderful period, brothers and sisters. You didn't have to worry about nobody snatching you up, raping you, robbing you, nothing like that. In no city where we had temples, in no city. And yes, we had some stone gangsters on the East Coast. But see, let me tell you something about the East Coast temples. Most of them were flooded with foreigners, okay? Foreigners who weren't being straight up about their identity. Because it was a rule in the Nation of Islam that if you were born foreign, whether you were brought here when you was a child or not, or if your parents were foreign and they moved here, you were still a foreigner. So you did not be in our temples. See, everybody think up there in New York, which is the citadel of Satan, that all the Muslims was running together, but it wasn't. When Messenger Muhammad was here, temple number 7 in Harlem had about 4 different sub-temples, A, B, C, D, and E. Each one of those letters pertained to one of those boroughs up there around Manhattan. 7C was for the black people in America. That's the one Malcolm was over. But we had other temples, one where the Puerto Ricans went, one where the people from the islands and the so-called African people went. You understand what I'm saying? It was never like they was allowed to come to our meetings. The only time they could come with us was on Savior's Day. And that's when all the doors were open and all our people from the temples could come in. So see, all this thinking that Mr. Muhammad was trying to get to all these people. He said he was the messenger to all black people because the messenger said it was only 10% of our people on this planet that had not been touched and corrupted by the devil. Now I'm going to say it again. He said only 10% of the black people on the planet, whether they over there or over here, only 10% had not been touched and destroyed almost by the white man. So that don't leave, and I have no idea where those little islands or places might be, you see? But he said the African had no reason, rhyme or reason to think that they were better than us or they were somehow on a different class than us because they had also been touched by the white man. And matter of fact, they allowed the white man to come in their countries and take them over while they was in power. He said, we the only one lost our power over our land, but we will be getting it back.
That's right. Shout out to the Queen Elder. You getting it in, sis. I appreciate you. Definitely. Anybody would like to dialogue with the Queen Elder? Who we got over here? We got Rojas up in here, CJ
I
Curlin.
don't know that she understood what I was asking originally.
Okay, my elder, go ahead, brother.
It was again to address the issue of maliciousness or misguided. And doesn't matter whether the intent was ill or for good, because for it to be for good, it would have to be to correct the mentality of a people and to uplift them. And the interesting thing to me is, especially when people want to push Noble Drew Ali, and they say that fallen humanity in the cartoon that they love to use is lifting up the woman, and all these people that I see are denigrating the woman every which way that they go. Then again, as I asked you earlier, it is factual. It's not a slur. It's not slanderous to say that both Timothy Drew and the good messenger, Elijah Poole, knew their grandparents and knew them to be the Aboriginal American. Now, for that to not be stated is either intentionally
and how
done.
many times I gotta tell you,
No,
brother Alabama.
to some of the comments.
See,
Wait a
messenger
minute,
put
sis,
up.
I did interrupt you. I was trying to
Oh, I thought you were
respond
talking
to
to
some.
me.
I was also responding
Don't,
to some
don't put
very.
the messenger in there. Don't put the
I
messenger
was
in there, please.
responding to toxic behavior in the chat as well, but trying to reiterate why I asked you what I asked you, Aaliyah. It's not attacking you. It's presenting a point.
But I don't feel it.
Okay?
I feel like it's
And
a
the
waste
point-
of time because I'm not
I did
challenging you. I'm not challenging you, bruh.
Sister, can I please?
I agree with
'Cause I didn't
you. They should
didn't-
stop teaching this nonsense. What is that your forte? Is that what you stand on all the time?
May I finish, if you please? Because
No,
I
I'm
didn't
asking
interrupt you.
because I'm not challenging you. Why are we going back and forth when I'm not
But every
challenging
time
you?
I start speaking, when you interrupt me or speak over me, that's somewhat rude, and I didn't interrupt.
No, but I don't know why you are
I was just-
addressing me with what
But you're
do
not
I
listening.
think this and that,
That's
the other.
what- while
I
I'm
think the
saying
Honorable
what I'm
Elijah
saying,
Muhammad. I think the
Aaliyah, while I'm
I think the
saying
Honorable
what I
Elijah
am
Muhammad is the
saying,
only one we should listen to. But that's me.
My elder. Hey, hold on. Miss Aaliyah, let's take a deep breath. I think he just wants to dialogue back and forth. It's not a challenge. He just wants to back and forth with you. It's not a challenge at all. Please, everything's okay, sis. You're doing
But
amazing.
I agree with him, bruh. I agree with him. What is it that he think I don't understand? That's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay,
What is, you think I don't understand something?
Go ahead, my elder, Alabama. You got
because
the
every time I start speaking, she does speak over me. So I'll try this one more time. As I was saying before you interrupted me the first time. When this type of mentality has gone unchallenged, the reason for the, what do you call it, pushback, argumentative behavior, fighting, whatever words that you use, is because this day is ending for this propaganda and these lies to be spoken over our people without being contested. Now, if you are in agreement with that, then we can move forward from that point. That's what I was saying. I only pointed out two examples. I only pointed out two examples of major leadership, whether it's the NOI or people who love to call themselves Moors, that the leadership of both of them knew their own ancestry to be Aboriginal American, but not publicly acknowledged nor spoken to in public currently. If you get my point now, Aaliyah, it's not an attack on the messenger. Not an attack on the prophet.
I answered that. I told you that in the temples, back in the 30s and 40s, Messenger Muhammad was trying to keep our people safe, brother. You must not believe what I said. They would actually kill us if they thought 50 or more of us was congregating somewhere, sitting up talking about we was the real aborigines of this planet, of this part of the world, and we were going to take back our land. And believe me, we had many of riots from 1900 until 1975. Our brothers were always fighting for right.
Hold on, Aaliyah. So then what's the excuse today that the nation as an organization is not?
I don't have nothing to do with it. Would you tell him I don't have nothing to do with that?
Stop, sister. Stop taking this personal. I'm talking in general. This is not an attack on you. I'm doing this for the audience and the chat too. To understand, this is a very serious thing that we're discussing here, and there are not enough from whatever quarter, whether it's the business community, the Christians, the so-called people who call themselves Hebrew Israelites, including the NOI or those who call themselves Moors. This should not be in dispute at all, is the point that I'm making, Aaliyah. And so people from all of those particular...
You're making an unwarranted assumption, because for one thing, you got to talk to Farrakhan about why he don't teach them people who they really are and why he won't let them navigate in those type of waters. I have no idea. I don't deal with Farrakhan, so I don't know what they're doing over there and why they're doing it. I just told you, in the nation between 1930 to 1975,
but today
we
is
did.
2023.
Oh my God! Can I finish?
Today is 2023. You've said that, and I'm not disputing what.
But I'm not in the nation, so I don't know what they're doing. I don't deal with them, and I am out here as a believer, as a person who knows, brother. I am out here telling people who we are. I've been doing, so I can only be accountable for my actions. I don't know what they doing over there with Farrakhan. Me and the people that used to be in the nation when Messenger Muhammad was here, we don't deal with them. We're doing our own thing. And you know what we're doing right now? Trying to save up money and water and food to be prepared to be able to survive through this war that's getting ready to come. That's what we're doing. We know who we are. All of us know what tribe we come from here. And that's how we navigate toward one another. And I'm not saying that's every one of us, because I don't know oh my God. I don't know everybody. I know the group that I deal with and the people I deal with. The nation was huge. It was 1 million people in the nation. It was no way you can know everybody from every temple, from every city or every state. So the people I grew up with and that I know in Temple number 5 and Temple number 1, that's what our minds is on. We know who we are. We're not nobody could tell us any different, because we did discuss those things in the temple, but it was in-house because it was dangerous, brother. We did not have enough power to go up to the Congress and tell them we are the real owners of this land. Give us back our land. They would have killed us and shot us down the same way they did the people in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So that's all I'm saying, bro. I get where you're coming from. However, all I'm saying is Messenger Muhammad had nothing to do with that, because he did not reframe any type of knowledge from us. But in the 30s, they didn't need nobody to tell them they was Indians. They already knew. They knew who they were. They knew who they were. Messenger Muhammad knew he was a Creek Indian from Georgia. He grew up with his mother and father. He was born in 1897. The laws didn't change to 1940. That's when the laws really changed.
That's right. Shout out to Mr.
That's why I just understand why you questioned me. That's all.
Shout out to Queen Elder Aaliyah. I appreciate you being here, sis. You know what I'm saying? I'm about ready to go to the nearest mosque right now.
No, you're not. You just roll with me.
I'm teasing.
You just roll with me.
Yes, hey,
you roll with me, because we can develop our own center. See, we don't need no more mosques. Messenger Muhammad said we don't need no more temples. We don't need no more mosques. He said we on another level now.
That's right. I see
y'all missed that because them niggas kept him away from y'all from 1975 until today almost. He the propaganda and these niggas out here and these agents from Africa and the islands like Farrakhan, they have kept us away from that true teachers of the messenger by coming in with all these lies and innuendos and false teaching that has turned us away from listening to the messenger. And that's why we in this situation we in today. See, things have to be done covertly. And I hear my brother Smoke talking about, come on, let's get the guns and go ahead. But listen, that would be about the... I'm going to talk to him. I'm not scared of none of that. That would be the stupidest thing that we could do. You going to let me finish? That will be the stupidest thing we could do. It would be like committing suicide, because I don't care if every one of us get an AKA, a Glock, and even a rocket launcher. We still wouldn't be able to beat the United States Army. Nowhere we at. Because they got instruments. They got a weapon. I forget the name of it, but I will find it out. It is a weapon that when they shoot it, it's a laser and it can kill at least 50 people at the same time. And you disappear. And y'all can
I see we own the army and all of that. I'm different. I see that once we realize who we are, we realize we're the caretakers. Once we establish that we get back our actual wealth. Once we establish our wealth,
CJ,
we gonna get back all that.
CJ, you just kind of cut it to line. You just was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go on up on you. I'm gonna do the do. Hold on, man. Let the
I apologize.
Oh, you all good, man. You jumped off,
all
man.
right. I'm not offended.
You all good.
But he look, is this him down here in the corner? He a young blood. Young blood.
Yeah, God bless the youngin.
You know how you can help. You know how you can kill this white man. You know how you can show this white man something. You know how this white man can be definitely totally in fear of you and your total being. Is that you keep your penis in your pants. Don't go out here getting no women pregnant, having babies unless you are ready to be committed 100%. Don't be out here dogging out the sisters. Show her something that she could be proud of and respect. And if you do have children, then stay with the woman and y'all raise them children up in this knowledge that we share. That's how you can really show the white man that you are superior. Because as long as we keep navigating in their craziness, in this wicked society that they have created, we ain't gonna never get out of it, because it's not for us. We are good, righteous people. All we got to do is turn to the right again and start living love for one another and assistance to one another and start learning how to trust one another again. And that will be the bomb that will ignite and blow this whole shit up. But because we keep trying to be like them, though we say we not, but we still want to go to McDonald's. We still want to go get us some Gucci Man. We still want to go get us some Michael Kors purses and some Jimmy Choo shoes and all that kind of stuff. When they seen us, we was wearing leather and suede moccasins. We was wearing suede dresses and skirts and leather. And then when we wore material, it was real cotton or silk or linen. They destroyed all that with the industrial age. All of it. And in that, created jobs for us when, I can tell you the truth, I remember on several days when I was like 5, 6, or 7, my people was chilling at the house. We was having fun. We were living life. The brothers was up in the living room. My uncles and cousins was up in the living room playing chess and talking. Even some of my older uncles was smoking cigars. And my mama and my aunties and my girl cousins and the children, we were back in the back by the kitchen in the front, in the back porch in the yard. And the sisters was in there cooking up a storm and talking. And it was just lovely. It was just lovely. We all lived together in the same building. You know, the nation had bought apartment buildings. We all lived in the same building together. You go in one brother's house, it look just like the other brother's house. Why? Because we were a tribe. Every nation under the sun does this. Every African I ever met, and I know some Senegalese, I know some Guyanans, and who else did we know? We know some Nigerians. But look at this. They eat the same thing every day. If you don't agree, you can say so. It's all right with me. But they eat the same thing every day. They eat their fish and rice, their lamb and rice, their beef and rice, or their chicken and rice. And I'm talking about ones that's our ages, not no kids, okay? I'm talking about the adults. They don't run the McDonald's and Church's Chicken. We grew up eating beans. We grew up eating good food that we could pick out of our garden. They took all of that away from us and sent us to A&P and Kroger's and Silverman's and Albertsons and Publix and Piggly Wiggly. They took all our mom and pop stores that had actual vegetables every day. I remember my mamas and aunt and them always cooking fresh food every day. And then by the time 65, 67, 68 came around, everybody was going to A&P's and Kroger. Because mom and pop stores were gone. See, this didn't just happen like all at once. It was a process. And in that process, they was writing laws, the pen and the pencil, the pen and the paper out, the sheepskin and them pens, what you be seeing the presidents when they using it. That's a sign, that's a symbol, that's a code. That's why they do that. Still, like George Washington and them did way back in the day. They haven't changed, just the scenery has changed. Them still the same crackers that came over here, didn't like us then, wanted to take our stuff then, and they still want to keep on doing it right now today. And we keep following. When we gonna say, no, I don't want Gucci. I don't want this. Where is it getting us? So you look nice when you go out. Should you even be in a bar? We didn't do stuff like that. We used to all be together and party together like family. Children in one room playing, the adults in another room playing, music going on through the house. You can smell the food cooking. I'm telling y'all, it was 1980 did it. And I'm going to tell you something about 1980. 1980 marked the 1400 years of Prophet Muhammad, who said that 1400 years after he died, you won't even know that he ever was on the planet, because peace will be destroyed.
All this stuff was destroyed before he said that, though.
Oh yes, ma'am. Well, I don't know. You know, I don't like speaking on that now. No, I don't think if the peace wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't have got the word to go out and build this big army to go to war with the people that were being infidels and that were out here acting and clowning and doing things that they hadn't been doing. Same thing like we see now: murders, raping, all that kind of crazy stuff.
But they've been doing that, sis. They was doing that before Elijah Muhammad was even heard of.
Shout out!
I didn't say Elijah Muhammad. I said Prophet Muhammad. That was back in the 602 AD. I mean BC. I wasn't talking about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said. I was talking about, when I said 1400 years ago, I was talking about Prophet Muhammad way back then. But 1980 marked the 1400 years after his death, and all of a sudden, everything changed in America again. Everything changed. They started pushing women out of the house, making them work, leaving the children at home. They became latchkey children. And then 10 years after that, they start blaming us for the children being at home by themselves. Now I'm just telling you that. That's all.
Hey, so is Prophet Muhammad is that Islam? Or
yeah, Prophet Muhammad, he was the progenitor of Islam, right, over in the East.
Okay.
Well, don't you start no shit. I just took my spot, nigga. No,
what's going on? No, I'm just here to bring clarity whenever. perspective. So
Well, see, the piece is
God,
this.
wolf.
The piece got broke, like the sister said. The piece got broke many times, but the piece also got put back in order many times over the last 6,000 years that we've been living in this vacuum from the 9th century to the 15th century. Before the 9th century, and y'all don't have to agree, but Messenger Muhammad taught us that there was no kind of disorder on this planet before the 9th century when the white man came on this planet in a vacuum. Now, you might not believe that, but that's what he teaches. And I believe it because I've done the research. And how do we know? Where are you finding these texts? Our people didn't write books and stuff like that. And when Alexandria got destroyed by the Romans, a lot of the knowledge we had in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th dynasties got destroyed.
Alexandria
And it was
in
for a
Virginia.
reason.
I'm sorry. Alexandria is in Virginia.
It sure is.
So when they destroyed all of that, the library, that was basically DC. You ever heard of the George Washington Challenge?
No, I can't say I have, but I agree with you. You're not saying anything. I know the history. I told these brothers the other day, find the Garden of Eden anywhere but in Cincinnati, Ohio. I don't know if y'all know that. In Cincinnati, Ohio, where I'm from, and Steve Coakley, who is my brother, who was my friend, he's gone now. I don't know if y'all know Steve Coakley. I used to call Steve Coakley the Black FBI, right? Because he knew how to find out anything, all the secrets. He was always digging. He was from Chicago.
Shout out to the elder Steve Oakley.
Yeah, right. See, now, y'all don't like him either. He gave out bad information.
We don't
I
like
ain't gonna lie.
him.
Let me
We
say something.
love
Let me
him.
say something. I don't follow no man. I don't follow no man. I am the messenger. That's coming
Now
from
you
me.
don't have to follow nobody,
I don't follow
but you
no
know
man.
what?
Hold on.
It's a
I'm sorry,
mistake
man.
when you can't. It's a mistake when you can't respect your other brother's knowledge and the
Oh
time
yeah,
and work they
respect
put in.
for sure.
That is where
But
this
I don't follow no
dissension
man
came
words
from in the ranks.
because I feel like I'm the
Well, I didn't
messenger.
tell
You see
you
what
to
I'm
follow
saying?
nobody. You don't have to
No,
follow nobody
yeah, I wasn't
to
telling you that.
understand the
I was just
wisdom,
saying.
right?
You said what now?
Right?
Yeah, I think it's a trap.
How
I
would you
think that's
feel if I felt like you 23?
a
So
lot to
since you
say.
23, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say.
Who?
I
Me?
wouldn't do that.
Me?
Yeah, whoever, you, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said 23. Who's 23?
Well, I was just saying, if you were, you look young to me. That's all I can go back. Your
Oh,
picture.
no, I'm 30. I'm 30. Yeah, I'm 30.
Yeah,
Oh, well,
Yeah.
you're still young.
Hey,
baby.
That's still a
I mean,
baby. That's still a
nah,
baby.
not really. Not really. I don't think so. Hey, you know what's crazy, y'all? I think that's a mental problem
What?
we have. Yeah, it's a mental problem.
What?
30 is not a baby. You know what I'm saying? When my folks was 30, they was already grown. You know what I'm saying? You got to think about it's generational. So y'all think y'all have a complex of like making yourselves feel more older or superior, but really 30 is not a baby. You know what I'm saying? 30 is like a grown man in reality.
No,
But
it
you
has
see,
nothing to do with superiority.
well,
It has to do with
that's
experience.
just my
It
opinion.
has
I'm
to
sorry.
do with
And
experience, darling.
listen. That's just my opinion because y'all don't even know me to say I'm. You know what I mean? You say 23. Look, that's way off. You know what I'm saying? So that's something in y'all's brain.
Okay, but that was a
and that's
compliment.
fine.
But
Yes.
that was
Well,
a compliment. You look
not really.
young.
Not
That's
really.
a
It was a
compliment.
slight. Not really. It was a slight. You know what I'm saying?
That
But
wasn't a
it's
diss
cool.
to you. That wasn't a
It's not a
diss to
diss.
you.
No, I didn't
I
call
was
it a
saying
diss.
to
I said it
you,
was a slight.
why
No,
do
I
you
called it a
want to
slight.
diss your elders
It's a slight.
and you wouldn't want me to diss you
No,
because of your age,
nobody
right?
dissing anybody. Nobody dissing anybody. It was a slight. You gotta
Okay,
follow
but
this.
I was asking a question about Steve Coakley. So let me finish what Steve did. Steve came to Ohio. He called me, said, "Sis, I'm coming to Ohio." And he wanted me to drive him around to all these different sites where he can go do his research. So the one place he wanted to go, he said, "You know what, sis? Everybody keep talking about this Garden of Eden. It's supposed to be in the Bible, it's in the Quran, all that." He said, "But where is it at?" He said, because he did the research over in Africa and he could not find nothing that even slightly identified with it, right? So he wanted me to take him to the Eden Park. We get to the Eden Park. Eden Park is a 360-degree circle park. When we go in it, you have to go around this big circle. It overlooks, if you want to just sit on the benches or on the wall, you see the Ohio River going back. Beautiful, big. Across, you see the Kentucky Mountains. As it goes around, the water goes around, it's going around the whole circle. It passes the whole little park. But inside of the park, it's got the statue of Romulus and Remus. The dog, the baby sucking the breast of the dog, is a big old bronze statue right there in the center of the garden. It's got other monuments too that has something to do with whatever the Garden of Eden is supposed to represent. But it's there. The Ohio River goes right around it, and then the Ohio River runs on into the Mississippi. So he found that information out. Steve Copley was the first one to ever talk to me about it and ever shared that knowledge. He used to come to Cincinnati all the time and do lectures, and I helped him put it together.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, according to that George Washington challenge, there was people with turbans and there was people with feathers, but they were both, carbonated, carbon people. So who is who, right? Who is who? That's the real question.
I guess my question is, why do y'all believe
it's
in
white? You feel me?
Hey, I
Tell
guess
people, but you gotta really get who is who correct with the history. That's why we here.
Hey, bro, let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen a turban with a feather?
Has anybody ever seen any of those prophets? Bro?
Yes, I have.
Oh, that shit.
And could the same people wear two different hats, brother?
Yeah, they could be.
Mm-hmm. Sure can.
Oh, this is what he said in the first committee hearing at the first convention in Virginia. So, like I said, Alexandria changed to Washington, D.C. when they incorporated Alexandria, and that's where they burned down all the books and stuff. So basically, all of that stuff basically took place here in America, and that's what people need to realize. It didn't take place over there in Europe. It took place here. Then as well, we got the Gully War. Let me share that.
Yeah.
So you got to realize, like,
who is that dude?
wasn't.
Right
This is CJ talking. People wasn't enslaved;
says
they
big
was
CJ to
prisoners
you
of
niggas,
war.
man.
I said this multiple times on
Big
this
CJ
channel,
to you.
and we all agree on that. But the thing is, people just don't understand. Like, a whole war took place for it. It was a perpetual war. What is a perpetual war? A war that kept going on forever and ever and ever. Now the question is, how long? Because they say 400, but it don't make sense because it seemed like people been warned all over the planet for a long time. So we just have to use our common sense when it comes to who we dealing with. Like, George Washington wasn't a pale man. The nigga was from Barbados.
But I'm
real.
not concerned. I'm not
So
concerned.
we got to
about
realize
people
who we are
fighting
really
over
dealing with.
another country. But if we contain ourselves here and be exclusive, we will work out some of those problems. And that's one thing I think and I credit to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. In the Nation of Islam, you had to be a child of the ex-slaves that were here in America, not the British, not the Portuguese enslaved people, not the British slave people, not the Dutch slave people, just the American white man's people that he enslaved or
Chief,
they enslaved.
Chief, you got anything on that? Because the white man talk, I think you talk about that a lot. I'm trying to confuse on what's going on. I'm sorry, it's my mental, bro. I have a gentle mental. And I feel like if you go in circles, it's kind of like, what the fuck is going on? Chief, what do you think about that? And like Honorable and Elijah and his message and all that kind of stuff. Because I'm just thinking like,
Brown Wolf, she said she's not talking about the Honorable Elijah. She's
I'm
talking
sorry,
about
the prophet, not the Honorable,
yeah.
the prophet. To me, I'm not bad, the prophet. I think I used to.
No, she's saying the honorable.
Believe in Islam. Yeah, I think she was talking about both in different.
In the name of Jeebus.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
believed in
the
Islam at one
sister
point,
misunderstood.
and I believed in Islam at one point
I'm
too.
talking
But I
about that, and I must make this
remember
clear.
trying
I'm
to
talking
figure
about
out
Nation of
where we are.
Islam.
Right. No,
I'm talking about the real, original Nation of
yeah, no,
Islam from
I
1930
highly
to
understand.
1975. I don't know
I
anything else about the other.
Yeah, but I mean, even further than that, though. You know what I mean? Like, I think what I'm having a hard time understanding is you're crediting things to this man. When that's what I was saying. When I said earlier, to get a clarity of what you were talking about. But you're saying like that's why I give credit to him because he said this, and I'm like, I thought we were on something way.
Yo, I'm curious too. Was he a
That's
man?
why I
Was he
asked
a
you
man
about
or was
Islam.
he a
I said
Muslim?
I credited.
Are we
Maybe
talking
you
about
knew already,
beliefs?
but I credited him.
Or I just didn't know. I guess what y'all were talking about before I got up here because I'm like, is this yeah? Are we talking about
Right,
Islam?
you must be lost about something. I
No,
said
yeah,
I credit him for
I came
making
in on.
sure he wanted us to keep our bloodlines
Yeah, the problem we're having
pure
is
after our enslavement, and we were
yeah.
so-called free. He wanted
But
us
were
to
you
keep
enslaved
our
though? Let me ask you this: were
bloodlines
you
pure.
enslaved? You said after our enslavement, right? Do you believe that? Like that's what I'm asking. Like, what are we talking about? Were you enslaved?
Okay.
No, that's a real
What
question. No,
I'm
hold on.
talking
That's a
about
real
is when you
question.
get marched,
Been an
when you get
hour.
marched on a
Hour away.
reservation,
Hold on. I'm asking a real question.
when you getting
Hour.
y'all don't believe
Hold
in the
on.
Trail of Tears either? Y'all don't believe in it?
Hold on.
She asked a real
Right.
question, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let's communicate. She asked a real
Yeah,
question.
I'm gonna
I
let y'all
asked her
go
what
ahead
she
and
mean
build. Go
by
ahead and build.
enslavement. So you said the Trail of Tears.
Mm-hmm. You don't believe in it?
Was that? I don't believe in anything, and I think a lot of us don't believe. We have
Okay, so you haven't
we
read
have
the literature about our people, the
You
black
said what, man?
people being corralled and marched over to Oklahoma?
Not
I
black.
know a lot of people migrated, and go ahead, sister.
No, I was
A
just
lot of our
saying not
people were
black,
already
sis.
there too.
And people migrated, so if you call it enslavement, that's they can write it down like enslavement. But a lot of people moved to the north.
According to
Well,
like the
you know
way
what?
Hey,
I
hold on,
don't
hold
get
on.
get caught up in the
Everybody,
terminology.
everybody, hold up, please. Just one
Yeah, let her
second.
talk. She good.
I apologize.
Sister Soul, you was about to say something and we cut you off. Wait, sis.
Well, I really jumped up early. She kept saying that about the black and the Afro and us wanting to be not. I think she said they put Afro American on us or something of the sort, and that James Brown was promoting something with the black and I'm proud. I just want to clarify two things for the sister real quick. With James Brown, he said himself in the interview that he never said that. He never wrote that in the song. They actually added that into his song, the I'm black and I'm proud part. That's why he was like, say it loud. All he said was say it loud. And he said they added that in the studio. And when he heard the record, it was on there. So just to clarify that part. And when it comes to the Afro sis goes back to heresy. That's why they switched it from Afro American to African American, because we grew up being an Afro American, because that goes back to the hair. The hair is the nine ether. The hair is the stranded DNA that shows you your lineage, and you can trace that back through ancestry, which is not like the fake DNA side, so on and so forth, but it shows you a particular people because of the nine ether. So that's where the Afro is. That's where it was prominent for us, because it shows the heresy. The hair is the air. The air. HEIR and AIR. Hair. So that's our connection to our heresy. So that's why we were proud to be Afro Americans. So they switched it for us to try to blend it where people didn't really kind of notice that it went from Afro American to African, and people just thought, oh, it used to be Afri. It wasn't Afri American, it was Afro. So it definitely is a big difference in it. I want to clarify that.
And what about the Trail of Tears? Like people being enslaved and marching.
Information I had on it. I was just sharing that as a young girl, I just remember that we were called and labeled a lot of different things, before they got to this African American type. That's all. I went through it when I was in elementary school. Well, on my birth certificate, it has N for Negro, so that's another thing. Then I got a cousin. She was born a year after me. They got a C on her birth certificate for colored person. So that's all I'm talking about. What's real? I can show my birth certificate anytime. So all I'm sharing is that this was a process.
Yeah, we agree.
It was a process. They
Right.
still they kept on fighting us, but it was internally. It was in their government with their representatives. It was not like with a gun. Yeah, they imprisoned some of us because if you did not go along with what they said, they would arrest you and put you in prison. But on a regular, it was just about them being overseers and making sure that we were not getting out of line. And then every time they come with a new law, then they brought it upon us and made us, try to understand it or read it to us or whatever. I remember my mom and dad used to have to go once a month down to the authority building. That's what they used to call it, the authorities building, and get rations. And we weren't the only one. And it didn't have nothing to do with if you were rich or poor, educated or uneducated. Everybody in our neighborhood, the parents, once a month, went down to the building of authority and got their boxes or baskets. At that time, they were baskets with beans in them and milk in it. This is before welfare. This is before food stamps. This was before a check every month. My parents and all of my friends' parents used to go to the building where the authority was. And once a month, they would open up that building and hand out our people government cheese, butter, beans, powdered eggs, powdered milk, Uncle Sam's cereal, all this stuff. It didn't matter if you worked or not or whatever. Because they knew they owed it to us. They knew they took away our ability to do for ourselves.
They do that,
and it was
now
a
through the
gradual
township, sis. They do that now through the townships, but you just have to go through the township in order to get your rations, which would be your supplement for your living and things of that nature. It's all part of the consumer essential needs. So when going through the townships, they are responsible for paying certain things, and even these utility companies, they're responsible as well. So you take your birth certificate to them and you show them, you fill out the information in certain areas, they accept it, and then they will pay the utilities. So they still do that. It's just different ways that they do it through this paperwork.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah,
paperwork.
it's too much red tape now. It's too much. Now I am a part of this organization in Kansas City where it's for tribes. It's for tribal people and for the true Aboriginal people of America is in Kansas City. And they have this little tribal center where you can go sign up, and you don't have to go through no red tape. All you have to do is let them know who you are. I show them an ID, of course. But me, I didn't even have to do that. I just told them who I was. I told them my name, and I told them my government name. And so they said, well, we're not going to call you that. We'll call you your holy name or your righteous name. I said, okay. So, I could do that when I lived in Missouri, when I lived in Kansas and Missouri, but I have never even looked into anything like that over this way because I'm up in the D now. I'm in Mecca now. I'm up in Michigan. So I don't even think about that stuff no more. I can take care of myself. But, my reason why I brought it up is to say this.
Shout out to Mocan.
They took everything from us. So that was their way of trying to contain us and try to make sure we had so-called nurturing and nourishment. But I would have rather been still on our land. You know what I'm saying? I would have still rather been on the land and my grandmother go out there and cook and pick a cabbage and some peppers and pick it. But they could not do anything. I seen my people's land get taken from them in Alabama. We had 399 acres. By the time my mama and daddy got a hold to it, we only had 50 acres left. And my mother and father purchased them so we could build a house down there in Autauga County, Alabama. That's what
It was their land and they had to purchase it?
Yeah, because the state had took it because our people had not paid the taxes.
Excuse me. Have y'all heard of the Bureau of Indian Affairs?
Yes.
It was founded. All right. So y'all know now that's called
I told you know about that?
the Department of Interior.
There still is a Bureau of Indian Affairs, brother.
Yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
BIA office.
So,
Yeah.
so what's taking place is, like I said, they can't just give us back our wealth if they took our gold, our silver, our copper, our land patents. Like, whether we go back to our genealogy and present it, right? We present it and go back and go get that land today, it's still in the form of fiat. We need our gold, our silver, our copper.
Hey,
We need the land back.
please stop.
And we need the patents to mine the land, because when we mine land today, we got interior.
But how you gonna get them? How you gonna get them?
Interior.
How you gonna get the land? That's what we got.
Hey, we're
What's
How you gonna
taking
get the land?
place is,
If you don't buy, how you
listen,
gonna get it?
We're grateful.
listen, listen.
Well, it's
What's
land
taking
all
place?
over the place, sis. It's free land all
What's
over.
what's taking
Miles and
place
miles
is,
of
I'm
it.
not asking a
they
question. I'm
gave
just
away a
talking to
lot
him.
of the land. They gave away a lot of the land in exchange for oil patents in the Middle East. Okay, so when they gave away the land, it was for them to get free oil in exchange for the land that was not theirs. So what they had to do was go get it back by way of going to fight a war. That's what took place in the 90s and the early 2000s, and that's what's been taking place.
So
And
you
that's
think
all
this is
taken
just
care of.
starting? You
They
you
gave
think this
away
just
all of the
now
land
starting?
patents.
Oh
Excuse
my
me?
goodness. I said, do you think this just now starting in the 90s because of Iraq War and the Desert Storm?
No.
Brother, this started happening in
What
World War
took place was
One,
in 1999.
1914.
Most
It
of
started happening in
most of the black
1941.
farmers. Listen, most of the black
It started
farmers
happening back
already went to
in
the Supreme Court.
1941. It started
Listen,
happening in
man.
1941 because of the war. You're right. That's why they went to war, to take our wealth from us, even to stab us in the back again, and sending our men over there to fight and clean up after them and cook their food and keep their uniforms clean. I get all that. That's exactly, but it didn't just happen in 1990s, brother. That's what I'm telling you. It
I'm
started happening
telling
back in the
what I'm
First
telling you
World
is
War.
the effort to get it back. That's what I'm telling you. Okay,
What's the
1999,
effort to get it back?
the Supreme Court had a case for some black farmers petitioning for all of the land back that has been taken in like 96 and 97. Then when that Supreme Court ruled the case for in the plaintiff's case for their ruling, then that's when the Wall Street came up missing on like $2 trillion. That's when all of that fake stuff has happened. So boom, all of that stuff has happened. And so what's been taking place for the past 4 years that I've been observing, outside of us learning about this, is that they're over there returning back to a gold standard so we can return back to a gold standard and reclaim everything that has been taken from our ancestors. Because
I'm already
when
calling
our
back
ancestors
to
got
gold
their stuff
standard.
taken, they also had to sign a petition and they also got exchanged back for a gold certificate. So when they was robbing and burning down all the banks and shit, all of our ancestors' money was being taken. So they came back and they was like, here, we're sorry. In 1933, they said everybody, all debts is paid off because we stole your shit. So that's when they set up a remedy for us. What we failed to do is keep up the remedy. We failed on that. We failed on understanding the UCC, all of that shit that we could have been using all over this time.
In
But
1930s,
now
most black people
all of
didn't
that
even know what
paperwork,
money was. In 1930s, most black people didn't even know what currency was.
right?
Black people wasn't
So
walking around with
right
pockets full
now
of money in the
we're
30s.
in a position where we're gonna
Well,
establish
they
our
had
own
pockets full
tribal
of
governments
gold.
like you're doing right now, ma'am. And we have to do that throughout every city. We have to now set up our own tribal nations within a
Right.
nation. And when we get back to the patents, we can then mine within our own territories and set up businesses. So the future is bright, regardless of us talking about negativity or toxicity or whatever. Things is taking place if we wanted to, because we have the will to take the next step. And we know
And what's
exactly how
that?
we want to see our
What's
future.
that? What's the
Where
next
we have
step?
where we
We
have
we
the
we we
full
we getting
right
ready to go
to
to
do
war. So what's the next step?
where we have the full right to
What's the next
do
step? We get ready to go to war.
Excuse me?
We get ready to go to war. What's the next step?
Who's going to war?
United
We've been
States
at
is getting
war.
ready to go to war because
That's the whole
Brazil,
fact. That's the
China,
whole fact.
Iran, all these
If we
countries.
already in the war, right?
I
We in
got
a
you, Clay.
war of information. We in an
Look,
information
I'm not.
war
We ain't gonna deal with.
more
I
so than a
can't deal with
physical
no
war.
semantics. Here, look, I don't deal with semantics. I'm talking about what this government getting ready to
Hold
do.
on, hold on,
We,
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
You're
on,
missing
hold
the
on,
whole
hold
point.
on, hold on.
You're missing the whole point. Leave the government
Calm
alone.
down, CJ.
That's all. That's what's taking
when
place.
World
Like we
War
got to
III comes,
establish
that's
our
going to
own.
affect us like it's affecting us now. That's why we
Hey,
losing jobs and stuff. The ones
Hold
of us
on,
who
hold on.
had jobs.
We need to make our own job, so everybody should be quitting. Like
But we
we
ain't
need to
talking
be
about
working
what when we
ourselves
get
and
the
be
opportunity to do
creators
so, we will. But
and
right
coming
now, we
together.
need to be ready to survive because when this war start and the bombs start dropping over here, what are you going to do? You
There's
got a
not gonna
bunker?
be no bombs dropping.
It's going to be, boy. Well, I tell you what. When it start happening, you just remember, Sister Leah told you. Okay.
And it's not gonna happen because
I
why
said
would
when
it
it
happen?
do. When it happened in the next 2 years, and you wherever you live at, and you see the devastation, just remember when it go through your mind. Sister Leah Muhammad told me this on that show.
And CJ
Bro,
Curlin
you
told you it's
listening,
not
bro?
happening.
You know why
CJ
we going to
Curlin
war?
told you it's not
Would you
happening.
let me finish, son? Would you let me finish, son?
Go ahead, man.
Brazil, Russia, Iran, China, North Korea, and now Saudi Arabia has come together and they're getting ready to put the VI currency out of business. What do you think that's going to do to the United States?
It's
That's
already been out of
you just
business.
reiterated everything I just said, man. That's
All
what's
right. Hey,
taking
bro,
place.
I got to go. Doc, I got to go, Chief. I got to go.
Shout out to Miss Leah, man.
Yes,
Hey,
I'll talk
Have
to
a
you
great
soon.
night.
Okay, bro.
shout out to you,
Y'all
Miss Leah.
y'all
I
have a
appreciate
peaceful
you
evening.
coming through.
You have a peaceful evening too, sis.
It
Thank
was
you.
great having you.
I appreciate you.
All right. Peace out, everybody.
No doubt. Hey, she's absolutely correct. We're definitely dangerously close to a war, but I would agree with CJ just a little bit on these proxy wars is pretty much posturing for a war anyway.
Hey, cut, keep it tall.
Y'all
Cut,
can go
keep it
talk
tall.
about anything y'all want to.
Hey, to keep it tall, we really don't know how close we are to a war. Facts. We don't know that, you know what I'm saying, in reality, but I understand what she's saying.
Yeah,
Like
but
what? We don't know that. It's all speculation.
I tell
But I
you
understand
what,
what she's saying. I'm just saying, like, I don't have that mindset. But
I got you.
feel
I
y'all.
got you.
Difference of opinion, that's all.
I got you. Just just go ahead and get you some canned goods, young nigga. Other than that,
Nah. I'm getting my money. Hey, I'm getting my money and getting strong, you know what I'm saying?
okay,
I ain't
all
worried
right.
about I'm not worried about doomsday or like what if, you know what I'm saying? That's why everybody fucked up in this cycle. I don't have no mindset like that. I wasn't raised like that. I'm actualizing, I'm futuristic. All that like prepping and listening and religion and like those are all psychological problems, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay,
I,
all right.
I ain't trying to be rude or not. I'm just trying to help those. What I do, I just help those that I see on a daily. Like if I see a person every day, like that's who I deal with. Like
Yeah, what you
I
gonna
don't
say,
really, I can't deal with things that I can't see or really physically do something about. You
Yeah,
feel
and I
me?
don't want
Like
y'all to think me and CJ saying the same thing. I was just saying what I was saying. I mean, I
I
don't want
can't
her to
say.
think we not.
So I
I'm not.
wasn't trying to be negative. I was just like, nah, I don't think so. Like I know we not. Like I don't want to put that thought in my mind because then guess what? Manifestation takes place. And that's
Nah,
what
well,
I'm
this is the thing though. Hold on, this is the
dealing
thing.
with.
You've been
You
at
feel me?
war. Hold on, this is the thing. We've been at war. So y'all gotta wake up, bro. It's not like a war gonna happen
Yeah,
and they're gonna say,
yeah.
hold on, CJ, hold on. Hold on, let me see. It's not like they're gonna knock on your door and say, hey, a war happening, bro. That's not what time you in. You're not in that time, bro. You're not. Niggas is dying at 50. You've been at a war. We gotta elevate to it's a different time, y'all. All that shit we've been talking about. Listen, y'all don't gotta worry about nothing, man.
All right, hold up. All right, y'all hold up.
Around war,
This shit,
Okay, is that
this shit
Alabama?
generational, man. It's generational. This shit come back. The Warriors come
Hey,
back.
Brian
All
Wolf,
that
Brian
shit,
Wolf,
man.
Brian Wolf, Brian Wolf.
That's all I'm
Okay,
saying. I got
we
y'all.
got
I'm
you. We
ready.
got you, nigga. Nigga, put the land on the plate.
I'm the one, man. I got y'all. Y'all ain't gotta worry about nothing. Trust me.
It's the
Yes,
physical
Lord.
manifestation of a running long sentence. Nah, I'm fucking with you. No,
Okay, no, don't do
I'm
that.
just fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. I'm
After the
fucking
sister
with you.
just poured her heart out, man. Don't do that, man. I talked for 2 minutes, cuz. Don't do that.
Hey,
No, y'all
Sister
got it.
Soul, are you laughing at me, sis?
I like that one.
No, y'all got
You
it, man.
like
Respect.
that
Respect everybody, man.
physical manifestation of a running long sentence. No, I thought I heard Alabama, the elder, Elder Alabama. If I heard you correctly, go ahead, please.
No, Brown Wolf, you are right in some level of things that are generational. But it's funny that someone in the chat was saying baby boomers have watched hundreds of end time movies, alien invasion movies, world ending movies, rather zombies, animals, and weather. I'm not quite sure exactly what he meant by that, but it's an interesting thing when people keep talking about end times. And it's dare I start a different conversation in a Christian context, and much props to Sister Aaliyah Muhammad, But Brown Wolf, as a father and as a protector of the next generation, would it behoove us to actually ask you what would be helping you best be prepared for the war that you say that's already happened? And I wouldn't argue with you. By the way, the war has been declared by everybody else on the planet but us. But go
I
ahead,
like
bro.
that question, man. I like that question.
Hold on. Not only that question there. What would better prepare you for something for that war? Like a person that's been going through it for an amount of time and lasted up to a
Hold
time to.
up. Don't add to it.
That's two
Let him
questions ambushing.
Yeah, let him answer Alabama's questions first.
Yeah, appreciate that cut. Damn, come on,
You
bro.
got him next process.
No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Hey,
We'll get you on
man,
that.
ask that
What would be
question
the
again.
point in preparing?
Go ahead,
Hold
Alabama.
on, CJ. Hold on. Got you, bro.
The going
Here we
back
go.
and forth, which is some sort of a confused situation, but I was agreeing with you, Brown Wolf.
Yeah, I know.
And
Say
I
it
would
again,
say what
please.
would behoove previous generations in assisting you if you
Okay.
say, and I don't disagree, if you say war is already happening, and I would argue,
That's
as
right.
I wrapped up, that everyone else on the planet has declared war against the nigga in
That's right.
America, but
That's right.
us.
That's
Now
right.
I don't know. Maybe I'm confused, but I'll
No,
land
you
my
right.
plane on that, bro.
Yeah, it's just like, and that's why I said it's generational, right? Because you have generational problems, and then you have generational fixes, right? So I believe in times come back in a different. You know what I'm saying? We go through different eras and stuff like that. The different liberations and stuff. So that's where we at. And within all the crazy shit, it's like, bro, what y'all can do to help us, my generation, the generation coming forward, is like listening more. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like y'all were 30 and you ain't feel like a baby. So let's wake up. You see what I'm saying? It's a matrix going on in all different directions. And what I'm saying, what my generation is saying is very clear. None of us are stupid. And in fact, we came after the generation that went to college a lot, and we went to college. So it ain't no more these matrices, young and old. Like, we gotta wake up out of that, bro. And that's first. And then on top of that, we'll start to work together in harmony versus like a push and pull. You know what I'm saying? We don't need that. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all were 30. Y'all gotta remember that. You were 10 years old, but you don't remember that. Facts. You don't do what you was doing. You was 10. You don't run outside and play and shit. So I think that would help all of y'all and help us too. You know what I'm saying? Like, keep your youth and keep your young wisdom so that you can, you know what I'm saying, work together with us. On that note, it's like working out, bro. Y'all can work out. You know what I'm saying? Get out there. I go to the park, right? We're doing calisthenics and shit. It's some OGs that come out there, bro. And that make us, me and my homeboy, we respect them dudes, bro. Because they doing what's hard. It's easy to be on the computer and doing all the shit that we programmed to do. Facts. Everybody programmed to go to school, get on the fucking computer, and it's like, oh, now we like better than no, we gotta wake up. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
We outside like this is a different time, bro. You gotta be in shape physically. So that's what when y'all asking what can we do to prepare, we can be in shape. It's a fact. It's 65-year-olds getting in shape because their life depend on it. Not these computers, bro. I'm sorry, I gotta keep telling y'all that. This is a fact. I got OGs that come out there with us and be like, yo, I'm getting right with y'all. Let's get right. And then we looking at them for the wisdom. So all this stuff we talking, we can be getting in shape too while y'all teaching us this stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's why I asked. We talking about celebrities getting money, and bro, it's a job. Just like you go to job, you go to your job. Niggas work at Kroger and talk shit about a young dude making $1 million. It's like that's a matrix. We can't work together like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
different
then
paradigms. That's what I call it.
Give me a
yeah,
moment
different
here,
paradigms.
Cuddy. Just a
Different
second
paradigms.
now, Wolf.
All right,
Forgive
all
me,
right.
bro.
Hold on one second.
Cuddy,
Hold on one second. Yeah.
Infinite Goddess 4 is asking how can she participate in the live, which means
Almost
she would
send
need
that
the
link.
link.
Oh,
You would need the
Yeah,
link
but
for her. That's Infinite Goddess 4. Forgive me, Wolf. I didn't mean to step on your
no,
word.
you good, bro. You good. Shit, yeah, get right.
Keep going.
No, get right. Yeah, but
his plane was landed.
yeah, I was landing. Yep.
No, I'm fucking with
Good. Chill out, bro.
Now go ahead, bro.
Nah, I fuck with you. Good.
He said was landed, like it ain't finna land now.
Right, I'm landing this shit now. Okay, thank you. Man, I'm jumping out. No,
that's my God, man. I swear.
Nah, I was just saying. I just want to say that with clarity, bro. Like, even like playing around with the youngins, like I respect I learned everything from my elders. So I'm more so we need like some like young guidance. You know what I'm saying? Like in the mindset of y'all were 30 as well. So tap back into your youth and then kind of approach the energy that way. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily the message, but the energy, because we all one and the same, bro.
Hey, yo, Wolf, let me add something to you, just to give you a little bit of maybe a little insight, so you have a little patience with us old heads a little bit, especially when we be like.
No, I got all the patience. I fuck with y'all, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The elder Miss Leah said that, you know
Yep.
what I'm saying, that you know what I'm saying, y'all still kind of like babies, and I agree with
No,
you.
man, no.
You gotta.
I know what you're saying. Though. I know what you're saying.
Only reason I'm saying this. Hold up. Only reason why we say this is because we seriously have like children your age. So it's not really saying. It's not really saying that you guys are
crazy. Look, let me tell you what's even crazy though. Hey, listen. Let me tell you what's crazy.
Hold on.
I've experienced
go ahead,
more than an average 40-year-old man. So it's like totally different.
My bad. Go ahead, bro.
CJ, I understand you as a 75-year-old 40. I get it. I'm just saying though. We truly, seriously, just kind of like have babies y'all around.
No, I respect that. But like I said,
it's not like y'all not young adults.
No, but y'all gotta listen to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, ain't no damn baby cuz. What you talking about? I run up on, hey, hold on. Like, what? Listen, bro. I got old heads that listen to me. Hold on, listen. You know what's crazy? My homeboy told me this, right? It's crazy when you get that check and you run to go to your family and then your uncle's calling you big bro. These are all matrices, bro. We gotta stop that. These are all matrices, meaning like the age is a number. Is the age a number or not? You know what I'm saying? I understand experiences, so I have so many experiences over some men that probably don't really do much in life. You know what I'm saying? I've been it's like I have experiences. So the matrix is what I'm talking about, the age thing. You know what else? I got young kids that call me an old nigga, like an old head. And I'm confused, like, what the fuck? Like,
Hey, Wolf. Hey, no, Wolf. Think about this though.
I noticed that matrix, bro. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all.
I got you. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And you know we dialogue, so I get you completely. You know what I'm saying? I'm not yanking on you, nigga. I'm not yanking on you.
We be talking, bro. I know.
You know what I'm saying?
But to
go ahead, Alabama.
What I was asking, if Infinite Goddess 4 is still attempting to drop the link. Click the link, Infinite Goddess 4.
Oh, I didn't put it in there. I'm sorry.
You fired, bro. Fired.
What you said, Wolf. Someone in the chat, which I find interesting, is that we have 30 somethings handling multi-million-dollar ships, fighter pilots, which today we have the Russians shooting down a supposed drone to possibly trigger this fake World War III. But we're not being dismissive about you being 30. Brown Wolf.
Oh yeah, no, you
This
good.
this is your day and time. You have to live in it. My
Yeah.
question, and I think you understood why I asked. I will continue to say, and as I've apologized repeatedly for the boomer generation that I cannot speak for in total. I did say in one of our conversations about dropping the baton, did I not?
You did, for
And
sure.
I believe Smoke tried to blow a gasket over that, right?
Don't
So
don't
I'm
do
gonna
not
again
something
ask you
man.
whether I
Ooh,
dropped
please
it
don't
or
something
not.
smoke.
Has the baton been handed to your generation, my good brother?
Yeah, I feel like this is what's happening right now, man. I ain't gonna lie, I feel like this what's happening right now. You know what I'm saying?
Like it happened a long time ago.
Breaking generational curses, man. So is
Yeah,
that what
a
you
long
asking?
time
Like, is it?
ago.
Yeah, you asking has the baton been passed of like what? Like the leadership role?
2015, y'all passed it.
Well, if we've not described what you said, an interesting phrase, then of generational curses.
Yeah.
So that means it has gone unto what generation unchecked?
Right.
At least the boomers, possibly the X. That's why Smoke, because I wish he'd be here to defend himself, but he said he kept hollering about, "I'm born in '71. I'm born in '71. Don't play. I ain't dropped
He
shit."
said,
Well,
"Don't
if
do
it's
it,
already
bro."
already dropped,
Man,
then the
somebody
baton
gonna
didn't
say,
get
some of
passed
that,
through
man.
Generation X, and now it's Y, millennials, etc. So
Yeah.
I'm not trying to ramble, bro, but you get
No,
what I'm
you
saying.
good, yeah.
So then the curses have been compounded if the baton has been dropped, right?
That's right. I mean, my generation got curses, and we passed them to the kids. You see what I'm saying? So we got these are all matrices. Like I'm within my generation teaching my homies like, hey man, look, my homies was raised without a dad, right? So my dad raised all my homies. So I'm all my homies old head. Does that make sense? It's
I ain't
generational. So
heard. That's
Hey
crazy.
man,
yeah,
hold
so
up,
all the
That's
hold
the
up,
kids like,
same
hold
hey,
up,
you know,
shit. My
hold up,
dad's
hold
old
up,
head.
Get in
hold
right
up,
quick.
hold
If I
up.
gotta just knock
I
people
wanna,
down, I gotta just knock people down and come in. I gotta just knock people down, just run
Knock
people
him
in.
down, Marty.
I was just
Get
about
his
to,
question in.
I was just about to get
Yeah,
you
get
up
your
in here,
question
my
in.
brother.
Your mic a
But
little
hey,
muffled, bro.
yeah, for real, nigga, clean that shit up.
And you got chicken grease on the mic, ain't it?
Hey, for real. Hey, man, ain't nobody drop no ball. Y'all just mad y'all
I
ain't
know
had
you
no
weren't
bottle
making an
cake.
island joke on Natty,
Yeah,
my
ain't
brother.
no ball drop. We good.
No, I'm fucking with y'all, man.
You got that jerk chicken there, Natty?
Hey, man, hey, what's up, bro? Go ahead and speak, bro. Oh, there's Infinite Goddess. I see, girl. Ross Haas, go ahead, brother. You got the mic. You got the floor.
Yo, can you hear me now?
That's better, man.
Oh, I can't even hear this nigga, man.
I can hear you, nigga. Your mouth loud as fuck. I can hear you.
Craig definitely got some neck bones on the.
Hey, yeah, now go ahead. Infinite Goddess. Go ahead, Ross. You
Uh,
got
yeah. So like the elder Aaliyah just come up. First thing out of her mouth was saying you have to respect your elders, regardless. So when she was giving her spiel, whether you liked it or not, the only people I seen coming in with a debating type of site was the youngsters. You had a lot of elders up here didn't agree with the majority things that she was saying, but they still had a decorum of respect for her. So you have to respect, bro. Find respect within your own people before you can find respect in yourself. You understand? Or you even cite it with respect. And this was going on with these youngsters. They're not seeing the elders, listening to the elders, or even watching the elders. The baton never been dropped. They just never picked it up. They never took it out of our hand. We still hold it.
I respectfully disagree.
See, again, I just gave you a plain example, bro. When an elder speaks, you're not, whether you like it or not, allow that elder
But
to.
you hold on. Let me say something real quick. You got me mistaken for a slave, buddy.
Hey, y'all go ahead and speak it on. Y'all go on
Well,
and
we
be
can't. He can't because he think
This
I gotta be quiet when he
is
talking.
the
You got me
thing. I
mistaken. Hold on,
speak it
sir,
right now. I just got here a whole
cause
30,
real
40
talk.
minutes.
Hey, hold
I
on,
own a
hold on.
house.
One
I
mic,
own a
Hey,
house.
so where's the?
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a child. So,
Hey,
You
yo,
know what? You know what?
like I don't
You're
want to.
acting like a child. You're acting like a child
I don't
right
want
now.
to get on
I'm
no.
acting like you,
I
homie.
do not
No,
want to
you're
get on.
not. 'Cause I held my mouth this whole time.
Oh,
And no,
That
when I
don't
come
mean
up,
anything to me, bro. That's maybe to your generation. We don't just sit quiet when somebody talking.
hey,
That don't
Wolf,
have nothing to
Wolf,
do with
that's
nothing,
Wolf,
bro. I
Wolf,
respect you.
mute up
Hold
real
on, hold
quick,
on, hold
brother.
on. I respect you.
this is the
You might
issue,
not
right?
think so. You
This
talking about
is
insubordination. I'm sorry, bro. Wake up. I'm
what I'm
sorry. I'm not
saying.
gonna just be
It's
quiet
all
and I'm gonna
confusion.
communicate with you, bro. I'm sorry.
Then our
Hey,
people,
Wolf.
You
it's
don't like
not
y'all don't
putting
like
the
being
phone
communicated with.
into it.
You want me to be quiet and then you tell me something.
You see what
That's
I'm
not how it
saying?
works.
You
Nah,
can't
I'm
learn
sorry, bro.
anything
I
if you say
respect you, but I'm not a slave. I'm not gonna just be. I'm not your
you're,
child either. My mom don't
you're,
do me like that. She don't be
you're
like,
not
"Hey, I'm
gonna
talking
learn.
to you."
You're not gonna learn
That's
anything
crazy.
if
I
you
don't want to
talk.
learn from you, bro. Talk to somebody else.
You're,
I'm not. Bro, I'm not
you're,
docile.
you're not gonna learn it if anything
All
is
right,
happening.
all right. Hold on. Y'all mute up real quick. Let me get up in here. I ain't want to do it, but y'all niggas act like y'all can't hear me, man. Give me 1 second. Whoa, calm down. Take a deep breath, young
I'm a
man.
wild nigga. My bad, cut.
I know. Take a deep breath. He ain't really. I agree with him. So I want you to take a deep breath and please just give him a little bit more
I'm
of
about to
a.
just leave because we ain't talking about
No,
shit. We ain't
don't
talking about
leave.
nothing. He trying to talk
Don't
to me like,
leave, nigga.
what we talking about, nigga? Who is this nigga, bro? What we
Well,
talking about?
actually,
He talking to
I
somebody else. That's all I'm saying.
mean, I
I'm
really
30.
like.
I don't got time
want
for
to
that shit.
finish.
I don't
I
got
want to
time for
finish.
niggas I don't even
Let's
know
finish.
talking about niggas don't listen. We ain't passed no baton. They ain't pick it up. You talking about your kids. My folks don't even talk like that. I don't even know what you talking about. So I might just
Oh,
leave because it don't make sense to me. I'm not computing that. I'm sorry.
hey, hold on. Let's hear what he got to say. Go ahead, brother. You can finish what you got to say because he was patient. Go ahead, boss.
Nah, let the young man keep talking. He got more talk than anybody else. Keep going in.
No, not really. I was just you just don't like me talking back to you. That's all. But I mean, like I said, yeah, I respect everybody. I'm not finna, but I'm not like docile. So it's just it may be different for your generation. That's all.
So I learn a lot by listening.
Me too. That's how I got the smart, bro.
Okay. So all this I heard from you is I haven't learned anything. It's just been going in a circle.
That might be your problem.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
why I don't know why you addressing me. You might as well move on, bro. I ain't the
I
one.
wasn't addressing you in the first place. I said in general, period, what the woman has said.
I could teach
See,
you a lot. I could teach you a lot. It's the crazy part, but it's
you
all
were
good.
listening, you would have learned that. You would have heard that, but you wasn't. You was busy
Bro,
trying
you
to.
don't know what you're talking about. Stop. I listened to everything she said.
Wolf,
How
look,
you
let
gonna?
him get
Yeah.
his point off, man. Let him get his
Bro, he's
point
getting
off.
it out. Stop.
Let's
No,
just
he's
mute
getting it
out.
out. He's saying, listen, do I gotta listen? I'm about to leave. Y'all niggas talking weird, bro. He's a grown ass man saying what he wants to say. Y'all must be on some. Hey, let's not.
Hey,
Don't address me
hey,
then, because y'all can't talk with me. Just
God
he
damn.
can't. He can't. So let's just move on. Like I don't even know what he's talking about.
Mute up. Hey, Mr. Liv's back. How you doing, Queen
I'm
Elder?
wonderful. And I came back, I had to go and do something with my family, get get everybody in bed, make sure everybody's, locked down and everything.
That's right.
And I got some people that want to come up on the channel too as well, but they got to log in and stuff. So but I came back on because see, brother, I appreciate you, my brother, for trying to bring some peace to this situation. But I got children, I got nieces and nephews, I got grandchildren. So I know how this is. You know what I'm saying? I see the decorum that our younger generations have for us and even for their parents and whatnot. And this is why it's like this, because in I think it was 1986, I went to a national teachers convention. I was in college for teachers college for about 1.5 years. And my friend, she was already a teacher. So she took me because they could bring a guest with them. And since I was in teachers college, she brought me with her. And so this was in 1987 now. So how many generations has that been? About 2? It's another thing. We're living by what they call us. They call me and the people that I grew up with. I'm the baby of my generation. So they call us the baby boomers. Then the next generation, they call something else. Then the next generation, they call something else. Now they calling generation Z, X, all that crazy stuff. And we are living by that. We are letting these labels control our emotions, our actions, and our behavior toward one another. So let me get back to that meeting. National Teachers Association Conference. And they said in that meeting, and these were people from Washington and all around the country, talking to the teachers, and it was thousands. It was a big hall. And their program was this that they were setting up. They said, basically in a nutshell, that they was getting ready to take over the schools, start administering that what you call it, accepting no kind of what you call bad behavior. If your child seemed like they was too rambunctious, or the type of child that would fight you, the type of child that had energy, the type of child that had guts, they had began to start labeling them as bad children and bad elements. And they were talking about how they was going to take the rule and the control over the children from the schools into the Children's Protective Services Agency. All of these people were there. And they were talking about how they were getting ready to shoot our children up by labeling them as slow or either too active and put them on ADD.
Are you talking about the ADD?
Yeah, I'm talking about the ADHD. And they started shooting up. Yeah, you're right. Well, it's two of them. And they said they was going to start shooting our children up and making their parents go along with it, or they would take the children out the house because they were saying our children were being too disruptive. But all it was is that we were always taught if somebody mess with you, you better fight back. You better protect yourself. And these children were like this. They started that. And they also said in a nutshell that these type of chemicals and the type of social engineering they was going to do was basically going to domicile the boys. Absolutely. And then they were going to push the girls to become more educated than the boys. And it's exactly what has happened. Me and my sister was sitting there, her name was Fatima. We were sitting there pushing each other and elbowing each other like, girl, do you hear this shit? And we were in disbelief, but it has actually happened. Now y'all have turned anybody born after 1975 and definitely do the 90s or now ain't nothing but some crybabies. Your mama did this, your daddy did this. You were raised by crack parents. You were raised by crack parents. They did this to you. You didn't have a good life. All this craziness, taking your mom and daddy to court, calling 911 on them, 2-for-1 kids, all this stuff. They said they were going to do it. They socially engineered it into our schools and then outward to our families. And now look at us. We don't have no respect for one another. I think adults owe children respect as well as they owe us respect. But now there is no respect for each other. And right here on this panel, we are demonstrating it
I disagree.
Because you young people feel like y'all don't need to listen to us like we have done something to y'all. I haven't done anything to you. I didn't drop no damn ball.
Alabama said that.
I teach my children.
The elder said that, by the way, not the young.
Hey, yo, whoa. She
said we didn't drop no ball.
They're talking about young people, cut. They're talking about young people.
We didn't drop the ball. We've been fighting since we've been
here.
We've been fighting since them damn crackers started taking our land from us and putting us in enslavement. We've been fighting them crackers. We've been fighting them crackers. We didn't drop no ball, but what could we do against a government that had took over every aspect of our life by writing the shit into laws and then forcing it on us and making us turn against each other if we didn't apply and conform to what they were saying? Bob Marley said it best. He said the biggest man we ever did see was just a baby in this life. And when he was out here singing about Africa unite, now we don't go along with that word, but he was just saying black people unite. And he was also talking about how we got to kill each other and tell on each other and dog each other just to be able to eat. Bob Marley was saying that. And all through the early 80s, he might have been a Jamaican, But the brother was singing to our souls, and we loved him at that time. And when he
That's
wanted
why
to
they got
come
rid
to
of him,
America,
sis.
they didn't even want him to come to America. They didn't even want him to come to America because they knew all of us would be at that daggone concert. And by the time he did ever come here, they had disseminated us so bad, we was already fighting against each other. So it wasn't no more unity no more. See, it wasn't, y'all don't know what y'all think. Ain't nobody dropping no ball. Just like y'all think getting money is all it's about. Yeah, we need these little duckies to live, to make sure we have food and roof over our head. But they shouldn't be ultra important. But what has made y'all feel that way is looking at all them rap stars and TV stars and shit. And they are not our examples.
Can we communicate? Can I say something to that? Or are you just gonna keep going till somebody stops you?
On that, but
I want to communicate on that part.
No,
Are we being
say,
like? Can I say something to that? I mean, we were taught. People were taught to go to school and get a job, right? A generation was taught to go to school and get a job, right? Or we all just have amnesia. Like I'm not even sure what's going on.
Do a dialogue with you.
I want to communicate. That's what I want to do. Not have fucking monologues and shit. I want to communicate respectfully.
But you sound really badly though, like you're angry.
It don't matter how I
somebody.
sound.
We ain't did nothing to you.
It don't matter how I sound. I don't know. It don't matter how I
I
sound.
know I ain't.
I'm not emotionally. I don't care about nothing up here. So it's not.
I got two sons.
I'm just trying to
I got
communicate.
two sons.
Were you speaking about them?
She's
So
feeling
One
like
of my sons.
but hold on.
brother
But
by
you're
being
speaking about them though.
condescending.
What I'm
That's all
tell-
she's saying.
I got
That's
you.
not
But
being
she's speaking about her
condescending.
sons though. That's all I'm saying, bro. Can I speak, or are we just gonna keep telling me to shut up? The fuck? She's speaking about her sons because my grandmother and my aunts, they would disagree largely with y'all. That's all I'm saying. Because we don't have the same relationship as what y'all talking about, and what y'all talking about is factually your experience. Why don't y'all say that with clarity? Because what you're saying is not factual for everybody. My elders don't think I disrespect them, or I don't. That's how I. Like I said, I was a kid that grew up with them. Y'all are just talking generally. And I'm just trying to tell y'all that. So when Alabama said, what can we do? Y'all can listen instead of trying to tell somebody something. Are y'all confused?
But brother,
I have aunts.
but respect has to be earned. Your generation has to do something. Your generation has to do something for us to want to pass the ball to y'all and for us to bow down to what y'all say. Y'all not doing nothing. What have y'all done? At least we helped to build America up. What have you done?
Y'all are crazy. What
you just damn me talking.
He said, what about done?
You are the only one talking.
You can Google
what has your generation done, brother? This is a generational thing.
We've done a lot.
No, what have y'all done? Please point it out. Point to it. I'm sure all the elders on the panel want to hear it.
So it's good for you.
Yeah, it's crazy because you keep talking about what y'all done did and y'all ain't did nothing.
You're wild at 2:00 in the morning.
But have a bunch of babies on the wedlock and all that kind of stuff.
You've been wilding for 2 hours. Nobody's saying nothing.
I'm about to.
It ain't about me talking about nothing. I'm talking about more than what you're talking about. The Bible talking about is disrespect.
No,
disrespect.
Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up for 1 second, please. All right. I love it. I love it. No, I'm fucking with y'all, man. Only Smoke love that dumb shit. No, I'm fucking with y'all, man. Hey, look, check this out though. I say this. I say the elder, Miss Aaliyah, Queen Aaliyah, she is absolutely correct. Because quite frankly, hey man, get up off my
mind. Don't start that, good.
Get up off my monologue. Get up off my monologue, man, because I think she's absolutely correct. Why do I say that? Because the book has not been written for these young people. They still got a long way to go. And the thing about it is that we have to make sure that we pardon the youth to make sure they have the latitude to make plenty of mistakes. You know what I'm saying? And we have to be there as safety nets. You know what I'm saying? I think that's more or less the dynamic rather than passing the baton in a relay race.
Yeah, Tucky.
But go ahead, Ross. Go ahead, Ross.
What come with mistakes, though?
Consequences.
All right, order. You're gonna learn order behind mistake.
You right. You right about that. You right. I
So
agree.
you can't just let the mistake keep going and keep going and keep going. Like, would you let your child keep putting their hand in fire?
No, I don't think. No.
All right. So you'll stop them as soon as you see it happening.
Okay. All right. So Wolf, what say to you with that? I mean, you know,
What do you say?
how do we rub off on you and you rub off on us a little bit more? As far as
Bro,
not
first y'all
just
gotta realize.
hold on. Not
Okay,
just
go ahead.
you in general. I don't want to just be like you. I'm just like the youth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How do we stop the more confrontational
Bro,
nature
I
within
don't
the
even know if that's a real question for everybody. You want to know, Cut? I'll tell you, but they not trying to hear that. I'll just say this, bro, because this is what I keep saying. The matrices, bro, and listening. You were 30. Let's stop the age. It's not an age thing. Because like I just said, y'all don't freaking know me. So my folks would disagree with everything y'all saying. So maybe that's just a representation of your experience. Does that not make sense, bro? Am I speaking way too fast or some shit? I'm just saying y'all are speaking on your experience. And that doesn't
Our
make it
experience with
factual.
you.
It don't compute to me,
Hold on,
brother.
but
It don't
y'all gonna
compute
cut
to
me
me
off.
because if your behavior with your
Yep, okay,
people
see, Cut.
was so on
Tell them something,
point
Cut.
and it was such a good thing, then you would show that today
I
on
can't
this
hear anything you
channel.
saying, sis, because you cut me off. So you
I
might
know
want
you
to
don't
slow
want to
down.
hear me. That's why. You don't want to hear
Well,
me.
then
I
you can
get it.
leave. You can't. It's 2:00.
Yeah, I
You ain't
can
got no
hardly
kids to
hear
watch.
y'all.
Like,
No,
what's
I don't
going
have
on?
to go anywhere. This is my brother's
No, you
channel.
don't have to. I'm
It's
just
not
saying.
yours.
Like, you don't want to hear something. It's weird. Like, what's going on? What are we talking about?
No,
What'd you say,
but
Cut?
like you
I
said,
thought you
y'all
was
ain't gonna
asking me
sit up and
something.
let
Cut.
the elders tell y'all
I thought
nothing.
you. No,
I'm not as an elder. I'm not gonna sit up and let you
I
try
do let my
to
elders.
bring
My
my
aunts
position
and
on
my
the planet to a
grandmothers, they
demise
tell me a
by
lot. You know
talking
what I'm saying?
negative about
They.
me and my generation.
I'm not talking about. That's what
So
you're doing.
sorry.
You know, that's what you're doing.
That's
I'm
exactly
sorry.
what you're doing.
No, that's
It's
what you're
exactly
doing.
what you're
No,
doing.
I said I love my elders. You're confused, lady.
No,
I
I
said
don't
that
think you
hella
do.
times.
I
I
don't
said,
think you
wait, I
do.
don't give a fuck what you think. I don't
Practice
know
makes
you.
perfect, boy.
Talk to my auntie.
You
Crazy
practice
old
at
lady.
home and then spread abroad then. I mean,
She
am I
don't
right or
know me,
wrong?
y'all.
Am
I
I
don't
right or
care.
wrong?
That's weird. That's
I'm
weird.
muting everybody. Hold up. I'm muting everybody. Muting everybody. Wolf. Keep the vulgarity, man. You ain't gotta cuss at the elder. Number
I'm
one.
trying, bro.
Hey, calm down, man. For real. Apologize to the elder, man. You gotta do that right
Hell
now.
no, cut. What are you talking about?
You
No
gotta do
sir.
that, man.
No sir.
You
What are we
can't
talking
cuss
about?
at the
We
elder.
grown,
You
bro.
can't cuss at the
Bro,
elder.
we grown. I ain't doing. I'm about to get off this shit. I got grandmothers and shit. Y'all crazy.
Okay. Do you cuss
I'm
at
gonna go
the
talk to them because y'all niggas acting weird.
You're
I
not
just
gonna
said none of us know each other, so why are we talking about anything generally? That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not that slow, bro. I don't get what's going on here. But I'm about to do. It's too
I
late for this
want
weird
you to
shit.
say I'm sorry to the elder.
Because cut me and you be talking about this shit, bro. And it's like weird.
Wolf, you're wrong. Say I'm sorry for cussing at the elder.
Nah, I can't do that, cut. I'm not gonna lie to you, brother.
Oh God.
That's my form of respect. I'm not a
Well,
child.
I think
So,
it would be best to leave on a positive turn, Wolf. You said that you need to leave. So the Infinite Goddess, if she
this
has,
shit too weird for me.
if
I'm not
she
on
has,
this shit,
if
cut.
Infinite Goddess is still here, which I did ask her to come,
Yes,
Cuddy, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I was
Because
just about to make way for her as well. Go ahead, Alabama.
because this is not going too far in the right direction, and I'm really not for listening to anyone disrespect our women. But if Infinite Goddess is there as she was invited, I'd like to hear her perspective.
Hey, I would too. How are you doing, Infinite Goddess? I apologize, sis. Microphone check 1 2 1 2. Infinite Goddess, what you gonna do? I'm playing
Hello.
with you.
Hi. Hello.
How you doing, sis?
Hello. This
How
is
are you?
Infinite Goddess.
How are you, sis?
Fantastic. How are you, my loves?
I'm doing great. As soon as I get my
I'm
goddess
doing great,
outside.
sis.
Thank you for the invite too. This is very interesting. I just decided to kind of pop on YouTube, but then your channel ran across mine, and I knew that it was meant to be. So apparently, there's many of those of you who are very like-minded. And then, yes, that we are somewhat in conflict in regards to about our perspectives in a sense, but in a way, it's not wrong. There's just different, I could say, levels of it. You could say, or densities.
Yes.
And it's multiple. I would sit there and say for anyone, for those of you who are listening, rediscover yourself. That is the most important thing. Rediscovering yourself, finding out who you are, understand what your lineage is. And it's far more deeper than what it is. All I can say is, like, if you want to understand what truth is, just ask source. And the universe will provide that. They will just lead you to. Your higher self will lead you to. Your ancestors will lead you to. Your ancient ancestors will lead you to. Your galactic ancestors will lead you to. But most importantly, it is your higher self, your oversoul. But what we all also have to understand, we're all specks of the ultimate, the source itself. We are all specks of source. And then yet we're all going through and living through our, you can say, like, just going through living the Sims life. Maybe that would be more like what those who can actually kind of relate to. The Sims life in a sense. But Earth is herself, living, breathing, but we're actually moving into a new paradigm. We've already shifted. We're still shifting, but it's all individual. Everything is individual. Our lives is individual, but then yet it's a collective. But you have to understand it's all about conscious unity. That is the most important thing. But once you decided to take that trip, I want to learn about myself. I want to understand exactly what's going on in our world, outside of the world. I know that my family, we're all interconnected. You have to understand that. And there's multiple timelines. But what you choose, it's yours. That's it. We do have free will here in this universe. We have to understand that. Is everyone listening at this point right now?
Yeah, sis. Hey, you said something there, man. Yeah, that's the clearest thing. Yeah, man. Sis, yeah, man.
But Infinite Goddess, if I
And
understood
Come
what
on
you
now.
were
Good
just
job, sis.
expressing, you're talking about individual experiences and being connected to the cosmos or the universe at the same
Hopefully,
time.
she teaching some folks. But that
At
makes
the
sense.
same time,
Wow.
is that what I'm hearing you say, Infinite Goddess?
Yes.
Then what is
And we
the
all do. We have our
I
individual, but
agree.
then yeah, we're all connected. The
now
interesting
does
thing about it, that the further you
There's an
go and
etheric
really
connection.
understand.
Sis, can I say something on that? There's the etheric connection you're speaking on, right? On the spiritual level, the cosmic level, and everything that we're connected to when it comes to the ether. Is that what you're speaking on? I just want to clarify.
I'm sorry. Once again, I'm sorry.
No, I'm asking you, are you speaking upon the fiber optic network, basically, which is the electromagnetic frequency that we're connected to through the ether? Is that what you're speaking upon?
Yes, we're all electrically connected. Absolutely.
Yes, I totally agree with everything you said, being as our frequency is actually operating this system, the solar, because we're part of it. So if we're disconnected, this is helping the earth to be disconnected.
That
Absolutely,
is
I
true.
agree. Mm-hmm.
It is true. But then yet, too, it's very interesting because we also have to understand that we're still learning, right? So then there is it's also an ultimate goal of everything. So, but I find it so interesting that how everything now is being exposed in this time frame. But then as again, it all depends on one person's perspective. So, and then there are those who are completely, I guess you could say, we had to have the explosion of the ascension, right? And it's like, oh, like I really I see everything now. And it's like that's not even the tip of the iceberg. We're still like exploring everything, but then yet we're also operating on a different level as well. It's kind of a multi.
That's
How can I
right.
put it? How can I put it? It's like okay, I put it this way.
It's
When you're in
levels.
the dream,
Multi-dimensional, sis.
when you're
Multi-dimensional.
when you're in quote
Mm.
unquote in the dream state, and then you see yourself You're not yourself. You're a complete different person, live a complete different reality, and or you could be that person who was the guide for that person in that complete different reality. I don't know if many people have actually experienced that before.
Sis,
Astral
let me
projection.
add to that, sis. I learned it this way: you are in a multiverse, and you are a universe. You are the universe
I'm
inside of a
glad you said
multiverse.
that. I'm glad
We're
you said
multi.
that. Hold up
And you
one.
know it, and
We're
then and you're
multi-level.
absolutely correct. And then I find it extremely interesting that now, like I said, like for most of us, we kind of keep track what's been happening behind the scenes, and then everything is playing itself out now, and this whatever particular timeline it is, and then like it's fine. I find it very interesting in regards to the how sophisticated for those who are the opposite side of the team have kept the collective under a deep slumber, a deep sleep, and then all the atrocities and
Matrix.
everything that actually had occurred. And then, you know, to be honest with you, from a different perspective, and then you say to yourself, it's like how intricate the game is. So then, but
That's
the
right.
game itself, and the one itself, which is it's both polarities, right? Or you got the female and the male, but you know we're talking about energy and everything else. But then it's just like how everything is controlled, and then learning about the densities and how there is an opposite polarity to that, or they call it the phantom. But then yet they've been telling us for like decades. I mean, decades through manuscripts and books. And then you go from books, from like everything being typographed, right? And then letter form. And then it goes from letter form, it goes from television. And then, you know, now it's like social media. But then yet they're telling us, but yet we're in so much of a deep sleep. We don't even realize what's actually been happening until now.
But Infinite
Until now.
Goddess, what you're describing is individual experiences, but what is the overall problem that's having a disconnection, that's causing disunity? And to put it in this context, which this is part of what this Aboriginal community is discussing over here, there is a specific targeted agenda to one particular people. I don't know whether you agree or not with that, but there is some of the underlying issues that are going on is because what one people is being disabused, attacked, oppressed, told that they are slaves, have immigrants from all over the planet coming here to our doorstep and trying to displace us, remove us, exterminate us, or whatever you want to consider. Do you agree, first of all, that there is such a thing as an Aboriginal community? And then
Oh, absolutely.
is there an attempt to keep us disunified is what I'm asking you, I guess.
It is, but it's far deeper than that. There's no denying that. We have to understand that we are. However, we also have to understand that we can actually overcome that as well. So we have to understand how deep the programming is. And then you have those who come within the community to appear and to look and to act and everything else to come across within the community and disrupt that as well. We also have to understand that too. We have to understand everything as a whole. But as a whole, we have to understand who we are, especially to this planet. So if you want to speak of Aboriginal as being indigenous to this planet, yes, absolutely, original. We have to come back to that again. We have to do right by Gaia herself. Gaia, Tiamat, Terra, Meneterra, she has many names, different densities. We have to understand that. And then too, we also have to understand as well, there are those who have been disruptive to the planet as well. There also has to be a balance. There also has to be a clearance. She's been doing that for billions of years. Billions of years. We're not talking about millions. We're talking about billions. Our ancestors have been here for billions and millions of years. We also have to understand that as well. Our ancestors also had came from the stars and came here and also have been trapped in certain things. And that's what we called about in regards about veneration of the ancestors and clearing certain things. If you're responsible for that, I know that I am. So it goes far more deeper. So then the question is this: what are we going to do as a collective? We have to do right. If you want to reclaim her, we are the original, but we also understand that those who also have came here as well. We also have to understand that as well. But we are the original. So what are we going to do about that? How can we make the changes here as of now? So the whole point about right now, from what I'm understanding, is now understanding the awakening. Yes, we are. But what are we going to do about that? How are we going to come to as a collective? And then we also have to understand there are those who are here, who are in PCs and non-physical players and all the other things, and they're not a part of. How are we going to clear things out? And how are we going to bring the balance back to here to the earth?
Hey, I got
So
to.
you're
I got
saying
to.
that we are something
Hold on.
else besides Aboriginal people?
Hold on. I got a suggestion though.
Can I go next?
I got a suggestion. Y'all remember those hatchets that niggas was burying back in the day? Yeah, my suggestion is we go dig them motherfuckers up and put them son bitches back to use. I relinquish the floor.
I like that smoke.
I was just asking the sister.
Right.
So if she's saying that we are something more than the Aboriginal people of this side of the planet.
Can I speak this real quick?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I just want to say, I hear what the sister is saying, and I know some of it might sound a little,
out there, completely out there. It's not. It's nothing. It's nothing present. We're talking about like a few million years away.
Right, sis. Hey. Can I speak, sis?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to speak on what you're saying. It may sound a little, out there, but a lot of this stuff is very spiritual when it comes to it. And when she's talking about like that connection and us being all connected, all this other stuff, we have to think about the fiber optics that we come from, which is the womb of our moms, the womb of the womb, flesh of the flesh that came down, because I have been within my grandmother's and my great grandmother's womb, and they through their whole life. So everything that they went through, those things are also implanted in my cells. That's part of my memory bank because of being in that womb. So we are connected through certain fiber optic networks. That's through our cells. Each one of our cells is like a complete universe, which is what we don't understand.
That's what I said.
Okay. Somebody was saying something earlier about
Let me go after you, sister. Keep on.
Yeah, somebody was saying something earlier about the stars and the kids looking at the stars and being about money. I think it was the sister Aaliyah. When it comes to that, right, that's because it's outside of us. Everything is outside of us to put us in a different mindset a lot of times. I hear what the sister's saying, because we get so caught up in a lot of this physical stuff. It's really, really hard to really connect to who you are. Like knowing that we are like it, like we really it. We like everything. It's so crazy, the depth of it. But we get so caught up in, everything, because the land and everything that has been coming against us, all these different things, because of these physical things, certain entities wanting to, control areas and, take control of things and pretend to be us, or, all these other different things. But all those things too are really outside of us, because what's really the soul of us, I believe, is what the sister's trying to connect to, that being the real us. I don't think she means like we're somebody else. She's saying like our crystal line soul, the network of that is what she's saying. And we do connect. We connect via our energy. We telepathically connect because we have a fiber optic network that is connected through this ether, and that is our melanin, our phenomelanin that actually has the energy energy to give the electricity that connects to this. And we can affect it. We can affect it negatively, we can affect it positively. So when things are coming against us in this world, we keep having to focus on all these negative things and saying things in the news. Or this and that. All these things cause emotional trauma that is placed inside of ourselves. And this actually affects the operation of the universe because we are part of it. The solar and the air and us are connected. So I hear what the sister's saying. I don't know if anybody else get,
Ashe.
any
All I said was
Can I
Ashe,
say something?
sis.
Can I say something,
Ashe.
please?
Yes,
Please.
go
Oh
ahead.
I'm about to
hell
go ahead,
no.
man. Cut. No,
Hell
please. No,
no.
cut. Please. I'm done. I'm gonna leave after
No.
this shit. I don't cut.
Go ahead, nigga.
Please, for some clarity.
Real quick, cause
Everything.
I got
Hold on, no, cut.
out.
No, this can't wait. I'm about to dip out of this shit. This is driving me insane.
Wait,
Everything these two ladies
what?
just said. Everything these two ladies just said before the other sister, respectfully. Everything these two ladies just said in detail is what I said in a nutshell. And I started that conversation by saying, age is a matrix. How can you focus on the things that they're telling y'all, which I understand in my generation or something, or where it's not even generational
That's the
because they
same
know.
thing I said. That's the same
Yeah,
thing I
exactly. I
said.
know smoke. I heard. Listen. I overstood what you said. Smoke. Yeah, it's the and the Empress lady said it's levels to it. No matter how I sound, no matter how I look, no matter how you sound, how you look. This is what I brought up when before all this stuff. I overstood that and spoke that in a simple form, saying, "Hey, it comes back in waves, y'all. You were 30 years old. It's not like an elder and young thing. That's a matrix.
And you're right.
That's
And
a
you're absolutely
matrix. Age
correct.
is a matrix." And that's all I was saying with clarity. I would, and then the whole now my experience with y'all is a trigger. It's not reality for the whole planet because my grandmother doesn't have the same experience with me. This is a fact. So this is all these matrices they put on us. So when they speaking, I'm overstanding what they're saying with clarity because yes, you are deeper than just your age. That means you got to get out of this is what's wrong with the youth. And even I think Alabama brought up the dropping of the torch. So he's an elder. So that's something that y'all can debate on as elders. Like what happened? You know what I'm saying? Versus saying this is what I think wrong with these young niggas. It's like there's not one thing wrong
Man,
with
that
the
nigga
whole.
ain't seen no damn torch.
And
But your demeanor
it's,
is totally different now. Your demeanor is totally different now.
but you don't know
If
me
you had
though. So
been
this is
talking
all
like this from
experience.
the
That's why I
get
say
go,
it's an experience.
I would have
Ma'am,
never came to you.
respectfully, that's your opinion. And other people probably feel
No,
different. And that's cool.
respectfully, that's what we experienced. All
No,
of
you can't say we. You can't speak for
Oh my
everybody up here.
goodness. Yeah,
That's a
I think
fact.
I
I'm
can.
sorry. That's a fact. That's a
I
fact. You
think I
can't speak
can.
for everybody. No,
No,
I
I
think
think I can.
that might be a problem
But
then.
it's
Because everybody.
okay
Yo,
because
I'm just saying,
hey,
bro.
let me
going.
get the floor.
Did I not
We
get
got
cut
two
off? Cut. I was
directions
being
to this.
respectful. I'm being respectful. Like, what's going on?
May,
It's all
may,
good.
may, may I say something? Is it okay if I can actually say
Yeah,
something
please
at
do.
this
She
point?
understood what I was saying. Please do.
Yes, ma'am. You
Hold on, y'all hogging the flow though. Real
No,
quick, real quick.
let
Y'all
her clear
hogging the
this up.
flow.
Let her clear
hey,
this
let
up.
a
All that's
nigga
cat.
get a
All
word
that's
in.
Smoke, hold on, Smoke. Hold
I'm
on,
about to
Smoke.
start. I'm about to start
all
muting.
that's cat.
I'm about to start muting.
Is it okay if I can actually say something at this
Yes,
point?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If you just give me 1 second, just give me
Sure,
1
sure.
second.
Absolutely.
Let me handle some real business real quick. Chief
Sure.
Holiday. Chief Holiday, can you hear me, sir? Supreme Chief Holiday. All this goddamn hippie shit got NBA a hold head ready to go to bed.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, boy. NBA old head about to go to bed, baby. No, man. Shout out to Infinite Goddess, Aaliyah, Sister Soul, Wolf. Man, you guys, man, y'all been doing your thing. You know, hey, y'all got to pardon my little brother, boy. He contentious than a motherfucker, though. Hey, y'all got it, man. We here,
Hey,
man.
cut. Hey, cut.
What?
You started a whole lot of shit to be running, nigga.
Hey, I'm NBA old head, nigga. Don't trip.
Hey, let Empress up, man. Let Empress, she's
Oh, fucking shit.
Go ahead. You got an Infinite Goddess.
Okay. Thank you so kindly. And I want to say thank you for the invite to your platform. And many blessings to all of you. All of you. All of you. Many, many love and blessings. Love and light to all of you. Okay? Ashe. I think what it is, though, too, that we also have to understand, I guess, like I said, it's individual. So there's all of there's a collective, like I said, it's a group or a collective or a group of, they say like it's a 14-year group or a 9-year group, depends on, as far as whatever system that you follow. And then, so like I would say for myself, personally myself, I grew up, like in a quote unquote live a toxic home life, but I had a 2-parent home life. Parents were not married. They were, like the kind of like what society would sit there and say, or what we can actually could relate to, depends on each individual personnel. However, the one thing I did notice is that my dad was the eldest, my mother was the eldest, I'm the eldest child. So then there's certain things that, like I said, it's just what you have to understand, what things follow. So once you really start discovering yourself, then the life of your parents, and then the life of their parents, and they're so forth, as again. So there's certain programming, there are certain conditionings, and then it may repeat throughout certain, within the family dynamic. It can differ from every family. I'm not saying everybody's the same, but there's a certain type of quote unquote programming or a goal. It's just to kind of keep people at a very low
That's right.
frequency. But then it's like, I have to overcome
Sis, can I say something to
everything.
that point?
We
I don't want us
all
to
have to come everything, but this is the thing about it. So
Let
if
me
I'm
answer
going
that
to
real quick.
overcome everything,
Damn.
so, oh, sorry. Will I
No, I just wanted to
overcome
help you with that.
everything? What my attitude would be? What is my attitude to overcome all of this stuff? So then I just sit there and like either look at my parents as having animosity, and or I can actually look at my parents and my family as if I'm going to have empathy, because I can see that patterns, certain synchronicities, or whatever the case may be. Then you have within a certain dynamic. So there's someone in the family or someone outside of the family could put like a quote unquote a curse or something along those lines. What can I do to correct that? How can I elevate those? Remember, yes, we are here, but then our ancestors is not actually from here. We're multidimensional. We're all over the place. We have to understand that. We can be here on this planet and we can be on Jupiter. We are multidimensional beings here. It's a purpose. There's a reason why that we're here. And now, like I said, again, the powers is no longer, it's no be. As long as you're on that timeline, change your timeline. That's all I can sit there and say. Change your timeline. That's it. Think differently. Deprogram yourself. And it's not easy. I will sit there and say that it's not easy. But change your timeline. And you're going to see major significance.
I would share that you should get reprogrammed, because listen, who told you?
No, I've done a lot of work and I'm still doing work.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Who told you that you was in an abusive household? I remember my parents had squabbles. I remember times my father in the 50s and the 60s raised his voice. I remember maybe even the times my mother was even crying but it was understood. My mother knew her post. She knew her position. And if she was out of line and my father had to say something to her, she knew she had that coming. And then likewise, her to him if he wasn't on his job. But I never heard the word abuse until y'all start getting programmed to believe that was abuse.
This is the understanding. You say that it's not, but you got to understand. It's a programming. As I said again, like I said, are different experiences, even as a child. But as I said again, until you understand or go through some form of some kind of like a psychology and understanding the programming behind that, and you see a repeat of patterns. And then all I can sit there and say is this.
My upbringing did not bother me
all I can sit there and say is this. I'm not blaming no one else. All I know is, as for myself,
One mic.
I think what I want to say is, as far as myself, right?
She's
as far
making
as
a lot of
myself.
allegations that need to be confronted.
No,
And
as
all
I
I'm
said again,
saying is
as I said
her
again,
life, like
this
everybody
is
else's
Hold
life,
on,
we all have.
hold on.
I'm not trying to I'm not trying to make any clips with anyone here, especially with any divine feminine here. I'm not
But
trying
we're
to
here
do
to
that at
learn
all.
and ask
No, you're
questions, and
fine.
that's what I'm
What
You're
I am
doing.
fine.
trying to
Hold
sit
on,
there
let
and
me
say
get a
is
word in.
this.
Let me get a word in. Let me get a word in real quick, and the Infinite's got us. You can finish what you gotta say.
Sure.
But Miss Aaliyah, I remember about 45 minutes ago you was talking about you ain't wanted no confrontation, you ain't want no smoke. You gotta chill out. Chill out and let her finish her thought.
I
God
asked a
damn.
question. That's
Oh,
all.
let her finish her thought, and then you can ask her a
Okay.
question.
All
All
right.
right.
I
I
yield.
Hey, the wolf
I
crazy
I
tonight.
love
yield.
you. I
The
love you
wolf
though.
crazy
I love
I
you.
tonight.
I
Hey Wolf,
yield. I
you better
apologize
Cut.
for
mute
Hey,
your
cut.
mic.
I'm
interrupting.
crazy
Go
though, right?
ahead, sis.
Hey Wolf,
Go ahead,
you better
sister.
mute your mic before I put the babies to bed.
Hey, wolf, I'm gonna come over there,
No, I'm
kicking your
fucking with
hip, nigga. I'm kicking your knees, nigga.
you.
Nah,
Infinite
sorry.
Goddess, please finish your what you were saying.
Peace, sister.
You got it, Infinite Goddess, sis. You better get it before somebody else get it. I tell ya. No, I'm playing with Infinite Goddess.
I hope she didn't get disconnected. I think she's
I
muted.
hope not. No,
But
no,
I
let
would
me.
say to all of the women on the panel, let me first
There you go.
and thank you for the invitation, or I extended it directly to Infinite Goddess.
Yes.
And I would appreciate that more feminine energy be included in our conversation. As I have said repeatedly, it can get to be testosterone overload in many occasions.
That's
I was
right.
What
invited
we
too.
do need, and just taking on, what she was talking about. The irony of ironies are, as we keep going around in this so-called patriarchal or man-dominated presence in societies and governance, etc., when we all came through the womb of a woman. And so when we're having these discussions in some future time, when all of this is irrelevant, because we may or may not still be here, that connectivity, I certainly hope, shall not be altered or changed through transhumanism or some alien supposed invasion from another world, or whatever dimensions that may be out there that we are only speculating about. The way we actually behave here and now will be telling Brown Wolf's great grandchildren we eventually got it right. I hope.
Yes.
And I yield.
Becky, drop a bomb. Hey, bro. But what happened to
Infinite Goddess may have gotten dropped. I hope not, because I
Yeah.
don't see her.
what happened to the so-called Black Americans or the first Americans exposed? I ain't heard nothing about that yet.
Oh, come on, Tomahawk Negro. You wild Indian, god damn it. Chief,
Hey, bro,
wake
you
up
niggas,
Okay,
from the slumber.
let me
you
start with
need,
Smoke. Smoke,
hold
first
on,
of all,
real
as
quick.
your Indian squad sister, I think you need to stop talking about us going to war physically, because we can't beat them, bruh. We can't beat them.
No, you can't beat them. I can. You
I
can't.
said we,
You
nigga.
can't beat
I
them.
said
That's
we,
Go
nigga. I
ahead,
didn't
the
say
Smoke.
issue is
you, me.
the
I
issue
said
is
Hey, Smoke.
we.
I needed
the
you
issue
about 30
is
minutes ago, Smoke.
yeah.
Yeah.
The issue is you feel like you
I
can't.
said
The issue
we.
is let me
No
explain something
please,
to
not
you.
real.
Let me explain something to you with that type of
Smoke.
attitude, right?
Smoke.
Hold on.
Smoke, before you
Let me
say
explain
anything
something to you.
silly.
No.
Wait a minute, before you say
You
something
can't make
silly,
an
let me just
accusation and
tell you
then
this.
Hey,
you
nah,
can't
The
make
nah.
hold on.
military,
You can't make no
let me tell you this,
accusation. You
Smoke.
can't make an
Can't
The
nobody
accusation.
speak
military
on.
Hold
contracts, they
Hold
got
up.
weapons.
Hold up
I'm
now.
not that
Come
nigga.
on. We
Hold
Somebody
can't
on,
please
do
let me
inform
this.
her that
tell
I am
you
not that nigga. I'm not that
Hold
nigga.
that.
something.
Hold
You
that.
can't
Hold that. Hold
Smoke.
you can't
fast.
accuse
Hold fast.
me.
Hold fast.
You
Hold fast. All right, now go ahead, Smoke. What was you about to say, brother?
look, bro. You can't make an accusation at me and then not allow me to try to clear that up. You feel me? Just like a court of law. You know, I'm gonna use anything you say against you. So yeah. I'm not saying I would never say we can't do I would never say we can't do a goddamn thing. If we want to go to the moon, we'll go to that motherfucker. All we gotta do is want it. All we gotta do is want it bad enough. That is That is, look, this is a message I preach. Now, I'm not saying everybody's with the same mythology that I practice, but certainly there'll have to be a unification on something. You feel me? Whatever that unification entails, that's what we
So
gonna
all the
win.
white people down there where you live at and around you is dead already. Is that what you're saying?
What is going on, bro? What's going on tonight?
I didn't even understand the question.
She said, "Are the white people dead?"
Okay, well, I'm saying you coming with this kind of figure. You coming with this kind of figure about how we need to go to war, get the tomahawks and all that, and I feel you. I feel the same way. I want them gone too. But I'm saying if you saying that's how you rolling already, then I'm assuming that you saying that all the white people around you are already dead because that's how you roll.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Hey, hold on.
This is what happens. This is what happens.
In the chat. If y'all want the nigga shit, say give me a number 1 in the chat if y'all want the nigga shit.
Man, cut, you already silenced mine, but you ain't shit, cut.
Troll babies in the chat. Y'all want the nigga shit, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat. Go ahead. Go ahead
and answer that question, Smoke. She asked you a question, bro.
Right. See, this is what happens when you make generalizations, right?
Hey, I've been saying it for 30 minutes, bro.
Right. This is what happens when you make generalizations, right?
But love, I was making a general statement too, and you jumped on me. I said, Smoke.
Your general statement was
talking about we need to go to war with these devils right now because we don't have the weapons to beat them.
What's going on? What's going on?
Said, yes, we can.
I'm not the type of nigga you can put words. You can't put no words in my mouth, ma'am. Because I'm not going.
But you just said you can't beat them, Aaliyah, but I can.
So I'm has the ability.
How are you beating them? And if that's the case, then all the ones around you should be dead because you got the formula. I'm asking you how you doing it. Because I think that if we try to, all of us with an AKA, a rifle, a gun, a Glock, anything, we can all have 5 guns. We can beat this white man because of his military threat. And if we go against America, that's who we gonna be fighting. The military, not each other.
Hold on, my sister. Now, there are certain things, and Cuddy already gave a disclaimer.
Hey, yo.
There are certain things that should not be discussed on public forums. And as far as warfare is concerned, it is all our rights under the Second Amendment to be duly armed, but it's even more important to be well trained. Now, until there is going to be some effort at opening up firing ranges and educating our young people and maybe getting some dojos with Cuddy and Smoke and whoever other wild Indian niggas running around out here, that's an organizational effort. But to keep from being flagged either on this platform or to Chiefs and Cuddy's show, we should kind of keep that to a minimum. We kind of like Smoke doing it infrequently, but we do not want to be led to believe that we are quote unquote black identity extremists, sovereign citizens, etc., etc.
That's right. Thank you, my elder.
But,
in other words, Miss Aaliyah, goddamn shit.
Nah, the fact is, a lot of those people
I'm playing.
Y'all know I love you. You know I love you.
Hey, hold on, bro.
That's all I'm saying, bro. These young whippersnappers out here, some of these young whippersnappers out here might hear you talk like that and really go out and try to do it. You see what I'm saying?
We don't need. I hope that I'm encouraging them to do so. Yeah, that's why I'm talking like this.
Hey, look, hold on. We don't want to lose our future. We don't want to lose our future. The youth are our future. We need them to stay around.
You don't have a future in cowardice. I'll be blank with you. You do not have a future in cowardice. That's just the bottom line. I don't care who's fancy I'm tickling when I'm saying this, but there's no future in cowardice. You might as well accept it. And the sooner you do, I think the better off you'll be. Now, what's a common theme around here? A common theme around here is I notice that people like to put words in your mouth, especially when you speak in an aggressive manner. but I'm not speaking unintelligibly. The things that I'm saying can be well understood and well comprehended. You don't have to jump to conclusions about what the hell I'm saying. Now, when you say shit like we can't, and I say we can, I'm only disputing the claim that we can't, because I'm of the opinion that we can do any motherfucking thing we want to do. All we gotta do is want to do
But that's subjective. That's subjective, though.
That's why he can say that,
That's
and it shouldn't be no
subjective. It's
argument. Why
not
he can't say that though?
reality.
But sis, why he
It's
can't?
not
Why he can't have
reality.
perspective?
Look,
Hold
Smoke,
on.
this is what I'm saying.
No, you gotta
This is
let
what
me
I'm
finish,
saying. I think the youth are cowardly. I think the youth are cowardly.
blah 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 blah. You gotta let
Y'all
me
ain't gonna make
finish.
this make sense, y'all.
I
Hey,
can't
come
hear
on,
you.
cut.
I can't hear you until I land my plane. I'm flying. I'm trying to land. I don't want to crash. Please let me land.
Blah 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 blah.
Hey, real talk. I'm gonna repeat this one more time. I don't think it's nothing that we can't do. And anytime I hear can't, I'm gonna object. Now I relinquish the flow.
Okay, I'm just saying it's subjective, though. That's a subjective statement. I feel you. It's feelings, but we got to deal with real motion today, real
But
plans.
respectfully, sis, yours is subjective as
And
well.
can I suggest to you, Smoke,
Yours is
that
subjective as
you're
well, sis.
right. The youth are cowardly today. They are cowardly because they don't want to learn from the elders. They're cowardly
Crazy.
because
Y'all,
they
hey,
don't
y'all.
want to really live a moral life.
Hold
They are
on.
cowardly because these young boys just want to keep sleeping around with young women and not be serious about them. They are cowardly because the young girls won't
What is
stop
going on?
sleeping with every dude
I
that
did
come
that,
in their
though.
spectrum. They are
That is a
cowardly
general
because they
statement.
don't take care of their children, and they
She
in
sound
foster
triggered.
care, or their grandmamas are taking care of it, or the welfare is taking care of it. You
What
are
is going
right.
on?
They are very cowardly, and they're going to stay that way until they allow their elders
You
like
said that,
us
Smoke?
amongst them to show them the way and give them the formula of
Hey,
success.
y'all thought I was tripping, though, right? Y'all
Oh
crazy.
Lord.
One thing I'm not is
They're
crazy.
cowards, but not
Smoke,
cowardly with
that's what you
taking
were
up
saying, Smoke?
arms, Smoke, because they the one out here killing each other
Niggas
every
are
day
crazy.
in Chicago, New York,
I
LA,
thought it was a white man,
down
though.
in Houston.
I thought it was
You
a white man.
understand? They not cowardly when it comes to guns, but they cowardly when it comes to information,
She can't even hear me.
instruction, respect, and learning something. Yes, and definitely discipline.
Most
So
of
yeah,
us
you
is
right.
30
They
and
cowardly.
under.
Hey man, hey, yo. The views expressed by these niggas is these niggas only. I'm just a DJ. All I do is spin records.
Most of us
I
on
know,
here is
cut.
30
I
and
fuck
under.
with you. I fuck with you,
I
cut.
said, hey, I will never change my vernacular. I will never. So I'm firm on what I'm saying because I know that's the formula. We have to change our morals back to the old ways.
Uh-oh.
The old ways work. Big mama
It's
took care of the
crazy.
family.
What's going on
Big
tonight?
daddy went out and worked, and we got along just fine.
Is this thing on? Is her mic the only one on? This is crazy. What's going on? What's going on, bro? I'm too happy.
Nah, for real.
What's going on?
Getting the ass beat has not helped society at all. Like, people getting their ass beat has not helped. It caused psychiatric disorders and
Here
shit.
go that programming, y'all. Here go that social media programming.
Hold on.
They were told they are victims. They victims in
mic is
every
loud
way.
as
They
hell,
victims.
bro. That
They
mic
victims
loud.
of their mama. They victims of their daddy. They victims of the
I'm about to-
system. They're victims of
2:30.
everything.
It's crazy, bro. It's wild.
They especially victims of their mama, because the black woman is the reason why everything went to hell. Because we turned out to be single parents.
So I
Okay,
thought it was. I
so
thought it was a
you're
youth.
right. Y'all are victims. They said they was gonna make y'all
So
victims, and that's exactly what
So
they
are we the problem or the victims? I'm so lost on what.
Y'all the problem because you didn't listen to your parents. You called
I thought I was a victim.
241
Hey, you
kids.
it might be
You
your
took your
background.
parents to
This is
court.
weird.
You
I'm
ran
not.
away from home. All that
Wow.
crazy stuff.
Menace,
My generation, the
those
first
that
one to
are
learn what's wrong.
menace can't be victims. Nah.
What is going on, bro? I thought we was on some intelligent shit. This
You
is
blame
weird.
the parents for being on crack in the 90s and all that stuff when they were victims too.
Oh my goodness. Hey, yo, I
You
thought
You're
blame
the only
your
one
mamas
blaming
and
it.
daddies,
education,
especially over there on that East
the
Coast.
miseducation.
That East Coast, that's all you
Hey,
hear.
we
My
thought
mom
Grateful
was
was
on
bad.
crack. My
We thought
father
Grateful was
was
bad.
on crack. That's all you hear.
We're
The
grateful though.
Midwest is different. And that's where we at. In the Midwest. And if you down in Alabama, Georgia, but that East Coast and that West Coast, my mom did this, my father did this. Oh my goodness. It's just so sad.
Hey, do you even have respect for me?
Oh Lord.
We gotta get some understanding. What's going on? I don't even know what we're talking about.
She said
I'm
no.
just saying, do you even have
Smoke,
respect for me?
I respect you. I respect you, Smoke.
Then why won't you let men speak sometime? Because you seem to be dominating the floor as if though there are no men present.
You made a statement and I was just adding to it because you were right. I was only giving you another perspective. No one else was saying anything.
I'm just asking the question, ma'am. I'm just asking the question. No offense.
I yield, Mr. Smoke. I yield, sir. Okay.
So do I. Somebody else take the floor. Let's see if we can get engaged.
I would like
in
to take the
conversation.
floor. I would like to take the floor
That's
and get
the
the fuck out of here
soul.
because I don't know what the hell we talking about. Like, what's going on? Like, it's all not making sense.
No, hold on, Will. No, I'll fuck with you. Will, go ahead, bro.
Well, if we were to circle back to the title of this episode, are the Black Americans the first American? GOAT, greatest of all time, wake your ass up.
Please, Chief, bring some meaning to this whole. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, what we talking about?
Y'all know Chief do not do bad politics, bro. Y'all might as well leave him out of this. We're gonna have to clear this up ourselves.
That's why Chief ain't saying nothing because he knows a bunch of what the fuck are we talking about? Shit, what are we even talking about?
Chief is neutral. Chief is neutral when it's a room full of aboriginals. He's
Yeah.
not taking no sides.
If
We
we're
on our
to
own.
transition
Thank
back to
you.
what his question
We on our
was,
own,
is,
man.
are the so-called Black Americans the first Americans? Now, of
That's
course, it's kind of
divisive.
a moot
That's the difference.
question. That might be a moot question for most of the people in this panel, or at least most of them
That's
in
what
the
they
chat, that we are the Aboriginal,
Look at
but
she
we
choking
are
herself.
having
Calm
to
down,
tolerate.
Aaliyah. Calm
No,
down.
Smoke,
I'm not joking
bro.
over there. God bless
Listen,
you.
I
I
thought
see what it
grateful.
is,
I
bro.
thought grateful. We're
Go
grateful.
that wild Irish.
What is going on, bro?
So if I'm to segue back to what was originally the discussion, is the clarity of purpose of who is the first American. Now, Chief likes to say the first American. To me, it's very simple on we must reclaim the definition of American. Inside the definition is Aboriginal. There are only one copper-colored race, not these natty head, red, pink, whatever Native Americans you want to call them. And so if we are to have some clarity of purpose, even if we bring back that cosmic discussion of infinite goddess, we must be clear on something. Now, again, it's just my opinion. Saying that you are the only American, which is indisputable, there are none other than us. They are hyphenated. They have adjectives attached. They are stealing our identity. Now,
Yeah,
whatever say you on
yes,
this
they
panel,
are.
if that is the case, then how do we bring clarity of purpose so that we be unified in getting rid of some mofos? And I yield.
Like I was saying earlier, everything is taking place in the Middle East, and they gotta bring everything back because America is Egypt. Like, if people want to believe it or not, like they somehow cut up all the stone carvings, took all of the writings on the walls, they carved everything up and took it over there to the Middle East. People need to realize that. And until we can get to that realization, like, oh shit, how the fuck did they do that? Bruh, the Reconstruction era. Like, when we look at that era, that's a whole deconstruction era of its own. Really and truly, I believe that to be the first World War to take place actually in America. But our greats, I don't know if they told that to our grandparents, and they didn't tell me nothing about that. But you find that in history just by doing comparative study. So when we say like the youngsters ain't really trying to do much, we trying to solve this mystery that somehow seems to be a puzzle.
You want to
Like
solve
we
the
didn't.
mystery, bro? You want to solve the mystery, bro? You gotta
We
go
didn't
find
do.
them love. You gotta go. You gotta go find them hatches, bro. I hate to be the barrel. I hate to be the barrel. Look, I hate to be the barrel of bad news. I hate to be the barrel of bad news. But you niggas really think y'all can? You niggas
Go
really
dig up
are
a
under
mound.
the.
They got to
You
go
niggas
dig
are
up a
really.
mound. Smoke.
No, I said they gotta go dig. They
Trying to
gotta
go
go
find a
dig them.
hatchet.
They gotta go
Said
dig
a
them
hatchet.
hatches up. You niggas is really under the impression that you can
Let
negotiate
me
with.
ask you a
You
question.
niggas, hold
How
on,
many
wait
of
a minute.
you
I'm gonna let you ask the
identify?
question. I'm gonna let
How
you
many
ask
of
the question.
y'all
I'm gonna
identify
let
with
you ask.
Kubla Khan? Kubla Khan. How many
We
of y'all
all identify with
identify with
Kubla Khan
Kubla
in the name of
Khan or
progress.
Genghis
We
Khan?
all identify. Let me finish. Let me just finish real quick.
Oh, that's
See,
right.
you niggas is under the impression that you can negotiate with terrorists, right? And you can domesticate a motherfucking beast. That's what you niggas is under the impression, right? You think it's a magical document, right? You think the Constitution is bulletproof. You niggas think the Declaration of Independence was designed to save you from tyranny, and
That's
none of that
false.
shit, none of that shit is true, bro. Look, there is no law. There is only the weak and the strong. You got to get yourself out of the category of the weak by all means necessary. Salute to Malcolm X, man. I land on my motherfucking plane.
And then what do? I keep asking you questions. Then after you get yourself out of the mind of a so-called slave or whatever you want to call it, then what you supposed to do?
You stop feeling sorry for yourself and you stop saying you can't do stuff.
And
You should be able to be
just
creative
because I
after that
say I'm
point.
going to go and blow up a bank, so then I just go ahead and blow up a bank, kill a lot of
Hey,
people.
Could we hold down on certain phrases that don't get us
Wow, come on.
flagged? Please, Aaliyah. I don't think you're
YouTuber.
intending to do that, Aaliyah, but that's why I'm going for entertainment purposes only. I
Yes.
shall
somebody put on
answer
I'm not a
the
YouTuber. I'm
specific question
sorry.
for the specific
I was invited. I'm
question
not a YouTuber. I'm sorry.
well, then we're trying to help you not cause problems for this program, if you don't mind, ma'am. So, as we are attempting to discuss even smoke signals, irate responses, again, it takes organization. I've already said that before, not to for the sake of the slow people in the short bus in the back of the classroom.
But I
There
asked you
are
this
certain
question.
things.
We haven't been
There are certain things that should not be discussed in a public forum. However, in theory, if we're going to discuss taxation without representation, as we've been taught in compulsory education in society, being supposedly under the Constitution to right to bear arms shall not be infringed by the government. You know, it's certain things that you can do in a manner of speak, so to speak. Leah, you get me, Leah? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in answering Smoke directly, and Smoke, I know why you keep stirring the pot. Now I hope you ain't throwing a rock and hiding the hand. You know.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter remains, any of those wild Indians, whether they like to call themselves niggas or not, until we get troops or get the 1 out of 4 in the military that we already pay for, because at least 25% of our military is us. Now we got to stop making certain allusions to things and speaking out of context and not seeing the whole picture. Now, any discussion of violence is not necessarily conducive when it certainly can't be addressed in a forum like this. I'm only saying this again since Chief is asleep or Cuddy's trying to bail. Let us not get the program flagged for unnecessary discussions. Now, did Infinite Goddess get a chance to come back in, or because you got cut off in the midst of what you were trying to discuss? If you're still with us, Infinite Goddess, you have the floor.
No, hold on. Let's get back to the 1stAmericans, bro. I do not want to be floating through the cosmos with y'all right now.
Well, what do you say about the 1stAmericans? And stop doing that triggering tomahawk shit, Smoke. God damn it.
May
Talk about the
I
first
ask you a question?
What's,
What you
what's
just
triggered
said
about
about
the first
the
Americans,
daggone
bro?
1 out of 4
What's triggering about
soldiers
the
that
first
we
Americans,
need
bro?
to get them and organize them to help us be organized to oppose the government? Is that what you're saying?
I did not say anything other than state the fact that we are taxpayers and we are being taxed without representation. And within our
But you
military,
never heard
our
of
family
heard of
members,
the word
at
blue coat?
least
I'm asking you a
1
question
out
now.
of
I heard you.
4.
Okay, I got it,
Now,
sir.
okay, all
What
right.
is?
So then,
Have
if
you
we
ever
can
heard of
do
the
as Smoke
word
asked,
blue coat? Have you ever
And
heard the
y'all
word
thought I
blue
was
coat?
crazy.
Sis, you are on a little
Hold
daily
up.
I'm
right
asking
now,
you a question
sis.
now. Have you ever heard the word blue coat?
Y'all
But
thought I was crazy.
hey, check this
They
out though.
so
came out of the military.
are you having a diabetic event? Are you having a sugar problem, or what is it that
No,
you're getting
sir.
at?
I asked you a question. What you can just make
Hey,
statements.
y'all thought I
Nobody
was
can
crazy.
challenge you.
scared my mic.
Nobody can challenge. Okay.
No, we're wondering again, what does sugar have to do with the conversation? I mean,
Yeah, it's
I
crazy.
asked you,
I'm wondering.
why would we use the military? They were known as blue coats back in the 1800s.
oh, you are
And they
saying
were
glucose.
traitors
It
unto
sound
us.
like you said glucose. But anyway, if we're
Blue
going to
coat.
discuss
I
the
didn't
first,
say nothing about blue
I
coat.
got you. I
I'm
got you. I
sorry.
got
I
you.
didn't speak well.
I
I'm
got you.
sorry.
I got you. So since
I
blue
said, why
coats,
would
you
we use the
presumably,
blue coat? Okay.
when you are presumably stating the Union versus the Confederacy, is that what you're trying to get at now?
Yeah, that's a whole narrative.
Now
We already
I'm
broke that.
stating that the soldiers are. I'm just stating that the soldiers that really fought against us were the blue coats that were in the military back in those days, and so
Yeah,
we couldn't
blue,
trust them
red,
then.
white,
How can we
green.
trust them today?
They was all
How can we
colors.
trust them today?
You
Oh,
can't.
so then you do not trust your relatives or anyone that's in the military. Is that what you're saying?
You know what?
Because
Yeah, fact.
they are your children. Those men and women
She said,
did
yeah.
come from
She said,
you.
yeah, man. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Well, all right then.
None of my
Smoke. Where were
children
you going with?
None of my
We
children
got that.
go
We
to the
got.
military.
We got that. We
None of my
got
children.
that. So then we're not talking
Sister,
to
there's
you
10 people
or
up here,
about
sis.
you for the moment. We were discussing who is the first American. Smoke, you were saying before you were interrupted?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let's get back on who the first Americans, man, and who is this mysterious? Who is this mysterious? Who invented this mysterious caste system, bro? Let's get back on that. Cause you niggas really don't want no smoke. I'm just gonna be cordial from now on.
Now, what are you saying about the caste system, Smoke?
It's in the title, bro. The caste system. Is there a color caste system, or is it just these mythical ass statuses, called? This shit need to be clarified. What the fuck is black? What the fuck is black? What the fuck is white?
You're black, white, colored, or colorisms. Is that what we're saying now?
Ain't that what the caste system is?
Well, when you're amongst alleged Negroes, we talk about being color struck, right? Or colorisms, light, fair skin, all this kind of stuff, good hair, that type of nonsense. Is that what you're doing?
Well, hold on. Let's get something quantified first, though. Niggas is not the ones who color struck. So we really gotta throw that in the trash, bro. We're not the ones that's color struck.
I like that, Smoke.
That's right.
Really, Wolf? Nah, is that so in your
I
generation?
like that,
It's
Smoke.
no longer
Nah,
the case?
he might be speaking
Oh,
over
you
y'all
mean all
head.
them video vixen, high
Hey, go
yellow
ahead,
babes
Smoke.
ain't
Go ahead,
what's
Smoke.
still driving the mentality of your generation?
Hey, let Smoke speak, man. He might. Hey, Smoke. Go ahead, man.
No, he made his statement. I'm asking you from your
Nah, he was
generation.
going somewhere. He was going somewhere, man. I don't know about my generation. I just know about me. Hey, you remember she said you're a universe, right? I brought that up, right? Yeah. I don't know about the generation. I just know
You
about
don't know
me,
about
man.
whether it's universal
I just
or
know
not?
about
Or
me,
is
man. I don't know what my generation doing. I know what I'm doing.
okay then. So are you struck with colorism then? Since you want to make it personal,
No, I agree with what Smoke said. No, I agree with what Smoke said. That's why I want him to keep going. Go ahead, Smoke. He was going somewhere, bro. It's different, dog.
You know, Smoke likes to drop smoke bombs and run. Okay, so now I'm asking
Hey,
again,
come on, Smoke. You was
what
going
what
somewhere,
is with
man.
the colorism
Shout
statement
out to
that he
Smoke
just
and
let
Infinite.
hang
Yeah,
in the
shout
air?
out
What
to
I asked the question was, are we talking high yellow, light skin, good hair bullshit? That's
No,
what
he
I
talking. He
asked.
talking about. He talking about mestizos. Let me help you out, bro. Right,
Well, then
Smoke.
go with it, bro. I asked you
I
too. Go
mean,
with
that's
it.
why I told him to talk, but you wouldn't talk. I know what he talking about because he getting deep with it. He ain't on. He not standing at 3 feet. That's why he Smoke. Go ahead, man. I'm overstanding. Go ahead, Smoke.
You know he purposely ignoring you, obviously.
I know. I think he's just waiting for Smoke like the he like to
So
gain interest.
he run again.
Yeah.
He likes to throw
No,
rocks and
Smoke
hide
got
his
that. Hey,
hand.
Smoke.
So
You gotta
now
bear
I'm
with Smoke.
asking you
He
to
got
pick
that
up
cricket Wi-Fi.
that baton that's
You
been
gotta
dropped
bear
by
with Smoke.
Smoke.
He got that G Wi-Fi, man. Bear with
Yeah,
Smoke.
but I'm asking you to pick that baton up
Yeah,
that
you
he
said now
dropped.
what now? Now
I'm
go ahead.
asking you
Yeah.
to pick up the baton he dropped since you
Man, I
seem
did.
to
I
have
told you. I told
some
you. He talking about the
understanding.
mestizos. He talking about.
Well,
He think they.
who might that be, my good brother?
That's all the people that's mixed and not actually Aboriginal American. That's what he trying to tell you is that he. That's why he's speaking on being Aboriginal American. I'm just guessing. This is where I perceive him to say. That's why
The
when he
caste
said
system didn't
exactly the caste
originate
system,
here.
isn't it?
Yeah, he was talking about the
And
caste system. He said
I
start
think
with the
he's saying
caste
those
system.
people, I think he's saying we don't suffer from colorism in an overstanding perspective, not light skin, dark skin. He talking about the caste system. That ain't light
Yeah,
skin, dark
and
skin. That's
yo,
deeper.
if you could share
That's
my
deeper
I
than
think
light
screen,
for
skin, dark skin.
clarity,
if
whichever
somebody
one of
could
you
share
young
my
Yeah, I
brothers,
got you. I'm
screen.
giving it
then
to you right
y'all
now. I'm
need
giving it
to
to you right now.
explain it for
We just
clarity so
did.
it's
We just did.
understood
We did. Hey, I
by
got
the
you.
No,
OG,
audience.
OG,
yeah,
I
yeah.
got you. We did. We just did. I'm telling you, he
All
ain't
right.
talking about light skin, dark skin. We talking
So
about a whole caste system, bro. That's what he talking about. Light skin,
the
dark
caste
skin is not
system
light skin, dark
originated
skin, not a
over
caste system.
there in the Middle East. Like back to that shit again, bro. This is the
Where's Smoke going up? I
Sumerian
see Smoke.
tablet. It's called a Tablet of Destinies, and it's basically their structure of the caste system. But this is for when they quote unquote created the pale race, or the golem race or whatever they want to call them. But yeah, so they got a whole research doctrine based on where did the caste system come from.
I just want to know what Smoke was saying. Like he was saying, we don't suffer from colorism. I thought he was going somewhere interesting. Maybe I'm tripping.
It's really based on a geological location, because this is all based on geological location. Civilizations from mining,
Now, are
iron.
we going to say that this is a stuck situation only in Hindustan? And when people hear the phrase caste system, or what is that you young brothers are saying is a caste system?
I'm saying like yellow, black, white, and those statuses with different people mixed up in nationalities to put them in a certain caste system. Like these Native Americans
You don't see that? You don't see it like
suffering from colorism, because Native Americans to me suffer from colorism and the caste
so
system.
you don't.
Not Aboriginals. I think Aboriginals suffer from like I just not know who they are, but I think those
When
Native
you say
Identity
African,
crisis.
African American, when you
I
say
agree with
African
Smoke that
Who said
black
that?
people don't deal with casteism
that's in the
and
caste system.
colorism because,
Yeah, it's kind of what I
in our
was
families,
trying to.
in our original families before all this mixing started back in the 60s and the 70s, we had light-skinned people in our family, and there was no bickering, no division between us or anything. We didn't question, what our bloodline was. We loved one another, and we did not argue. And I never heard no light-skinned relative call a dark one black nigga or anything like that, and vice versa. I never heard us call our lighter-skinned relatives white or hunky or yellow or whatever. That's all some new stuff. That's some new stuff.
Yes, brother Alabama, he was talking about the amendment section 25, amendment 6, section 25, I think. Where it's talking about Indians, mulattoes, Negroes, all under this quote unquote type of taxation system. But that's just an amendment. That's just a piece of paper. But at the end of it, it's just they wrote it into the Constitution by ratification in like the the 1890s and shit. The same time the Reconstruction era. So it's like going back to that time is we really don't know what happened because it's like we do know, but we don't know. What I say we don't know is like the masses, the whole population don't know. There was a whole deconstruction that took place where our whole cities got bombed, flooded, burned.
Okay, bro. Now you
flooded, so on and
now
so
you
forth.
cooking. Now, can we focus on this just for one moment? Because I want to. You said Reconstruction, and when did we have power still? Was it the mulattoes? Was it the mixed breed? Was it the Negropeans? Or was it our actual sachems, chiefs, or aboriginals that were in power until the 1890s, 1900? Remember Wilmington, North Carolina? And that famous massacre of elected officials? 1895. So who are we talking about that was in power in the Reconstruction era between the end of the Civil War and 1900?
Exactly.
So we have to go back
It
and
was the
look at through
copper-colored
the.
people, of course.
We gotta go back and look at the
It was the
time
copper-colored
Andrew
people.
Jackson.
It was no
No.
biracial. It was no biracial back in them days. It was only mulattoes.
You have to go back in the
Only
time when Andrew
mulattoes
Jackson was
and
in power.
Mazicos was down there in Mexico. Excuse me?
You have to go back in time when Andrew Jackson was in power and looking at the
And
statements
black
that he
people were
made.
in power. They had their own governments. They were mayors. They were governors. They were judges.
Yeah.
They sure
So Andrew
was.
Jackson
And
created a
that's where
whole
you get the
guerrilla.
Buffalo Soldiers from.
That's why.
Them were Indians too, but they were called
Oh
Buffalo
no, she
Soldiers.
can't handle that
Yeah.
shit.
my
So
gosh.
you
This
got
is
you got
As
Andrew
soon as I
Jackson.
popped up, she got fucking top. I'm sitting here like, hello?
I can't believe all these adults keep talking over each other like this. It's so absurd.
It's wild, man.
It's pathetic.
All right, let's start a line then. How about that? We won't have to worry about nobody getting talked over. Kindergarten line. How about that? Starting with Chief, all the way down. 60 seconds. Let's
Stop
go.
throwing rocks and hiding your hand, Negro.
Who?
You
I
heard
ain't
me.
hard my. I
And you
love.
did.
Hey, I love when I say something and then it get addressed.
He talking about when you left, Smoke.
You know, I got kicked out. Shit, I got bad Wi-Fi over here.
That's what I said, Smoke.
So what is
Where
a
were
caste
y'all? But where
system?
were
What is
y'all
a
at,
caste
young blood?
system?
Where were you? They were
What is a
describing
caste?
and defining what the caste system, trying to
Yeah,
respond to you, Smoke.
what is the caste system to you guys? What is that?
Bro, it's the racial caste system. Shit, black, white, others. Black,
If you
white,
listen,
others. Yeah.
what's the word? It said a caste system. So it's something covering. It's a cover, an overlay.
So it's not just identifying with color. Then. You understand that,
For
right?
me, it's a military doctrine.
Yeah, I said that, Nadi. I said that very clearly. I don't know if y'all are listening or not.
I think it's a military doctrine, me personally.
It's the laws of the land.
Exactly.
The covering.
But anyway,
Identity
but
from
you
the
know,
method.
sister, what did you feel I was saying that was so wrong?
Yeah.
I just would like to know.
There you go, getting personal. Now let's not do the personalities.
It's not personal.
Let's stay with the caste
Shit,
system. We trying to
just
figure.
wrong. I
We
want
trying
to
to
know
figure something
why.
out.
That's how you
We
make
trying
me.
we trying to figure something out about the caste system. Now let's not get personal. Come on now, we just talked about being grown. Let's
And I wasn't
exercise.
real quick.
Right.
Real quick, sis. I
Let's
was not
exercise our
saying
adulthood.
anything about you being wrong. I was saying that people talk. It was like three people kept talking together. Nobody can comprehend what one person is saying when three people are talking together. That's all I said. I'm not accusing anybody of being wrong or anything
Thank
because
you.
everybody's perspective is their perspective from their information. So I can't tell you you're wrong.
Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am. I didn't hear you well, but I knew you were disgruntled, and now I see why. And I apologize because listen. I think as women, anytime we're in the presence of our counterpart, it's almost like we have to be on the defense and have to be willing to just jump on in there, or we will be totally talked over and talked around. And then that will then they will assume that we go along with everything that they're saying, and that cannot happen again, because that's what's been going on since the 1980s. We went along with everything they did.
Well, clearly that's not what's been happening tonight, because you've been having your fair time on.
Thank you, Smoke. We respectfully been listening.
But sis, I hear what you're saying, sis, and just to clarify what she's meaning, that is true. It's like a dishonorable disrespect when it comes to the women a lot of time. But sis, that don't mean that they're going to be more receptive. We just gotta get in where we get in and say our piece. And when you say it in a certain way, people are going to respect it and listen. If they don't choose to listen, that's on them. That's their loss. You just got to take it as that. You know what I mean? Keep your own peace.
Ma'am.
Don't worry about trying to battle with them for words, because your word is going to stand on what you have to say either way. You know what I mean? So everybody's not going to accept everything that you say, and if they don't, that's either their loss or that's just up to them. You can't browbeat them. Just let them do what they do. Say what you have to say, and be done. You don't got to argue with people. That's all I'm saying, baby. Keep your own peace.
You're right, and you're right. But let me share this. We all on this panel because we want to have a solution. And all I say is that we'll never get to the solution if we keep letting. He cannot help who comes on his page and his channel. He opens it up to our ideology. But we will never be able to get beyond that and organize as long as we keep on going back to zero when we already got 10. We all understand we Aboriginal. Now, where do we go from there together? And not off into some stuff that we don't know all about, because everybody don't know about chakras and stuff like that. We're trying to just survive. We just trying to survive through all this.
That's why you gotta listen if you don't know.
We're doing good, and we're doing good, but we want to join with other brothers and sisters who ready to do something, who ready to make something happen. Like, I'm willing to put $1,000 into anything somebody ready to do right now. That's what I'm talking about. People in Mississippi, they claim ain't got no water. Y'all know anybody sending a truckload of water down there to our people? Because them really our people down there for real. No,
Man,
I know somebody planning on doing something like that.
Mississippi had water forever.
Find yourself. Find yourself.
Back into the cosmos. Come on, Goddess energy. Let's go. Take us to Jupiter.
Yourself. Change your timeline. You have no idea, and I'm still learning. I am still learning, and I'm understanding, and I'm learning and understanding the cosmos.
That's why I respect.
Understand we're all interconnected, and then there's multiple levels of ourselves.
I respect
We're not just here on this planet, we're everywhere else. You gotta understand the cosmology. It's far more deeper.
Yep,
where those of us are from the future and we're here, quote unquote, in the past. Present, everything runs simultaneously.
That's right.
You got to understand that. And the solar flash is no joke. We've been forewarned about many things.
Hey, but
those here on this planet, they know they've been breaking laws, but they have to tell you exactly what they're doing. And they've been telling us. You can find everything in references. If you have no idea, look in the film. Films will tell you. Films will tell you. They've been telling you. They have to tell you. Everything that's quote unquote that's science fiction or it's fantasy, the realms exist. Everything exists. If you want to understand yourself, learn about yourself and your ancestry. We're here on this planet and we're beyond that too. And the main thing is return back to source. And not only that, to ascend even much more of a higher. You got to understand this is what we're talking about here. This planet is here for a reason. She is here for a reason, and she's upgrading, and she's not playing. She's not
Now,
playing. She's not even playing with us.
Infinite
We're
Goddess,
talking about us.
Hold on.
I can imagine Smoking saying, no matter how many realms, no matter how many dimensions, no matter how many planets, if our ass is getting kicked there, we need to get some ass kicking started here before we take it over there. I'm sorry, Smoke. I didn't want to take no words out of your mouth, but
Yes, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, you're right.
She's not. They're not playing right now. They're not playing, and they're giving forewarnings. Your higher self is trying to give you forewarnings. Your ancestors trying to give you forewarnings. This is happening.
I
Get
think
on the
a lot
right.
of people can't hear that.
Get rid on the right. That's it.
Hey, sis,
Get back and everything else. We're not perfect. I'm not perfect. No one is. But as long as you know that, hey, I'm giving back to society. I'm trying to help family out. I'm trying to better myself so I can be a better person here on this planet. That's it.
Sis.
Well, that's a Monday, Tuesday night drop night.
You feeding us a whole lot of that at one time. Like I'm trying to ingest some of this, right? But you going on.
I'm sorry. I did not mean to. I do apologize. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's cool.
Sorry, Kings. I'm sorry, Kings. Sorry, Kings.
Nah, you good.
Just
sorry about that.
Yeah, just beware of your bearings. Look, I gotta ask. I want to ask you a question because earlier you said find yourself, right?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
a complicated. That's a complicated
It
idea.
is not. No, it's not. No, I'm gonna tell. Okay. Yes. You're right. Tell me.
Hold on.
Tell me. You're correct. Tell me. Please tell me. Tell me.
I'm trying to conceptualize finding yourself. Now, when you found yourself, where were you?
Bottom.
At the bottom?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me ask you something else.
Hey, let me answer that, Smoke. Let me answer that with that.
Hold
on, Smoke.
I want to hold
I was inside my body.
Right. Inside your body?
Yep, inside the body. I'm not my body.
As I'm saying is this: everyone has in other words, I call it in tarot.
Hey, you like that, huh, Smoke?
In tarot, you call the tower. It's the tower moment.
Smoke, you kind of
tower
smart,
moment
like
is meaning that when the universe comes in.
Y'all like this shit, to me, this shit sound to me.
Smoke,
it's not. Like
answer?
Hold on. To me, I'm just gonna say this is my opinion. To me,
let me talk to him, sis. I got no sis.
To me, all that finding yourself shit sound like a bunch of psycho babble. Now I'm gonna explain why I say it.
Let's just understand what he's saying from his perspective. That's the only way we're gonna have to understand.
This is just my opinion. It sounds like psycho babble to me. I never known a time that I didn't know where the fuck I was. Right? I never experienced that. Hold on. I never experienced a time that I didn't know where the fuck I was. So all this.
I respect that.
I got you. Let him say. Okay, he said he does not know what he was, right? But where are you now? But I will ask you this. Where are you now? But you're here on this channel, correct? You are here on this channel, and you say, well, I never knew where I was. I knew where I was, but you're here on this channel, correct? No, I'm just asking from your perspective, but I'm asking you, just like I am. I ran across this channel, and I'm a completely new person. There's a few others, and like I said, understanding my ancestry here, understanding that I'm like, oh, it's far more than that. My ancestry is like, we're indigenous to the whole planet altogether.
But hold on.
We're indigenous through all cultures. I'm just saying from the originals. However.
But hold on, sister. Right. Smoke. Earlier, you answered Ross, either him or Zab. Why did you end up in this community? Was the knee on George Floyd's neck? Could you elaborate on that, my good brother? And not you.
All right, I'm going to elaborate on it, but I want the sister to know one thing. I'm not challenging her. I'm not challenging her per se as a person. I'm only challenging the things that's being relayed because it's confusing to me. But now back to your question, Alabama, about searching and looking and reaching out for other like-minded people when that George Floyd shit happened. Because I was talking to my people when this shit happened, right? Like why this the age-old question. Why does this keep happening to us? Why does this keep happening to us? So, right, I want to find somebody who wasn't so emotionally disturbed about the whole event, right? Because I understood instantly why this keeps happening to us. I understood this instantly. It's because we have yet to hit them motherfuckers in their goddamn mouth. It's just that simple. It's just that fucking simple.
I.I242.
Right, and
Yeah,
I relinquish the flow, bro.
he right, and at the same time, the sister right too, because she's trying to show you a way to ignore the caste system or be able to achieve a higher level than identifying yourself in the caste system. That's what the sister over there is really trying to explain. I don't remember. But what Smoke's saying is right to 100%. But again, we have to make preparations. You got to be able to feed your soldiers. That's your first step. You got to be able to clothe your soldiers. That's your second step. Once you get those down, then you're going to be able to have soldiers come in. But you got to make a preparation. Just saying fire, 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 it's like crying wolf. You know what I'm saying? And so only so many times a person gonna pay attention to you crying wolf. So we gotta really elevate ourselves into thinking it like the conquerors that came in and conquered us. They was well prepared. They had ammunition for them rifle. They had food ration for them people. They had extra backup and what objectives they was gonna take to get this piece of land or get these people. We got to think more strategic. We got to act more strategic. We can't go out like wild heathens all the time, arguing with each other, fussing with that's not getting us nowhere. We're not thinking strategically.
Well, let's talk about those things that we need to do strategically. Then you see, because these are the type of conversations that always get avoided, right? We sit around here and talk about the law all day. We sit around here and talk about history all day. We sit around here and talk about spirituality all day. We sit around here and talk about all this other, these other paradigms all day. Why can't we just can't talk about a strategy then? Is that illegal? Is it illegal to strategize against? Hold on. See, I know. This is what I'm talking about. These type of conversations, always get pushed to the back burner. I understand. Nobody want to really deal with this type of smoke, but respectfully, I'm going to listen to y'all float around the cosmos for the rest of the night, and I probably won't even object. Go ahead. Have at it.
I will ask you this then. So are you going to create a council? You know there's many councils here. So apparently to me, because it screams out to me that your soul is calling you to be maybe to create something. You want to be a doer. You are a doer. Are you not? So then if you are, then maybe you should answer your calling. So then maybe create a council within your community or communities. There's many others though too. From my understanding, from what I'm witnessing, there's majority of platforms that I attend to, and I take enough information. I'm like, okay, well, this is my way of researching and trying to understand. And now this is resonating. Now understanding what's actually happening now within the communities. So there be many of others to create a community, a council. Then maybe you should create that.
I mean,
and that's okay, and that's great. So you have the fire and the passion for that.
Yeah, but when you're talking to Smoke, it's dojos, firing ranges, and tomahawks. Much respect for what you're saying, but just so that you understand, he'll listen, but his response is, whose ass needs to be kicked, turn me loose. And I yield.
Is this not a public forum? Like, are we not speaking in different parts of where we at on live stream?
Yeah, but also in public, your speech is restricted. You cannot cite violence or any kind of uproar within a possibility of a crowd. So you still have to watch yourself, because there's certain things that they can use against you to bring you up under scrutiny. And we don't need that if we're trying to resolve our own issues into a plus for us. We got to be more strategic.
In
We have
general, this is a public forum, correct?
Yes, it is.
So this is basically a council that we're having as we talk. Yes, we change members every other day, every hours and so, but everybody is entitled to hold their name as who they are today. Like, if we get our minds out of the past and stop looking towards the future and realize who we are today,
It's all
we
about
can
healing and moving
be
forward.
who we are in the act of as we doing what we were doing right now is we're speaking on
It's
solutions.
got to be some real motion. It's got to be some real motion. And real motion comes from organizing. So what you do is cipher through all these panels, and when Bo get to a point where if he's alert of it, when he gets to a point where he knows the different entities that come on the panel that have the wherewithal to be in a council, then that's when we can or he can call for those people to come to the council, and then that's when we can start organizing, because it can't be everybody decipher through the panel every other day. That's like too many Indians and no chiefs.
But as well, we're coming to a day where everything's gonna be digital, like regardless if we want it to be or not.
Ooh. Oh, so we just gonna keep on going along with all this technology they coming with, as though we gonna turn it to clone and radioactive. That's what they planning.
It's always been technology for
so you won't have to use no money
as long as we've been in this country. I mean,
we don't have to accept everything they want to do. It's
but
all
we're the originators of technology.
Sister Leah, you are absolutely correct.
It's all in experimental time. We cannot use it.
Sister Leah, you are correct in your observation, but going back to a comment way back in the chat that talks about baby boomers saw too many end time movies, too many end of the days, too many zombie apocalypses. I'm not saying that won't happen.
I don't know how you're saying it. Most black people back in the day didn't even have televisions. So what are you talking about?
I'm not disputing what you're saying.
We listen to the radio. We listen to the radio.
Well, don't forget War of the Worlds shut down the entire East Coast with Orson Welles in the 30s.
Well, that's the East Coast. See, y'all act like everything that happened on the East Coast happened everywhere. No, it don't.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying.
I'm from the Midwest.
Is the mindset of doomsday.
I'm looking at no doomsday movie.
Well, I'm not saying you are. I was referring to the comment made in the chat and the concept of thought that is being expressed. A doomsday mentality. In 2012, the supposed world was going to end when the Mayan calendar ended. That did not happen. A time period changed.
Yo, Alabama, you being disingenuous.
Hear me, please, for a moment, Aaliyah.
Alabama,
Just hear me for a moment.
You being disingenuous, though.
No, hold on. Let me just finish my point. In 2012, very famous movie that was made claimed that the end of the world and the Mayan calendar and all that good stuff. We know that did not happen. We're now 15 years, since the thought of those things. So it's not that it happens. It is what we think ends and changes. That's the only point that I was making. And at the end of the day, the earth is going to still be here and we'll be ascending and we'll be rising and wars will still be going on and famine and starvation. The behavior of human beings haven't changed very much in thousands of years.
So we're just doomed. That's what you're saying. We just doomed.
But we're not.
If we don't keep rolling over, if we don't keep rolling over, if we don't keep rolling over to all their technology and all their new rays and more rays and all this kind of stuff, and we don't want to go along with it, because it's very unnatural. May I finish? It's very unnatural. Most of the stuff they're offering us is very unnatural. Now we're gonna be unnatural food that's being made. Well, y'all are, because I don't eat unnatural food. They make it in laboratories and stuff, and y'all saying we should just roll over and let that happen. Oh, okay. All right then. I love y'all. Y'all have a good evening. 3 o'clock. I do have homeschooling in the So I just
Okay,
have
now,
to.
Aaliyah, since I gather you were directing that at me, I shall say I did not say that. What I will suggest, and hopefully you hear me this time, that no matter what we get confused in a moment of time, the world keeps turning, people are still alive, and things change. That was the point that I was making. Not whether or not there is such a thing as doomsday and the world will end. Every generation has said that, including if you believe in the Bible, when the Bible was written. Now, the world was supposed to be ending when the Bible was written.
Well,
That
you know
doesn't
what?
make it
We
true. It
we
only
should want it
makes
to
us
hurry
think
up and
it to
end
be
then.
true.
We should want it to hurry up and end then. You know why? Because what we're dealing with right now is madness. This is not life. This is not happiness. None of this. This is confusion. We should want the end of the world to come and get it over with so we can
And it's
start
actually
again.
happening. And it's actually happening because the collective is thinking the
Thank
same way.
you. Thank you.
That's all I'm saying.
The,
But just hold
the
that. That's all you gotta do.
collective,
Just hold that.
the
Just
collective
Hold
can
hold
on.
that
stop the
particular
poor.
Hold on.
energy. That's
Listen,
it.
All right,
the
then. All right.
scientists say
Well,
that
good night,
the
everyone.
poor,
Peace, peace, and blessings. And I will be back again, and hopefully we'll see each other again. Good night.
Ashe.
Well, good morning and good day to you, Aaliyah, and peace and blessings.
Yes, have a good one.
Thank you.
Now, Smoke, back to your caste system. You never did explain it. The Young Bloods was trying to. Could you please put some clarification on that, sir? He done threw another rock in his run to the high grass. Mic check, mic check.
yeah, we hear
Hold
you.
up, bro. Hold up, bro. I've been indisposed. What's going on?
The caste system, Smoke Signal.
What about it? What? No, last I heard you was talking to the Muslim lady.
Yeah, and she has departed. Now, back to where
Assalamu
you
alaikum to her. Yeah.
keep
What you talking
dropping
about
a
the cash system?
bomb and then going back to whoever the other wild Indians you wrestling around.
What the bomb? What bomb was dropped about the cash system? I thought we was still talking about that. Mike check. Did I get kicked out this shit again? Man, this
Ross,
Yeah,
Hey,
what
I'm
say
talking
you? What
about
say
it.
you, young blood? Because there's a different flavor, isn't it, Jamaican culture?
hey, Mike check, Mike check.
I hear you, Smoke. I don't know who else is not hearing. It
Yeah,
might
yeah,
end
we
up
hear you,
being just
folks.
you and me.
We hear
But
you.
go ahead, Ross.
I don't know why everybody think it's something different. There ain't nothing different. Most of the islands is like 30 by 40 miles wide. I don't know what man think a foreign is 30 miles, 40 miles wide.
That's like a state.
It's crazy. But it's again what the spiritual sister had said. She was really trying to give you another sight of absence of this caste system that's been placed on us because it's not of reality, it's not of nature, you know, it's man-made. So anything man-made is a material god. So long as we keep investing we self and keep motivating and entitled we self up under this entity, it's the more we separate we self from the naturalness. You know what I'm saying?
What was it? What was the sound of blackness said? Elevate your mind, free your soul. Is that what you're saying, bro?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
yeah.
got banned in the
That's the
old
key
space
type.
too.
That's the key type of Aboriginal, though. Living from the land, living off the land, being able to move how you want to move, not caught up in a system. Not have to bow down to no rule, to no man rule. Go
No
fish when you want to fish.
restrictions.
Go ride a horse if you want to ride a horse. Ah,
But my problem is a lot of people think we were primitive. like 200 years ago, and that's totally not true.
You still had a sect of people that stayed in a natural state, though, bro. You had people that involved themselves into the technology, and look where that led us today.
And what is primitive, by the way?
Not
Natural
knowing
mentality,
how to
natural
use your
way.
hands, that's what I would say.
Well, let's put two things on top of that: savage, barbarian. If you put the three of those together, what is that? What does that describe?
Aboriginal.
A primitive set? No, well, I was hoping you wasn't gonna do that, Natty. I was gonna say
But
if you
that's
were
what they say. That's what they. That's
if you
what
were
they say.
describing behavior and the things that come from it, I thought that's where you were going, Natty, when you said about look at how the planet has been defiled,
Terraform.
despoiled,
Terraform.
polluted.
Yeah.
That's not barbaric. That's
Yeah,
not
it is.
savage.
It is.
It is.
Destruction of your own habitat. Yeah, it is.
So who's the primitive?
Hmm.
You know, if you can't sustain yourself with the planet that sustains you, how does that make sense? How is that intelligence?
But if the planet is being attacked and there are things that are going against the nature of the planet, that's going to go against the nature of us, including our body. When the Earth is terraformed, it also causes alchemical changes and transformations in our bodies as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sound like fighting words to me.
Yeah.
The reason I say we always had technology because we understood sound, vibration, and frequency creates energy. So if we understood those metaphysics in ancient times, why would we not have technology?
It was always around. The technology is even on all the old stones, pictorials of all the ancestors and things that they show us. They were using technology back then.
Yeah.
Technology is old. They try to suppress that stuff from us to act like things are new. You know, bringing back everything old. What's old is new. You know, to us, but it's old technology. They say that it's new, but it's
My
always
mama always told me nothing is new under the
What's going
sun. That's what
what's
my
going
mama
on right
always
now?
told me.
Hold on. What's going on right now is that we're allowing technology to control. We're not controlling it. No, you have a
Facts.
system. The system of technology has ran away from man. Man has no more control of it. It has a life of its own. And the
That's
whole
right.
system is to evolve man within it.
Now, didn't she say, whether you believe it or not, that films lay it out? How is that not the machine world of the Matrix? I don't know if any of y'all have seen Ex Machina or Ghost in the Shell or anything of that nature, which is sending out the narrative that we will turn loose a machine world with an AI,
Hit
machine
it.
learning
Hit it.
And you're
environment.
right.
Hit
And
it.
you're
Hit it.
absolutely
Hit
correct.
it. Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. And I'm gonna shut myself down. So when they work through the ether of these waves, these airwaves, these internet
Alpha
waves,
waves.
these are different dimensions that different entities are able to transit through. You understand? And it's looking for it, like the movie Voltron with the guys the heroes the Captain America them. When they made that machine, the machine went into itself and learned and started to build itself.
But
Understand what's
remember, it
going on?
started
From
out as an
earlier,
AI that
Oh, you
then
talking about
earlier.
that
learned that
Iron Man
human
movie,
beings,
Ultron?
yeah,
Yeah.
Right,
yeah,
right,
he's talking about
right,
Ultron, the Age of
right.
Ultron with the
It was
Avengers,
an
when it
entity. It was
learned that
an
human
entity.
beings only commit war, and he was supposedly designed, supposedly, to protect humans from themselves. But what conclusion did he come to, Nadi?
Destroy
Destroy
all humans.
all human. But
Because
see,
And
it
they
that's
was
were
so
a
it
interesting
virus.
was
that everyone
Because
it
they
is on the
were a
spectrum.
virus to the planet.
was exactly.
Interesting.
Yeah. No. What I was trying to get to again is it was a entity. I'm not gonna say demonic, but it was an entity that was able to come through from that realm of airwave. Understand what doors is being opened. A door is being opened right now for me and you to communicate. That's a portal. If I turn on my camera right now, real time, we can see each other through the window of the portal. They have learned to tap into the portal, and as many things can go in and as many things can come out that you're not aware of.
Bro, ain't nothing going in and coming out, man. Y'all with that Final Fantasy shit.
And you're absolutely correct. And you know that entity actually has a name?
Well, I don't go on all of that.
Yeah, it actually has a name too. And they've been telling us for a while, but there's other communities and actually confirmed many different things though too. So I would say that. But however, from how everything and from what is stated in the quote unquote or the spiritual community, that in the positive timeline things have won. But then we will have that 1,000 years in the future that we will have to battle that. And I find it very interesting, especially with Sophia Stewart, who was like the author, the creator of The Matrix and Terminator. She actually stated that many years ago. She's stating that now. There's others within the community, and they're actually validating that as well. So, even after they're telling that information, and I'm tapping in, and I'm actually seeing it. It's very, very interesting. But it comes from from a higher density, and it's supposed to be coming on down here too. But it's been destroyed up there. It's just trickling down here.
It's in the ether.
Are you talking about do-I? Like where the sun goes
elevate
and
to that frequency.
You don't see it type. That's what the
well, that they say that's a well, I guess you could say what was it? I guess there is a phantom. They call it the phantom matrix, from my understanding.
Yeah,
so they've been telling us for a long time.
People attached to that's the lower frequency. When you hear people talking about the lower vibrational frequency, those are the elf waves, the electronic frequency waves that they keep people tied to when it comes to the fear and, the things you talk about with the movies, these shows, how they're showing us everything. Yes, they are. But what they're doing is projecting, using projectiles through these portals, which the televisions, all these things are portals as well.
True.
That's why everything's been converted to like the plasma lighting and the LED lighting, because all these things connect to you via your cells, and it traps you in a certain matrix via the crystalline that's in our bodies. So what happens is you get caught up in what's being projected to you. Our body absorbs these things. It actually takes on the trauma, the physical trauma, and it absorbs it into our body, and then we take that on as being a reality. It's the wave formatting. It's actually the writing on the brain writing frequencies, wave formatting on the brain. So when that brain writing is put onto your mindset, now you're in that way of thinking. This lowers our frequency. This takes us down to that elf frequency that takes us lower, so we're not able to create that project ourselves to a higher density to be able to elevate past it, because the food that we're taking in, the things that they put in the air, the nanoparticles, the aluminum barium that's in the chemtrails, and all these things, we're taking these things in. So now they're causing our chemical structural changes in our body, which causes the effect of the crystalline that's within us. This is why those dimensions are being tapped into, because it's literally just a spiritual thing. This is what that matrix is about. It's
I got a question though. I got a question.
And that's very interesting about that as well. Yeah, it's very much so.
Microphone check. Y'all can hear me?
Yes.
I got a question though, right? Because it seems like we can talk about all the shit that they're doing, but when it comes to doing something about it, that's a secret. That's a cone of salads. Secret disclosed meeting somewhere near the Rock of Gibraltar. Like, what the fuck really going on, right? If we can't address the shit that's being done to us, let's not even talk about what's being done to us.
But we are addressing that. Everything is being addressed. It's actually being addressed in the public. Whether you think it's not happening, but it actually is occurring. So there is, like I said, it's a new dawn. It's a new paradigm. It is an awakening. The mainstream media is controlled. You got to understand that. But on platforms such as here, we're addressing it here. There's other platforms and people are addressing it as well. So It's up to you. So yeah, like I said, it is a collective thing, but it's also individual. So if you want to sit there and make that public notice, make that public notice, especially to the universe. Hey, I'm aware, and this is what everything I can see what things are happening. This is where I want to go. I want to be aligned to my higher self and my higher purpose. That's it. That's it.
All I gotta say about that is, if you don't know me by now, you'll
Right,
never know.
but it's you knowing yourself. It's not everybody else knowing you. It's you. The most important thing is
let the public
I
be
am. That's it. I am. And then we're gonna come in collective anyway. We know each other. We've been around each other. We lived through our ancestors. We are our ancestors. We're past, present, and future. We're connected. It's all about unity consciousness. Unity consciousness. We have to be back on that. Unity consciousness.
Yeah, what I was trying to say is just get the information correct. A lot of us don't know who we are because the information's all messed
True.
up.
And it's
People
a
get the
free
wrong
will
information.
universe. And it's a free will universe. You just keep doing what you're doing. And like I said, I just ran across this platform and I appreciate every one of you, all of you. Thank you. And thank you for the invite. All of you. So just so I can sit there and see the perspective of everyone else. Everyone is on your path. You're on your path. All of you. And even you think the person who's an antagonist. No, we're all on our own paths. We have to understand that. And like I said, we're moving towards a better future for all of us. We're planning, we're talking, we're starting somewhere. You're the doer, then do. You can talk about it, then start your own. So like I said, I'm even learning. It's all a learning process. We're learning, we're growing, and we want to be better than ever. And then we can teach others for them to better themselves and for them to unlock themselves in their minds and the stargates and everything else. That's what we have to push towards to. Just think about it. This is where we are now. This is where we're heading. And it's got to start somewhere. And it's an ugly process. We're seeing things crumbling. We are witnessing things crumbling. And they're telling you.
Let me deal with the brethren there. Let me deal with the little brethren there. I want to ask him a question. Brethren, as far as what you just say right now about the history, once you reach to the name that you find that they so-called call you, or whatever name you're looking to identify with, for as the history, how is that going to benefit you today?
Well, the question is, how did it benefit me thinking my ancestors were slaves? How did that help me? Once I realized that hasn't helped me, then I looked up the real history. I felt relieved. So it helped me a lot.
Right. Physically, financially, and spiritually. Okay, you just gave me your spiritual help. How is it physically and financially gonna help you by researching or finding what you're looking for, or whatever you found?
What I found were certain
not what
things
you
that
found.
I can't.
How is it gonna help you?
How is it gonna affect me?
Help financially, and
help me.
Yeah,
So benefit me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is
So, like I was about to say, right now, I can't do nothing with it physically. Physically, can't do anything with it. Why? Because that shit that my great grandparents sold off. Like they sold it. It is what it is. All of our family, my family personally, they got what they got today. But
okay, yeah. By you knowing that information now, what are you gonna do to better yourself from that same?
What I've been doing personally is I've been switching around working for different computer firms, working for other people. Now I'm in the process of creating my own type of humanitarian project. So it opened my mind to brighter ideas rather than looking at everything such of a negative aspect.
Okay. Let me ask a better question. How are you gonna prevent the same thing that happened to you happening to your children? Not for the learning about the slavery thing or all of that, but the unempowerment they you currently holding, far as that atrocity happening to your people. How are you
Well,
gonna prevent it? From the history you're learning, what are your steps you're gonna take as a young man? You told me you know it all. You and the other guy, yeah, we gotta learn from you. Now I'm asking you from this point of view that you learned all this information. How are you, what is it gonna do to help provide and prevent your oncoming heritage from falling in the same mistake you fell into today?
well, I believe in, like I say, proper preparation prevents poor performance. So when I'm in a stage where I am doing well off, rather than me right now in a set apartment. Yes, I have a house, but I'm not in that place.
Damn, bro, you just hit us with the 5 P's. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm properly prepared for, like, if I was to end up in a bad position, I can go to my house, and I have other places that I can go to as well that my parents has passed down to me. So I can then now pass that down on to my children, and I'm also creating a business plan based on infinite wealth because it's based on a humanitarian project that's going to advance our civilization when we create it, because I believe all things come into manifestation when you put your will behind it. So that's what I'm going to do. And so far, if I do have kids, I don't know if I want them in this day and age, for real. I ain't getting no kids right now. But so far, when I do, I believe I'm properly prepared already. Um, so far as the education, I'm hope to not mislead them. That's what I don't want to do. My parents never misled me, but they never told me. That's the difference.
Amen, young blood. Yeah, I think you are prepared and you do know about trust and the scripture that talks about a man leaves a legacy, doesn't leave debt. I gather you understand all that.
Yes, sir.
Well, Nadi, I don't know if he passed your test. It sounds like he has the fundamentals. And the
Oh, he
question
been
is,
past my test a while back because he tried to stay silent when the elders man was speaking. He didn't really disrupt like
I
other
read that,
people.
man. I read that.
Yeah,
He didn't
yeah,
go
yeah.
bump.
So I did.
He didn't become
Yeah.
bumble clot. He didn't become
Nah,
bumble
nah.
clot.
He stayed very respectful, and I love them type of people I can call my family. Just the
Yeah.
So
spirit.
so then the
Spirit of them.
question is being a contagion. Now I don't know if you want to take that word negatively, my young. Is this CJ? Because I know Brown Wolf think he finally took a pill.
Nah, this is CJ.
Oh, okay, what's up, CJ?
How you doing, brother?
So what do you suggest is the best way to replicate? I guess I should use the word replicate instead of it coming across with a negative connotation as contagion. We got already too much contagion, infestation, infection, toxicity. What say you, young brother?
I honestly, the problem is a lot of people don't see what people's personal experiences going on, so we all assume nothing is going on. But as long as we keep operating in the streets, we have to keep telling our people when we see them, like, just throw a little word, hey, this is your land, or hey, you indigenous. Like, just randomly bump into people. Hey, we used to own a lot of businesses and banks here. Like, that's what I be doing because I'm an outspoken person, and I'm sociable. I'm not too sociable, but like when I'm in a setting, something just makes me want to talk to people. So that's what I be doing to people, just putting them up, and they be like, "Oh, really?" It's a lot of people that more surprisingly don't know who they are than that do know who they are. So
So they haven't been enlightened, is what I'm hearing you say.
exactly, it's a lot of uh people that just really don't know. They really just honestly they don't care.
So
They
then
don't care.
you're overcoming this. A natural state in physics is entropy, right?
Yeah,
So the inertia is the issue. You know how things stay in a place until it is moved by force. And things in movement, it takes equal, if more, to overcome the inertia of stopping the motion and redirecting it in another direction, right?
Correct.
So,
Yeah.
what do you feel your generation is? Is the inertia of standing still, or they're doing the wrong activity?
It's like I said, it depends on personal experience because a lot of us is doing what I'm doing and what Chief is doing, what Wolf is doing. Then there's a lot of those that just doing businesses. There's a lot of those that just doing, just drugs, killing. You feel me? Are they in the military? Are they in the police force? So it's like,
Yeah, they're dispersed. They're dispersed
yeah,
because
we're
we've
very
had an
dispersed
integration.
between the
We've
ages
had an
of,
integration agenda for 60 years. You would agree with that, I imagine, and
yes,
just
sir.
sheer
Yes.
observation. So
Yeah.
then, and there's a point to why I'm asking these questions again. And I'm glad I had a chance to share this with another younger man. All right. So all this debate nonsense. Now I'm calling it nonsense. You may not see it as nonsense. But what do you see as the empirical evidence that something has changed? Whatever it is that we're discussing, where would you see empirical evidence amongst your generation that gets you know what a tipping point is? You've heard of the 100th monkey syndrome, etc.
Yeah.
So then who's the 99th monkey? That's a rhetorical question. I didn't necessarily want you to answer that one, but you get my point about where's the empirical evidence where you can see something tangible moving amongst your generation.
Yeah, it's definitely the police. So like that whole police stuff that takes place, that triggers. That's a trigger. For my generation especially.
You're not circling back to that snitch bitch we were talking about earlier, about 4-5 hours ago. You're not talking about that.
Nah, what I'm saying, what's our tipping point?
I was teasing.
Talking
I was
about
teasing, CJ.
activity from the police.
Okay.
I don't really see that happening though, bro.
No, I don't
So
mean like I don't mean what needs to happen. No, I mean what has been taking place for basically 6 years is what
Now,
I've seen.
did you mean CJ the popo, the 5-0, or do you mean policing oneself internally because of the kind of
I mean
behavior change
self security. Self security. Like there's a lot of insecurity around here in my generation. It's a lot of people that don't know who they are. They don't really trust their parents, and yeah, I mean, yes, it is a lot of disrespect that goes on between both generations, and that's just from my own personal eye point of view. Like I can be out here, I can go to the grocery store, see a little kid up here trying to snatch stuff for the grocery shelf, and the mama told the kid like 5 times not to do it. But you feel me? It's just shit like that that's going on, and it's honestly it's really started going on for the past 6-7 years. I haven't really seen it that much, and I went to college in 2012, so it's just like what has really taken place is just the self security, the insecurity of not knowing oneself, like not knowing who they are. Just if the parent don't know, who's to tell the child? Then what morals are you to pass down to the child if you don't know who you are? So it's like people don't know where they come from or who they're dealing with. We really gotta understand who we are and who we are dealing with. And people ain't ready for that kind of that self work. And like for me, it took for my mama to pass away for me to sit down and be like, all right, I need to get myself together because it's just me.
The
And
self-reflection.
yeah,
Self-reflection.
and my dad, so he ain't really much help. I mean, not to throw him under the bus, but he's Jamaican. My mom's American. She was the one that told me all of the loops and the holes of how to work the system. So my dad, he don't know nothing for real but to build and do his work. He's a contractor. So it's like I had to figure it out since 2014. So it's just I never was the child when I was a child to disrespect my parents. Not even to this day. My dad is my parent. So it just there's levels to morals and discipline, and there's not much self-discipline that I see within our generation because they don't know who they are. And then when I look at the elders, they try to tell us who we are, but it don't make sense because the same thing is being told from the 70s is Africa. Africa. So that's confusion.
Yeah, conflicting messages. I answer.
Yeah, that's definitely, and you can just go out. I'm telling you, man, you can go to the mall, the grocery store, and you can see it. Like you can see it. It's wearing on people's faces, bro.
Well, I know you don't need necessarily approval from me or signing off on it, but you sound like a very solid young man. I think you're on the right course. The question is like after like, kind after kind, right? So you already understand. You are trying to. What does manifestation mean more than you're just being a magnetic force? So that hopefully you can attract to you the right set of people, and certainly I hope the right mate, because I certainly hope that you do procreate, my good brother. Would you agree, Nadi?
Yeah, and I also wanted to add to him, whenever you're doing right, the road is never easy, bro. Never. So every day it's gonna seem like a gray cloud or a black cloud over your head, but it's not. It's truly not. Because you're gonna see every day your self survival. It's gonna come so easy to you. So just stay on the path you're on, bro. Stay on the path you're on.
I already dedicated myself on this. I'm staying on it. It feels good as well to just realize like what you want to do and what's the moves you have to make, what it takes. For me, it's baby steps. It's a day at a time. That's what I say every day. Um, we could try to make a difference every day. We have a choice. Uh, it just takes the will to do it. You know, um, that's all it really takes. And so far as like, what are we gonna do? We have to set it up every day, every single day at a time. Like I said, this is a public forum, so we could take advantage of just this being just a public forum, and we can set up certain aspects of how we can go about it. Um, we can start there about organization, whether it be online. Like I said, at the moment, it's looking like we're going digital. So we got to take advantage of what we seeing and what we're dealing with at the moment, because all we can do is live in the moment. And that's no offense to what other people deem as wrong and right. It's just like I'm just trying to say, like, hey, we got a public forum. Let's use this. If they talking about like, do y'all have a committee? This is us right here. We're speaking.
Do you feel vindicated in being able to have the elders sit there and um be in good spirit with you, to give you your room to speak and give you your respect and give you your flowers, young man, Mr. CJ? Is that a vindicating moment for a young individual?
Nope. What's vindicating is that we agree on the same thing. That would be amazing if we can agree on a topic and we'd be like, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's amazing. That's a great feeling because that's what me and my dad do. Um,
So you don't take that we're agreeance with you right now by giving you the floor and allowing you to
oh, I
um
totally feel the energy. Thank you. I appreciate it.
yeah. See, no, this is the difference between the elders allowing the room for a child to lead us, because we see the humbleness in that child. We see the humbleness in him that we seek within ourselves. So we can take on guide. And this is how it's supposed to be. When we see something just as bullheaded and trying to teach an old dog new tricks coming running up on us younger than we already know what it is. It's coming to our level. It's gonna be in the same path we are. But when we see an ideal of what we're reaching to be, already at that fourth stage, at that age, we take on heed. So again, hats off to you, big bro. Hats off to you.
one thing to add to what you said, my dad was like, man, when I was young, I was talking like how you was talking. I was like, no, you wasn't. No, you wasn't. Nah. 'Cause I could get deeper in wisdom, um, depending on the topic of discussion. But when we talking about what things we can do, we have solutions. The thing is, we need to work on our mental mind frames in order for us to correlate the thoughts and to put into perceivable moments that we can actually see, like our actual creations. Like one thing we haven't really done is create for real, like be in our creative zone, and that's because of none of our just. I honestly feel like it ain't personal traumas. It's really other traumas that's on top of this so-called system that we're in. That's kind of like in a position of not even able to be creative, but to be a person that just wants and think you need something when you don't need and want for anything, because everything is with you. It is, honestly. If we can just get past the point of this mental mind fuck of being stuck, we can get more things accomplished of solving these problems that they're creating outside of our homes. Um, like I said,
So,
it's just really about time.
so CJ, in the manner in which I say it, whether you agree or disagree, that's why I keep stressing that identity crisis, first of all, is a thing. It's extremely paramount. And if one's thinking is not appropriate, it doesn't matter what they do. It's in error. Do you feel what I'm saying?
That's
So people
exactly
can
what I
say,
say
well,
too.
we all know that we're Aboriginal. Evidently not. Obviously not enough. And certainly you're not thinking as you are the Aboriginal, meaning you are the sovereign. You are of this land. This is your shit. I shouldn't have to tell you that, right? If that's true. And if you are one accord of that within yourself, would you agree?
Yes.
So then the mentality must be addressed first before you can expect people to conduct themselves accordingly. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, I know many in the chat, they're going to be going whatever they're going to be going back and forth. That's when you're going to play to the crowd. You know about peer pressure. You've been in school, particularly in high school. That's probably the most dangerous time of development for a being. It's the most corrosive and
Yeah.
toxic.
That was the
Are
most
you in
smooth
what clique?
process of my life.
Yeah, what clique are you a part of or not?
My whole family was
What
in
is
the
the
gang, so my whole school was my whole family basically. I was fortunate.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to even get into the so-called gang mentality because then that's just a variation of the same toxicity, what I'm talking about. But I'm saying at the end of the day, ultimately, and this is what's going to be indisputable, whether these debates continue on with Ab Power, Chief, Aboriginal TV, etc., it's really a moot point because all the people arguing against us, they're irrelevant. Do you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, at some future point, looking back on this time, those future selves, your children, your potential grandchildren, we're going to be laughing at saying, look at how silly and foolish those people were. They should have already known, right? True? But how
True.
many hundreds of years, possibly at least decades, I would say just use that's why I keep bringing up 1919, the Red Summer, because we were still in power then. It took white domestic terrorism to shed our blood. In one summer alone, it was more than 200 of our communities. We don't teach that. Do you understand what I'm saying, CJ?
Right.
Why? That's a rhetorical. I'm not asking you
Like,
to answer it.
like
I'm saying
they
it
don't
for the
talk about
audience.
World War II being theater. Like that was a movie.
World War One and World War Two. Who was the ones we saying that took the fucking world to the brink? And it's still coming from Germany, isn't it? Isn't it interesting
Yeah, it's
that in both
crazy.
of those occasions, now
So
we're here supposedly defending Jewish Ashkenazis from Jewish Nazis. I'm sorry, excuse me, German Nazis. That was slip of the tongue, Nutty.
yeah.
Was that a Freudian slip? Okay, all right. So, but that's still German toxicity, isn't it?
Yeah.
Explain to me, CJ, what the fuck that's got to do with you or me or Nutty?
Well, honestly, from what I did, I've researched real deep, and I end up thinking that Hitler is Noble Drew Ali. Like, I really had to ponder on this, bro, and I don't think people really want to go there, but it's just
Boy,
like
you better get
shit
y'all
kind
kind
of
of fire
like
down, boy.
Hold up, Dottie. Hold up, Dottie. Don't hold him back. Come on, young blood.
the
Come
shit's
on.
kind of making a little too much sense because it's like the whole plan of what Noble Drew Ali was saying was like, yo, we got to go ahead and wipe these niggas off the planet, and Hitler was like, yo, we got to take them out. It's like it's the same kind of propaganda going against both of them. It's kind of correlated to me, and I kind of feel like Hitler is a made up character. And so I'm just saying, like, I did the research and it just like it's kind of making too much correlation sense of why things happen the way they happen. And I have to go back to the Reconstruction era because that was a deconstruction era. That was not no whole
Right.
that was not
So
no whole
there was
building and
dismantling.
and industrial revolution. Nah, that was y'all
Okay, walk
destroyed our
walk
revolution.
with me, young blood. So what was being dismantled?
Basically, like I said, all of the technology we had high rail trains, like trains that was above ground to the telephone poles that we see street lines right now. Like we had tunnel systems that transported goods and material. Like we had
Are you saying the Underground Railroad?
yes, whole what they call deep underground military dumps, right? Those used to be whole tunnel systems for us to travel our consumer goods. We the first to start consumers. We the commerce. I mean, we the first to start commerce throughout the whole world, America. So this is the part that is really hidden is how much is stolen. They can't even go into the amount of how much they stolen in commerce because it's so absurd. Like when I went into it, it's like 18 quintillion, and that's a number that you can barely write out.
So you, I think you conceptualize what Chief Holiday is modifying the word reconstruction, right?
Yeah.
So go back and do the history on the Nazis going inside of Ukraine. Who they fighting right now? That's Ukraine, right?
Yeah. Well, you know about the Azov Brigade, right, Nadi?
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Go
What were
ahead.
you saying? You talking about the Khazarian Empire?
I was gonna tell him to go and look at the real true people of Ukraine. 98% of them got killed off. It was indigenous people. They were the black Russians. They were the black Russians. They were the family. They were the relatives of the original Russian. The original black dude that married the Russian family that created Russia.
You talking about Tsar
Like,
Nicholas?
I think
Alleged mythology story?
from America. From America. Now, if you do the study on him, they tell you he's from some unknown place in Africa, but they hiding where he's originally from, which is America.
Somebody let smoke back up.
Well,
I was gonna tell him
that would be Chief if he will wake up. But do you
yeah,
get what he's saying, CJ?
Reconstruction.
Yeah,
It happened the same. You have to see where it happened, how it happened, and why it happened, and it happened all the way around the world, bro. The same time.
And what's even more crazier, like I said earlier, the Cabbage Patch thing, that whole Cabbage Patch farm thing.
The incubator babies, the orphan trains, and where
Yeah, all of that shit took place in quote unquote the 50s, and I say quote unquote on the date because that time date could be wrong. But we see somebody's coming on some trains, then we see incubator farms. So it's just like so many questionable things in that timeline, right? That makes you be like, is this an invasion?
So you remember when the depression happened, right?
Yeah.
It didn't just happen in America; it happened all the way around. They had to renew their resources, so they had to take over America one time. They had to take over certain parts over there in Europe that they didn't have control of. That was enriched with resources in a strategic spot in the area. It's all planned out. Even your boy in 1708, Jefferson, I think it was, going right. You shall be indoctrinated into their society, into the coming future. He wrote this. He planned. It's all a plan, bro. All a plan. We're falling in the plan subjectively, but at the same time willing. If you understand that.
Hey, real quick though, before I tap out, who was brought down here at the bottom with the I mean with the film in the damn ceiling? Who was that over there? Identify yourself.
Now don't go full Monty on the goddamn panel now.
Smoke said he gonna have to fire him somebody and throw a fire.
Hey bro, with the camera on, who you
Who's that dancing on the ceiling?
I don't know. Nigga came up here with the camera on. We ain't with that porn bomb and shit now. Who let this nigga on?
The Chief gotta be somewhere in there.
Chief must know who it is. Who let you let on, Chief? Who this unidentified mysterious motherfucker, nigga?
Now CJ was on the flow, Smoke. Now I thought you came in to edify the young brother. Now what's up?
No, he doing his thing. I ain't got to edify him. He know where he at with it. You know me. I'm just a nigga in the cut. I'm just a nigga in the cut waiting on everybody to draw their weapons. Until then, I'm in chill mode.
How come the sister never read the letter from General Byrd? I was trying to figure out which letter she was gonna read.
Facts. I was trying to hear that too.
What letter from General Byrd? Who had that?
No, she just kept going off and not really staying focused to the conversation.
Sister Aaliyah.
At that time, I thought she was bringing up Andrew Jackson, the Indian killer, but she just brought up some other general.
Man, I was trying to bring up Andrew Jackson because it was like just not just him.
Think about it though.
Part
Think
about
about
him creating a
Byrd is the one that came in with the machine gun during the Civil War in Texas on the Indians, the NASDAQ.
This is what I meant to ask the young. This is what I meant to ask the young nigga though, because he said something about Hitler, making a correlation between Hitler and the Morals dude.
Noble Drew Ali. It was just kind of like,
hey bro, hey no, for real. That's the first,
somebody in the chat said they had the same mustache. I don't know.
Hey, look, yeah, they do. Just come to think of it, they do got that little bit ass mustache. But I'm just saying, besides that, bro, what gives you the inclination, right? What gives you the inclination that them two? Hey, bro, hey, that's some wild shit right there. That's some wild shit, bro. Hey, you know what I think, though?
Any wilder than he's still alive in Argentina or some guy?
You know what I think, though, bro?
I said as well. I don't think Hitler is actually a real individual. I think it was all based on Noble Drew Ali and creating Hitler as a narrative for them to say, hey, this white guy actually killed more white people than he killed the blacks over there. So you feel me? So they created that narrative to persuade us away from Noble Drew Ali, what he actually was trying to do and what was actually taking place.
Facts.
So you saying
what they doing today? They ain't on that shit.
Hold on, bro. Walk with me, bro. Are you saying Noble Drew Ali was killing a bunch of white people?
No, he's saying that they were behind the killing of the Aboriginal Negro, whether it be there in Germany, as we talked about Khazaria and Ukraine. Isn't that what you said, Nadi?
Yeah, so 90%, 98% of them people in Ukraine today are Nazis. Period.
Hold on, wait a minute. I still ain't got no clarity. So you saying Noble Drew Ali was killing a bunch of niggas?
No, I'm saying he was killing a bunch of Caucasians.
That's what I said at first.
Yeah, but Alabama answered. So I just let him finish what he was saying.
There were lies about them other people dying, bro. The, if those other people was who they said they are today, they was us
Oh
that
yeah,
was
yeah.
dying.
I'm smart enough. I'm smart enough to know that Hitler wasn't actually killing no damn the people they
Nah,
said
hell
he
no.
was. Yeah, I'm smart
Hell
enough to
no.
know that.
Either Hitler was a black man or
Or
they
he
was
was
giving him the
killing the
same story as
ethnic,
Noble Drew Ali.
the melanated, supposedly, you know the name that we cannot say because we don't want to get struck. So again, if they
You can
were,
say top hats. You can say top hats.
if they were bronze colored, hair like wool, followers of the 12 tribes, you feel me? Smoke.
Right, just call them top hats, bro. We got code words over here.
Why you think America didn't want to jump in it the whole time?
Wait a minute, hold on. Wasn't Noble Drew Ali in America though?
Yeah.
See, this
Yeah,
why
but
the
but
shit.
but but we're
Why this
talking
how I
but we're
get
talking
confusing with
about going,
me.
no, but we're talking about going between World War One and World War Two, which both originated in Germany.
Right. And from what
But
I
what they lying to what I feel that they lying to us about, none of that happened in Germany, it happened in America.
It didn't happen like they said happened.
That
yeah,
as
we
well.
understand the 52 fake out, but I think hey man, do a little more research on that, bro. Come get back to us expeditiously on that, bro. That'll
But
be
smoke. Let's just do again. I will repeat: the Red Summer of 1919 until what happened at the so-called end of World War II in our communities. That would be about 1950,
yeah,
right?
that's a lot of niggas died. A lot of niggas died between in them times though.
Well, I do think I'm
Millions.
not trying to put words in your mouth, CJ, but would that be the 52 fake out that he was trying to allude to?
Yeah.
So now hold on, bro. See now I'm throwed as a motherfucker, bro. That 1919 shit, that was way before World War II, right?
That was the end of World War One. Smoke. This is what I'm trying to tell you. The distraction is to focus us on going over there. They had a song over there, and they got Aboriginal niggas to go
Yeah.
where?
Over there. Oh, so they tricked us into going over there while they was over here slaughtering shit and taking over towns.
I see, said the blind man.
Man, there you go.
But what they got to do with Noble Drew Ali?
It wasn't the top hats. It was Noble Drew Ali.
Oh, hold on, say that again.
It wasn't the top hats. It was Noble Drew Ali.
That was waging a war on the indigenous people here.
That they were waging a war on the indigenous people here. The
Yeah,
war we didn't. Noble Drew Ali, the people in this continent of this whole landmass, Canada, Mexico, America, did not wage war with anybody. The other nations across the other side of the world waged war on this continent. When they waged war, they infiltrated this nation with a bunch of other types of people that we know as Mongoloids, Siberians, and mestizos. They
This is
doing
where
the
I'm
same
trying to
thing.
get clear. This is where I'm trying to get clear. Let me be blank with it. What part are you suggesting Noble Drew Ali and his constituents played in this?
The whole part about how the actual meaning of the reason of why they. All right, so the whole reason why. Let me get it correct.
Right, don't be vague. Don't be vague. Just say. I just want to know exactly what you suggesting that this.
I was super vague when I said it earlier. So
yeah, but when you said Noble Drew and Hitler, the comparison that would draw me back into the that would really make me jump back on the train. Jump back on the damn train.
So when I did my comparative study on the understanding the Mein Kampf and his poetry that he was writing, because I don't know, I have 5-6 years ago I was trying to understand people's bad psychology of why they were psychotic. So I got all the way up to Hitler. So get into Hitler and understand the way they portrayed him wasn't as if he was psychotic. He was actually a broken man that lost his parents and wanted
So who is
revenge.
this?
That's the end of the day.
So who is the mysterious individual that made the cover of Time magazine all those times?
This is a character they made up.
Based off the things that Noble Drew Ali was into?
Yes.
Okay, that's enough for me. I just need you to do a little more digging into that, man, and get back to me expeditiously, bro. I think this is this pivotal.
Yeah, we definitely can do it.
Bro, I can see the correlations, but I ain't the nigga that go in rabbit holes, but I will be here on the surface once you exit that motherfucker, and I'll help you clarify that shit once you do.
Remember, Smoke, the biggest problem is us being entered into other people's shit while we neglect what?
Nah, look, bro. I didn't already told you. I didn't already told you niggas my sword drawn. I'm waiting on you niggas to work out all these other irons in the fire that y'all think gonna be pivotal, right? But from what I understand, this land was not grabbed via any pieces of paper, bro. That's from what I understand.
No, it was not.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I try to stay grounded in reality, bro. I know it kind of steps on niggas' toes, and it garners a huge responsibility, and niggas might squirm at the thought of bloodshed, right? It's cool. Everybody should have an idea of safety. That's cool, but in reality, I don't think nobody's safe. That's just my perspective. But go ahead, y'all finish y'all dialogue.
Go ahead, brother.
No, I landed right there, bro. That was profound. I can't add nothing on there. Y'all trying to cross me up now. Go ahead. Y'all put some on the field. I know when to shut the. That's why I know when to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you the bomb thrower. You keep throwing rocks and hide your head, but that's okay. Where were you at, Natty, before we were so rudely interrupted?
Yeah, who was promoting our people to go in and fight them people, get rid of them people? Them top hat. The same individual the young man just called out. Expeditiously, heavily. Get our people off this land, get our men off this land so they can pull their craft. You understand?
Yeah, that's understandable. That's been the same. Look, that's one of the same moves. Put it like this. That's on their playlist. We understand that move is definitely on the playlist.
Okay, so go and look at who taught Hitler how to do speeches and what profile they went off of, and that's gonna tell you again.
No, hold on. Let me reaffirm. Let me reaffirm, because I think y'all are under the impression that I'm seeking some additional information to substantiate my claims. I know enough to support my position. Now, if you niggas want to dive into some rabbit holes, I'm not in opposition to you doing so. But I will be disappointed if you exit that hole without that wascally wabbit. That's all I'm saying.
Now, God damn it, Elmer, your ass don't shoot straight, though. God damn it, you got double barrel buckshot and shit. Still can't hit that wascally wabbit.
Yeah, it is a crazy rabbit hole for real. Because when you look back on to because it really starts from the Reconstruction era. I fully discount the whole Civil War thing. The Gully War took in place, but what I tell people is it's crazy how slaves can manage to be wealthy at the same time building, at the same time fighting a war, at the same time going across the world. How can they manage to do that? They don't sound like slaves to me, bro. It sound like, I don't know. That sound like free people, bro. It sound like motherfuckers fought a war. They was like, all right, we done, right? We done. All right, let's shake out. And they continued their society, started building more civilization till, another war taking place out of clear blue. And this kind of war was not a normal one because these motherfuckers use flying aircrafts. But then when you look into who created the first flying craft, it was started in 1901. Then how the fuck did the lands and shit get bombed and inferno flamed like that? Yo, they didn't have that timeout. Somebody's lying. So when we realized like certain events taking place and it didn't take place in Europe, it took place here. And it was in the wrong timeline that they told us. That's what I say I can't even believe dates no more. I just have to say what event correlates with what event because they put dates on any and everything and it's not the correct date. Like you have a JA50 on buildings, you have an I-67 on I-67 on some buildings, and these are artifacts or ancestral buildings, like ancient buildings, and they here in America. But why does it say J60, J680? That's a time date. That's a date. That's a generational. That's a year or a generation or whatever. But things don't correlate with the date, so I just go by the time events of when things happen after each event. So
Now you seem to be, CJ, describing a different version of, as Smoke calls, the 52 fake out. Now, where does whitewashing go into this? How we Chief likes to say, and I'm intrigued by how he says
oh,
it.
the
Chief
whitewashing
likes to
part is
say
the
these white
easiest part.
demons like to write themselves backwards into time, and then do what Michelangelo did with Jesus or something like that. You know?
Yeah, that's part of the reason why they had to switch up them calendars so nobody could really validate the the manipulation in the chronology. But
Yeah,
hey,
it's
sooner
the
or later,
timing is
right? Sooner or later, you niggas will figure that out too. But y'all know where I'm gonna be, right? But I'm gonna give y'all, a little more time.
yeah. So we can definitely tell by the technology in them time in the images we have, right? Because they definitely had cameras in them times. We could tell from the images that certain buildings were tractable. They had train tracks on them, mega tracks like tank tracks. You know what I mean by that?
But
Uh,
where all the footage of antiquity is, right? You know where that's at?
yeah, in the Vatican.
Yeah, well, they call it the catacombs. It ain't just the Vatican. It's wherever they got the catacombs there, right? The microfilms are still available, bro. And I'm under the impression that they still view them motherfuckers, to keep themselves refreshed.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised because like pictures speaks a thousand words, right?
For
So why
sure.
would they not keep the pictures and throw
Damn
away
right.
the documents? They don't like
For
to
sure.
read, even
When I
though they
heard all
write a
this,
lot.
like
They
when
don't
I
like
heard all
reading their
this,
own shit.
look, when I heard all this,
And don't
look,
forget the
hey,
Mormons have bought 1 billion records. We do not know what from where all over the planet. One
right.
billion
When I hear
antennas.
when I hear when I hear all this, they burnt the libraries and shit. I'll be like, nope. They might have burnt them buildings, but I bet they ain't burnt none of the information. I bet none of that was damaged.
Nah, they took that shit.
Yeah,
They,
for sure. They might have left some children's books or something there, to pay it off or whatever, but nothing crucial.
but the stuff we had within our communities, that stuff was basically like maps and organizational planning and stuff like that. It wasn't really too major because we always kept the major shit in one location. I don't know why. You have to ask the elders. But that's really what's been going on. It's just a lot of information is being concealed, so it's an information war. So once we get the full grasp of all what has taken place, things can be then reorganized. We can then come in and organize it the way it's supposed to be. And I know it's crazy to say we don't know how that's gonna look today, but I don't know how that's gonna look in the future right now as I'm speaking. But I know it's taking place because it's just a lot of politicians are quitting, banks is going bankrupt, businesses is closing, stocks is going
Fucking
down.
CEOs are being scaled back
Then
or
you get people, you get
mysteriously
businessmen
retiring.
being
Yeah.
murdered and crypto mega trillionaires is being murdered.
So how about
But you
those
know what
food
though, bro?
processing plants burning down all across the country?
But you know what? All this shit been going on. All this shit been going on for the longest. It's just we have more ways to make it. To give it more exposure now.
Right.
That ain't nothing new. That's the same
How
old
many,
playbook.
how many people you think was in America in the 1700s? How many people you believe were in America 1700?
In
Just
the
as many. Just as
1700s,
many
Nadi, you
people.
saying? And again,
Yeah.
let's just use the round number 100 million. They could not count us. Well, who the hell would have counted us?
Okay. Hold on, though. Hold on. I'm trying to lead to a point right now. Cause the brother says something, and I don't think he actually understand things in its fullness, and maybe it can open up a door. How many? He say it was how many people you believe was here in Americas in the 1700s, bro?
I'm saying I'm saying it's just as many people here now, or it probably even been more people back then.
Okay. How many of them people you believe actually worked in a society civilized based format, and how many you believe still stayed in the country?
Shit, about just the same as many as now.
Or
I don't think that never changed.
But was the majority in the rural area because we were closer to the land? And how
See,
many
this is what the
congregated in
what
the
we
Indians.
cities?
losing. See what we
So
losing sight of. See what we losing
this
sight of. What we losing
was
sight of is
was
we think the
formed.
cities, we think the
uh,
metropolises. We under the impression that the metropolis of olden times were being administrated like the metropolis of modern times. No,
right.
if we was the ones administrating and operating in our own affairs, it wouldn't have been it wouldn't have been in a state of ruin like it is now.
And it
Right,
wouldn't be it wasn't
right now, what we have is
like it
we having failing infrastructure. It
like
makes
it,
it look real. It makes it look real bad, bro.
it wasn't that many of us involved in that institution of technology, of civilization, of trade. Understand that.
Wait a minute, hold on. See, this word be complicated for me because when you said it wasn't that many of us involved, then that will have to implicate some other people.
So no, it's not. Watch it. The colonies was ran. It was our people in the colonies. There was still very few of them from overseas in the colonies.
Well, I'm talking about some. I'm talking about some even before. I'm talking about some pre-existing the colonies. Once the
Even
colonies arrive, you already dealing with
okay, the
the inception of a very corrupt system. You really
17.
basically dealing with what it's turned into today. This is like the beginning of that with that colony shit.
I asked about the 1700s, so this is the time frame I'm still
Oh,
referring
okay,
to.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
What
Yeah,
time
it's
zone?
1700s, yeah.
Yeah. So
But
what I said,
I'm still saying they superimposed that date too. I don't even think they was doing that colonial shit in the 1700s. I think they were still coming. I think they were still coming in begging mode. Like, can y'all help us out? Can y'all give us a hand? Because ain't no way they started
Well,
them colonies. Look, bro, it ain't no way they started them colonies in the 16 and 1700s, and they didn't rest. They really didn't rest the control out of nigga hand until what 19 what? To
well,
19 who?
in the 1920s, they were talking about.
1919,
Right.
right?
That's what I'm
Yeah, all
saying.
right. So now here's the thing. Now, Sister Bethy made an interesting point in one of her bills that the 13 colonies were in each of the colonies not more than the 10 square miles that we know the District of Columbia to be today. So getting back to your point, Nadi, how do you put that? That's like an overlay with a map. You know how shit gets placed on top of it.
right.
So
And
how
and
would
it,
you put that concept in comparison to what you're getting smoked to think about?
that's what I'm trying to show you. That's what the whole wars and thing was about, is to relay the common people, the regular people, into the system of commerce. So when the U.S. Army came in and did the Indian war fight, the so-called Civil War, they only had 20,000 people in the army, and it was indigenous Aboriginal people hunting their own people to join their fucking society.
So who were the 700,000 dead in the Civil War? I'm
I
not
ain't
saying
gonna
it's
say
true or
it, but
not, Natty, but you see this kind of his story shit,
yeah,
not history.
Yeah. His
His
story.
story.
Yeah.
That's why I say, man, that's why I say we gotta paint our own picture, bro. All the information, look, all that convoluted information, bro, is basically trash. Trash. Even though we can find bits and pieces of accuracy, but it's you see what I'm saying? It's not enough accuracy. You know, it's not enough accuracy to really paint a clear picture of the activities that was going on, especially in these times that they suggest. Because they like to suggest the times, and then we have no other option but to go along with what the hell they suggesting. I'm saying if we got to have a story, and we can't get an accurate one from these people, I say we just make one the fuck up. To me, that's a sign of exercising power. It's saying I know your story fake, so I ain't going by that motherfucker. If I got to go by a fake story, it's gonna be the motherfucking story that I make up. See, niggas be saying you gotta know how to exercise power. But when I be suggesting these powerful moves to make, niggas be like, nah, we gotta stick to the science. We gotta go by it. For what?
Now, interesting you should say that, Smoke, is what I was going to ask Youngblood. CJ, what's the curriculum? Because I know people don't like my using the baton or dropping the ball analogy. What say you, CJ? What's the curriculum?
What's the curriculum? What are you pertaining to?
That's what Smoke was that he was elaborating on his version of it. What do you think?
Yeah, Smoke was going in.
I feel like we should just go back on teaching about life and our experiences. Just like I would call them my OGs. That's what they was telling me. They always tell me their experiences. Go back to that's the tradition, honestly.
Hey, now don't get me wrong. I'm also in favor of having no story at all. That works for me. Anything except the one they've been feeding us. That's cool too. I mean, but back to the drawing board. See, I listen to you niggas when y'all say shit like we can do anything. You feel me? And to me, anything mean any goddamn thing. That's unconditional. You know what I'm saying? To me, that's unconditional. That means, nigga, we the gods. We can do any goddamn thing. But ain't no one motherfucker can do anything. You see what I'm saying?
Can't do anything. So Smoke. That's why I was trying to show you a time. The reason you be fighting paperwork and I be upholding it so bad. So if I get a help my ass one day, and I feel like I'm not taking no more of this shit, and I go find that hatchet, you understand? They can't hold me under their court system because I already got myself out of their shit.
Well, this is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you.
What I say? Hold on. One man, if you that dedicated, like I was that dedicated, I did something where I can make it really available for me to do, and I can still walk around here and do it again, and do it again and again and again. So what I'm showing you is ways to be that soldier, bro. But you have to take the initiative to take that step to go all the way. Just for you. You want your one man, not fucking waiting on everybody else. Next, if I really hear some real fucking shit on Natty, you're gonna see it on the news. You're gonna hear it on the news, because what I got my status under, bro. No man can touch me. No man can say anything about me doing what I do, because I already bonded in that status. I bonded. Like Trump said, he can go bust a man in the face right there in Times Square, and there's anything anyone to do about it, because he has a bond already. Do you understand? It's certain things that they got set up that gives you the ability to be that wild Indian on the land.
I understand, but you got too much passion when it comes to paperwork, though, bro. My passion. Hold on.
I don't want the man to be able to uphold me in them court for standing on my nation. I don't want the man to be able to come and raid my place because I stand on my nation. I had to come up out of that shit.
this is what I be saying, bro. When y'all get into the things that y'all really passionate about, when y'all really get into the things that y'all passionate about, it's no longer a conversation. It's unquestionable. Your ideology becomes unquestionable at that point. And I'm telling you niggas, I already fired the Most High. Nigga, everything comes with a question now. Bro, if I had to fire Jesus, I got questions for you when you come to me, bro. I look Jesus.
I'll give you the answer.
Hey,
That's
bro.
all I say.
Yeah, look,
And that shit is working in my paradigm. You understand? And all I'm saying is, I feel your site. I there on your site, bro. I had to come out with another objective because I don't want to be on a kamikaze mission. I want to be able to.
Who said a kamikaze mission? You see, you don't understand my purpose here, bro. I told y'all when they put their knee on dude neck. Now I don't know if it was a motherfucking what they call it a psyop or whatever. You know what I'm saying, or whatever it was. I'm saying by the mere fact that they had the audacity to do that, that said enough to me.
So what would you do to stop that from happening to you?
You gotta let me exchange with you, bro. That's the only way it's gonna make sense. Cause I'm gonna let you make sense when you get ready. When you get the flow, I'm gonna let you make all the sense you want to make. But when you cut me off, it just look like I'm saying any goddamn thing. Cause I ain't really drove my point home yet. We're gonna try this again. You got the flow, bro.
What would you do in that situation if that was you? What would your objectives be to being a foot on a neck, being suffocated?
Hold on. See, all I actually seen was the knee on the neck. Now, if the knee already on my neck, then I know Smoke gonna die. Right? You're a dead man at that point. How do you prevent the knee getting on the neck? That's where I gotta go with it. What do I do before the knee get on the neck? Once you handcuffs with the knee on your neck, you in somebody else's jurisdiction. You no longer in control of it. You are no longer in control of that situation.
You just said enough. I ain't got to talk to you, though.
There ain't no arguing with that. That's common sense response.
Yeah, that's common sense right there.
The problem with us is being backed in a corner about this popo situation. You know, this is part of that slave narrative shit too. You know, they tell you what the history is, the patty rollers, right, Nadi?
Right.
And the fucking slave patrols and shit. And so then people who are enslaved are under their authority, right? They broadcast a snuff film 24 hours a day on a global, literally on a global stage. This is how we do niggas.
Yeah,
and we
that was
still
kind of
reacted
like
to that. We still
Our
reacted.
property. This is
kinda-
how we do our property.
that was kind of like a trigger moment, right? Like it
But
wasn't
the
just
people didn't
Smoke feeling
understand
that
that.
way. It was a lot of niggas like, hold on. Like in my city where I'm at, Louisville, after the Breonna Taylor, then seeing the George Floyd, it was like back-to-back riots. Like it was just like a trigger response. I would say more so than just like, hey, we got you niggas. Nah, we never seen anybody having any knee on any neck.
Damn.
It's just a simple fact. We never seen that.
Check this out. Say me and you have a business. We business partners. And I say, yo, we're going down, and our income is coming down. We ain't making no money. We in debt. Boom, 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 boom. You watch me and say, man, what we gonna do? What we gonna do? And I watch you and I say, yo, insurance. And you watch me and say, what? Insurance? How we gonna do that? And I say, we're gonna boop, 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 stage this, stage that, and boop, 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 blah, blah, blah. No. Every situation you've seen, they've done with their own property, they've done with their own possession, and they're profited off of it. Every situation of a riot, they implemented an insurance thing for each city. So the city said, let them riot.
Naughty. Talk about the police response part of that too, shit.
Let them riot. So our city get the insurance money just on one building gets destroyed. If one car get burned, the whole city get insurance money because it's a stage. They're going broke and they're using every fucking objective to keep their current flowing so they can keep a cuff on you. Because as soon as you find out they broke, all hell gonna break loose. Everyone gonna figure out you're not their property because they can't feed you no more. Now you gotta look to bite the hand that was feeding you because it can't feed you no more. So they putting all these different illusions in we face. You gotta see farther than your nose, bro. It's a game. It's a game. It's to get you caught up in emotion because you're not understanding again. Damn, that's them man property. For them to do that man like that, he ain't have no corrector status. He couldn't have been because if he was in corrector status, he would have knew he could have shot that fucker in the face as soon as they came up on him, fucking with him. Period. I don't know, bro.
Hold up, what I missed? We got naughty and aggressive in this motherfucker? Am I starting to rub off on this nigga or something? Everybody tapping out, man. Y'all ready to go on tap out? I'm Captain America, bro. I can do this shit all day.
It took time for people to realize that. That's what I would say. Like, oh shit, they got us for a scam.
There's a make or break moment in anything in everyone's life, right? And then they'll say, but he was a quiet one. You remember that shit? What the fucking story comes with all these mass murdering motherfuckers? And we have only one or two examples. Do you remember the sniper, DC sniper? Do you remember the brother they sent a robot and blew his black ass up in the Dallas? Do y'all remember those?
I wouldn't consider neither one of them serial killers, though.
I wouldn't consider them serial killers.
Do you know how many mass shootings there have been in 2023?
It's been a lot of them.
More than the days of the year currently.
That's what I'm saying. They don't report all them motherfuckers. They don't want to know. They don't want to know. They really don't want us to know how really messed up society is getting because they don't want to admit that they some bad motherfucking administrators. That's why I don't understand when niggas be saying vote Republican, vote Democrat, vote Independent. Nigga, what? I'd rather waste my nigga. I'd rather utilize that time loading my goddamn clips up. I think that'll be more effective. Disclaimer. Where them niggas going? Am I still in here? Mic check.
Yo, I hear you, man.
Okay. Y'all niggas got...
you back to dropping bombs, Negro.
Oh yeah. I know none of you niggas want to be implicated in the shit I be saying, nigga. I'm E to the X, bro. I'm already E to the X. I'm telling you, my shit already drawn. I'm just waiting on you niggas to get through with y'all administrative processes. I'm quite sure that shit ain't gonna work, but if it do, kudos to you niggas. Cause if it do work,
now, for no matter who was a wild Indian or crazy out of control nigga, the women and the children must be protected. Correct? I think we all agree on that on this panel.
I'm currently of the opinion that the women and the children.
Foreigners, children, and women don't count. Foreigners, women, and children don't count.
I'm currently of the opinion that the women and children are not protected, not as long as we're not the ones administrating and enforcing the laws here. They're not protected.
Honestly, it's gonna may sound messed up, but we should teach the women and children how to use weapons and protect themselves.
Are we talking
Martial
about
arts.
the firing ranges I
Martial
talked
arts.
about earlier and them goddamn dojos? There
Yeah,
are simple things that's called organization, right?
for sure. But you see, we
Yeah,
got to be able. We got to be able to put it on the table. This, like I say, this conversation usually goes where to the back burner,
but
right?
all of that, honestly, if we don't get ourselves out of this financial hold that the masses is in, like there's particular individuals that's all right, but
There is
they're
no
not
money
all right
though.
enough to just be out here supporting each and
Okay,
everybody.
CJ. Now
You
this
feel
is
me?
this is where we're going to leave smoke on the back burner because he might think it's a rabbit hole. The paperwork issue, which again, this is more forward reaching for you, your generation, going forward. You are the Aborigine. You should not be enumerated, meaning your head should not be counted, and you should not be taxed. That should be indisputable, right?
Yes.
That sounds like resources to me. Don't you think, Nadi? And
Yeah,
that
it sounds
money,
like
that largesse
it,
can
it,
be in your hands immediately when the community comes to one accord and we're not arguing over identity crisis. You feel the craziness of my line of reasoning, CJ?
no, see. This is what I
You're
be trying
right.
to tell you. This is what I be trying to tell you, Alabama. You be absolutely correct in your sentiment, bro. But if it requires niggas to get along to do so, that's not gonna happen. What you gotta do for niggas like Missouri, bro, they just got to be shown. Otherwise, they're just gonna wave you the fuck off. Niggas got to be shown, bro.
Yeah, they got
We are a
to see
visual,
the work.
right? We are a visual people, bro. We can sit up here and talk, bro. We can sit up here and talk law, paperwork, uh, administrative processes till we blue in the motherfucking face. But as long as niggas see that's not working, or one or two niggas around here saying it's working for them, but they can't quite get it to work for them, that shit falling on deaf ears. Niggas just got to be showed, man. And I'm one of them type of niggas. I'm speaking for niggas who got to be showed. I'm one of them type of niggas.
Yeah, I've been looking for the guarantee for like 4 or 5 years. Like the guarantee, okay, this is how it should go. But like I said, what's taking place in so far as like us getting wealth back is it comes back in gold, silver, and copper, and the land. Like it ain't coming back in no cash. If we get reparations, I'm surprised. But other than that, it's coming back in gold. So I don't know what to really tell people.
But you know something though?
You
know
are
what I
not
see?
wrong, CJ. Because I'm gonna have to move on and leave it to you, brothers. And Smoke, I know you're gonna throw some more bombs. But again, this is for this young man's game. You know how they said that phrase, right, Smoke? Because we get along in the tooth. They say it's a young man's game. Problem is, they're not being empowered with the correct frame of reference. As Nadi said, it is strategic. Now, if you don't understand, warfare is all encompassing. There's many levels, many fronts, and many aspects of a war, right, CJ?
Yeah.
So each one teach one, and everybody got to get something done. So if everybody does something, everything gets done. And I yield. I land my plane on that. It's a new day, you brothers. Keep moving forward.
Green Rising.
In my humble opinion, there's no outside group that'll fund a military campaign for niggas, bro. And this is my humble opinion, but I see niggas fucking off money. All over the place. So
Me too.
I'm not. I don't even think we need that. I don't even think we need that. Do not tax us shit. Nigga, we really out here taxing our goddamn selves. If we
say it too.
Damn selves, them all the available resources that's needed.
Like niggas is riding in trial wheels, and they have like 3 of them, and the other 2 they not even driving. They just got them because they got the money.
That's what I'm saying. I see resources all over the place. I'm talking about even in even in the most depraved communities, bro. Because I'm in Memphis, this motherfucker hella depraved. But niggas is fucking off money in this son of a bitch. Niggas got served, niggas got weed, niggas got ammo, niggas got
And
exclusive whips.
everything but a community.
Bro,
Everything but a community.
it is what it is. That's why I say these niggas got to be somebody got to show these niggas how practical it is to utilize your finances in the proper manner. But see, we the niggas just be up here discussing this type of shit. If we don't do it, if we keep on acting, if we keep on acting, huh?
Do we need to take it from them?
Who?
Do we need to take it from them?
Take what?
All that money, finances, resources they got fucking up.
No, we don't need to do that. That's deplorable behavior. What we need to do is show them how that money can be, how them finances, how them finances can be utilized.
How you gonna show him a next man to do with his own money? How you gonna show him what to do with his money?
Just like that first nigga who wore them, just like the first nigga who put on a pair of Jordans showed the rest of the niggas how Jordans look on your feet, right? Because it just started with a few niggas wearing Jordans. You see me now? It's a megalith. You feel me? It's a megalith. You got niggas who don't even know what Jordan look like with Jordans on their feet, bro. I'm talking about these are the shining examples that we have, bro. We the smart niggas, and I ain't even the smartest one. You niggas smarter than me. Y'all the ones doing all the study. Y'all the ones diving in the rabbit hole. You see what I'm saying? Y'all the smart niggas. Y'all, hey, what's up with the think tank? What's up with the think tank, bro? It's only up to the niggas who know, and those who know should do better, right? Because knowledge is power only when it's being applied. It ain't power just because you know. It's only power when it's being applied.
I personally think it's kind of hard to be positive in a negative environment. So you have to create positivity in your own environment that you're in, which is your home, in order to create positive thoughts. So you can then be creative. So you can pull together these ideas to create a business. That's the whole goal. Really and truly, once you realize, like, damn, I have all this knowledge, how do I utilize it? You got to create something. You got to create some form of passive income, some form of tangible assets, things like that, and you can turn to wealth. Once you realize those things, right, you have no choice but to utilize. So, but certain people, they don't really care. Honestly, I would say that. Like,
no, most people are just labeled.
They don't take my advice at all. And you hear I'm talking.
Mine neither. I've been trying to tell you, they ain't got to pay their light bill no more.
I told them the same thing. They went ahead and was talking about a brown bill. I don't know what to tell people.
And that's a very simple process to utilize. Like, but they don't even want to hear this shit. They think it's a scam. So that's why I say niggas. Right, that's why I say niggas got to be showed, bro. And we the smart niggas who know. Then it's just we obligated to show them, bro.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said I'm kind of done trying to just tell people like the end all be all. Just kind of like give them nitbits and just keep showing and keep moving on. Because at the end of the day, stressing all that information is stressing me out. It is stressful. I ain't gonna stunt. I don't know about y'all, but shit, it gets stressful over time.
Yeah, it do, man. But I built up a certain tolerance for the stress levels, bro. And like I say, man, I'm on my Captain America shit now. I can do this shit all day, bro. I'm really at the point of either or. You feel me? Like I done already decided. I'm going down with the ship. I ain't looking for no other school of thought than this Aboriginal shit. Cause I like the ground that's under my feet, and I know damn well I ain't going nowhere. So if I leave, I have to leave this bitch early, or even if I do get to leave on time, I want to leave this bitch with at least a legacy. If I ain't even made it to the point where I can pass on some wealth, I'll be able to pass on a wealth of motherfucking knowledge. I bet you that, at least that.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to. That's what I honestly set out to do. I was like, man, if I can't pass down anything, I'm passing down some knowledge, because hopefully it'll help those that's next in line to figure out the ins and outs. Like, I thought before I even went to college, I thought getting a college degree and working for somebody else was the end goal. It was the end all be all. Like, get a college degree, get a house, have a wife, and just be rich. Like, that's what I was thinking, right? But
Yo, I gotta get up and move around. I check you guys later. Bless.
yeah.
All right, now we're gonna do this again, man. You know we be having epic battles, bro. But I think we gonna reconcile our differences, man, and we gonna come up with some. We gonna if me and you can reconcile our differences, bro. I think that'll be pivotal. I think that'll be pivotal around this motherfucker, bro. But we'll see, man. Only time can be the judge of that. Salute to you.
Salute to you, big bro. Later.
All right, yo. One love, man. But
Yeah, bro. You know, I'm past the stress levels, bro. I convey decent information. I convey decent information to individuals who I'm in close proximity with, but for the most part, they don't believe in that, bro. Like I said, it got to be shown to them. I'm gonna muster up enough reserve to go, you know what I'm saying, put the rubber to the road, and be that shining example myself, because even though I still got people around me that make major moves, they still incline to accept the narratives. So you know what I'm saying? I got to show them what a real free inhabitant is. Man. Niggas don't understand that. Niggas think you automatically obligated to some some entity, some unknown or mysterious entity that you have to subject yourself to. And I don't,
yeah, like a boogeyman is there.
Right, I don't follow them paradigms no more. It's right. You can man up. You can man up at any point in your life and just get whatever you need to get done. You can get that shit done if you really want it. But the shit I'm trying to get done is really gonna require a little.
Hey, this is where I catch people. I be like, when you signed your lease, did your lease come with a notary stamp? Everybody say no. That's where you can recontract a lease that you just got.
Well, hold on. What you mean by that?
You need a notary stamp in order for the contract to be official.
No, I never seen nobody get their lease notarized.
Exactly. So that's a security that's unauthorized.
Right. And you know what? You know what's so crazy about that? Because my cousin, right? I stayed with my cousin about a good year ago, close to a year anyway, right? We was roommates, but the lease was in his name. And once the lease was up, that initial agreement about the year, like it's a year lease. Once it was up, once the lease was up, and he stopped paying the rent, like he lost his job or whatever. So I was just keeping my half. He was like, you just keep your half and we're gonna find somewhere else to stay. Right? But I was listening to you niggas, right, about all these administrative processes and shit. So when the dude showed up from the court, the court dude show up to give you the eviction notice or whatever. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, like when the dude showed up to give you the eviction notice, right? I got it. No, well, I didn't ever get it because I said I'm gonna let my cousin get it. He finally got it, then he showed it to me. But I didn't know they was already coming around. He showed it to me. And I was like, bingo, bro, that's all I needed was some paperwork. Now we can use this paperwork. To make a counterclaim. Well, he really didn't understand the language I was talking about.
Yeah.
I was just basing this off the shit I've been hearing from you niggas. I ain't never did this shit before in my life, right? So I took the eviction notice to the library. I typed up a letter responding to the collection agency, right? And I said yada 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 yada. And I was like, the responsibility of this debt is not on me. But I was speaking to my cousin because he didn't know shit about this, right? And I sent it back to him. But guess what? I used that post office trick. You know what it is, the post office trick.
Yeah, they use the
certified mail.
Yep.
I used the certified mail trick, right? And guess what? Them bitches acquiesced, bro. And me and my cousin stayed in that apartment 7 more months. But the only reason why we left, because the landlord bitch was constantly sending him emails threatening him that he was gonna be evicted. But I kept on telling him, bro, as long as they don't send you no more paperwork responding to that certified mail, then you straight. Because they ain't got nothing, right? They ain't got nothing they can take you to court on, bro. Because court start with the paperwork. That's why they always bring it to you first. And if you don't object,
this is where people have to ask, like,
right.
So it's really our land, like, so we can stay in it everywhere we want.
That's right. It's
but they put us through the paper chain.
Right.
You feel me? And it's basically a demoralization tactic to make us get tired of going through the paperwork with them. Knowing the first documentation we sent in was the official documentation, notifying them that we know who we are, and we are who we are, and we're staying where we stand.
Because once they get that initial information, that shit we already paid for. And that according to HR, what they call it, shit.
Like I said,
joint resolution.
Once you put down the security, that's your whole deposit for your stay.
Right. That's all of it. Appreciate you law niggas, man. Y'all helped me out with that one, bro. Even though I don't fuck with the paperwork, but I utilized that shit that time. It fell in my lap, right? It fell in my lap, so I said, well, let me see if it's something.
Once we realized the Civil Rights Act is the Indians' Rights Act, you can kind of use their laws to your advantage. When you're in circumstances so far as like trying to pay your bills and shit. So it helps. Also paying your tickets, that helps too. So
yeah, that brings me to another interesting point, bro. I gotta go to court in the morning. I had fucked around and got a ticket from the damn state patrol a couple of months ago. Damn, my court date is this morning. I'm up fucking with you niggas.
Well, all you gotta do is just ask him where's the officer at. If he ain't showing up, that whole case is thrown out.
Yeah, but I had already contemplated not going anyway. It ain't nothing but a ticket. All they do is hold me for a day or two. Shit don't, you know what I'm saying? I can sleep that off and be right back on YouTube when I get out. It really don't, either or. That's some either or shit to me. But I know how inconvenient that shit be when they catch you up and you ain't prepared to go lay it down for a couple of days.
Right.
That's the only thing that's really compelling me to go and participate in the process. I'm still 50-50. I'll see how I feel when I wake up. I might just show up late. You know what I'm saying? Just show up late and be like, yeah, I'm here before y'all close this shit. That's probably what I'm gonna do. I ain't gonna be there when they do that all rise shit.
Still ask for the officer. Like, where's he at? If he's not present, that whole thing is thrown out.
Look, I ain't got enough information to be challenging jurisdiction and all this shit. I'm just gonna whatever they say, but you know what I'm saying? Just fuck it. It ain't nothing but a ticket, bro. It's cool. It's just a seatbelt. I had to learn the process later, but I ain't studied enough to be trying to challenge jurisdiction, call witnesses and all that type. It's just goddamn traffic ticket. But I understand though, they gotta stand up for their rights at any instant.
Probation court be catching people up.
Yep. Yeah, because I learned a lot from being on probation too. Because they used to hound me. They used to hound the shit out of me about paying my probation fees. I was like, man, bro, stop it. I already know enough about this shit that if I don't break the law, ain't shit you bitches can do to me. That was my goddamn contract. That them fees, nigga, that's just, you know what I'm saying? That's just
watching you fees.
Right.
Yeah, they was charging you for them to watch you. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But yeah, so the whole contracting thing, most of the contracts we sign, they're not notarized. So
I never seen a notarized contract, bro. I was in the Look, I was in the National Guard. I don't even remember none of them motherfuckers being notarized.
Right. We're up here signing fraudulent contracts.
But that's the whole game. The whole game fraud, and everybody participated in it. So really, can't nobody tell it on nobody else.
Right.
That's the whole trick. Can't nobody really tell it on nobody else.
Even the job applications, the shit.
For sure.
Man, it's crazy when you really just like you even gotta really take a step back. You just take a simple look, like, damn, none of these bitches is notarized. What the fuck?
You see, notarizing, right? That signifies that there's a witness that can attest to the contract, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's just if you're your own notary, you're your own witness, letting the person who has the contract or reading the contract, if it was so would be a judge, they would know it's a living man or a woman that has witnessed and signed this contract. So that's why it's good for us to make out our own contracts, so we can be our own notaries and are within our families and set up our own contracts and things like that. So this is how we can start really and truly orchestrating within our own, what they quote unquote, I don't like saying government. I say confines of community. I'm gonna say, I don't want to say government because that's weird. Now I think about it.
Yeah, because that means government. You being somebody is
over control my mind and shit.
Right. Somebody influencing your own mind.
So
I feel you. With the
yeah,
word,
so far as
with
like
the wordplay and the
community,
spelling and all that type of shit.
So far as like orientation of communities and organizations, if we so decide to make ones, we can have official documentation made out between one and another, so we can hold ourselves accountable and the other party accountable. A lot of the contracts, you can't hold neither party accountable. So this is why it's problems in court. Because they both fraud. The person that signed it didn't know they were signing fraudulent shit. The person that gave it to them knew it wasn't fraud, but it doesn't matter because it don't has no claim in the corporation that is in that court, which is holding a maritime flag, which is a flag of the sea, which has nothing to do with you as a person.
Right, because we actually, in reality, we not on the sea. I had an argument with, look, for real, bro. I had an argument with a panel full of niggas like a few months back about being on the sea. You feel me? I was like, bruh, what the fuck? Like, okay, you niggas is really embracing this imaginary lost at sea shit. Like, nah, nigga, I can walk to the store right now and won't step in no water. Like, fuck you talking. See, I like to keep my shit in reality because it keep me grounded, bro. That's why you always see me objecting to just.
Right. But really and truly, we not under no. We actually under a rebel state. What you call like a Mad Max. We're in a Mad Max without chaos really truly taking place. Like we ain't
I feel because it's like everybody out here on their own once they object to the idea that somebody governing them, right?
Yeah.
But most people acquiesce to being governed, so it's like we're in a state of purgatory where you really can choose either which way to go. You know what I'm saying? You can choose to go to a higher level or a lower level, or you can just be complacent in purgatory. See, I ain't with the purgatory shit.
Yeah, and I don't want to be stagnant. I choose to deal with things that makes my day better. So that's how I live life, making my days better and my future days that I plan better without thinking about doom. I mean, shit, I do see what they be talking about with the Ukraine shit, but do people really be seeing what's going on the other side of things? I'm just saying, like, I see both sides of the spectrum. I'm not one-sided. Like I'm holistic when it comes to understanding this realm we're in, that we're existing in. So
well, you see, I'm under the impression that the principles of the law can be utilized without having to engage in the paperwork. Because if they say, look, if they say it can be written, implied, or expressed, and they all advocate for that, that means written is just a choice. It's an option. It's not mandatory. It's not necessary. It's either you understand the concepts or you don't. And Smoke has embraced the concepts. That's why I'm confident.
So you're not imbecile. Yeah.
Right. That's why I'm confident in my being now. I don't predicate my being on anybody being notified about anything that I'm into. I will notify you at the instance that you make the assumption. At that instance, you will be notified that I'm not the nigga who you thought I was.
Right.
But
so
I understand the benefits that can be utilized also by working the paperwork.
Right.
So
once we come out of the mindset,
right,
we can utilize whatever.
Right, because I don't knock a nigga either way. But niggas be under the impression that if you don't utilize the paperwork, then somehow you are in dishonor. Right? But can't nobody determine what me being dishonored is unless I actually do something that's dishonorable. If I haven't did that, then you basically talking about a damn assumption, bro. Can't no piece of paper validate you, but you're supposed to honor your mother and your father. Once they validate you, then who else you seeking?
Right. So that's what I was just saying, like just utilizing the tools we have today makes our lives easier. But the paperwork is a chain depending on your circumstance.
Right. That's what I say I say it's all applicable, but the paperwork just ain't really applicable to my circumstance. I have to be in a situation where I know my best option is utilizing the paperwork, right? And then I'm gonna utilize it right then and there. I'm not finna go authenticating no birth certificate and resending no social security card.
That part of that shit, that's part of that was a CasteSystem trust, which is really you trying to operate as a private citizen. But that's about to change in a second. And I don't mean in a second. That's going to change this year because that's what's been taking place for all of these years as people been operating as private citizens. And most of us went to school and have not been taught that type of education.
Right.
So
yeah, I ain't know nothing about it. I ain't know nothing about none of that shit till I started fucking with you, nigga.
Yeah, that CasteSystem trust, that's a beast, man. Like, cause they was using that shit before the World Trade Center fell. Then once they fell, right, they moved all the way to Dubai. The motherfuckers moved to Dubai and started operating from Dubai. So it's crazy how times changed, and now all of that, what they've been doing over there in the Middle East is about to come right back full circle. And we're going to be the operators and the controllers of these businesses, companies and corporations and utilities and things like that as we supposed to be. So
well, I don't think we're gonna automatically be the operators. I think we're gonna have to
it probably won't be in our lifetime.
No, don't say that, brother. I told you I do not support the I can't shit. It can happen in our lifetime, bro.
I said probably.
Right. If it's just me and you running this motherfucker, nobody else don't want to do it.
So far as like these people operating privately, that's dead. That's gonna end this year. They can't do that no more. Like that private sector and using other people's trust and securities and things like that, which is your social security, which is a whole bank of its own. Like they have to give us that right to allow us to use it within the public sector. Because we have not been able to because of miseducation.
Yeah, that's messed up, bro. Yeah, right, that's messed look, in and of itself, that's messed up. Because if they're giving you the instrument, they should be, informing you how to utilize the motherfucker. It's like you giving me a gun, right? But the only thing I'm being taught is how to shoot myself with it. You feel me? You ain't taught me how to hunt a deer You know what I'm saying? You ain't taught me how to clean the motherfucker. Only thing you really taught me is how to aim that motherfucker at myself or at somebody that I'm gonna need in the long run.
It's
That's
crazy. Like
basically
you have this card with you your whole life. Then you
right.
have this birth certificate with you your whole life, and they don't tell you that hey, those is actual documentations to prove that you are the trusted holder of them accounts. So the whole time we could have been wholesalers. You feel me? We could have been really wholesalers.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. And you telling me that, and it's it's penetrating my cerebrals and shit. But I still basically don't even understand the process of even certifying that type of shit. Not that it really mean that much to me, because I've been grinding the whole time the regular way. But it's good to know. It's good to know the options out there because I didn't know that at first.
Shit, I didn't know it either till I read up on the Sesky Trust, read up on what actually is a security, what is social, what does it mean for social, like actually looking at etymology and also the Black's Law Dictionary, understanding the banking terminology. So then actually finding the accounts that's holding our wealth. Like if you so want to use something, like if you want to buy a car, I know you heard these type of things going on where people buy cars with their social security card. So there's been people doing that for about 2 years but they've been called out for it. But it's really something they can get away with doing because it's their money anyway. But the problem is there isn't like a direct the middleman is the bank. So since there isn't no middleman and you're dealing with the Federal Reserve Bank, which actually is a bank, and they say they're not when you search it up, but they actually are. Um, they they actually make the transaction for you, the Federal Reserve, but they don't tell us that. We're not supposed to know that. It's fucked up that they say we're not supposed to know, but that's what's been going on.
Hey,
So
hey, you think they trying to change that shit because they understand that enough people is really finding out about this information?
man, white people was on this shit since 1999, bro. Like they got old videos. When I say old videos, I mean they still using chalkboard, writing this shit out of how they do it. Like, yo, once they was letting it slide, once we start catching on, yeah, they started wanting to change that shit now. Cause you gotta understand that's insurance that they gave you with your birth certificate. The birth certificate is the claim. The Once you get your social security card, that's the claim, that's your account. Now that account is your wealth of your credits. And problem is when you go to court about this shit, the judge don't want to admit that the money that you use is actually credits. It's not cash. It's not legal tender. It's not actually a real form of uh currency actually. It's credits. So when they say all debts is paid for through credits and faith, good faith and credits, that means that the credits they have gave us back is the debt, is the wealth we should be using to pay for our debts. So how we accumulate debt, rent, utility bills, uh insurance policies and things like that, groceries. But the problem is, again, we're using Federal Reserve notes. We can't be using these Federal Reserve notes. And the another problem is the people behind the counters who are like, say, a clerk working at a grocery store or a bank teller. They don't have any knowledge of a currency transaction, which is a document that you can use from your Social Security account directly to them. So if they're not informed of that kind of that form of transaction, they're not going to accept it. But it's not saying it's illegal or it's unlawful. It's saying they're not aware of it, so they choose not to. So That's another thing. That's redlining right there. That's red line tape right there. So that's inaccessible wealth that we have that we're not being able to access in our day to days.
Hey, but you know, it's crazy because if it's set up for us to utilize, but we find it difficult to utilize, then don't that kind of compel us within the perimeters of the fraudulent economic system?
Yeah, yeah,
So it's almost like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
yeah. So this is why I leave it up to I share the information, but I leave it up to each his own on how they want to deal with it. The truth is disturbing. It's not supposed to be comforting. I wish it was. Shit. So it's coming a matter of time though, for real, for real. All we just need to keep doing is keep learning, keep realizing like what has taken place so we don't make the same mistakes again. And like I pulled up on 5 P's, proper preparation prevents poor performance. If we can operate in that function, we would definitely be in line with building a civilization that won't fail. And it
Damn,
won't be
look,
because of
Infinite.
outside forces.
Hey, look, Infinite God is still in the in the building. I thought she'd be knocked out by now because she left the panel. She left the panel a couple hours ago.
She
Yeah, but
here?
keep building, bro, because you know I've been trying to wrap my head around these concepts. Most of my guys, especially when it comes to criminal matters, because that's where that's my expertise. Criminal matters, because nigga, I'm a criminal.
Yeah, so even with the criminal thing, like all paperwork is exchanged on the bond market. Just so you know, every paperwork, all paperwork, they put a barcode on it. If you don't see it before you sign the paperwork, it's gonna be there after. And when they put that paperwork on the bond market, that bond is allowed to be exchanged with the other exchanges that it's already tied with. So when you sign that paperwork, you just added an asset to your own asset list, which is a ledger that they already pre-created under your name, but you're not aware of that. What makes you aware is when somebody calls you and say, "Hey, we have a car in your name, and we was wondering if you want to have some auto, if you want to pay for your auto insurance on it." You be like, "I don't have no car in my name," but somebody put a car in your name. So this is how you find out about like these motherfuckers using your name, and you're unbeknownst. And even when you copyright your name, right, it still don't stop them from using your name. It just now you can get paid for them to use your name. That's the difference. You feel me? So uh when we get to the understanding of how things was taking place and how we was being taken advantage of, and who gave them these rights, and which is like I said, the civil rights is the Indians act that was that was actually the Indians Act. So once we realize that, we got to see who was the head committees today, and that would be the Black Caucus. So the Black Caucus is mostly filled with foreigners. I would say people from like, no offense to Jamaica, but people from Jamaica, Barbados, parts of South Africa, Nigeria, Congo. These is all uh, foreign descendants mostly, and those that are from here, their ancestors ain't, because most of the decisions they make, it don't benefit us whatsoever, and they the ones that makes these legislations to make the money move around into certain communities. So these people have been basically playing the backhand, like just behind the veil type shit, and acting like everything's Gucci when these niggas ain't doing shit. So
Right, they
we got to get these people out of government power, so called, because whatever they say, unfortunately, most of the people in the country believe what they say is how we feel, and that's not true at all.
No, they definitely don't share the sentiment of the people. Not the majority of them anyway. Not the people I be around. And I be around
Majority
it.
of
I be
them up
around.
there, they foreign.
Right, it's a whole different. They coming with a whole different perspective than the perspective of the average nigga that's from here. Yeah, their perspective is totally different. And don't they get incentives and shit for for playing their part like that? Don't they get incentives?
Yeah, they get incentives for their county, and
Right.
most of the incentives they get, like I had a judge I was living next door to. She actually got a park built with her money, but we don't know how she got that money. It was from what you call that shit? Some kind of funding, crowdfunding, something like that. So they hold these hearings and they have like huge donation hearings and stuff like that. So they be working with the businesses and corporations that we don't ever hear about, and they be getting money from them as well. So they take that money and invest it into other places like the islands and other parts of the world. No, never back in the community. Why never back in the community? Because they're not part of the community to begin with.
Yeah, that's
They're
a
not gonna
fact.
better
Man.
something they're not
Fact.
from.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, when I looked into that, because what got me on this lawsuit is just like you said, that old Sister Q Vi Act, right?
Yeah.
That's what made me dive into it. But I ran into so many complications. I was like, nah, I ain't got time for all this. I'm gonna
Yeah,
study.
because now you dealing with how the church is basically saying how they took your money.
Right. So I just started doing a little, diving into a little bit of the criminal, the criminal perspectives of it. So I learned enough to, what I'm saying, to be able to, keep my ass from, what I'm saying, falling victim to this shit. But other than that, I ain't trying to do no LLCs and SBCs or whatever. Right? I ain't trying to do all
Like,
that.
that's the one thing I'm not trying to do is create a S corp, LLC,
Right,
none
I
of
ain't
that.
trying to do
Because
all that. I ain't
if they
trying to
already
do
this is my problem. If they already got a whole created entity already out of me, why would I create another entity out of myself if there's one already out there? Why can't I just use that? That's my problem. And so
for
that's
sure.
where I'm kind of like
Yeah,
stuck
because you
at.
should better utilize the one that they made for you. Because they made
Exactly.
it right. They made it for you. You should just be able to implement that jump. But by the mere fact that they don't want you doing that means basically they want to benefit off you more than you benefit off yourself. But it's a mean game. But you know what I'm saying? Niggas say
They
you
said
gotta learn
we're
how.
worth more alive than dead. So
Right.
yeah, you feel me? So if they can bleed us, this is kind of vampirism. This is kind of
That's all
where
it
it leads
is.
us to. Yeah,
That's
it
all
is. It
it is.
really is. And
The
once you
living,
realize
look, the living,
mentally, physically, and spiritually,
right.
they
The
vampires.
dead feeding off the living. They're supposed to be the living feeding off the dead. They done switched the roles around on our motherfucking ass.
That's why I said if that lady heard a duat from the Egyptian tablets, one of them, and the duat, that's all talking about a whole underworld of people that kind of like, and not just people, demons and spirits as well, of just things that is unfathomed to the human eye, like things we'll never think of or do. Like I never seen a man create a man. I'm just saying, like I never seen a man birth a man. It never happened. Never heard of it. So I guess that's shit that goes on the other side of the world that we don't really see, that we can't see in this side. They trying to bring that shit over here. So
No, I don't think niggas gonna really go for no shit like that. If
it's
niggas go
really,
for shit
like
if
when
niggas
you
go for some
look
shit like
back
that,
at it,
then
bro,
we
you just be like,
fucked up
yo,
for real.
there's some things we would not do, bro. We would not do. Like, we ain't gonna just go around rape a woman because she's pretty. Nah, bro. Like, what's wrong with you? You can't get her just by talking to her? Then you can't leave her alone when she tells you no? What's wrong with you, bro?
I don't know when now we do got niggas like that, like you know what I'm saying. They can't stand to be rejected. Yeah, we do got niggas like that floating around through the communities. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
I
now
see that
we
shit
do.
all the time.
But there was a point in time when I was growing up. I'm 27. Like, it wasn't like that.
Nah, it wasn't really like that when I was growing up. But it kind of switched into that because I'm 50, right? So I really seen that. I seen that shit from its inception when niggas started getting all extra aggressive
and
when it
weird,
comes to females.
weird.
Right.
The weird shit is what got me. Like the weird shit, man. I don't know if it's the drugs or the music, but whatever it is, I don't like it. Like for real, dog. It's pretty disgusting to see. And the only reason I say it's disgusting to see is because I never seen us in such of a low state. And I know a lot of us is kind of not all the way there in the mind, but for those that's in a low state, it's just I never seen us that low. But we're trying to get out of there. Like we have great inspiration.
No,
Like I see
hold on,
people
bro.
talking.
Don't say we trying, nigga. We getting up out of there.
Yeah, we
Believe
got
me, if y'all got me over here on this shit, nigga, I'm talking about, nigga, I'm element, bro. Like, nigga, I'm bottom tier, bro. I ain't no civilized nigga. You feel me? Yeah, y'all must think I'm civilized because I be on YouTube, saying big words every now and then, bro. I'm not a civilized nigga. I'm talking about, I'm like, nigga, I'm 2 steps away from the trenches, bro, at any given moment. I'm still riding around when I never had a driver's license. Nigga, I got a long, lengthy ass rap sheet. I'm talking about,
honestly,
I'm a nigga.
I tell people I don't have it. That shit ain't even a bad thing.
When I
You
tell
don't
y'all
need it.
when I tell y'all we getting out this shit, bro, we getting out on my watch. We getting out this shit.
Like, shit. Did you need a license to ride a horse?
No, that's what I'm saying. I always thought I needed a license, right? Because that's the law-abiding citizen, right?
That's what they say.
Right, but that's what we was always taught. We weren't taught the other way. We weren't taught to operate in our sovereign being. We weren't taught that. We was always taught, nigga, to obey, nigga, praise the law, all that goofy shit.
That's exactly what I was saying. Like going to college, I was told to go to college, get a good job, and get a good home and a good wife.
All the goofy
pretty
shit.
simple, right?
All the goofy shit. Now, I ain't saying getting you a good job and all that. It's goofy, but it's goofy because that's how they they force fed you that shit without telling you or relaying or conveying to you that there's multiple options. You know what I'm saying? Basically,
yeah, it was basically narrow. It was narrow.
Right. For sure.
Man, they gave us, like it's really traumatizing when you step back, bro. Now you have this overview look. It's really traumatizing.
Yeah, it is. I'm mad. That's why I always talk about go get them hatchets. I'm for sure, bro. I'm like Doc Strange in this bitch, nigga. I done already calculated all the possibilities.
It's all wars.
Right. I done calculated all the possibilities, man, and being civil about the matter, it just didn't make my list.
Man, it gets worse. Sure. It gets worse.
I already know
other stuff.
I think niggas is under the impression that these people are gonna go out without a fight. I think they under the impression that it's gonna be a peaceful transition.
That's why all of them shits is blowing up and the train refineries is tipping over and stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
They doing that because they mad, man.
Hey, but all they show us is the violence that they are willing to utilize. That's all they showing us. They letting us niggas know that we have used violence and we are prepared to continue to use violence to keep you niggas under our thumb. By all means necessary with these people. That's why I speak all means necessary against these motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck how they feel about it.
What makes me mad?
I hope I don't get the channel struck, but nigga, that's just how I feel about it.
What makes me mad? They
don't know who's coming from smoke.
They hide amongst the public, like it's so suckerish what they do. They hiding amongst the public. It ain't like they stepping out and say, "Hey niggas, we don't like y'all," and they all just present themselves and
right.
I wish they would.
No,
man.
Our people already told us what it was, bro. They smile in your face, but all the time they want to take your place. Man, look, it is all nigga, the secret been up. We just ain't been paying attention. The secret been up. We just ain't been paying attention.
Been overlooking.
It is what it is, but you know, hey, niggas, it's cool for niggas to take a step back, man, and observe his whole reality, just so he can you know what I'm saying, strategize and make the best steps forward for progress. That's understandable. I wouldn't knock nobody for that. But like I said, man, on my Doc Strange shit, I didn't already calculated the possibilities. I'm just waiting on you niggas to go find your hatches, bro. You know what I'm saying? Get your money until then. I'm definitely gonna be getting mine.
Facts. You gotta do what you gotta do.
For sure. Well, look, bro, I'm finna go and tap out, man, because I ain't made up my mind whether I'm gonna go to court or not. I say I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go afterwards. I'm gonna go around about 3 o'clock before they close.
Hey, just look for that police officer.
Right. Yeah, I know what that nigga look like. He'll stay true, but he ain't gonna be in that motherfucker. I already know they never be there.
That's the point.
You know what I'm saying? Never be the police. Never be there.
That's the point. Hey, that's what I'm saying. When you go to the probate court, man, they never there. They just case dismissed. For real.
Well, look, but see, this what they do, right? This what they do. Once they get you to sign that old fraudulent ass contract, that's how they lock you in with this shit. That the police don't even really gotta be there after that. Unless you're gonna try to take that shit to trial. And then if that's the case, they're gonna set that shit off and then they're gonna bring his ass there. So it's still a good trick they trying to play. That's why I say I ain't even finna go through that for no damn ticket, because I ain't gonna pay the motherfucker anyway. I'm just gonna get this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Throw caution into the wind.
You can ask for his attorney. Like, you could be petty. Yeah, you can play with them. Once you realize the court tricks, man, and the probate, the ticket tricks, you can play with them, man. It's really funny. Once you finish the sessions.
Yeah, if you have time, look, if you have time, you can definitely play the game with their ass.
Yeah.
I just don't have, I don't have the damn. I mean, I got the time to play with them, but just not the people I prefer to play with. You know what I'm saying? Like,
nah, you just go ahead. If you can pay it off, pay that ticket.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
No, I definitely ain't paying the ticket. I just don't want them to put the warrant out. It's over with for the ticket. Nigga, didn't I just tell you I ain't pay my probation fees? Dude, look, my probation officer was sweating the hell out of me. Man, I don't want to see you getting in no trouble. Okay. Just close your eyes when it happens, nigga, because you ain't getting nothing from me. You don't have to see shit.
Well, they shouldn't be harassing you about it either.
Yeah, but that's what they're gonna do, man. You know what I'm saying? To fill their coffers up, they gonna harass you to get their coffers filled up. That's just part of the game. You know what I'm saying? You can assist them or you can not. I choose not to.
You hear they lost out on like $2 billion to give to the prisons, so they lost out on some money. So that shit's
that's for sure.
But yeah,
I'm gonna lay it down. I'm gonna lay it down for the night, man. I appreciate you, man. You chopping it up with me, bro. You need to get on the panel more often, bro. You got a nice little input, but I'm gonna lay it down and let Chief and them close this bitch up for the night, bro. I'm out this bitch. Salute to the chat, man. I'm out.
All right, one.
Freestyle. What the need? Yeah, I inhale a weed. Yeah, and what they telling me? What they telling me? What they yeah. What that fella need? What that heifer need? Can't get caught with these. What are those felonies? Trying to keep the hood straight with they felonies. When I made it back safe, I just fell on knees. Thank the Lord for the hustle that just fell on me. In these streets, I'm trying my hardest not to felony. Keep a popper and some paper for my bell on me. If I have to pop, I pray my blick don't fell on me. Ain't gon' tell me when they coming, they gon' bell on me. Every time them hoes get caught, they gon' tell on me. There's a lot of people out here wishing hell on me. Niggas ratting law enforcement got they trail on me. Cause they know that I got something that's for sale on me. Nothing heavy, private stock, and some mellow weed. Yeah, mellow weed. Car, mellow weed. Make you say ooh la la when you inhale a weed. You can tell I keep that Zod cause the smell on me. Probably why these pretty bitches wanna smell on me. I don't sweat up seed, I just let her be. I might call her something that start with the letter B. I just let her see, you'll never be. Just be all that you can be, never me. I can sell a key, I can sell a pea. Make her think it's lemonade, I can sell a pea. Got a big old ass shaking like it's Jello seed. Every time they see me with her, I smell jealousy. Built like Meg Thee Stallion, but she got some better knees. Got her gossiping and looking for some better tea. Find you something else to talk about instead of me. I'm just trying to find a plug with some better fees. I'm just trying to hit a plug with some cheddar cheese. Catch me whipping up another, I got recipes. I be whipping up that butter like a yellow tea. Catch me cooking like my mother in a yellow tea. I got stripes like a zebra in a referee. I gave everybody a slice, save the rest for me. I got 40 dead homies, may they rest in peace. I'm still praying for their families, may they rest in peace. I can't give you everything, this is just a piece. There's a big storm brewing, this is just a peek. 10,000 new followers, it's been just a week. She been fucking everything, she's just a freak. I ain't had to say a thing, open sesame. Something strange for some change, get that neck to me. I ain't had to pay a thing, got the neck for free. Pussy fat, fuzzy man, like a nectarine. When she giving up that neck, I'ma name her nectarine. In my phone, under neck, get that nectarine. I proposed to the neck, made that neck a queen. I got married to the neck, gave that neck a ring. If that neck disrespect, get that neck a ring. Where you at? Bring that check and that neck to me. Where's destiny? That's my destiny. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, get it, legacy. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, yep, legacy. Ask them what my real name, they say Lester C. Yep, Lester C. Yep, Lester C. Yep. I done seen more than most Nas, Lester C.
Man, y'all go to sleep? What is going on, man? Grand Rising, everybody, man. Grand Rising. Niggas is still, y'all still kicking it? So, peace to everybody, man. Thank you guys for tapping in, man. I really appreciate that. But, and let's talk all night. Sheesh. Say wake and bake, man. Everybody doing? It's turned into a wake and bake show. Some background music in here, man. Hold on 1 second. All right, man. We gotta get a little mood music in here, man. Shout out to everybody tapping in, man. It's the GOAT. $6 a.m. on the East Coast, you guys. 3 a.m. out there on the West Coast. Appreciate everybody, man. Holding us down, man. You guys, man, just in here. Man, put the link in the chat room. Somebody don't come over here. Say Grand Rising. I don't even know if we really got into the subject matter last night. The so-called Black Americans are the first Americans, you know what I'm saying? I wanted to discuss that. I know it's kind of elementary for us, but, you know, I wanted to get into that conversation. Guys get carried away a little bit. Oh, 600. That's right. Yeah, man, it's a tough one right there, Haru. Getting everybody on code, man. I think right now, man, you ever seen that movie They Live? Yeah, like that's us, man. You know, we could see it, everybody else can't see it. So just like walking around with those shades on, that I seen Rest in Paradise, the Dick Gregory, man, the great Dick Gregory. And he was talking about the responsibility of wearing those shades. You know what I'm saying? You know, now you can't unknow, you know what I mean? I think a lot of times, you know, a lot of people are not gonna want to know. They're not gonna, it's like they're cool living in the illusion. Right, and once you tell them it's illusion, it's like you bust their bubble, and now they know it's illusion. It's like they mad at you. You know what I mean? So I think that's the problem, man. I think that's gonna be the problem with most people not ready. They don't want to know. They don't want to be woke. So, but it's a responsibility to put those shades on, man. Because now you know, and it's like I think a lot of people, man, why y'all see so much passion from people, man. Is because it's people care about not only their people, you know what I'm saying, just care about the ancestors, the heritage and everything, you know. So those things are very emotional to people, you know what I mean? So I think that's the problem right there, you guys. Real talk. But I think, you know, just exposing people to the information, man, supporting the real, you know what I mean? Liking, sharing, subscribing, sharing this on your social media platforms. Yeah, man, support the movement, man, the real movement. Like I said, we're doing real work on the ground. Boots have always been on the ground, you know what I'm saying? Boots always been on the ground. There's a plan in place, there's an agenda, there's a declaration, there's things going on, you know, lobbying, legislating, a lot of things are going on. And it's the awakening, you know what I mean? The awakening, the grand awakening. So yeah, that's what I say. Those glasses, though, is something else, man. Man, I appreciate you guys, man. Real talk. Skittles, what up? Quiet Storm, Sean, Shalom. Got him, man. Wow. I mean, you know, I think that's what's so attractive about this movement too, you guys. You could be anything. This has nothing, bro. You don't have to believe in anything, and that has nothing to do with your bloodline. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with your bloodline. Belief system and what club you join. You can be like, man, I'm a son of anarchy. You're like a, you know what I mean? You're in your biker gang, right? And a lot of people, like, once they join these whatever gang or, you know what I mean, whatever they in, that's their religion, that's their peer group, that's their community, that's their tribe. You know what I mean? That usually supersedes everything else that's going on in your life, even your own family tribe. Dig it? Y'all understand what I'm saying? Infinite Goddess number 4 is tapped in. What's we got in here? Jan Renee, Big Wizard, Aru, the Duke of the Great Lakes, OG Green Machine, Average Joe, shout out to DeVoe. We got Sister Betty. Sister Betty's up. Sister Betty, peace. Grand Rising.
Hey, Grand Rising. I passed out last night. I was tired.
Me too.
I know I was so tired, man. I was up since yesterday at 4:30. But I'm getting ready to go in a little while and pop in the plantation. But I want to say this, and then I'm going to get on up out of here, go to work. Here's the biggest problem in our community. I see. And here's what I believe. Every individual Aboriginal has individual powers, and they need to find the God in them. And the only way they're going to find the individual God in them to bring back their individual power is to drop the rhetoric and guidance of leaders. I can't, if every time you speak and talk, you have to refer to what a leader says, you're blocking the God in you. What about the God in you, what the God in you is saying? You're still being directed by somebody else's rhetoric. You got to find your own God in you. The Hebrews do it. The Muslims do it. They always recite. It's like you're programmed to recite what the fuck a leader says. And that's what's fucking the God in you. From you into that God in you. Well, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, well, and then the Hebrews. They all do it. And the Christians too. They don't realize that you're blocking your own individual God in you. You got to let that shit go. None of those leaders' rhetoric is aboriginal to this land. All that shit is foreign. If you the God, stand up and be the God. Stop repeating what the fuck a leader said, because none of them leaders are in a position of power. They're still below the standard of being an actual God. You gotta let the foreign shit go, whether you like it or not. Islam is not aboriginal to the Americas. Christianity is not aboriginal to the Americas. Hebrew Israelite shit is not aboriginal to the Americas. None of that rhetoric is aboriginal to the Americas. And until motherfuckers wake up and find the God in them, they're still gonna be stuck on somebody else's rhetoric. And I land my plane there.
Well, Betty, on this journey, man, I know when I came into a lot of knowledge of a lot of the, and it took me years, you guys, of going through it, of dogma, of you know what I mean? Woo. Well, there's a lot of the things that they would talk about, a lot of the, Betty, like we've been there though, you know what I mean? In these belief systems, right? And so you go through a phase of being angry. You know what I mean? You go through a phase of being angry because I think that we mix religion and dogma with ancient people, ancient spirituality. These people don't have a clue. They don't have a clue. And they can't, like I tell people all the time, we got our ancestors are older than books, older than that book, older than any of these books, older than the characters in the book. We actually have real human beings. And we'll put a book over these skeletal remains. We'll put a book over let's build on top of this sacred burial ground right here. Let's cut them off from their people. Let's cut them off from their culture. Those are things that we should be getting restitution for. You understand what I'm saying? Those are things we should be getting remedy for. Things that we can prove. We can prove that cities were flooded. Oh, we can't. Oh, let's just go take a dive. Or Lake Mead is drying up, and you start seeing the damn city up under where the things they're hiding. By creating these 90,000 dams across America. And yeah, I think we do. We have a problem because we worry about the wrong shit. We don't worry about the right shit. Our priorities are fucked up as a people.
But Chief,
yeah,
I've been through all those religions, all of them, Muslim, Christian, Hebrew, all these religions. None of them helped me. None of them gave me power. The proven stage is over. All those religions that I visited, none of it benefited me. None of it helped me. If anything, all of them made me an angry, brown Aboriginal. When I got away from them, so I could think for myself instead of using somebody else's rhetoric, where I had to use their thought process in order to justify my own. No, it fucked me up, all of it. It fucked up my mindset. It's like it was a blockage. The proven stage is fucking over, and that's what people fail to understand. You don't have to prove shit because we are the truth as beings. Religion fucks everything up. It's a chokehold. We are the truth. The proven stage is over. The joke is on us when we continue to stay in all these religions. The only way to the truth is to understand that you're the truth. And I land there, and I'm tired of it. Every time somebody come out their mouth, well, the honorable this, the honorable that. At what point are you the individual, the honorable? Let that sink in. At what point are you going to understand that you are the absolute truth? You don't need no fucking body to tell you that. You are the truth. They see it. Our countenance and our appearance continues to be a threat to society. That's some God shit. I land my plan there, babe. I got to go to work. I love y'all, and I hope our people will really wake up and see and learn that they are the truth. And you don't need nobody to tell you that. And until you wake up and understand that, you're going to be stuck and fucked up fighting and trying to prove who you are. And you don't need to do that.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Bobby Johnson. Yezel 618. And you know, Sister Betty, I don't know, like I said, I'm kind of, I can kind of see your perspective from that, you know what I mean? I really can. But as a leader yourself, I'm
not a leader.
No. Here's the thing I'm saying, right? Your works should outlast you even after you're gone, right? So it's some people that have done great works in their times that is still lasting till this day. You understand what I'm saying? That's why they're mentioned or not mentioned. And, we always got to look at the ones that they don't like. Why don't they like this person right here? What did this person do? And I think that's the things that we have to, they're not just say, okay, just these people are, why were they great? Because of the things that they did, the legacy that they left. You know what I'm saying? And we do know that these people are going to go out their way to discredit any of our greats. So I think that it's a thin line from being a fanboy, a groupie, right? And will overlook a lot of the things like York, for instance, that was doing to the people, because people get blinded to these things. You know what I'm saying? So there's a difference. So shout out to Yost. Don't follow the people, follow the direction. What direction are they leading everybody into? And if this is good for you, and I do know there's some great Christians out there, great Muslims out there, great Moors out there, great people that follow the Abrahamic faith and religions and go do these things. But when it comes to your heritage and our heritage and us coming together to get power, if those things are separating us, it's a problem. Well, they don't listen to Noble Jew Ali. They don't read the Circle 7. They don't read the Quran. They don't believe in the Prophet Muhammad.
Exactly what it's doing.
Well,
us. I'm not saying that they're not good people, Chief.
No.
I'm saying that
my question to those
separating us, and I don't know who this Divo is, but your actions speak louder than words. You're the motherfucker that got to be on YouTube all day, all night, and not no rest. That's a miserable fucking life to live when you can't lay down and go to sleep. I went to sleep and y'all motherfuckers still up trying to prove shit. And you can't even look in the mirror and understand. Fuck that. I'm getting my rest. I got a life.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody that rocked out all night, man.
Fuck that.
Go rock out all day, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Y'all already know, man. I think it's dope.
That's the same thing, Chief. The Moors, the Moors, the Muslims, the Christians, all fighting to prove a point using the scriptures in their books of direction. When you get up and recite like you a fucking robot, I believe in the animal. When you do that shit, you're fucking controlled. That's programming. Fuck that. Give me my freedom back. To me, religion is slavery. I'm taking my freedom back so I can think for myself. And not some shit somebody wrote for me to program in my mind. Fuck that.
See, Sister Betty, you're in the angry stage of
I
the
sure
way.
am, because it took me so long to get out of that shit. Yeah,
Hey,
man.
y'all.
And because
She's
I
still mad.
allowed myself to be stuck in that shit for so long until I let myself free.
Terrible.
That's a prime example of giving my fucking peace of mind back. I'm done with it. When I got away from religion, that's when I began to have a life. All the whole time when I was into religion, I didn't have shit and I couldn't see. I was so fucking blind. And it stopped me from getting everything that I ever wanted in life. It had a hole on my shoulder. It was like I was weighed down. And I was always depressed. Because I was trying to find what was always under my nose. And every religion I was in blocked me from seeing any fucking thing that I needed to see. As soon as I got out of religions and said, all right, I'm done with it forever, every fucking thing that I prayed for came to me. Credit, life, everything I was rejected for came back to me. I don't live paycheck to paycheck no more. All this other shit. I don't live like that no more. Miserable. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. All that shit disappeared. And I don't never want it back. It's a miserable life when you have to be on a fucking social media all fucking night debating. Sad. I'm sorry, but I just put that out there. And
Sister Betty.
it's so sad when you show them, yo, we was in power. Here, look at this in 1755. It's still.
Hey, we're gonna kill her with that one, Sister Betty. Hey, that's gonna be a dagger that we're gonna be able to use in these debates coming up in the next couple of days. But here's the thing, though. You said something that me and AP laughed about this years ago. We talked about it, how tired it made us being Pan-Africans. Like, you know what I mean? Dreaming of African summers, all this energy going towards Africa, and you're taking a bunch of energy away from yourself, like from your own people, your own ancestors. We're not getting those blessings. But it just took so much energy to be African, y'all. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it really was. It just takes a bunch of energy out of you. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Let me straighten you out. I prayed to my ancestors.
That's right.
Not to no goddamn Bible or no Quran or no Circle 7. None of that bullshit.
Now, Sister Betty, here's my thing, though. I still believe in.
They need to fucking drop dead. But go ahead.
Devote the links in the chat room to be able to express yourself. You don't have that many characters in there.
I wrote the tape back just to see you You're where I was at in misery. But go ahead, Chief.
Like I said, I think people are very passionate about their beliefs for sure. A lot of this stuff is you know what I mean. Like I said, if things make you a better person, man, I'm not knocking nothing. Whether it's the Circle 7, whether it's the Quran, whether it's the Bible. I mean, I think it's all about interpretation. It's all about research. It's all about the data. Now, last time I checked, I don't know if you guys realize this, but religion was used to conquer people, to indoctrinize people, to enslave people spiritually. If I got your spirit, I got your body. You're on automatic pilot. You're gonna push this certain rhetoric and stuff, and within that, they push sexism. Correct? No.
Yes.
They push colorism, hate, based off of their interpretations, based off of the translations. Because once again, a lot of people believe in translations. You know what I mean? You guys believe in translations that was given to you by some people that made up the story in the first place. They say, "Oh, but we translated from Gothic Greek. We gave it to you." You know what I'm saying? And then you'd be like, "Man, it came from Gothic Greek. This is real. It's from them. It's Gothic Greek." And you'd be like, "Well, no." And they be arguing, No, it's Neanderthal Greek. It's the kind of Greek that Neanderthals had. And, you know, we ain't got the Neanderthal bones and we don't have any evidence of Greek, but it's Neanderthal Greek. No, they'd be like, "No, it's Gothic Greek." They just be going back and forth. But they'll be like, "Yo, but we read it in a book, y'all." So you got people that say, "Man, I'm gonna put down the Bible. I don't believe in that stuff. I'm a black atheist." But then they'll pull up a book and they swear by this book. Go get your go get your shot. You know what I'm saying? Like, do everything they say. Really? Come on, y'all. Like, I mean, at some point, bro. Come on, y'all. It should be 300. It should be 30,000 people in this chat room right now. This movement should be crazy. But somebody said something, we got beat in this condition. Not just physically beat, y'all. The mental beating is worse. We didn't just lay there and get beat. Y'all know this. We've been whooping ass forever. Like, that's not up. That's not fair. So that's the story. So don't put that on our elders, man. Like they got beat. Niggas was fighting. These motherfuckers just kept sending motherfuckers over here. Come on, y'all. What are y'all talking about? They still sending people over here.
Did y'all literally ever see
ain't never stop fighting.
Whoop somebody's ass? Picture that. Ain't no Oliver Twist motherfuckers gonna beat big meaches.
Come on, y'all.
Down like that. Come on.
Come on, y'all.
Y'all got to know it's a mental beat, not a physical beat. We the warriors. But I got to say, some of y'all is some punk ass pussies. Scared to fight. Shit. But anyway, all I'm saying, Chief, is when and that's not the Chief, that's not the only document that I have. It gets deeper than what I showed you. I just, to show that shit to a Pan-African, it's sad. It just shows you how torturous the indoctrination is in them. It really does. They can't wake up and say, and will it even wake them up to say, well, damn, I was in power here. What the fuck happened? Literally, it said the dude was the mediator between the white and the black communities as governor. 1755, before they even had a motherfucking Revolutionary War. That was 21 years before their independence from the damn queen. That shit is crazy. And
Hey,
you show
Grand
them,
Rising.
and they still, the Pan African is going to still run and go look for Kunta Kinte and come back and say, see, here's the other part of his foot.
Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, shout out to Infinite Goddess 4 is tapped in. Peace, Empress. How are you?
Ashe, Grand Rising, everyone.
Peace.
Infinite. I think I was in and out this morning a little earlier, and I think I heard you was on the panel. Am I correct? Earlier.
Yes, I was actually on the panel.
Okay, got you.
I'm actually trying to give respect to the Queen who's actually speaking at this point right now. So I wanted to.
Okay, well, I'm
be
going to mute and
respectful.
let you guys. I'm going to let you guys chop it up. You got it.
Grand Rising Queen. All I was saying is I was just giving her the floor.
Oh, I'm done. I'm getting ready to go to work.
Yes, you did. Heard me in the camera. Yes, you did. Yes.
I land my plane, sis. I'm done.
Okay, well, Infinite, you got the floor whenever you want it. Anybody else that want to get the mic, you guys definitely welcome to come up and chop it up. Shout out to David Bell's tapped in. What's I seeing here? Crip Walk. Man, don't let me find out you don't know how to Crip Walk over there, Crip Walk. Yeah, man. I was listening to Garfield a little bit. Hey, man, I was trying to get it out last night, man. And now I got to tell y'all, but it'd be hard for me to get in. Like, I don't know how to double dutch, y'all. It's the same thing I be watching people talk. I wake up, like, I hear somebody say, Chief, let somebody in. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. But I don't know how to double dutch, y'all, so it's hard for me to get in, man, sometimes. But I was trying to say last night, right? I was listening to Brother Garfield and and they pubbing up the aborigine thing, and what they're doing is they're trying to the question is brainwash their people, to think a certain way, to as opposed of just letting the information be there or whatever. They try to push narratives and say talking points, things that we don't agree with, right? And so Ngozi is the most pseudo. He comes from the Armin Ra Squad, right? And these niggas is the most pseudoest niggas ever. I thought Wuja was the most pseudoest of their team, but Ngozi, you are the most pseudoest nigga I've ever heard in my whole life, bro. The shit you was saying, hey, y'all, he got pseudo verse in it. And listen, he's so convincing because he says it so fast, like a used sales cars, maybe like, and the L and the E1B1, the A, and it emerged from this and this and this and that. He was going in on the E1B1, the L2, and the L3, and the L4, and the L5. And then brother just asked him a real simple question. What does those L's mean? What does E mean? And he went on, he said, well, I don't know, but they're really important. I was like, yo, you niggas is pseudo. But he was like, he's supposed to be the expert in DNA. We're talking about DNA and haplogroups. And this haplogroup, and so this dude pulled up, shared a screen, and he shared a screen of a pale skin, talking about he was 100% European. And the brother was like, questioning, like, well, how is this out of Africa? Everybody's out of Africa, y'all. I can't make this up, bro. Oh, my God. We're going to have to do this show one day. Today. I don't know. I'm going to have to do it right now. This nigga said, he said, well, because when they left it's like when people leave out of Africa and then they mutated somewhere else, they turn into something different. It was like, well, how long did that take? Like 10,000 years. Like, it just, bro. Oh God. Oh man, you niggas is pseudo. Pseudo. Bro, I have never seen nothing like this before in my life, y'all. Hey, Empress, you ready? Hold on, she's back now. Hold on, you back. You good? And goes, you're terrible. I ain't never heard no pseudo. Bro, that shit was pseudo as hell, bro. Real talk. Veganista. Pseudo Indians. Hey man, anybody want some smoke early in the morning, man? I got some smoke for you.
Hey, Chief, before I go, you want me to do a share screen and show that the thing that I was reading yesterday?
Absolutely.
Hold up, let me go and get it.
Yeah, some morning.
I'm just gonna
some
scroll
morning heat.
I'm just gonna scroll to the part where I was reading. So these motherfucking pseudo ass Pan-Africans, they need help. Bad. Hold on. I'll be back.
All right, shout out to Sovereign Soul. Just tapped in. Hey man, we appreciate everybody, man. What y'all smoking on this morning, man? I got y'all coffee, kush, some tea. What y'all got going on this morning, man? What y'all doing this morning, man? Like, what y'all got going on today, man? Hey, you guys are interested in any type of I can say any type of certification, but they have some different certifications that are funded. Hit me up, chiefholiday@gmail.com for any opportunities, man. We got some opportunities on deck. Holla at me, man. chiefholiday@gmail.com. Just point you in the right direction, man. Hey, man, like I said, there's a lot going on out here, y'all. Real talk. Just hope you're part of the solution and not the problem. Infinite Goddess. You ready?
Yes. Hello?
No, you're good. We can hear you good.
Oh, awesome. Wonderful. Good rising, everyone.
Hey, I want to do this. I want to get to know you a little bit. Where are you from?
Honestly, I live actually in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm originally from the Bay Area, lineage from both sides of my family, both Louisiana. My mom's side is Atlantic Parish. I have Choctaw roots and Cherokee roots, but my understanding of Cherokee is not what it's supposed to be. But as far as also my father's side of the family, I have Ethiopian roots as well. They came here in the 1800s. And I just learned that this last, actually 2021.
What did you say? What roots in 1800? From the 1800s?
1800s. On my dad's side of his family, they came from Ethiopia. Here to the States, Ethiopia. My roots show is Choctaw, and I do have Cherokee. So do understand they did marry the woman here here in the land. So I am definitely rooted. But I'm rooted on both sides. But if anyone would ask me, I look nothing like my parents. I'm between both of my grandmothers on both sides of the family. So I represent both sides of the family. But it's not only just here on the land. It goes far more deeper than that. I have also learned too that I actually have Inca roots as well. We're far more rooted and deeper than what it is, especially here on this planet. Many times over, we have to understand who we truly are. And we incarnated quite a few times. There are those of us actually reincarnated here to whatever circumstances, and there are those who we actually have volunteered to return here. But a lot of us were a lot more further than that. We are seated and we're rooted here on this planet. We are supposed to protect this planet. We're supposed to oversee this planet. We're supposed to allow this planet to grow. We grow along with her as well. So we have to return back to the roots. And I think that's exactly what the movement is. It's understanding who we are, truly understand who we are, because everything has been, the way everything has been transpired, now things are coming out in the open, but we have been openly lied to. But at the same token, they have been telling us, but we've been distracted. We have to figure that out. And now it's like, it's now the time. And the beauty of it right now, I'm so happy to see that the movement it's now moving. It's moving. It's been moving, but it's extremely moving now because it's the time. The paradigm has shifted and everything else. And no matter what. So there are those who want to go along with it and there are those who don't. And do mind you, those who don't, it's not we can choose to, but we also have to stand. It's like, it's not their time now. Do you understand? Even our ancestors have been in loops of repeated cycles over and over and over again, and then it just kind of progresses and moves along and snakes through within their ancestries. The programming is that extensively deep. I didn't realize how sophisticated it was, but like I said, understanding from the perspective, it's highly, 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 highly evolved. We were more evolved. You know, our predecessors before that, we think they weren't, but they were. But now this is the time to bring back everything into the fold now. We have to. And then you have those who who are born into the system now here, they have no karma, no nothing. They're actually here to do the work. Or you want to say the ancestors have returned. They're here to do the work. So we have to set the presence right now of everything.
Hold on, sis. You said something that sparks a question, right? As well as a statement. You said that you were doing your genealogy, right? Mm-hmm. Now, did you have oral tradition of your people coming from anybody on your dad's side coming from Ethiopia? You had oral tradition already.
Yes, I do. Actually, my aunt, she recently passed away back in 2021. Mm-hmm. And I knew that she was actually going to cross over. So there are those of us, like I said, it's myself and a few others were that pretty much more gifted. But as far as understanding what was and what is, it was more so what was orally passed down. And then two, on their side of our family, they actually keep a ledger. So I have the list of all of the names. I have the list of those and this is their tradition. And then based on the year, because there's a publication too that was actually printed in the paper, and it says that our ancestors came from Ethiopia. So as I said again, it's oral.
Well, here's the thing. You said ancestor. So I think about Nipsey Hussle, right? People say he's an Ethiopian, he's Etruscan, right? And I said, well, his dad came here we say Kunta, right? But it's one person that's being absorbed into and this big family of people, this big gene pool. This one person would be absorbed into that. So it wouldn't be like you would turn into somebody else. Not to say that we shouldn't search our genealogies on both sides. I think that's dope to have that, you know what I'm saying, to be able to have oral traditions and then have the records to match it. You understand what I'm saying? But most of us that's listening do not have that same experience that you have, sis. See what I'm saying? Those same records. Now, some people that do, that's not a problem.
Yeah, that's true.
That still don't make you not an aborigine to this land. It's crazy.
Just whatever you can get orally, and then I think there's someone else that actually said too. Just announce it. Just announce it. You can pray about it. Hey, I want to know. I want my ancestors to come to me. Let me know. Who am I? Where do I come from? Am I from here? Am I from elsewhere? Who am I truly? Who am I? What do I represent? Let me know and trust you will get the answer. Do not know that anyone can actually make this.
Hey, Chief, I got that document. I mean, that.
Okay, yeah, you're not sharing it. Yeah, as soon as you share it, I'll pull it up.
Share it. I just want y'all to remember that the Historical Society scholars went back and inserted the fucking word African American in a 1755.
Wait. So would you say who did what? What did they do again? No. You know I know this. But the point is though, right? Not a coincidence, as well as Raw Born are gonna be pulling out documents that have been doctored. They call them facsimiles, man. It's fake as hell. So they would change words we've been beating the shit out of them, right? I'm not even gonna. They already know we're gonna do this to them, right? So they pull out documents, right? And they say, yeah, we're reading something from the 1700s, right? And they'll be like, well, it says African, right? And then you go look up the original documents if you can find it, because they scrub shit, you guys. You look up the original document and it says colored convention, right, fans? And they'd be like, it was the African convention. It wasn't the African convention. It was the color convention in the 1900s. So what the hell you think it was in the 1700s? If it was the color convention in the 1900s, what the hell would it be in the 17 and 1800s be African for? Please explain this, you guys. And they can't explain. Their brains have been bleached, whitewashed, blanco mentos. This is over, man. This thing is not a debate.
It's nothing. Nothing is a debate. But I would question this. Do you believe that things were added in for things to be decoded by us in order to figure out who we are, who we truly are? But like I said, it goes a lot more deeper than that. It's a lot more deeper. It's so much deeper and it's so much richer. That's the beauty of it. But we have to find that out. We have to discover and find that out. And that's the downloads that I'm getting. I'm getting from source. We have to figure and find that out. We're actually on the brink. We're now coming online. We're coming online. And for those who are not, we have to understand it's not their time now. But for those the time that is here now, we sit there and make that happen. We make that happen. Everything was put in place for a reason. Even the hardship, the negative, and everything else. Because remember, this is a free will universe, and there's a polarity. How else are we gonna wake up? How are we going to truly wake up? And yes, we define everything. If you want to sit there and say, oh God, they can sit there and withstand and so much, yes. And there are those we have to sit there and to pray for those and who have not. It could not withstand it. There's many young people that actually have perished. Understanding coming into this world under this jurisdiction is too much. So we actually have to get honor for those who actually have taken, meaning that they've taken their lives. Give honor to those though too. It's not an easy reality here. Not this holographic system. But we are here. But we do have a choice. What is it that we want to do? It can be the littlest, the smallest thing. It just creates a ripple effect. It creates a ripple effect through the matrix. It's already a crumbling system anyway. There's many others. But it's really up to us. What are we going to do about it? We can do the smallest, and it can be from the smallest thing to the biggest. It all depends on each individual and their path, their life path. Do the research on yourself, rediscover yourself, then you will find out exactly what you are here to do. Because remember, a lot of us volunteer here to come here and to serve a purpose. Serve a purpose. Past, present, future run simultaneously. And a lot of us are from the future. I can contest to that. A lot of us are. And a lot of us are from the past as well. But things are set in stone, but we have a choice. What road we're going to take. It's not saying wrong or different. It just, hey, there are those that have come here. I want to incarnate here to, I want to set some scores, things over. I want to experience this and that, and I'm out. And there are those here, hey, we're a part of the greatest team. Right now, the biggest paradigm shift ever. Planet Earth, Terra, Tiamat, Gaia, we are being watched galactically. Everyone is here. As above, so below, as within, as without. That we do have to understand. We have to understand that. As said again, we all have our past, but we also have to figure out who we are, what we are, and what our paths are. And we can still have a balance and to be prosperous as well. Then one thing that we also have to learn, and I'm still sitting there trying to learn that too, we have to get out of the thought of lack of everything, or this person hate and this, that. Remember, what you project out in the universe is going to return back to you. If I hate you, that person's going to hate you back. It's a mirror effect. We have to change the way that we think. We have to change the way that we live. We have to change many different things. Except it just differs. To each person, it differs. But once you start to make those changes, then you notice that your reality starts to change. Like I said, it's a road. You got to do the shadow work. You got to sit and do the healing work. It's not beautiful. It's not pretty. It's not. But the beauty of it, then once you understand what you had to go through, and then once you overcome it, then it's like, okay, well, what is the next journey? What is the next step? And then, yeah, that's where the human mind or the ego comes into play. But it's there for a reason. Yes, of course. But we have to overcome that. And it's a learning process. And like I said, there are those, we're here to graduate. Being here on this planet is the most beautiful thing. It's a seeded planet. It has everything here. From every corner of the universe. Everything is seated here. The CasteSystem is here. Everything from DNA, everything that you can imagine is all here. But guess what? It's also within you. Everything is within yourself. Remember, we all speck of source, all going through the different experiences. And guess what the end goal is? Is return back. Return back, and then you're going to go through another step. It's a lot more deeper than what it is. Like I said, it's all about self-discovery. And that's the beauty of it. But we all have to use discernment, of course. But if it's not resonating from the heart, you won't know.
How long have you lived in the great city of Las Vegas?
Approaching my 15th year.
Okay, so you're a vet. So then you know the city well. Okay, that's what's up.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to
Even
Las Vegas.
within the city, and even within the system, I was no different from anyone else. I was kind of in and out of my path and not understanding. And I'm just speaking for myself. And I sat there and I did my light. I didn't know who I was per se, try to fit in, but then yet I didn't realize I wanted to understand and go through all of these different reality settings. I have to go through the reality settings. Otherwise, how can I really communicate with anyone if I have not gone through any form of experience or some form of turmoil or some form of happiness or some form of transformation? How can I sit there and share? But we're all here to share because we want all of us to grow. Unity consciousness is the most important thing.
Hey, Chief, I'm going to get ready to share this because I got to go. But can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I want you to look at this. What I was doing was making it a overlay so you could see it better.
You might have to move the banner so they can see the.
Here we go. Let me get back to where you guys are.
So they
That's
can
what was
see
taking me so long. I was making an overlay.
Words on the document.
And I want you to see shit for what it is and understand that we were empowered as a people and we're not Africans. Scholars continue to go back and insert African American, even in the 1700s. You can't do that shit. You can't do that. I'm about to show you. This is going to really hurt the Pan-Africans. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. So let's get into it. Y'all see this? And I'm going to pull it up. Just listen to this. This is in my state, but I did the other 50 states too. I already got the information. So if they're going to delete it off, it's too late. I got it already from all the states. I have so much stuff that I just been holding back. Let's read this. In Connecticut, the office of Black Governor originated in Massachusetts and then appeared in Connecticut and Rhode Island. In Connecticut, the practice started in the 1750s when Captain Thomas Seymour's slave was elected Connecticut's first Black governor in 1755. The election was followed by a large parade and festive celebration. A Black governor could be called on to perform important functions within his community. In many towns, the governor meted out punishments and upheld law and order among the African inhabitants. Get your fucking laugh on. In 1755, African. Don't y'all? We not gonna get your laugh on. Okay. Black governors often appointed a lieutenant governor and deputies to help carry out these tasks. Colonel John Chester's slave London was elected Black governor of Connecticut in 1760. Now listen to this, y'all. His wife Betty was thought to be an Indian. Y'all get your motherfucking laugh on. I'm just not playing with these people. See, they so drained out because they know us niggas. See, don't read and we, his wife Betty, Betty Jean, was thought to be an Indian. She died in 1787. Sometime during his adult life, London was made free. He moved to West Simsbury, where he was still called governor. He died about age 80 and a pauper of the town of New Hartford. Yo, let me tell you something. Do you know what Indians lived in Hartford? Occupy Hartford? That's the little Black governor right there on the horse in 1755. Now, hold up, y'all. Hold up. Hold your horse. How fuck you gonna have a governor, Black governor in 1755, right? There wasn't even, when was the Revolutionary War? 17. I told you timelines will fuck you up every time. Let me just pull it up. I can't. I just can't. Seventeen. Revolutionary War, 1775. We had a Black governor. 1775 to 1783. Now, hang on there. Let's go back. Now, you see when the Revolutionary War was. It wasn't even the 50 states yet. Listen, Listen. Hold up, y'all. Black governor elected in Hartford in 1755. And in 1760. How many years is that before they even started making the goddamn 50 states? Yo, let's go. Let's do the math. Come on.
Betty, can you pause it for a second? I gotta say something. God damn.
21 damn years before they.
All right, so okay, the black governor part or whatever. He's the first governor of Connecticut, right? Just the black part. That's a social construct. Like this article is not written in this time period, so there's somebody from their perspective writing about that time period. So they call him a black governor, right? But he was the first governor of Connecticut. But what's interesting to me, everything, we're gonna get back into the video, guys, is that no, he's the first, but when he died at the age of 80, he was a bum. He was a pauper. He was of the town. What happened? Like, we have to figure out what happened in the shift of power in that particular time period. Something happened, you guys, and we're just talking about New England because it's the different things that happen in the South. You know what I'm talking about? What happened? We gotta be able to go where it happened at. Okay, if these people are, and you know they want to say African inhabitants and stuff like that. Once again, that's another spin that they're putting back in time. So once again, you have to be careful of even the books that you're reading because, hey, you got to examine everything. Who wrote it? Why they read it? Are they giving you a translation? And then what's the original? And is a translation original? And if you don't find original or something, then it's made up.
Facts. Oh, it gets
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we're going to keep going, though. I don't want to, because this right here gets good, y'all. This is murder.
And that's just a piece of the document.
Oh, God.
I'm getting ready to show you the actual fucking document.
They even started before they even had the Revolutionary War. Throw up some damn fire, y'all. That's 21 years before.
Before the Revolutionary War. 21 years.
Y'all know Betty Ann was Indian. His wife, Betty. Wait a minute. Now, y'all remember this shit. Betty Ann, she was probably Indian. He was elected governor, and he was appointed. He appointed a lieutenant governor to help him out. That is a black guy. So who do you think was helping? By the time 1776 got here, and they went, to fight the North against the South, that is a black governor of Connecticut. And wait a minute now. But it gets even funkier, y'all. Let me hang on. Hang on. Hold up, y'all. I want to show you some more stuff. Hang on, I'm getting there. All right. I just want to show you this. I'm going to blow it up a little bit so I can do a share screen. Oh, I thought I made it a thumbnail. But wait a minute, y'all. This shit it's just too much. I keep telling y'all that I make it a thumbnail. I don't think I did. No, I didn't. So I have to do a share screen. So hang on. Here we go, y'all. I'll just do the damn share screen. Where you go? Damn. I got to go back and find the goddamn thing. Okay, here it is. I found it. It's up here. It's just I got so many screens open because I really wanted to show this to you guys. So here we go, y'all. Get your damn laugh on, because this is in Harvard. Okay. Sacred to the memory of the 300 or more African Americans, free people, slaves, and 5 black governors who rest in unmarked graves in Harvard's ancient burying ground, 1640 to 1810. Throw up some motherfucking fight. See, I unmarked, you know what? Y'all, this shit only gets better. Only gets better. And they really wanted to try and, you know, after the invasion and takeover, they really want to try to make you think that they're two separate people. Listen, during the time of that black governor, listen, y'all. Listen. The black governor of Connecticut, the Indians that occupied, that were in Hartford, listen, y'all, the Indians of Hartford, the Pondoc were indigenous people who spoke an Algonquin Cherokee language and lived primarily in what is now known as Hartford County, Connecticut. Listen to this. English colonists adopted use of Nipmuc dialect word for the territory of this people. I can't listen. And what the fuck is the Indians in Hartford, Connecticut? What the why is there a listen now? Listen. A black governor in the 1750s. Okay, y'all? The fuck is a black governor elected for in Pequot territory? Y'all see this shit? This is before they were even the 13 count. This was in 1750s, y'all. I'm not, I shit, y'all. Listen, here we go. I can't no more. Here we go. Let's just go there. Y'all got to learn. Here we go. All right. Sources call Waganuk the Massapequa, but Waganuk is the same used by scholars and by contemporary Wagoner descendants. The Wagoner Indians were part of the Algonquin language group and had strong connections with their Algonquin nations. The Wagon are not recognized as a tribe by either the U.S. federal government or by the state. However, some people today identify as being Wangak ancestors who strive to carry on cultural traditions. Now look at this shit, y'all. This is who they are. They shit was seized. Do y'all see these people? This is in Connecticut. Little black baby. Connecticut. You can't make this shit up. This is one of the Indians, the Wangang peoples. Look at them. That ain't no damn mongoloid. All here. Look at the little baby. I'm done. Throw up some fire for the black governors. Oh, we going there. We going there, y'all. We going there. We gotta go there. Here we go. Here we go. Same article, y'all. I just can't. Here it is right here. The same shit I just read you. Right here. The office of the black governor and started in the 1750s. When Captain Thomas Seymour Slade was elected Connecticut's first black governor in 1755. This is before the Revolutionary War, before the Slavs decided they didn't want to do business with Europe anymore. I'm not lying, y'all. I'm gonna put the link in the chat for y'all to look at it. This shit is funny as hell. I'm done. Hey, yo, how is a African gonna be a governor? An African slave is gonna be elected governor in 1755, and there was no goddamn man. This is before 1776. It's 21 years before the Revolutionary War. And then, like 5 years after him, Colonel John Chester Slade, London, was elected black governor of Connecticut in 1760. I just can't with these people. What are you doing? So if you're a governor in Connecticut, which is a racist ass colonial state, yo, how the fuck you? Hold up, let me stop this. How the hell you a governor? What was the Indians doing? Looking abroad like, oh, he's calling shots on the land. Betty Jean husband. Betty Jean. You know Betty Jean fried chicken and pork chops. Why do they continue to try and hide our history? This is why we're here, to get you to wake up. Did you guys even know that there were black governors in the 1700s? Did you know? Give me a 1 if you knew. Give me a 2 if you did not know. And that's a dagger. Give me a 1 if that's a dagger. That was their gravesite I showed you. That's here in my state. Give me a 1 if that's a goddamn dagger. How is an African going to be elected a governor in 1755? Let that just sink in. Talking about the wipeout of our history. And thank you so much for the donation. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So much. I ain't even finished. Y'all. I'm not even finished. Y'all remember this shit. Same state, Connecticut. The Indians and Negroes on the end. Okay, they got all
It's murder.
the counties, right? Now, this is a little later. This is in 1782. At the end right here, total of whites, and then Indians and Negroes, they put them together. Now, first of all, goddamn it, they ain't have no goddamn typewriter in 1782. So let's just put that out there. I can't with these people. And the Indians and niggas got to go together at the end. Let that sink in with the 5 black governors of the 1750s. Let it sink in, y'all. Let this make sense. A return of the number of inhabitants in the state of Connecticut, February 1st, 1782, and also of the Indians and niggas. And they put all the Indians and niggas together. They even put them way on the opposite side of the total so they wouldn't be next to the white people on the paper. Who the fuck does that? On the opposite side of the total. So they can't be mixed in with the white people. Okay. Now, you got this, and you got the governors in Connecticut. How the hell you a governor in Indian Pequot, Massachusetts, Pequot, and all this territory? What the hell? Let's go, y'all. I'm gonna read some. I just can't. I want to go in. Here we go. Here we go, y'all. This is some funny shit. They really try to fix up history here. We're gonna keep going. We're going to dodge the hijack because you know in the goddamn 1700s, they was not using no goddamn African American. But let's just dodge the hijack. African American history has long been neglected in both history books and museum programming. Due to this fact, Wethersfield Historical Society staff strove to incorporate a telling a narrative of one Connecticut's black governors and the 2011 Lantern Light Tours. The following is a short narrative of London's life and impact on his community during his tenure as colonial John Chester's slave and the black governor in 1760, adapted from research in his wife's script and the 2011 Lantern Light Tours. The details of London's early life are not plentiful. Listen to this shit, y'all. The details of London's early life are not plentiful, but it is clear that he was born in Africa and transported to Wethersfield, where he was only a small child. You know what? Sherman W. Adams, Civil War naval officer. Wait a minute. Hold up. Because wasn't no goddamn Civil War going on, boo-boo. Y'all see this shit? They're so sloppy. The Civil War wasn't until 1800s, 1865. And town historian recorded an instant when London. So what? He was 100 years, 200 something years. Let me see. 1760. Wait a minute. So, okay, he recorded this, right? So the Civil fucking War was in 1865. So this man that recorded it, he was 105 years old. I'm done. I'm fucking done. He recorded this. Recorded an instance when London, a little slave boy who spoke better English. Y'all, you gotta fix the shit up. A little slave boy who spoke better English than most other Africans in Wethersfield embarrassed himself. Adams writes that London found a pretty puppy one morning and that he caught him so that he could play with it. But the puppy quickly let him know that he was playing with the wrong animal because it was not a puppy. It was a skunk. Due to London's mistake, skunks have been referred to as Wethersfield puppies. London was the slave of Colonel John Chester Sr., who was a member of the General Assembly. And a judge of the county court. Colonel Chester was one of the most important men in the colony at the time. You know what? Enslaved Africans learned early on that it was important to imitate the conduct of their masters and to value what they value. I'm done. These enslaved Africans understood the election day. These enslaved Africans understood that election day and town government were very important to the white people in New England. As slaves were considered to be property, whites did not want the affairs of their slaves to take part in the courts. They wanted the Africans to administer their own justice. Therefore, the enslaved Africans developed a justice system to resolve their own issues within their community. Black governors were elected to hear problems, provide a resolution, and hand out punishment to slaves who violated the law. Y'all, just. As the enslaved Africans openly imitated the celebrations of their masters, they were secretly resurrected their own judicial practices. Thus, the enslaved Africans were able to hold on to cultural traditions and practices and to control their own community. Many slaves accompanied their masters to the election of the colony's governor each year and held their own election for a leader of the black community as well. The man chosen was most often a strong, respected, and influential member of the community. He was also, in many cases, a servant to the wealthy, influential family like Colonel Chester. Their election and celebration was often met by ridicule by the white. The office of black governor originated in Massachusetts and then appeared in Connecticut and Rhode Island. In Connecticut, the practice started in the 1750s when Captain Thomas Seymour Slade was elected Connecticut's first black governor in 1755. I'm fucking done. The election was followed by a large parade and festive celebration. A black governor could be called on to perform important functions with his community. In many towns, the governor met out punishments and upheld law and order among the African inhabitants. He also acted as a mediator between the black and white communities. You know what? So this African jumped up and he became a mediator between the black governors often appointed a lieutenant governor now and deputies to help carry out these tasks. Colonial Chester slave London was elected black governor of Connecticut in 1760. So they had one that was elected in 1750, and then they had one elected in 1760. His wife Betty was thought to be an Indian. She died in 1787. Sometime during his adult life, London was made free. He moved to Western where he was still called governor. He died at about age 80 and a pauper of the town of New York. I'm fucking done. I'm done. Now, you a Negro from the hood, and you don't like reading, you don't go to school, and your ass don't read because they say you poor. You want to hide something from nigga, just put it on paper. Now, how the hell he gonna be from Africa? All right, and you elected governor in 1750 before they even had all the damn states. What the hell? And then on the little sheet I showed you, where they put the Indians and the niggas together, they put them in the column outside of the total column because they didn't want them next to the white people.
Hey, I'm gonna forget some stuff I want to say real quick. So was Darwin alive in 1700s?
Hell no.
So we didn't have the theory of evolution, correct?
No.
Okay. So we also didn't have the out of Africa hypothesis in 1760, correct?
No, not at all.
So was Ethiopia called Ethiopia in 1760?
No.
Was Egypt called Egypt in 1760?
No.
Oh, was Liberia called Liberia in 1760?
Oh God, no.
Okay, so Africa wasn't called Africa in 1760.
Nope.
Everybody good?
Yep.
Are we all good?
Yep.
Everybody good? Okay.
Yep.
So we all good. We understand that Africa was not called Africa in 1760. Now, I could go deep into what Africa was and how they're writing it back into that time period and all these other things or whatever. That's cool. But I wanted to focus on not only that part of it, but if that didn't exist, then when we're reading documents about the past, how they're writing themselves in history. Because if he's African, he's the first governor. See how it works? First governor, not just the black governor. It'd be like the black governor, right? Then you'd be like thinking there's some white governor there before him, like he's the first black governor. No, motherfucker, the first governor. And then the second, the third, and the fourth, and the fifth, and the sixth. But who was doing this before the 1700s, before the 1600s? Because they said he was the first, and it started in the 1755s in Massachusetts. But no, it clearly says on that thing that you showed that it was 1600s. It clearly says that. Clearly says this, right? But who was doing it in the 1500s?
And Chief,
who was doing it in the 1400s? Yeah.
How about the part they didn't know nothing about his life? But it's for sure he came from Africa as a little baby, and then he grew up to meet his governor. And the fucking grades said
Yeah.
They wanted to hide the fact that we had a system here, it was running, and they copied it to make the United States. But you know what?
That nigga could have been from Florida. You know what I'm saying? Came on a boat from Florida, bro. Like, these people are playing us.
They off the fucking chain, Chief. And it's
Playing
more
us.
how you don't know nothing about his history, but the fact Oh, he came from Africa as a little boy.
That's
No
terrible.
parents, no nothing. But his wife is Betty Jean, and she Indian. Nigga, that is the Indian.
So people though, you guys, when you're reading stuff, you gotta have this type of discernment to understand that certain terminologies did not exist in the 1700s, like the United States. You know what I mean? You'd be like, yo, it wasn't the United States in that time period. You know, okay. So going into, and we got into it a little bit last night, you know, in the show. But we talk about George Washington. Okay, so we know that the people that before him, during him, and after him are niggas in that area. Everybody comfortable? Everybody comfortable? So, and they say that these people are slaves and they would take on the minds of their masters, right? Okay, well, your fathers, you're taking on the minds of your goddamn father. Like, you a slave, you didn't want to be a slave. You gonna take on that name and become governor in that name? No, nigga, you carrying on your family's name, your family's traditions, man. Y'all got to stop this, man. Please stop please pull your head out the clouds, man. Like it's right here under our noses. And yes, they are rewriting history, because this form of language that we're speaking right now, you're not gonna find this in English. If it's from the 1700s, you guys, it's not gonna American English. You're not gonna find that. And they'll be like, "Oh, Spain and England did this. They didn't exist at this time." So what are you talking about? So a lot of these stories are fabricated, but this is a murder scene. You guys, we just had to give you guys a sample of this morning. It was terrible. I mean, the information is infinite. And every state was done like this. But what's interesting about Connecticut and Massachusetts, it was done in the late 1700s, 1800s. That's what's interesting. The takeover started happening. But 100 years later, it happened here in the South. You guys, like, think about that. Like, when we're trying to get to solutions, if we don't know what happened, how the hell are you gonna reverse engineer what happened? You know what I'm saying? Like, we can go to the documents and show them their documents where you not only violated then, you are still continuing the criminal enterprise. These niggas need to be charged with the RICO Act. But the niggas that need to be charged with the RICO are the niggas that are charging niggas with the RICO. They need to be charged with the RICO. And that's just, they're continuing a criminal enterprise according to the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, as well as the American Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. On top of all that, the Constitution of the United States. And I love how to use their stuff against them, you guys. We are Americans first, okay? I don't know what more to say. You know what I mean? There's nobody.
The whole time, bro.
We're gonna drop the mic with you. This is over. This is death. It's a problem, y'all. I don't know what more to tell nobody, bro. It's the death for the Pan-Boo-Boo community, y'all. It's bad.
This is what we talk about, Chief, when we say we're gonna get y'all motherfuckers back with your own official documents that you falsified. You know fucking well we was in power in this country and we ran it. How the fuck is a slave gonna jump up and be a governor? Get the fuck out of here. And you're lying.
Oh God.
And this is fucking 20-something years before y'all even had the damn 50 states. We had a system. It's a joke.
Well, shit. Damn near 200 years, actually. What? 150 years? Yeah. Think about it, because even after the so-called revolutionary, I call it a civil war. They didn't acquire all these other states until after the Civil War. You see what I'm saying? And then states after that were annexed or whatever into the upper 48 and then all the other satellite states. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know infinite kindness, but no fucking Africa traded here. We went, man.
Here's the thing, right? Let's just think about it.
That word wasn't even used.
That's the whole point, and we have to figure that out. What's more feasible, right? So Connecticut to Florida is far. We were trading. We've been trading for thousands of years. We've been doing these trade routes, y'all. So they're calling something. They're writing this from a European, a eugenic perspective, y'all. And so being able to break this down, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so much information in this, man. It's crazy. But every state, if the record still exists, have the same thing. Like, we were like, well, how are we the governors after Reconstruction? If they owned all this land and they were the masters and they got all this reparations and stuff for the war, y'all see how this stuff work? Make it make sense, man. Like, here are the records. Like stop trying to fabricate some other thing. Well, these were Africans. Well, you know they changed that to African, right? That doesn't make any sense. Like, and if from the early 1800s that some states or countries were created in West Africa and they're still there today, that's evidence of that happened then. Like, at this time period, 1820s, 30s, 40s, 50s, this happened. How do we know it happened? Because it's still there right now, right? Now, people were coming back because they didn't like it there. Or it wasn't work there for them. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't, you know what I mean? So, and the people that were already there didn't like them. So people were coming back willingly. That's slavery. That's the transatlantic slave trade, y'all.
Yep.
Now, here's another thing we talk about, like, prior to, you know, we'll talk about the 1600s and stuff like that. You start talking about a different transatlantic Slav trade. Get it?
Yep.
Pay attention, man. We're not paying attention good enough.
Rob's little journey. Rob's journey.
Yeah, and that's just American history. Hey, y'all know who's really funny though? Y'all know who's really funny? Nala Quinson is really funny. Well, okay, you guys could prove that black people were slave owners the first and the biggest and all this and whatever, but I bet you can't prove they didn't own white people. And I'm like, bro, come on, man, bro, peep that concept of them even white and white. Oh, they separated the white from the black. That's your perception, man. We were everywhere. We owned everything. Can you imagine everything in reverse? Think about this, y'all. Put this in your brain, right? Put this in your brain, in your psyche. That everything today was owned by American Aborigines that you see. Every bank, every grocery store, every McDonald's, not franchise, owned. Families own them. And even if it's just 13 families that own it, right? And then all other subsidiaries under them or whatever, right? But it was owned by American Aborigines exclusively. Imagine how that looked. Imagine turning on the television, the only options on the menu for voting are Aborigines. You know what I'm saying? All these things, whatever. It's just, everything is Aborigines, right? That's how it was.
Yeah.
That's how it was. They just have TV and flat screens and all that other stuff, but that's how it was. We owned everything. So it was like it was segregated. No, it wasn't. It was just, we owned everything. Stop it. Like, everything, you guys. And if that happened up until the 1900s, what the hell y'all think was happening in the 1800s? What the hell y'all think was happening in the 1700s, 1600s, 1500s, 1400s, 1300s? We were here.
Infinitely.
And be like, do you guys have the records from the 1300s? Does it matter? Do you believe that we were in the 1300s? Yeah. Okay. Well, do you think we were ignorant and we didn't have records and like all these other things? No. Did they burn stuff down? Yes. Okay. Well, did they take over stuff by saying that they created it and brought it here? They did not bring this language here. We're speaking our native tongue. So when people are telling us stuff, they'd be like, "What do you guys speak your native tongue? We're speaking it now. You are too." Exactly. Respecting the check-in. That's all y'all gotta do is respect the check-in.
We are the copper color races found here by the Europeans.
That's right. That's right. That's right. The Aborigines, man. Hey, man, we're going to put this link in the chat room, man. Everybody wants some open smoke this morning, man. I'm willing to get to you. I ain't going to lie to you.
Hey, Not a coincidence. Ass probably in there crying. They had black governors in Connecticut.
Terrible.
In the
Hey, no, it said it started in Massachusetts though. You know what I'm saying? But that, I mean, just yo, bro, this is crazy. So we get American history from the Boston Tea Party. Think about it. Like we don't get it from they painted themselves black like Indians, huh? Who? What? The Sons of Liberty ran in there and poured a tea in the thing, and that's what started the American Revolution. And all these pale-skinned people doing all this stuff. They just lied, y'all.
The dudes in mask, you gotta remember, because I pulled that up last year too. The Indians in mask, they were black, so it very much just started there. But they kicked those 2 white dudes out, right, of Massachusetts, and they came down to Connecticut. And the Indians in Connecticut gave them West Hartford, and they still occupy it right now. They gave the 2 white dudes who were Jews. They gave them the town of West Hartford.
See, that's the problem.
Occupied by the Jews, but they were black governors.
Wait. Do they segregate? Do they keep people out of their community?
No, the Jews up here in Connecticut is cool as hell. That's why I didn't understand the bad relationship. But the Jews in Connecticut is cool as hell, man. They not like what society is describing Jews laid out to be, because they're very different here.
I'm just saying, y'all, like if people come here, right, they be like, yo, this, they set up a community for themselves and do certain stuff or whatever. I don't have a problem with that because it's already happened. It's like, you know what I mean? So can we live in peace and do some good business? Okay, cool, right? And we're going to get to that. But the thing is, if you start saying, hey, you guys can't come here, you guys are not welcome here, on our land, then it's kind of a problem. You know what I mean? That's a problem.
They don't do that out here. I honestly say that. When you go out there in West Half, they don't do that. They don't. They're all right. I guess every state is different, But the fact is that niggas was ruling Connecticut. And after that damn civil war, that's when shit just got fucked up. Reconstruction and all that shit. That was takeover and a hijack. But I got more stuff. I'm gonna go deeper later into that same shit. You just can't do it all in one day because there's so much information, Chief. But I hope you guys wear them fucking pan boo-boos out with that right there, because that's the dagger right there. And if that was the case here in Connecticut, you better believe that was the case in all the 50 states prior to Reconstruction. And I'm not going to sit up here and I don't got to go any further with no fucking African or African wannabe. And I'm getting out of here because I ain't got no speeches and I'm not about to listen to none. I'm done. There's nothing else to explain. You can't fuck with that. You can't take it away. It's in Connecticut's historical documents. How the fuck is a black guy a mediator between the white and black community? Make that make sense.
I got a question for you before you leave though, right? Now, we know that you ran for governor of the state of Connecticut, right? No. This is important. This is very, very important. Now, I know you didn't know this information then, but if you had known this information, that it was the first governor of Connecticut was an Aborigine or to them black or whatever, right? Because right now, they've never had, according to them, they never had a black governor of Connecticut. Because when you ran, you didn't know there was a black governor of Connecticut ever before that. Am I correct?
You are absolutely correct.
Now, how the fuck is that possible if the state knows that he was the first and then they had his son was like the second or the third, 10 years later with it, right? And How do they not know that? Then they're like the third and the fourth, the fifth. Like, how do they don't know that? And then if you would have became governor, right? They'd have said, well, Betty's not only the first woman, but she's the first black woman to become the governor of Connecticut. Y'all see how this game has been plaguing us
Yep.
in America.
Yep.
Now, if you've known this, and then you would be able to tell all the other Aborigines, as well as the pale-skinned people who already knew this. Like, I think when they watch the news, they hear that shit, they be like, oh, they're so stupid. Because they know this. They came here. They know who was here before they came here.
Yep.
Why y'all? This is stop. The Wampanoag, the Nida, all these people is only descriptive term of location, occupation, the Lumbee, the lumber. You understand what I'm saying? The lumber industry, the Lumbee comes from the lumber. They took the lumber industry from the Lumbee. They took our ports. They took our trade routes. They took everything, and not took. It's like a. Like what you just said, hey, we're gonna let these guys have this side of town. You see what I'm saying? And all the wealth has been coming through them the whole time. But imagine in your mind if everything was us right now today. See it, dream it in an alternate motherfucking. Think about it, CJ. You fuck with Marvel?
Yeah.
You see how they have an alternate universe? Planet nigga. Right, we go to Planet Nigga, and and niggas run everything, right?
Yeah.
You feel me?
When I was running for governor, they didn't want me back out. I had to because my husband died, and I always say, "What if they fucking killed me because I was running?" Found him dead right outside his job.
Damn.
Yeah, that's why I backed out. It's a long story, man. But anyway, I gotta go, Chief. Thanks for having me. Love y'all, and I'll see y'all later.
One love. Correlating to what you were saying, brother, they definitely had some way to utilize the wealth and the material, but I say they utilize the material realm in the aspect to gain wealth and enjoy life that we can't do. I mean, that's really what it is, right?
Well, once again, I think that's a mindset, though. You know what I mean? Like, if you have, how old are you? You said, I think last night you said you was 37?
27.
27, right? So you're going to be 37 one day, right? 47, 57, right? Okay, so plan for it. You're 27, you're young. You can do what the hell you want to do. You know what I'm saying? And that comes in your mind, though. It has to start there. Nobody can tell you what you can't do. And that's what nobody can tell us that we can't start shipping and start trading with one another, start doing certain things. So we got to be able to do that. So it should be, I know, it's millions of you 27-year-old young men that should be linking up. But not all of that with 30-year-old young men, 40-year-old young men, 50, you know what I'm saying, are linking up. That's the ultimate goal in creating industries, creating institutions. And anything and anybody in the way of that, it's not a problem for us, it's a problem for them. We won't be stopped. It's just about knowledge and the way of thinking of we have to become Americans. America conquers. So I was so tired last night, you guys. I wanted to get into the conversation. And when people have the conversation about we can't beat them, hold on, I'm sorry, you guys. The armed forces is ours. Americans, we are Americans. We're not fighting. The armed forces is fighting for us because we are the armed forces. Do y'all get the point of being American?
That lady was not hearing what I was saying. are fully grasping the full identity of who you are. Once you realize who you are, you're like, oh shit, damn, so we own the military too, right? Yeah, we do.
That's
So
ours.
just
Yeah.
so it's like, what are we talking about? We have to
Well,
realize self before we can start. And once we get out of that fear state, we can start
hey,
realizing.
bro, but that goes back to the disfranchising. We disfranchising ourselves. That's not our flag. Yes, it is. That's not our. Yes, it is. Everything is ours.
Yeah.
This is our shit. Everything. It's just been co-opted, and everything's been whitewashed. And that's what this show is about. It's about the first Americans, so-called black people, right? You know, anybody disputing that? Or it's the links in the chat room, man. Links in the chat room. Let's talk about it. Let's have a little power about it. But y'all gonna have to explain to us all this evidence that you don't have. And see, once again, for people who need scholarship and stuff like that or whatever, say, well, I don't believe in bones. Okay, well, you believe in books? Okay, well, we got books for you. You don't believe in books? What about oral tradition? Well, let's just use yours. Don't worry about nobody else's. That's the problem. People of coming and telling us who they are.
I say
And, or trying to not telling us who they are, but trying to tell everybody who we all are, and that's not fair. No, none of us are the same. Hey, we got Infinite Goddess. Well, she was in the building.
She dropped out.
You got it, brother. I think I cut you off.
No, I was just saying that nitpicking is really not helping at all. Like, how you gonna nitpick on some information when you told us where to find information that you're trying to get us to understand from your perspective, which is the same information that we've been hearing our whole lives. But lately, we're bringing about new information that help us better understand who we are. Like, what is the purpose of life if you don't understand who you are, man? Like, why do you do the things you do? Why are you even here? Why do you breathe? Like, what's your purpose? Like, I'm not saying to be ignorant or to be rude, but it's really and truly these are the questions that I ask myself. Why don't people just ask that same question? Like, and for me personally, is to try to figure a way to make a profit in our daily living. Like, that's my code. That's always been my core idea. Now I can expound on it, but with the anatomy, understanding sound, vibration, frequency. But that came from my ancestors. It ain't come from reading from somebody else. Nah, that came from reading into the Egyptian studies, like understanding Kemetic science. So yeah, that's America. Like, once you realize that's America, look outside of other continents and be like, oh yeah, that started there and there and there, when really most things anciently started in America. So it's just like, can we have a conversation about Pan-Americanism? Like, did life first start in America? Like, that would be the real question that people should be asking.
I mean, we call that the out of America theory, right? And like I said, I just go where the evidence is. And if you don't have any evidence,
it's a real observational question. It would be a theory as me saying, hey, they found these bones, but they could or could not be from Africa. That's different compared to, like, there's so much archaeological evidence. Like, did life start in America? Like, it's an observational question. So my perspective is very observational because I have a hunch that I know the answer. You feel me? It's a total difference.
well, the links in the chat room, you guys. Open Smoke season 1 is coming soon. Anybody want to audition or be a part of it? Think it's gonna be a dope concept. And anybody's into music, production, beat making, tap in, man. We're working on some stuff. Artists as well, man. You guys, we're working on a few little shows and projects and stuff. But hit me up, chiefholiday@gmail.com, you guys. But when we're talking about these upcoming debates between Big Aboriginal Power and Rob Bourne and the Autonomous one and Not a Coincidence, right? Now, the same way that we're telling you guys that these books, these articles, these PDFs and stuff have an agenda attached to them. So you just have to be able to, like, I literally seen Not a Coincidence pull up an article on my show, right? It was an article that we used years before that to not only go into find a newspaper clipping where this brother, they were describing him as a Creek and he was speaking in English, right? It never said nothing about Africa nowhere in the thing. He took Negro. He said Negro right there, that's African. Like, no, bro, it's not African. You know what I'm saying? Or if they see black somewhere, you know what I mean? They're like, oh, black is slave, and that means Africa. Or even when you see slave, okay, guess what? Why would you name your, okay, let's just say that you that ignorant and arrogant to give a person that you bought off an auction block your goddamn name, your family name. Yo, this is your, hey man, yo, I just think it's the weirdest shit ever. You're gonna name all your slaves your family name so they can carry your family name on down. That makes no goddamn sense, man. This is people's family enslavement, but these people are pushing slavery on us, and it's just not true.
When you go ahead and look at it being economically sound, it is not economically sound for people to take people from another place to another place. It don't make any sense. It just too much money at stake. Then you got people. Remember, they didn't feed them, right? They basically eat their own shit. Like, come on, man. We got to be.
Now you saying something that in an agricultural society, bro, like, think about what you're saying, bro. It's not economically feasible. It's not like it's Macy's and Walmart's. You feel me? It's Marcus, man. Come on, y'all. Like, y'all not thinking. It don't make any sense, you know, for this to happen. It don't. It really don't. And people coming here without any resources, without anything or whatever, going to cause issues when they get here. And that's what these people did.
We don't have to pull up the research. It's just pretty nice to do it. Like, we just do straight common sense. It was it all.
Yep. That's a fact.
That's what people
Yeah, man. Shout out to Sister Betty, man. That heat. Super gas, man. Like I said, it's going to be nothing but gas. Jack, what up? Hold on, Jack. Get this thing.
Some people
Shout out to everybody, man. Tap in, man.
They gotta answer these.
I mean, think about it, bro. Like, you know, would you? I mean, yo, bro, it don't even make no sense, man. It'd be like, man, niggas, like somebody said something earlier about trauma bonding. You know what I mean? Niggas have been, you know what I mean? Like, yes, we internalize these stories and these narratives. It's not true. Okay, it's not true. We were bosses. We were balling. Yeah.
Like
you know,
Smoke was telling me earlier about the boogeyman and shit. We ain't call it the boogeyman, call it something else. I call it the boogeyman.
Let's talk about it.
Boogeyman narrative, something being there that is not really there. You know what I mean? Like the adversary, the devil, whatever you want to call it, the figment of your imagination. That's what I tell people.
So keeping it real. Prejudice is real, but you know, hate is real. You guys, racism is real. Like, I don't know why we don't act like it's not real, but how to beat it is obviously not to put blinders on. But we're not gonna participate in the caste system. The show is about defeating the caste system. You know, as we talk about how to do that. Hold on, we're gonna get the goddess in here before she get kicked out again. Hold on a second, brother.
Where she at?
Infinite Goddess. We're gonna let you get the floor before you get kicked out again. Terrible.
Go ahead, Queen.
Getting the mic together.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you got the floor, sis.
Okay, I do apologize because I was getting slightly confused between what was actually currently happening online and of course what is not. So I thought maybe the timelines kind of so like who's speaking and who's not. That's why I'm kind of getting confused. And I do apologize. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
hear you loud and clear.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, there is definitely a slight delay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Could you guys actually speak so I can actually know exactly what's being said? I think things are being delayed on my end. That's why I keep going in and out.
I'm pressing the mute button, so that could be the reason for delay.
Who's speaking at this time right now? I do apologize.
CJ.
Okay, so you can't. So yeah, because I'm hearing something else in the background right now, so I do apologize. All I wanted to do is this, like I'm actually, as I said again, I'm enjoying my moment and the time to hear everyone speak, including the goddess too. So I really do appreciate it and thank you for the invite. I will definitely want to do it again in the near future. As I said again, it's far more deeper. We just gotta really explore. It's like everything's coming out and open. And just learning about as far as like our foreground too, it's like they presented everyone to be like, you know, quote unquote Caucasian or quote unquote the white status. That's the status. That I'm learning that again. Can you hear me?
You put down that you was white on the
Hello?
job application. Is that what you just said?
Can you hear me? I do not know.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Is it we're all muted or how is it actually happening right now?
You
Yes.
have the floor.
Oh, I do apologize. It's so weird with this whole delay thing. I'm like, I guess I'm gonna have to invest in a mic now. Knowing my purpose. But anywho, I wanted to just say this. Thank you. And it's so nice to see Divine Ashley again and then to discuss their perspective here on this channel. And then in fact, on top of that, to push the family support. And that's what's really attracted me to the channel. And let alone you actually have an elder, Divine Feminine, on that channel as well. So, and as I said again, thank you for the invite. And I will channel on it again.
Okay, I'm in and out. So yeah, I don't know if you were caught on to what we're saying, that that during what Sister Betty was reading during the 1700s, there wasn't any Africa or Ethiopia, for instance, right? So the concept, even when you saying that your people came here from Ethiopia, you said 1800? Hello? Yeah, she out of there. Well, Ethiopia didn't exist in 1800. It wasn't called Ethiopia at the time. You know what I mean? So I just think it's interesting you know, and people, you know, like, so you got to examine, we got to talk about these things, we got to examine this stuff, even records, everything is up for scrutiny. But when they're writing terminologies and words back in time, you have to be real careful. And that should always throw up red flags. Please everybody tap in, man. Do us a favor, man. Press go if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, and put a number one beside it, man. And man, if anybody told y'all, man, y'all tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. Let's go. Peace to the gods and goddesses out there, man. Real talk.
What would be some
Yeah,
topics
man.
that would be bring it to discussion during the debate? Do
You
know
say what now?
what kind of topics that would have as a debate?
I mean, bro, they essentially like trying to debate whether or not niggas was here first, bro. And that's just absolutely bonkers. Just bonkers. It's too much overwhelming evidence.
Just that alone?
Yeah, pretty much, man. That's all I really heard. Like I'm like, bro, they debating that? Like they want to be like niggas is African so bad that they about to put their whole careers on the line. It's terrible. Well, not a coincidence. He don't have a career, so he don't give a damn. He don't have nothing to lose. You know what I'm talking about? He gonna come up with that same Paul Cuffy, Richard out of that shit. Huh? You got Not a Coincidence versus a Thompsonist one. Raw Born versus Big Aboriginal Power. Friday and Saturday.
Man, that's gonna be like 2 double sweeps. Man, that's gonna be like
super sweeps.
Man, it's gonna be pretty short. Cause like if you in America, you arguing these facts, you just retarded.
They definitely retarded. Niggas is on the short bus, man. Niggas are going on the short bus. Get the short bus together again for them, man. Don't trip. It's coming. I want to surprise y'all, man. But y'all know the short bus shorties is coming back.
Oh,
it's coming back, I promise.
Hey, you spoke the whole like week series, dude.
Hey man, the tour is on, man. You know, we're on the road, man. We got a lot of things coming up, man. South by Southwest coming up. Black Beach. It's a lot coming up, man. So you guys, man, if y'all outside, man, I'm outside. Tap in, man. IDGAF bookings at gmail.com. chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. Tap in, man. Serious inquiries only, man. If you have a business, man, you want to be promoted, man, on this network, man. You know, I know we're doing numbers over here. So tap in, man. We'll plug y'all into the network. Not just my show. Y'all know, man, we have a nice little Aborigine network going on over here. So let's do business, man. Let's get together, man. Let's build something. Let's work together, man. Let's partner on some things, man. It ain't always, it's kind of like, you know, we're looking for a few good men and women, man, and whatever your talents are, whether it's coding, graphic design, security, carpentry, tap in, man. chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. If you're a talented person, man. We're looking for a few good men and women, man, to rebuild our great nation, man. So shout out to America. Shout out to all Americans. Real talk.
Yo, appreciate the channel. Keeping the communication open. That's really key.
Yeah, man. Yeah. No, we're not. Hey, listen, like I told you guys, man, we're not tripping on none of that. I'm at this point, you know, I don't believe them. I believe anything these people say. You know what I mean? I just think, you know, once again, if this sister ran for governor in the state, right, and she didn't know at all that not only the not the first governor, but it was so-called black governors of her state. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and if she didn't know that, of course, all the other brothers and sisters, shout out to Sun Baby, man. Appreciate the support, brother. If she didn't know, and all the other constituents, think about how that would empower people in general, inspire people in general to notice. Like, if you run for the governor of the state of Mississippi, for instance, or the state of Louisiana, you wouldn't be the first. That they're trying, oh, this is going to be the first African American to run for the governor. No, it's not. Or to be the governor of the state. No, it's not. Be the mayor of the state. No, it's not. How did we allow these people to get into these positions? And it was a formula, it was a system. And we got to get into these groups that did it. You know, we talk about the Royal Society. We talk about the Anglo-Saxon. What's it called? Anglo-Saxon Society. Y'all get the point. We're trying to say that these groups plotted, and they're still working. And through these organizations, a lot of times, you guys, like I said, we're gonna have to do an audit on all these institutions that are not serving America or Americans right. You know what I mean?
Hey, check that out. Hey, you said right. My district just got audited. The school district just got audited here. It's crazy.
Well, and I mean, not just in the financial side of it, but just, you know, like I said, we got to start holding people accountable. I don't know if you guys heard about what they're trying to do with Jackson.
It's definitely education, because, like, how do we not know how to work the private side of the system, knowing there's a public and a private? How we don't know how to operate? So that wasn't part of the curriculum. I'm just saying, like, never was.
Right. It never was. I mean, goddamn, man. How much, you know, and I ask these guys all the time, right? What evidence do you guys need from us, right, to prove that we've been here, right? You know what I mean? And I think that's really interesting when they ask that, you know, when I ask that question, because it's never a response. And my question to them, what evidence did you need from anybody, from them or whoever, to prove that you're an African or descendant of, or even a slave? What is your evidence for you, not for us? Don't speak for me, CJ or Cut. No, speak for yourself. Explain. That's how y'all got to do, bro. Like, it's really interesting. I really need to understand that. Somebody gonna have to break that down and make it make sense. Okay.
I don't know how.
This is a simple question.
Something that we learned in school ended up being a whole in life. Narrative still have to be you're less than, but I never felt less than. So it's pretty weird. It's a weird paradigm, I tell you. Like, to have that kind of state of mind. Pretty weird.
Yeah. So, hey man, shout out to everybody, man, tapped in, man. Just doing what we do, man. 11 hours in here. Sheesh. Hey man, I I had some fun, man. Like I said, I took a little nap, so kind of I'm up now. You know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna get some stuff done today.
Yeah, I usually take naps in the afternoon between 11 and 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
Oh yeah.
So
You a night owl?
usually, yeah, unfortunately. So shit sucks.
I mean, yo, and that's really how they write themselves back into history. Because if they call you an African or whatever, then you're, even if they don't say African American, they still implying African. You know what I'm saying? And even if they say, well, his mother was a Wampanoag, you know what I'm saying? But we don't know his dad, but we're just gonna assume he's an African. So he's an African American, right? And who's the Americans now? Wouldn't the Oneida be the Americans? Wouldn't the Wampanoags be the Americans? Wouldn't the Washita, the Washita be the Americans? See what I'm saying? See how they do? But they can write these social constructs and color codes back in time. People wasn't thinking like that back then, man. You know, they said America was one of the most cosmopolitan, which that was a problem. You know what I'm saying? Cosmopolitan place, meaning that everybody was just, it's a melting pot. People come over here, whatever, and it's wasn't no problems, and people could do what they do. Wasn't no hate or any of that type of shit, man. That's not even a thing. And think about it, you know, that's a more of a modern invention. Like I said, they're writing things back in time. Real talk. And, you know, just gotta do research, man. Like I said, whenever they writing these constructs and writing their power structure back in your brain, they were like the Romans and the Greeks was great. These great Caesar and these pale people were just dominating niggas. Stop it, man. It's just it's dumb. Without guns, without really. Do y'all really believe this? Yeah, have y'all ever been to Europe? Please stop. It's little. You can fit it inside Texas. Okay? Just please stop the bullshit, bro. Like y'all it's too much. It's just don't even make sense. People don't have enough wood to have to build these boats. Like you don't ask about how did they build the boats? Where did they get the wood from in the 1600s when they haven't like they were dying in the winter because they didn't have wood. I forgot the name of the wood crisis. They didn't have lumber. So if you don't have lumber, you can't build houses and things. You know what I mean? Y'all understand? Like, come on, bro. And if they are actually in chattel slavery in Europe, Asia, America, Africa, how are they transporting millions of niggas across the ocean at the same time? Please make this make sense. It don't make any sense, y'all. Like, just come on, bro. Like, so you gotta be like, you guys are saying that slavery didn't happen. That's exactly what we're saying. It pertains to us. You niggas gonna keep fighting for reparations for somebody else in a minute. Nancy Pelosi ain't gonna be getting reparations.
Well, I said I'll be surprised if we do get it. Because once you realize the whole coin term of African American, they really talk about African. I'm just saying, bro. They really talk about African.
I mean, it don't make any sense, bro.
You got to tell people that is African. I'm just saying, that's crazy.
I mean, a lot of times, man, you know, they're like these terms, you know, or just like dialects or locations. And people like, they had surnames in 1300s and 1400s and 1500s. No, they didn't.
And they, you know, it's crazy. They kind of stay with the same kind of name with them. Like anything that has to deal with Aryan or area or area, like in that terminology, barbarian, like they kind of Africa. Then you got the Afari, afar, they came afar. Like you got it all correlates to where these people came from. We don't know. We absolutely don't know. I mean, whatever our ancestors said, they don't know. They said, like I'm just saying.
I mean, well, we know where we from, bro. That's the main thing, man. And they're curious enough to try to find themselves over here. That's cool. Huh?
Tartar color, the color of tartar. Like, I'm just saying, like, kind of correlates with what they were then. Like, whatever that word, their name was just so happen to be descriptive of who they were. Just like how we saying today, the terms that we use to appropriate ourselves as Negroes, niggas, Black, Afro-American. Then you got what's that other one?
Colored,
yeah. So you got these more. So that one too.
And also Indian
as well.
Indian as well was a terminology, but the main terminology that we were classified as is the Aborigines. And I actually like that one better than everything because of the power as well as the.
It seemed like when they said it, you have to use it with positivity.
What other way can you use it in?
Right. So
see what I'm saying? I think about that. The power of Aboriginal. Shout out to Aboriginal power, man. Think about that. We're like, Black power, Black. We're like, nah. That's actually illegal if you say that in crowded rooms or something. Niggas get to run in and so they be like, he wields Black power. That's illegal, nigga. They gonna put you in prison. You feel me? Like, you can't do it. It's not, bro. It's the same as somebody coming in and saying white power or white bank, white this, white that. They say, well, it is white, chief. Well, okay, bro. So let's now stop focusing on what they have and focus on what we can build. How about that? We gotta stop doing this. Like, we gotta stop just sitting back, allowing other people to build their communities on top of us, bro, and then build their whole countries up off of our backs, man. Huh?
I ain't falling into that vicious cycle of keep on talking about the problems when we need to talk about solutions.
There you go. I mean, this is a solution-based platform, man. So this is what it's about, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know, but they're not just talking about solutions and be about the solutions, man. Like I said, chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. Tap in. Yeah, man. See, we got a full house this morning, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Man, share it on all your social media platforms, man. Run it up. I don't know if Bab going live this morning.
I ain't got no lighter. I ain't got no phone.
Bab getting ready for the debate, you guys.
I'm fucking up.
He locked in. A1 getting ready for the debate. He locked in, you guys. You guys ready to go to work, man. It's gonna be crazy.
Is it on Patreon?
It's gonna be on Zoom, yeah. So I'm gonna get some private Zooms, you guys. So I ain't get the link yet, so I get the link soon. Bab, you up, man?
Let me know.
I'm putting in somebody know the link, man. Put in what you call? What you say, bro?
Pricing them tickets.
Huh?
Are they pricing the ticket?
Yeah. I think they $20. I think. Don't quote me on that until I see it. Yes, I think they $20. It says body. Yeah, man. Definitely gonna get body bag. Especially if we bringing the same. I mean, think about it, y'all. Like, I mean, like, I'm different, man. Like, I just there's a book. I'm gonna take everything that this person said in this book at face value. Boom, that's it. Nothing else. They're right. No, not gonna do that. We're gonna research, and then research. I take custody and lockdown, y'all.
Comparative study is very important. If you ain't doing no discernment, you ain't getting no answers.
Right. But yeah, so you're reading a book and then they're writing their narrative in your brain back in history, right? So we're talking about slavevoyage.org, right? If you ask these people, okay, right? Now here's something I just want to tell y'all something, right? So if you got paper, but you don't have the boats. So is it possible for anybody just to create paper? Just a narrative on paper? I mean, is it possible that we're only talking, something totally different than what they're portraying it as because they're creating a narrative? I mean, is it possible that just the whole thing is fake? Is it possible, my brother, TJ?
It's definitely possible. No, the problem is it's too coincidental.
Whoa. So we understand that slavevoyage.org is headed by Dr. Henry Louis Gates Jr. They call him Skip Gates, right? But we also know it's funded by a group. And we went through all that before when we broke down their interests, and their interests is not our interests. Same people that are against us, right? You get it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, is it if it's possible for this to happen, and they don't have any source to back up this reference, slavevoyage.org, and as things keep going on, it went.
No, they do have a source. They do have a source, and the source is them damn religion.
No.
You feel me, dog? It's crazy.
Nah, that's not gonna work for me, bro. I don't care about that. That's not gonna work, now.
The religion. We got sources. Look at what right here.
Yeah, my bad. That ain't gonna work. Yeah, that ain't gonna fly. So, links in the chat room, you guys. Don't be scared. Any smoke, man. Open Smoke, man. We auditioning for Open Smoke. Hey, it's Wednesday today, Wednesday? Yeah, women's night, hosted by myself. Gonna get it in, man. So we'll definitely reserve Wednesdays and any night, man, for sisters, man. We want to definitely give you guys a voice over here, man. It's a lot of testosterone, man. So I'm trying to balance it out, Like I said, man, we're just gonna keep grinding, man, keep building. That's all I can say, man. I can't say too much more, man, as far as the process, man, of building, man, and growing. All that shit it's growing pains, man. It's gonna hurt. What we gonna do? Stop doing it though? It's not a good look.
Like I said, the information is key to basically relieving all of that trauma that you don't know that you personally experienced, but it's called genetic memory. It's called memory glands. Like, you're not supposed to know. It's within you. So to get over that is to have understanding of like, oh, okay, I have self-realization. Now I know that we wasn't what they say we were. We are who I thought we were. We royalty. You feel me? So it's just like certain circumstances, we gotta recognize like we're more than what meets the eye. So we can't just take everything for face value. We have to really have a deeper understanding. Like, somebody was trying to talk to me about some Marvel. I think it was you. So yeah, it's deeper than just, hey, yeah, they advanced civilization. It's much deeper than that too. So it's just like, who are the Americans? You feel me? Like, what are they truly? Like, for me, we're the master builders. We built everything that you could think of. Now the problem is we don't have possession of that. type of technology. And I said this probably a few months ago, but I'm staying on that path because it's true. They withholding technology that we used to use that regenerated our body or elevated our consciousness or took us out of our body rather than us sleeping, having out-of-body experiences. Many aspects of helping the body, as well, dangerous technology that destroyed things. So we built everything. It's not nothing that we didn't think of that we don't see on cartoons.
Sentient beings news. I would think that a person that thinks in that capacity as a sentient beings would think past social constructs and things that, you know, that you're arguing about. You know, you're talking about that we woke up with European surnames, right? Well, newsflash, sentient beings news, these are not their surnames. As we were speaking earlier, Washington is a derivative of Washita. You're going to describe that. And Washita comes from Washita. And we've shown this 1,000 times. Just look up the etymology of the origin of the word Washington, right? And that's a Choctaw word, right? Algonquin speaking people, right? It's all the same stuff, right? But the point I'm trying to make is that today, in 2023, Washington is according to them, the blackest name in America. That like 92% of people that carry the surname of Washington are so-called Black Americans. So Washington did not come from Europe to America. I'm gonna say this again. Washington did not come from Europe to America. It was already here. It was just translated by Europeans to Washington, but it's not a surname from Europe. Okay? Stop allowing these people to tell you that you have slave surnames. You don't. Now, shout out to all the Johnsons out there. I'm a Johnson, so I'm just gonna break it down just like this, real simple. People took on their fathers. Hey, your father's name is John or Jack, for instance. Hey, we're son of John. Your kids are gonna be Johnsons. That's how that translated to Johnson or Jackson. Okay, it's just super simple. It's not hard. But they make it to where it's like we have pale people's surnames. We don't. These are American names. These are our names. It's not slave names. Shout out to Dr. Umar Johnson. Like he knew that Umfunde, Umtumbum did not work. He knew that. He knew that just in his soul that it just didn't work, man. You know what I'm saying? So,
and he knows what kind of psychology is pushing on people.
Yeah. He absolutely knows the color caste system, but he still pushes black power, black power, black power, black power.
You're a psychiatrist or whatever, a council member, whatever, bro. Like, bro, you gotta know what kind of trauma you're pushing on people when you're pushing a false identity on somebody. It's traumatizing.
This nigga be like, hey man, I believe in Skip Jakes Jr. They gonna have the right information. Really? No, they not. They're not gonna let they have a narrative that's been debunked. They got to keep going back and revising the numbers. Is going downward. How is this possible? So then y'all gonna keep telling us all this stuff. It's just stuff that don't make sense. Don't make sense to American law. Don't make sense to history. So those records. See, once again, we can't just take one aspect of something and say, aha, that's it. We got it. There's the records. Nah. You're going to need more of those records, buddy. Oh, well, we know you don't have the boats, so let's just scratch that. You know, we don't have the ports, so let's just scratch that. That don't make any sense. You have to embark and disembark from somewhere, right? You don't have the ports over there, so why does that make it make sense? Where are the ports?
Niggas
Where are the people over there that know this information that happened to them? Make it make sense, y'all. Now, what we do know that in the early 1800s, after there was a law about importing people illegally, immigration law illegally into America, right? It wasn't import, only niggas couldn't come into America illegally. Anybody that got caught smuggling Asians, Europeans, anybody into America after 18, or what was it, 4, 5, 6, whatever, don't matter. Jefferson them, right? That Congress said, no, you get caught, but that wasn't all of America, right? That wasn't all of America. But anybody that got caught coming into that territory that they was governed over at that time, right? Not everywhere. So if you brought somebody from Mississippi, right, that wasn't a part of their territories into their territories, you get caught, you getting fucking hung. See how this works? Now, with that being said, with that, after that law, niggas went to Liberia and set up Liberia. Now, there had to be some type of way that those people can come back without getting hung. Y'all understand what I'm saying? There has to be. So once again, they're conflating a lot of things, and they also pushing slavery, actual chattel slavery, after Reconstruction. Think about it. All the time, they do it all the time. They call it a slavery in another name. And this is how they got into position. You know what I mean? Somebody said, well, my badge is bigger than your badge, or you know what I mean? And still today, 2023, they're taking over cities. They're talking about taking over Jackson. We got to pull up that article, man. I'm gonna pull this article up. So yeah, hold on. I'm gonna pull this article up. I'm going to get into this today. Yeah, man, it's really interesting.
You see that thing about the council members said in Atlanta?
No, what happened?
Like the council city mayor, he was telling them they not building Cop City. That was like March 7th. That was the 7th of March. It was a public service announcement in front of the old council city members in Buckeye, Georgia, not Atlanta, my bad. But yeah, so a lot of people see what's going on. Yeah. But the question is, where they get the money from? They got that money from what just bankrupted SVB or SVK, whatever bank that was in Silicon Valley. That was basically a free handout of like $700 billion. And they went ahead and been splurging on that since like 2010. And they just now kind of like trying to push what they was trying to do all this time, whatever they was trying to do by 2030. So the Cop Cities is part of it. First, it was supposed to be the whole lockdown with the whole, you feel me? The whole thing that was supposed to go in the bodies. So from that, then it was supposed to be Shahara's Law to Cop Cities to martial law. Then put us into internment camps where we were mining or whatever they wanted. That was supposed to be the goal. That sounds like some alien shit, huh? But yeah, they weird, bro.
Yeah, I don't know how long we would. Everybody had got off the channel, and I figured it out. Got on back on the panel. Yeah, shout out to everybody that was rocking out, man. I don't even think it was music in the background. It's just Pootie Pie.
Yeah,
Shout out to y'all, man.
That intense.
It's all good. I do night owls, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Real talk. Links in the chat room, man. On the rapper taste, man. 1stAmericans, the so-called black people. Exposed, man. Once again, we don't have to go into the ancient terminologies of it or whatever. Like, you have to explain this. Why don't we see just other people, man? I don't even want to single other people out, man, but it wasn't other people here at this particular time. Like, it wasn't Asians here. You know what I mean? Certain people wasn't here at this particular time. You know what I'm saying? We go further and further back. You know what I'm saying? So who was here? We were here. We've been building. This country is the greatest country on the planet Earth. And that's why people come here. Period. So they've been coming here. There's been wanting to come here. So it would be different if people came in peace, but they don't. And that's a problem. Because they still believe in wherever they come from first. And it's not America first. We believe in America first. We don't fly any other flag but the American flag. Period. Shout out to America. That cool ass nigga. Oh yeah? What kind of power you want? Hey man, that's not our army. Hey, but CJ, I want to get back to that conversation though, right? Now, listen, they even say that we are the majority in the armed forces, and I think that's really interesting. You know what I mean? In all levels, right? So if they had some wars and they had sent all the brothers offshore, right? Like they have done in the past, what would be the line? Shouldn't it be security for Americans if that was to happen, brother? Security. We're talking about security, right? That's the thing we're gonna talk about. Security. We're gonna get them on security. All right, we ain't gotta talk about
Yeah, but the problem we see is our nation it don't seem like it's protected. That's what is being portrayed, right?
It doesn't seem like that, don't it?
Yeah, that's what I see what's being portrayed, but what I actually see is things is being taken place. People is being removed. It depends on the optics and the lens that you're looking through.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I said. Once you realize who you are, you're like, oh shit. Then you pull the pieces together why things is happening the way they are. It's like, damn, shit is really taking place real time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I tell people, just realize who you are, study your family, like history, understand what they was doing, hone your skills, and get ready for this awesome future we're about to have. I mean, I don't know what to tell people, but today they probably struggling, but what else can I tell them? I don't want to give them bad vibes and support their struggle. Nah, like, I got good advice, and if you need some cash, I got you, but that's my family. Most times I'm having that kind of interaction with. So my friends, like, they good, but my family's totally different. Like, shit, they can make bad decisions.
Peace and paradise to all the American Aborigines, man. We're gonna tap in a little later. It's the GOAT. Shout out to CJ and everybody else, man, that came on the panel, man. Really appreciate you guys. See you guys a little later on tonight, man. Appreciate all the love, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Support the real, man. Support the revolution, man. It's the GOAT. Tap in with you guys a little later.
Free.
Hey, man, thank you, brother, for coming out.
One love, brother.